football, you know?
Actually.
Niep was good in 2017, right?
Yeah.
The fist of Niep, he won Casper Cup. I think he had a shot there.
But he lost in the group stage back then, right? In 2017? Or did he make the playoffs?
No, I think he made it. Wasn't his match against Rogue? Wasn't that too advanced? I can't really remember. And then maybe he lost afterwards. He was really good at that point. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously super difficult to win a world championship. Even if you're like a top 8 player, you still need to beat the other 7 and then everybody else as well. So.
Last few months though, everywhere I look, I see a lot of green, as you guys often call it, on Wikipedia. There is green everywhere in every online tourney. Is that an indicator of things that we can expect this weekend, Lambo?
I think it could be, yeah. I think there's a green wave rolling over everything else recently. But I think especially Classic has looked super good coming up to this. So he is a good shot. herO obviously is always super strong, and there's definitely some candidates where I haven't had this in the previous years where I would be like, okay, this guy is actually one of the top favorites to actually win the entire event. So I think it's different this time, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard this as well, Showtime. Like a lot of fans, instead of just the usual, the Serral, Clem, Maru, I see a lot of fans mentioning Classic as absolute top tier favorite, or see herO win it all. Do you share that same sentiment?
I think herO is a bit of a question mark for me right now because we haven't seen too much of him, and even when we saw him, he didn't look like super amazing. But Classic for sure. I mean, he's been winning like everything. I feel like all the online cups, RSL recently, so he's looking really, really strong. But I mean, we'll see. Like, I feel like online and offline is always a difference. Like we saw at Dallas, like pros didn't do like super well. Like we got like what, 2 pros in the round of 8, and then Classic lost in the round of 4, I believe. So we'll see. Like offline and online always different, I believe.
I mean, they did also win the GSLs, which are offline, right?
True, yeah.
Both GSLs. I think it's a bit different this time, but it can always happen that they just end up getting thrown out by like a weaker Protoss or something in a PvP. You know, that can happen, or to some SCV pulls in a TVP. Anything can happen. At this level, there's enough players, like everybody can beat everybody, in theory.
Do you fear the green wave, Fiona?
I don't know. The green wave is dangerous for sure, but at the same time, I do feel like the old favorites will prevail this time, and the green wave won't be strong enough. But they might have strong finishes, and they have a good chance to do well this time for sure. A lot of pros players. I'm still feeling like the non-greens.
All right, I love it. I know you guys have been around forever, you've been playing the game, you've been watching the game. It feels special when it's the week of a World Championship. Thinking back of some of those other World Championships, not necessarily only the one that SOS won, what are some of the ones that truly stood out for you, where you're like, man, I still think back quite often of that specific World Championship?
For me personally, I'm just gonna start this off because I know some others might have the same answer. It's the one that Jona won, because it's the only one that I actually qualified for back when I was still BlizzCon. And it was the first time a foreigner won. The entire crowd went crazy when he won, every single map that he won. I mean, I saw him in between the games, in between the series. He looked not completely calm and collected, but still completely zoned in. It was pretty sick to see. And then if I had to say a second one, I like the one that Bjan won. I thought the stage was sick with the first person view and everything. I think that one was amazing too.
I love that you mentioned that, because that is actually one of my favorite moments. Of course, watching Jona win was fantastic. I remember that BlizzCon arena, left side Beyond, right side Dark, the other way, and then you had really people like sitting on the side of their player as well. And like, yeah, you watched in the center for the regular observer view, but that first person view of the guys, and they were both playing at a really high level back then. I thought 2016 was a remarkable one.
Yeah, the stage was also really sick because you had like this transforming map kind of thing going on. Because I was there as well, it was like really cool for sure. I would say for me, definitely his win as well up there, and also Oliveira's Katowice win. That one was beautiful, honestly. Like, I don't know, it was just like such a dream run for him, and yeah, just amazing to see.
Yeah, Oliveira's crying speech was very, very memorable for me. I always liked the BlizzCons very much. I'm a little bit sad I didn't get ever chance to play in like the very unique stage setups, I feel like. It was kind of the standard stage setups where I always played, but yeah, there's some memorable ones for sure there.
Do you guys remember the first World Championship of StarCraft that you ever tuned in for? Like actively watched?
I don't personally. The first one that jumps to my mind is, I think it was SOS versus Live, maybe. Was that a final?
Yeah, that was definitely a final.
That was the last one of Wings, maybe? I think that's the first one I remember.
I think that was Heart of the Swarm already.
Was it Heart of the Swarm?
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah, SOS won both in Heart of the Swarm.
Yeah. Wings only had 2012 BlizzCon or BWI with Parting, and then I think 2013 was already Heart of the Swarm.
I see.
You also had the final against Jadon, right? SOS? Or was it Jadon?
No, I think SOS... Actually, it may have been Jadon, because Jadon beat Deer with the burrowed Zerglings back then, and he set up the trap.
I do remember that too, actually.
Yeah. And in between that, we had the MMA versus Life. That was 2014 and then 2015.
Wasn't the very first World Championship? It was like a Chinese player in the finals.
Yeah, was it Reynor? Is that his name? Yeah, but that was not really an official World Championship because we didn't really have qualifiers for it. It was more like, hey, StarCraft 2 just came out, everybody loves it, let's invite 16 guys. You know, Ben got invited, guys.
I remember that one still. I remember the finals. They also met some Metalopolis there.
Yeah, was TVP finals?
I don't think it was TVP, was it?
I wasn't there in
Maybe I
2010.
don't remember that well.
I can't remember at all.
I didn't even have StarCraft back then.
Yeah, I think 2011 was already a bit more legit, where they like let people qualify, and then 2012 was the first big one where we had all the regional qualifiers, and everybody went to China back then for the end of the year, with Parting winning it all. Which I think is a very cool memory as well, even though that event had its flaws, but I think it was awesome. All right, so we've talked a little bit about the previous champs, we've talked a little bit about the green wave, but there are often a lot of other things that people talk about, and lately I hear a lot of talk about Cyclones. Mech, they're back on the menu, Terrans love it. Is it a bug? Is this the way the game was meant to be? Lambo, do we fear the Cyclones?
I mean, I do fear the Cyclones. I can say this openly here because Gabe's not next to me, but I think a lot of Terran players are actually going to bust out the Cyclones once or twice. And it is very strong, and it's most certainly a bug. Like, it should have been fixed a long time ago. I think they were unable to fix it, and yeah, we have to suck it up now. It's not great.
Any worries about Cyclones for you, Showtime, as a Protoss?
Not too much, to be honest. I mean, as a Protoss, it's not as critical. I've had some games against people making Mech and Cyclone, but it should be doable, you know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much of it we will see. I don't necessarily think it's gonna be like every game at all, but it's gonna be some of that mix-up for sure. It's gonna be hard to deal with, there's no question about that, but I feel like I've only been practicing against it or thinking about it actively for like the last 2-3 weeks, because I kind of figured out it would probably get fixed before that, but then I kind of realized that it's not gonna get fixed, so you need to start working for it, and it's very doable, but it's hard.
All right, before we officially wrap it up, I'd like to ask you guys, when you get ready for a week like this, do you guys ever look back at certain performances of players? You already mentioned Oliveira's magical run. Does any of those champions of the past inspire you to get ready for a week like this?
For me personally, not really. I like watching back at tournaments to gain motivation, but if I'm right in front of a tournament, I don't really lack any motivation. Like I can practice 24/7 already when I'm so close to a tournament. So I have these moments, but I don't have them the week leading up to a tournament, rather after a tournament or when there's some downtime.
Yeah, I feel like I'm similar. I wouldn't say I get motivated specifically through it, like the weeks before. herO last year, he was like his performance was so good that it kind of felt like the first time he's like, actually, a Protoss could win this, you know. So I feel like this was pretty motivating, but yeah, it's not so much recently for me.
Yeah, no, not really. I don't really watch.
You're not going back to that feeling of 2018,
No.
Jona?
No, not really. I don't. Well, I do watch back some old matches, not for nostalgia feeling and that, but not really looking for motivation or anything there. It's just more going back to the moment, you know.
How often did you watch back your 2018 finals, would you say, approximately?
The whole. I mean, I never watched like the whole video.
No, not the whole thing. How
like-
often do you look it up?
Probably like twice.
Twice only?
Twice only? That's crazy. I would do way more often. I think I watch my EPS win more often.
All right, and on that note, I think we are going to wrap it up. We hope you guys enjoyed this little trip down memory lane, and I hope that you obviously have an amazing week full of fantastic StarCraft here at the Esports World Cup. Thank you, guys.
18 players started, only 12 remain, and it's gonna be crazy because a lot of...
Broadbus is so fun, get stormed on, dude.
What? Yes, it is going to be crazy. We are losing 8 players. We are apparently losing some talents as well. I don't know what's happening, but I do know that day 3 starts now.
No game quite like StarCraft 2 here at the Esports World Cup that will test your tenacity, your fortitude. Every facet of your game has to be on point. It's day number 3 here at the Esports World Cup as our gamers will go head to head. They are the very best in esports as we are live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia to bring you day number 3. It's elimination day. It's playoffs day. Welcome, as my name is Carlaris joining me, and I tried to blend in with my surroundings, Dark Templar style, and get this all rolling. But for now, it is going to be an exciting day. Every single game is for elimination or advancing. Joining me to my left-hand side, I have Rotterdam as well as Wardy to talk about everything that's going to be going on to start the day. Rotty, the games today should be spectacular. There is only elite level here for day 3.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic day of StarCraft games. I'm so
And
excited.
welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day here of the Esports World Cup, the EWC 2025 StarCraft 2 day number 3. We just wrapped up with the first 2 days of EWC with some insane matches, with some very hype gameplay as well. I'm still thinking about Maru versus Reynor. I'm still thinking about Classic versus Serral and herO versus Cure as well. We had some banger matches last night, and we are here to determine the playoffs. We're here to finalize the playoff bracket. We still have a couple of qualifying matches left in the group stage, and I'm sure we're about to get into the groups, and I'm sure we're about to show off the graphics soon momentarily on the main stream. Once we get into that though, we have 2 matches. We have 2 best of 5s ready for us here. It is going to be Reynor versus Down and Rogue versus Cure. Oh, here they come.
In its entirety, as we have the Jamil Motorsports walking.
Oh, you can see Reynor, Shin, Solar, Down.
He will be the first fixture of the day.
Let's go.
Alongside our Koreans making their way forwards as well. All musing about how are we going to beat the non-Koreans this tournament? What are we going to do? How do we topple the non-Koreans?
And did you see him walking out in swag as well with the EWC franchise jacket, the t-shirt? It's so good, and I can't believe we don't have any yet, James. But I heard we're gonna go on a mission.
He just wants some free merch, Pappy. Oh my god.
Find some, because I'm a little jelly of these pro gamers. If only I wasn't so stubborn and built Phoenix for 15 years straight, perhaps I would have had a cool jacket as well.
Maybe.
Curb you.
Little Rotty on the stage, Rotty the world champion, who knows?
More like a top 12 guy on a good day, mate.
But before we get to everything that is going on, let's check out on what's going on over at the Boulevard.
Behind me is the trophy that a lot of the teams are going to be biting for. Of course, StarCraft 2 always a big contributor, and today is elimination day. 8 players will be eliminated, and only 4 will remain heading into tomorrow. Speaking of the bigger picture, there is, of course, the team standings. And right now, Falcons and Vitality are in very strong positions. StarCraft 2 has always been a strong contributor, at least it was in the last year, with Clem putting Team Liquid up to the 2nd place. Still, 2 Team Liquid players also remain in Clem and Cure. And while Team Liquid lags behind, there is a chance they catch up via StarCraft 2.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship. The ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best.
I don't know if you noticed, the reason why there were 2 cuts there is that they filmed it after. It was just interesting.
Let's break down how it works. Clubs clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup.
Like, after the fact, they were like, oh, we should probably say something about Team Liquid and Clem. Like, yeah, true.
Based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million. With the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
The Club Championship, of course, will keep rolling on for
It's,
few more weeks here at the Esports World Cup. And
oh, yo, shout out to Team Vitality. But yeah, it's one of those things where because this year there are so many more esports involved in EWC. Last year there were less. This year there's more. So I don't know how much a championship win in an esport is worth, and I don't know how like impactful it is, and I don't know how much it means as much as the previous year. But regardless, I do hope that StarCraft can be impactful in some way when it comes to the standings. And then help bolster a team, whether it's Team Liquid or one of the other teams as well.
Fight for it like Vitality at the top. Obviously, Liquid today is going to be looking for some extra points here and there.
No, absolutely. You know me, James. I'm not an expert in all the games. I've been a little isolated in my StarCraft bubble for the last 15 years, but I have heard that a lot of other teams actually have very strong rosters in plenty of games that are still to come. So just because they are they're off to a good start doesn't mean that they've already peaked. Like, there's a lot of other stuff for them to look forward to. But I'm sure the Team Liquid, just like last year, is counting on both Clem and Q to score a lot of points here. I know they're. I know they are watching.
Oh yeah, 100%. Someone like Clem getting them 1,000 in the last game. But anyway, let's take a look at how the key works here for the Esports World Cup, because some of them have most certainly already been crushed.
Duckling merch when one day.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
An opportunity to end the dreams of some of these players, but already some are done.
Oh, we've already faded out some of the names.
We have already lost here for the StarCraft 2 World Championship, as Cyan, Trigger, Beyond, herO, out of these 16 in the main event are gone. But today, Rotterdam, we eliminate another 8.
Yeah, now today is going to be
crazy,
an old-fashioned bloodbath over here, and that is why today is so incredibly exciting. Of course, tomorrow is the championship day, and that's going to be ridiculously fun as well. But in a weird way,
yeah, for those who are curious, again, it's a 4-day event with day 3, so we have 2 days left. 2 days left of StarCraft.
We're going from 12 to 4. Yeah, making it to the final day is just
We're almost
such a
there.
big deal for any of these guys.
Obviously, it was grueling to go out in the previous days here, Wardy, but I do suspect maybe we'll get even a little bit of extra emotion out of some of the eliminations today, because you're so close to that bracket to then go out now. Devastating.
I mean, everyone's a match away from top 8 if they're not there already. But then the guys that are in top 8, they're going to be playing for top 4, and everyone wants to make the final day. Everyone has that prize in their eyes, and I think everyone knows they've got a decent chance at making a run here. Nobody is so outclassed that there's no opportunity at all.
Well, let's take a look at the Gadir top players here from yesterday and see what actually went down. We have a lot to recap on how
this is
gonna be, James?
one of the main storylines of this year is that like the skill level between the players is a lot closer than in previous years. So players like not just Clem, herO, and Serral, but you have Classic as well. You have Reynor, of course. You have Maru. You have herO. You have herO. Like a lot of these guys can take each other out as well. So that's true. It's the most exciting thing is that like it's going to be a little bit harder to call this year than previous years. They're still your favorites, of course, 100%. They're still your favorite players, but we're here for the upsets, baby. Here for the back and forth.
I'm still alive. It was a great series, and of course, fantastic win for Zone. But it did really. I just felt for Beyond, man. It was painful.
Yeah, then we had
it was sad for
herO,
Beyond.
and herO just absolutely obliterated herO in that series. That was a close game. In that, even the game that herO won was so difficult for what it should have been. And then we ended up in Serral versus Classic, which was pretty darn good by Serral. Classic had a moment or two, but overall, Serral getting that revenge from Dallas.
It kind of almost maybe even a wake-up call for some of the people that are like, Classic, he's on a high right now. I mean, we'll talk about that a little later on, of course.
We'll talk about that later.
We have yesterday's results coming on in. Do bear in mind, some of these matches were played over on the B stream as well, Roddy. So we didn't get to see some of them here on the A stream. Some cheeky results coming in from that.
Yeah, I didn't get to see them, but we obviously are diehard StarCraft 2 nerds, so we open our phones and we have it on this side. And Rogue looked damn good against herO Marine. I didn't expect Rogue to win that series, but I didn't expect him to wipe the floor with Gabe 3-0. And Rogue is mechanics, his creep spread, his run-bys, his engagements, it all looks fantastic. So it's going to be incredibly fun for us to watch Rogue. And don't forget that today, for the last time, we also have a few more matches on the B stream. 2 more incredibly exciting best of 5.
Yes.
The ZVZ and the PvP. And I am pumped for both, man. I'll be watching.
True.
I don't know what else I have to do. Even if I have to cast on the main, I'm watching those games as well. Because
It's a little bit unfortunate, but 2 matches are going to be on the B stream, so there's going to be multiple series happening at once. So we won't be able to get an eye on Solo versus Shin. I'd love to, but we're going to be focusing on some of the other matches.
Showtime could potentially do something against Classic. That's an exciting one.
That's absolutely a coin flip in my eyes, right? Classic's good in PvP, but so is Showtime, and he's resilient. He does a lot of different things. He's not afraid of proxy. He will also expand. I think that series could honestly go either way.
I love watching this.
Yeah, Showtime can be very cheesy in PvP. We won't be able to cover it here on the channel, but Showtime versus Classic can go either way. Like, Showtime can be very aggressive and very cheesy in that
He can
matchup.
be phenomenal on these slightly smaller offline events. On online cups, he can be fantastic. But when it comes to the bigger stage, it doesn't matter how good your A game is. It matters how close can you get to your A game. What can you bring? And I do trust Classic in that regard a little bit more than Showtime.
Yeah.
But if it just comes down to raw skill and PvP understanding, I love Demour, man.
Now, I want to stick with you for a moment, Roddy, because, of course, yesterday we had a bit of a tough time picking our match of the day. However, Reynor versus Maru didn't take the title, but it was a ridiculously good series. Really came down to the wire.
PvP, or excuse me, the game on Ultra loved this. As EVT had everybody screaming it, everyone standing up. And I think what really added to it,
this was the closest one.
Our technical director is showing the frustration that Reynor had once or twice in this game. The look of, oh, this is over, isn't it? Like, I cannot turn this around anymore. And to then still see him find a way to victory, and then the happiness, the explosion of joy. I mean, that's just the best thing about watching StarCraft.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, it was really awesome. This game was just so amazing.
Sure,
right?
is that Geralt?
Reynor was really in trouble, had to dig himself out.
I know that Geralt, he was the I know Geralt was the technical director last year for EWC. He might be the director this year as well. True.
Definitely. And on the opposite side of
we
things,
need confirmation.
Did have our match of the day, which technically score-wise was a little more one-sided, but the matches really were anything but Wardy, because like you look at that game 1, right? 40 minutes worth of attrition from both of these players.
Yeah, it's what you want to see when you see Serral Classic. You know that at least one of those games is coming out. Sometimes there's a couple. Classic couldn't get on the winning end of it, unfortunately, but it was just a great display of how the late game can go. Serral was the better player yesterday, right? But the opportunity and the potential was definitely there for Classic. It was cool to see the other games looking a bit different as well, to really get kind of a big spectrum of what goes on in this matchup. But Serral really was looking good yesterday, and that's awesome to see heading into the top 8 today for him.
What I love about watching Yona play ZVP is that he's so decisive when he needs to be, but he can also be so incredibly patient. And like we lose our main, like that's painful. You lose all your tech, your production facilities, but he's not storming up that ramp. He's not going to take a bad fight into a bunch of High Templars and Archons. Like I love those calls that he can make.
No, I completely agree. I mean, even watching the 40-minute match, right, where you're seeing the slow bleed out with abducts onto Tempest and stuff like that, and then the decisiveness of saying, okay, well, I think I've whittled down your bank enough. I'm gonna make 51 Corruptors and be confident in that decision.
This makes me actually want to check. Hold on.
It was 52 for a split second.
No.
Yeah. I mean, that just breaks another record. You know, we already thought 51 Corruptor Remax was the record, but there was even 52 on the production.
Looks like Serral was casting the. Sorry, was observing the B stream.
While, right?
Okay.
We have seen big rematches. We have seen the 100-something Zerglings on the production tab, but 52 Corruptors. I was incredibly worried that we were gonna get again end up with.
Yeah. So Serral was doing the B stream. Maybe Indy was doing the main stream.
Left over, and then last but not least, we saw Tempest on the production tab. It's like classic. He just made 52 Corruptors.
Not the right choice.
Tempest is not easier.
Well, here are the Bravi reactions as we have plenty of them to boot. I mean, you could really just fill the key crushers with all of this, but we want to focus really on the matches here, Wardy. There's so much emotion running through these guys, even though they're in such high-octane situations where we saw people spiking up to 175 BPM in some of these games.
Yeah, I mean, Clem's emotions were the kind of greatest for me yesterday because he had those moments like, how did I lose that game? And then through elation, making it through. Even our defending champion is feeling the pressure here on the big stage because he knows what's ahead of him. He knows what he wants to do once again. He wants to go for that back-to-back. And yesterday, his life nearly got a bit more difficult.
Hello, Yemi. Hello. Share, my papi, share.
Clem obviously moving through into that round.
Bienvenidos,
bienvenidos. When you look at Clem having what felt like such a decisive world championship in last year, and then you come into this year and you think, look at Group B as well, but there is so many huge tests for you in StarCraft 2 because these players are absolutely excellent.
Clem is just as good, if not better, than last year.
Agreed.
But so is the rest of the field.
Yes.
And the rest of the field has obviously looked at Clem a lot more. Well, perhaps last year coming into it, a lot of them will look at, okay, if we want to become the champ, we have to beat Serral. This year, all eyes have been on Clem as well. Of course, they're still looking at Serral, and they're looking at Maru, and they're looking at Reynor and herO, but they're absolutely 100% thinking of Clem non-stop. Clem is playing fantastic, but so is the opposition.
Let's take a look at the Aramco power ranking then, because of course, at the very top, we've not had much changes going on as we've been discussing who we think might be able to eventually take this. And again, it's still very open, so this is by no means absolutely determined. But one name is a bit omitted from our favorites for today, Wardy, and that's Classic, because as much as Classic is powerful, he's kind of dropping to contender a little bit because of the vulnerability I think we saw against Serral.
I think it's fair to say if you get 3-0'd by one of the other favorites, it's fair to drop down to being a contender.
So. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think.
I guess they're being flexible with their rankings. Okay.
So much hype. Everyone's really behind him. He's won a lot of the stuff, but he's been winning some stuff that some of the others didn't play in. Serral wasn't in these events that he's been winning, right? And so that 3-0, I do think speaks.
We were gonna save this for later.
Just remind ourselves who else is in
I'm glad that they're bringing it up here. I think a lot of people are hyped about Classic that are like suffering from like recency bias sort of stuff. We were trying to emphasize a lot in the weeks coming into this is that there's been a lot of hype around Classic, but a reason why herO was overshadowed so much in the weeks coming into EWC is because, again, as we were trying to emphasize, he hasn't been playing in anything. Like here, he has been avoiding the limelight. He's been avoiding playing in recent tournaments to hide his build and to hide his play. So like because of that, I think a lot of people, I saw a lot of people being like, oh yeah, Classic's like #1 Protoss in the world right now. It's like the reason why you're thinking that is because you're not seeing herO, because he's not showing anything, like that sort of thing. So that's something that we try to like hammer into all of our viewers in like the weeks coming into EWC. So I appreciate that they're bringing it up here. That's after the series, but of course.
In Dark Horse is still alive in the tournament, still looking present, still towards down at the Dark Horse position here, Wardy. There is still an opportunity for Rogue to make that run happen.
I mean, look, the games he's played, I mean, he smashed herO Marine. That was a very convincing performance against what we know is a very solid all-around player. And then he also took on Classic, and he took Classic to some limits, right? So I think Rogue, it's going to be really fun to watch him today, really fun to see if he could make top 8. And if he does, I could even smell a little upset from him.
I know it's comparing apples to oranges, but in a way you can say that Rogue looked a lot more convincing against herO Marine than Serral did.
And that doesn't say a whole lot, but it does just...
Vulnerability
goes
against
to
Serral is a
show
healthy thing to
how
hold
good
against play.
Rogue was there,
I would
because
say that
Serral is not holding back. Serral
as you
is
mentioned
feeling it
yesterday,
in.
I look forward to a potential rematch between Classic versus Serral. We spoke about how it felt like Classic was assuming that Serral will play the same as he did previously. We spoke about how Serral has improved over time and how improved with all the custom games with Showtime when it comes to his late game ZVP. So the next time that Classic and Serral play, if assuming they do play again in this tournament, it's going to be a very different dynamic, I would assume, a very different kind of style out of Classic. I would imagine he'd be more assertive and more aggressive.
I'm there. I'm well over it.
Which we know he can be.
And then our PvP, which will be going on as well.
For sure.
You want to be tuning into those. Yeah. Solo versus Shin isn't just a knife fight in a telephone box. It's in a match box. It's just like they are dead close to one another. And then, of course, we have our schedule for Stream A as well, as we will be starting things off with Reynor versus Zan. We'll get into that a little bit more. But also, what is very important is our round of 8 matches here. We're going to play out all of the round of 8 here.
Yeah, as for those who are curious, we're wrapping up the group stage here today, and then we're going to be covering the round of 8. Tomorrow is going to be the round of 4, like the semis, third place match, and finals. But here we will be getting into the playoffs.
The B3 matches are
Should be crazy.
Yes, they are mirrors, but when there is so much on the line, these mirrors are going to be so incredibly fun. It's
Oh, they're getting ready.
All right, let's start off.
The boys.
Today, this is do or die for Reynor or Zan. One of them will be going home after this. One of them will be moving on forwards. Wardy coming on in. Reynor taking Maru to the absolute limit. What do you think against Zan?
I think what Reynor's done this event so far just speaks volumes, right? He was so good against Shin. He was so close against Maru in some difficult kind of matchup scenarios for him. I think he's got ZVP a little bit more figured out than he did a month ago, and I think it's going to be a really tough day for Zan, who can be tricksy, can mix it up, but over a best of 5, I find it difficult to see him taking 3 maps.
I feel Reynor has looked exceptional over the last 2 months, and I'm not saying that as a fan of Reynor or as a fanboy, but even if the results haven't quite been there, because you look at his finishes in GSL, in Stardust Agora, you're like, well, that's good, but it's not exactly the guy who's going to win EWC, right? But if you just look at some specific games, if he's feeling it, if he's on point, if he gets well set up, he is as good as he's ever been. Back then when he won Katowice, when he made it to a BlizzCon final, Reynor looks phenomenal in these longer games where he can just let those hands go and we can get run by after run by. He just needs to make sure that he gets there, that he's able to show what he's truly made out of.
Yeah, I gotta agree. It's interesting for Reynor when you look at these really high-profile tournaments, these World Championships, because Reynor, when he's not winning a World Championship or getting to the final, he's always knocked out on like just a 1-map difference against the very best in the world, Wardy. And sometimes I feel a little bad for Reynor because he's showing insane quality, but he's just going up against someone that might slightly eke him out.
I mean, that's the beautiful thing about watching Reynor play, right? Is that he always brings the...
I mean, that's basically Reynor versus Oliveira, if you remember, when Oliveira went on his run. I think, infamously, I should say, Reynor versus Oliveira.
He really does level up for these events, and that's why it's so hard to kind of talk about Reynor coming into this event, because we don't...
And if you remember, Reynor, he hopped on the casting couch afterwards, and after he saw Oliveira versus Serral, he's like, you know what, I don't feel too bad anymore.
Well, let's hear from the man himself as Reynor is ready to go here for day number 3 of the Esports World Cup.
I am here with Reynor, who has a difficult opponent ahead of him in Sound. But first, I want to touch on yesterday's match. I think it was one of the best matches in the tournament, especially that game 2 was absolutely crazy, a lot of back and forth. So how did you feel you played in that match against Maru? And obviously, it's difficult to be happy with the result, but tell me a little bit about it.
I mean, it sucks that I lost, especially because of the Cyclones, you know, like
True.
I knew beforehand that people were going to abuse the bug, but it's still a very strong unit right now. And I think I played very good, honestly. I think I lost mostly strategically, a bit unlucky as well. But I think the straight-up games, I played really well and very fast. So if I can keep up that level for today, I'm very confident.
All right, and Protoss, I mean, they don't have any bugs to abuse, but obviously the Rays got a few bumps with the buffs and whatnot. So how are you feeling going up against Sound as an opponent? Like, do you see him as one of the strongest Protoss out there? And yeah, do you have some stuff prepared?
Yeah, I definitely have stuff prepared. I think Zaun is a very strong opponent. He's definitely like top 3 TOS players in the tournament, I would say. And yeah, he's scary. But as I said, I feel like if I can keep up the level I played yesterday, I think, yeah, I probably will do good. We'll see, though.
We'll see. All right, Ricardo, thank you very much. Any final words, shout-outs, or anything like that?
No, I just want to say I'll probably bust out the Italian rep today, so it's coming.
it's coming.
Lovely.
Well, that is hearing from Reynor here, thinking, I think he probably feels quite confident about this one. Let's talk about Zaun here before we actually get to this, Roddy. What do you make of his prospects, his ambitions for this one?
Yeah, Zaun has all the reason to be very hopeful as well. He just won that home Story Cup, and sure, we didn't have Serral, Reynor, and Clem there, but it's still an absolutely amazing victory and above all, a real confidence booster. Yeah. And right before that, Zaun is motivated apparently. He was also in Bulgaria for the Stara Zagora tournament.
Yo, we got Avidas.
He did beat Serral there, 2-0 even in a best of 3. He lost the rematch, but hey, if you 2-0 Serral, why
we have Eagle Ley Lines, Persephone, Tokamak, and Last. Yo, let's go. Last Fantasy. Let's go.
Right, these are the maps that all of these players, well, these players are going to be playing on.
Made it through.
Will start things off, but thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get day number 3 well underway. Oof, I just got a little bit of chills because we have got ourselves elimination day for a lot of these players. It's playoffs day. Day number 3 here for StarCraft 2.
Okay, let's jump in.
Serral could lose many more and still close this out.
I would describe my group stage performance flawless, as that what it was. But at the same time, some of the games were very close.
Well, I'm feeling confident going into the playoffs, but I'm going to have to step it up.
이 부분에서 일단 부담감은 없고요.
No pressure.
10년 만에 그 우승이라는 타이틀이 정말 탐나는 상황입니다. 이번에 월드 챔피언 제 거라고 봅니다.
우승 화이팅.
Is that Omar had to say? Like, do you have any words? Do you have any feelings going into the playoffs? Let's go. It's okay. No, bring back the band. Cinco de la mañana, papi. Buenos días, buenos días. Good morning.
18 of the best StarCraft 2 players in the world began their journey here at the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena at the Esports World Cup. And as our third day of competition unfolds, only the strongest will survive. And by the end of today, we will have our final 4, the ones who will fight for glory, legacy, and the trophy.
Our key crusher will be working overtime today. 8 keys will be shattered, 8 tournament runs brought to a halt. It only gets tougher from here for our competitors, so send your favorites, your energy. We know they feel it, and we've got our first 2 competitors to start things off. So send it up for Basilisk's Reynor and Vitality's Zaun. After a win over
the rings are up.
and a deadly close match lost to Maru, Reynor faces his first Protoss of the tournament. Can he keep it together and weather the storm? Will he creep into a top 8 spot?
He fell in his opener, but he rallied by taking down a former world champion, Björn, in a hard-fought series. Now, another giant awaits. Reynor, another former world champion. From one legend to another, the road only gets steeper. Ladies and gentlemen, our first series of the day. Let's hand it over to our casters for Zaun versus Reynor, Protoss versus Zerg.
Oh, let's go.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll set up. We'll set up.
Also a good year. I think with
Okay, beautiful. Oh, but here we go. We are here. We are back with our first series of the broadcast. Again, baby, let's tell everyone one and all. I know that's depending on where you are in the world, waking up early, staying up late for some Esports World Cup. We have our first series, Reynor versus Zaun. And already, I did notice Reynor may be a little bit humbled here. If you remember Reynor's intro yesterday in day number 2, Reynor, he was blinged out. He had like a ring for each finger. He had his jacket, he had his chain on as well. He had that swagger, he had that sleeve. But here, the rings are off. The rings are off. You know, a little bit more tame in his composure coming into this. Maybe a little bit humbled after yesterday's broadcast, after yesterday's series against Maru. Now he's locked in. Less flair, but more focus out of Reynor. Likewise, Zaun, he also has been performing quite well when it comes to offline tournaments as of late, referring to Stars Agora, referring to Home Story Cup. For those that have not been watching StarCraft as of late, he was the Home Story Cup champion, and of course even beat Serral at Stars Agora as well. So Zaun has also been in form. He's also peaking in skill, and we're jumping into game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Incorporeal. Let's go. If you're in the chat, Gamba time soon, TM. We got you. We'll get into it. For now, we're loading into the first game of the series. Vámonos, papi. Vámonos. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. And in top left hand corner, we have the second Proto player. We have for Team Vitality. It is Zaun. We kind of got there. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we open up with a cannon rush. Let's go. I was about to say a couple of things here, but one, if you were watching Zaun during his matches at GSL in recent times, in recent era, he has been hyper aggressive, hyper cheesy, hyper aggressive. He has not been the most standard of players, and he opens up with a cannon rush. The Overlord does spot the pylon. Boys are being pulled. We have a second pylon behind this, and Zaun, can he pull off this rush? Can he pull this off? The second probe has arrived. The cannon does squeeze itself behind the mineral line. Ooh, and the cannon will finish. Yeah, that cannon will finish. Very nice positioning here from Zaun as the pylons are already complete. The second cannon will not. A little bit ambitious there from Zaun, but again, the first cannon will finish up, and he might be able to get more cannons up and running if he can keep those probes alive. Oh, the probe's getting very low though, and so very low. He needs a little bit more time. Hello! Yeah, one probe goes down. He throws down 2 more cannons. One cannon is easily cancelled. It's canceled, but there we go. The cannon, the first one does complete, and that should be a cancel. That should be a cancel on this expansion. The cannons, they will finish, they will get up and running, and Reynor, he will not save the space. Ooh, does get a kill on the second probe. Does get 2 probe kills, but the cannons are done. And you can see Reynor already expanding elsewhere. Does he let it finish? He does let it complete. Bold move here by Reynor. I don't know if he can save it. Again, Reynor, he's already expanding at the linear third base, already expanding on the left hand side, but that's going to be 3 cannons, and yeah, there's no saving this expansion. No way, no shot. That is going to be a kill on the hatchery. That is going to be a kill. Behind this, of course, there is a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, yes, Zaun kills the base, he kills the expansion, he also denied some mining time. On the other hand, his tech is delayed, his base is delayed as well, so there's a bit of a give and take here. Overall, I do prefer Zaun's position. Reynor even getting supply blocked as well. Brutal supply block here for Reynor. He has to build up that Overlord. He needs a little bit more time to break out of said supply block, and this is allowing Zaun to build up back at home, to fully wall off, eventually tech, eventually expand. So again, a great way to kick things off here. Now, what I was also about to get into in regards to ZVP, in regards to Reynor's play, if you've been watching Reynor as of late, he's been going for nothing but 3 base all-ins. Very rarely does he play into a longer macro game, so we have seen a lot of aggression out of Reynor, specifically 3 base play though. This is similar to how Shin and Solo have also been playing out ZVP as well. Not too similar to Serral. Serral had his own approach, of course, to Classic, but after the shaky start, after the chaotic opener here, we'll see how Reynor does, how he pivots from here. Does he go and drone up to 3 bases? Does he cut workers earlier on 2 bases instead? Does he try to punish Zaun for his delayed tech? We'll see. For now, the Stargate is on the way. It is going to be a Stargate open out of Zaun, but again, late Stargate, late expansion, everything is just off timing, everything is off beat for both players coming into game 1. Here we go. Go as we are moving out. Like, is it freezing cold on the East Coast as well? It has been very cold over the past like week, maybe 2 weeks. It's been very cold, especially at night, for sure. Has been quite cold. I would say it's not as cold today. Like, we've had like 0 degrees like days, like that has happened. or 0 degrees nights. But today's okay. It's okay. As additional depth does get across the map so far. 1, 2 drone kills already. Can we get 3? Oh, 3 drones going down. A little bit of lapse of control there for Reynor. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that should not have happened. That should not have gotten as much damage as it has. Likewise, depth is safe here alongside the cannons. And this is a very strong start for Zaun. 3 drone kills, denied expansion. We can see Reynor expanding on the right-hand side. Behind this, extra gateways are going to be on the way. Going for a 2-gate follow-up on 2 bases. It looks like Zaun, he may go for an additional adept, for an additional wave of adepts here. If you remember, we saw this with Classic. Basically, this follow-up that Zaun is going for is the same follow-up that Classic went for in his 3rd game against Serral, where he was able to get up to, I think it was 11 adepts. 11 adepts moving out across the map as he was expanding. Zaun's 3rd base is delayed, but again, he has an extra gateway to compensate for what should be extra vanilla adepts. As here come the oracles. You can see adepts are warping in. In my mind, we're going to be banking adepts. Yeah, as you can see, they're being held back. And it's going to be on Reynor here to delay, but the oracles are in position. And the oracles are ready. And so far, tempo is in favor of Zaun. As you can see, more adepts are warping in. So again, this is the same follow-up. Yep, more adepts. Again, remember, it's 3 gateways. The observer hasn't pointed it out, but there are 3 gateways I'm running, which is not normal. This is hyper-aggressive from Zaun. It's not all in, but it's more unexpected. And the problem right now is that Reynor's droning. Because he needs to, right? He needs to drone. He needs to catch up. I don't blame him for this. But I do worry about that adept's counterattack. As we get the overlord scout into the main. More adepts are warping in, and Zaun, he should soon move out. Yeah, here he comes. Here comes the move out. You can see it on the minimap. And again, this is more adepts than normal because that extra gateway. Now he sees the gateway. Now Reynor is aware. He needs Zerglings because here comes Zaun. And there we go, 14 links in production. Stage trap is not going to go up. Whew, that was close. That was very close. When Oracle gets started down, nice target firing at a Reynor. Adepts, they get behind the mineral line, but so far, no major damage. So far, Reynor is handling himself well. Yeah, so far, so good. Adepts, they shade in towards the 3rd, but the Lings are keeping up, and Reynor, he will shut this down, and Reynor will not lose additional drones. Whew. So again, a very nice defense here from Reynor. Remember, this build from Zaun, this actually delayed his 3rd base and delayed his Twilight Council and Forge. So this was all delayed in favor of a 3rd gateway and in favor of those extra adepts. So this is a nice follow-up here from Reynor. It was very necessary, and his comeback has begun. Like, it's been a shaky start for Reynor, but now he's bringing it back. Behind this, taking up into the Hydra Den, getting his 4th expansion. Double expanding even. Keeping up with the Oracle. Remember, Reynor, he already killed one of the Oracles as well, true, which did not pay for itself. So Zauni's had a shaky follow-up here, losing the Adepts, losing the Oracle, not getting economic damage done. And delaying his own expansion, delaying his own tech. Now we have Zaun trying to work towards Storm. Reynor, he's recovering. From here, he should be droning up to 80, and he's almost there. Getting into Lingbane Hydra. Yeah, and from here, I mean, I would imagine that Reynor's gonna cut workers. He's not gonna tech up. If you remember at the start of the series, we spoke about how Reynor is very fond of going for these big 3 base all-ins, maxing out on Lingbane Hydra, committing on lair tech, not on hive tech. And oh, that is not the case here. He is taking up. Okay, he is taking up, and he just made a wave drone, so he's droning up to 80. He's taking up into hive, into lurkers. Reynor is taking a slower approach. I don't blame him after what happened in the early game here, but I do think that he has since like recovered. So there's no pressure on him to commit. I think he still could, but is opting not to. Yeah, he's opting not to. So from here, Reynor looking to collapse in on top of the High Templar. He has no Banelings, unfortunately. He has the Nest. Storms, they do connect. They zone away the Hydras. The Zealots, they're holding their own. And Reynor, he does overextend here. He needs to get out of here. He does force in an Archon. It's close. Yeah, very close. It looks like he does barely break through. Takes down all the High Templar, takes down the Archon, takes down the Prism as well. Not bad. I'll be honest, I wasn't really too convinced by this move out, and it's quite expensive for a trade. Reynor, he does lose his Hydras, but remember, he's on 88 workers. He can afford these trades, and he does punish down. Does punish him for the earlier investment. This is also why I believe that Reynor could have gone for an all-in. Like, if he didn't tech and if he had just committed, I think he could have broken him, but he opted to tech. So, kind of doing both here. Because it's been droning, now working towards Hive. Still winning these fights, and Reynor from here, he's snowballing out of control. And again, Zaun had such a great start to the game, but did lose that lead. Again, we were emphasizing how aggressive Zaun was being in the aftermath, and it just was not worth it. And it's snowballing out of control. It's snowballing out of control. Denies +2. Lurkers, they do move in. Again, momentum heavily in favor of Reynor, and he's going to run away with this. There's a couple of storms coming in, but no detection. Oh no, no detection. Oh god, the High Templar, they run on top of the Lurkers. Lurkers, they deal with this. The Observer now comes in. But again, after the fact. Oh, a brutal trade there for Zaun. GG gets called, and Reynor, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. A very chaotic game here, and again, Zaun had such a strong start as well. Like, he did a great job denying mining time, killing workers, killing the expansion. Like, that was a successful cannon rush, but a little bit too overly aggressive in the aftermath. I mean, I say overly aggressive, I wouldn't be saying that if he was successful with the aggression. True, right? Like, if he had gone across the map, if Reynor was cutting lings, if he was droning, if Reynor was caught with his pants down, then Zaun, you know, he would have taken a further lead, but it was just a little bit too ambitious there, and in the end, it fell on its face. It was a risk from Zaun, and it was not worth it. In the end, the follow-up was kind of blundered there, and Reynor, he brought it all the way back, was able to drone up to 80 workers, and as we were emphasizing, he didn't even have to tech up into lurkers, didn't have to tech up into the Hive. He could have just doubled down and gone for a max out on lair tech. We saw he was already being successful with his first attack with his Ling Hydra, but he opted to play a little bit slower. He did aggress on his opponent, but he didn't commit. He backed off, teched up into lurkers, and ended the game without lurker timing. GG. GG, well played. Impressive recovery there from Reynor, and with that, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into that second game, and we'll see what a cheeky opener Zaun has in store for us this time. He opened up with a cannon rush. Here, coming into game number 2, do we go for something cheeky as well? Do we go for a proxy? Do we go for a Twilight Council opener? Do we go for a Stargate? What's it going to be? As we're going to be loading into ley lines. Here we go. But here we go. Once again, I appreciate the map intros. As we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the left-hand corner of Leylands, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is Reynor. And spawning in the bottom top right corner. It's down for Team Vitality. God, they just go in every time. Here we go. We are going to be setting up. This time, there's no fast forward. This time, we're setting up, but we do see Reynor forsake the unnatural natural. Likewise, we're going to be calming things down, settling in, getting to our openers. I don't expect to see another cannon rush in this series, maybe like in a game 4 or game 5, but for the most part, going for something like that, you do want to do it once. You don't want to rely on it too heavily here, especially at this level of play, which is why I'm looking for something different here. I'm looking to see, do we go for an earlier Twilight Council? Do we go for an earlier Robo? What exactly is going to be the tech of choice here? Is Zhang going to play standard, or is he going to mix things up? I feel like against Reynor, you do need to mix things up. I do feel like Reynor thrives against a standard Protoss player. That's where he can be at his strongest and be at his best. We'll see. So now, gate expanded to Cybercore out of Zhang. So far, everything's looking normal. Everything's looking as it should. Just say Reynor's playing with his pants down. No, I said he was trying to catch Reynor with his pants down. I'm referring to the follow-up Adept and Oracle aggression from Zhang. But the pants were up, baby. They were up. I'm telling you, Reynor, after yesterday, he's been humbled. He got rid of his rings. Got rid of his accessories. His second watch. He's locked in. As this is going to be a Stargate open out of Zhang. So far, so standard. That's from here. Going to be building up. We do expect to see once again an Oracle-based opener out of Zhang. He did go into a double Oracle into Phoenix last game. We could see that once again here. But overall, both players should be a lot more comfortable this time. They should be a lot more comfortable. This was just a very quirky start to game 1. Meanwhile, there it is. This time it's not double Oracle into Phoenix, it is straight up Phoenix first. So Phoenix first out of Zhang. With this, he can deny vision, he can hide his follow-up, he can hide his tech. Now, this doesn't mean that he has to hide tech. It doesn't mean that there has to be a faster Twilight Council or a second Stargate, but there can be. And that's what's dangerous here about these Phoenix or Void Ray openers, is that Reynor is going to be in the dark. It's going to be up to Reynor to determine and to deduce what exactly is going on. For now, that's a second gateway. So he's not going up to 3 this time, not yet. But second gate is on the way. Overlord is found. Oh, once again, going up to a third gate. Okay, so just like last game, he is going to be investing a little bit harder into extra adepts. And again, ideally, you want to hide them, you want to build them up, bank them up, and then move out across the map. And again, the extra gate is going to be delaying the third at Nexus. Lings, they collapse in, they get the probe. Don't quite get the adept. And we'll see if Zhang is going to be more successful with his adept push. As you can see, he's warping in set adepts. You can see he's banking them up in the main. Again, as we mentioned, that third gateway that you can see here in the main base is not normal. That's not normal. It's not standard. We go Twilight Council now on the way. Delayed Forge out of Zhang. Interesting. So Zhang has the option to potentially go into Glaives here. Just the late Forge is a tell that something is a little bit off. As more adepts are building up, we just had another morphin of 2 more adepts. Still no Forge, still no upgrade. So what's it going to be? Are we going for Blink, Glaives, or Charge? It's going to be Blink. Okay, Blink, no Forge. With this, if this game continues and if there is no Forge, then we can turn this into a 3-base 8-gate all-in. Meanwhile, first things first, here come the 11 adepts. I think 10 adepts. Oh no, yeah, 11. Yeah, there we go. Just like the classic game. Does shade in between the bases. Stage drop going to be going off, and the stages will finish. Yeah, ooh, barely not. Oh my god, the Oracle goes down just in time. But drones are going to be falling. So far, 3 drones going to be going down. Adepts a shade into the main, and this time damage is being done. This time much more successful out of Zhang. Gets 4 drone kills. and recalls back home. So this isn't game-ending damage, but damage nonetheless. So 4 workers do fall. Recalls back. So late forge, but taking up into a temple archive. So we can see that Zaun, he's not going for a 3-way soul in. He's not going for an 8-gate. He is going for delayed upgrades and into storm to make up for that. Into faster storm to make up for that. As a result, Zaun should be stuck at home. He's going to have faster blink, true, but the stalkers themselves are going to be a little bit lackluster. And this should give breathing room. This should give room here for Reynor to drone, to saturate. There we go. Infestation bits on the way. Once again, Reynor, he's taking up into lurkers. Like, once again, I don't think he needs to. I think if he wants to, I think he could commit. But no, he is taking up quite quickly. Zaun going for a gateway explosion. As here we do have a bit of a lull. Switch to Reynor's POV, but here he's just joining. He should be joining up to 80 to be able to afford Hive and to be able to afford Lurker Tech. As you can see, the Hive has now begun. We should soon be seeing the Lurker Den as well. If Reynor is too greedy, he could just crumble to a Storm timing. High Templar and Storm should be soon momentarily. We can see that Zaun does take a 4th base, and Reynor does confirm that. But I'm curious to see if Zaun saturates the 4th or if it's just for show and if he intends to hit with Storm. So Mariah's on Zaun. If you remember, Classic played very similar to this. Actually, he played very similar to this on ley lines against Serral, if you remember. Where Classic, he went for 11 Adept Aggression into that Storm timing. Where he tried to break Serral, and instead it didn't quite work out. Storm is revealed. Ooh, that's a cancel! It's going to be a cancel on the expansion. Nice snipe here on the Phoenix. And now Reynor should be building up his army. Like right now, he's almost forcing a reaction. And there it is. Prism. Prism just now finished up. Archon's morphing in. Charge is almost complete. And it looks like Zaun should be pushing. Yeah, he's moving up this army. He has his army active in the center. There we go. Is moving out. And again, this game, did I say this game is looking very similar to Classic versus Serral on ley lines. I'm pretty sure this is the same build that Zaun is going for. As he's moving in, lurkers are almost ready though. Oh, the Templar! That's 1, 2, 3 Templar going down. Ay, that should not have happened. That was 3 High Templar. And now there's only 2 left, only 1 with energy. There's 1 Storm. Okay, so another High Templar does come in. But that was a brutal start. Oh no. And Zaun, he has to back off behind this. Stargate's on the way, Fleet Beacon's on the way. The entire point of this build was this Storm timing, was this move outs, and it's fallen on its face. Zaun shouldn't get any damage here. And my concern is that eventually he's going to be forced back, and when he is, I don't think Reynor's going to stop. Oh! This goes off. Zaun posturing. Reynor, he's about to max. Not again! Gets 2 more. Gets 2 more High Templar. There's 1 left. 1 Templar left. I don't know how, but Zaun, he's just been exposing his High Templar, and so far that's what, 5 or 6 High Templar getting picked off before a single Storm. Ay. There's a recall. Reynor, he's setting up. Takes down the cannon. Revelation does manage to tag some of these lurkers, but not all. Yeah, lurkers are getting free damage in the army, and Reynor, he's done it. He's done it. He breaks through the main army, breaks through the charge ults, breaks through High Templar. I say that with Zealot Warpins. Cleans up most of the lurkers. Does clean them up. Okay, he's holding on. Tempest production has begun, and if given time, Zaun, he could recover, but the problem is, as you mentioned, once Zaun backs off, Reynor's not going to stop, and he's not stopping. He's not stopping. Reynor's pushing further in. At the same time, looks like a mineral line and a base may go down. Nice zealot run by here from Zaun. Oof. But Reynor, alas, he's in the 4th base. Denying mining time. Lings are in the natural. Reynor, he will lose a hatchery. True, he will lose an expansion. Alas, it may not matter. Yeah, Zan is being pulled apart. He just lost so much momentum earlier. A lot of it came down to that fight, of course. The fight with his High Templar, but losing. Once again, 3 High Templar go down. Like Zan has just been so late to react every time with his Templar. As that was another 3 Templar falling. Again, I want to say that Reynor, he's called out like 9 Templars throughout the course of this game without those storms popping up. Time and time and time again. And with that, Reynor now pushing into the 3rd. The Tempest, they're holding, they're surviving, they're allowing Zan to stay in this game. As there's no easy way to get under the Tempest right now, not without a swarm of Hydras. And speaking of, here he comes. He's stutter stepping in. Ooh, and GG gets called. GG gets called. Reynor will overwhelm, and Reynor takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG, well played. Reynor, he does extend his lead here. Again, Zan, unfortunately, I mean, there was a bit of a give and take here when it came to the openers. Zan, he did hide his 3-gate follow-up. He was able to get some damage done with his 11 adept aggression, that is true, but once again, he lost the Oracle. He was forced back, and unfortunately, he was unable to save his 4th base. If you remember, that's what kicked everything off. His 4th base was cancelled, and that's kind of forced, I mean, I say it forced him. He was already going for his storm timing, but it was very lackluster. His 4th base was laid behind it, and more importantly, the engage went heavily in favor of Reynor. Reynor, he was able to flank the army, and remember, he caught 3 High Templar at the start. Before the fight even began, 3 Templar went down. There were only 2 Templar left, only 1 storm between them, and that meant that Zan, he had no pushing power. He had no pushing power. The entire point of that build was that storm timing, and he missed it. He missed that timing. GG, well played. With that, Reynor extend his lead. He does extend his lead, and now he's 1 game away from claiming the series. GG, well played. Again, just a really rough setup there from Zan. Like the build itself was kind of coming together, and again, if that game looks similar or looks familiar to you, that was the same build that Classic also went for on ley lines against Serral. Alas, likewise against Serral, not as successful either. True. Yeah, here this is the initial 11 adept push. Which again, killed 4 drones, recalled back home. Like, this wasn't too bad. But when we just kind of skipped over it here in the highlights. But yeah, it was in between this where Storm finished, Zan pushed out with his prism, and then he got caught in the center. Got caught out in the center of the map. And here we go. From here, we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. I was really looking forward to the ace match. Remember, the ace match is meant to be on Last Fantasy. We don't often see a lot of ZVPs on Last Fantasy, so I was going to be looking forward to it, but things are looking dire for Zan. And if he asks for a break, I don't blame him. We'll see how he does adjust. I mean, there's definitely been some good moments for Zan throughout the course of this series. I'm still thinking about game 1. Game 1 was a really nice start for Zan, but he wasn't able to maintain that. He wasn't able to hold on to that. So we'll see what the plan is moving forward. And what he does cook up here for game number 3. Here we go. Something that we have seen Reynor struggle with even in recent times is Glaive Adepts. If you remember, if you were watching Reynor versus Showtime in the EWC European qualifiers, the qualifiers for this tournament, you will know that Showtime actually took a lot of games and almost knocked Reynor out in the qualifiers as well. Showtime had a really strong showing against Reynor, and he was quite heavily reliant on Glaive Adepts and different forms of Glaive Adept builds. And Reynor was torn apart. That is something that we can try to fall back on. But we'll see, because unfortunately, you don't really have any kind of leeway left in the series. You're already down 2-0. So we'll see. We shall see. I do appreciate that the StarCraft 2 trophy does have the motto in French. It's a nice little touch. Nice touch for the trophy. Oh. As we are about to jump in. They're spamming 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A in the chat there. Yo, they both got their chromed keyboards. The chroma key. And here we go. Jumping into game 3. Game 3 is going to be on Persephone. I still feel like these map intros are missing their own unique like sound cue. That's my one criticism about the map intros. It would be nice. As spawning in the one hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Leading the series a 2-0, 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing onto the playoffs. One of Mass is all he needs. And in the top left-hand corner, we have Zan for Team Vitality. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this, to bring us to game 4, to potentially bring us all the way to game 5. And the pressure is on. Can Zan bring it back? Here we go. So now we do have our initial hatch gas pool. Reynor forsake the unnatural natural. Last same was said, all same was done last game as well. Yo, Reynor, listening to his beats, the Italian rap. It's going hard. Let's go. Nexus first. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Gate expand. Gate expand is Cybercore. I was blind to the placement of the gateway on the low ground. My apologies. Yo, the Geralt, he's really fond of Reynor just jamming out. He's let's go. For those of you that are unaware, I think the playlist, it has been made public a couple of years ago, but infamously, Reynor does listen to Italian rap when he plays StarCraft, when he competes. Often does rap along. True. Here we go. I think the playlist is like on, you probably find it on Reddit or something. Reddit on Twitter. Here we go. So now we are going to be settling in. Once again, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Zan. Isn't Geralt also a lawyer? He has his degree. He already finished his studies. So yes, he is a lawyer. But he doesn't work at a firm. He does contract work at the moment. Yeah, let's go. So now we do have the Overlord going in for the scout. Once again, Phoenix opener out of Zan, 2 games in a row. Now, if you remember last game, this Phoenix opener did attempt to hide a 3 gates follow-up. We have a second gateway on the way, and every game so far, actually, we have gone for that 3-gate follow-up as well. Both game 1, game 2, do we go for it here in game 3? What is the plan? Our eyes are open. We are expecting another gateway. Oh, okay, for the first time this series, standard opener out of Zan. Okay. Does go for a standard opener. Oh, I spoke too soon. That is a very fast Twilight Council. Very fast. Now, if you recall at the start of this game, I was talking about how Glaive Adepts have actually taken a lot of maps and a lot of games off of Reynor. We saw Showtime make use of them beautifully and actually bring Reynor to the brink in the EWC qualifiers. Here, Gateway Explosion, very early Twilight Council, no Forge alongside this. This does scream Glaive Adepts. So we'll see if Xian does commit. Twilight Council's almost done. And show us... Oh, no glaives. We're going into charge. Okay. Okay. He pulls out. Yeah, you can see he pulls out of gas. He pulls out of gas completely. He's going for the all-in. He's going for an all-in. Basically, this is a fake third. Fake third base. Gateway explosion. We have 6 gateways behind this. Jesus, that's a lot of gateways. And this is designed to punish a player that skips out on roaches. But do you see what I see? I see a roach warren. I mean, again, Reynor, he hasn't made roaches this entire series, but he's playing safe this time. With that roach warren, he has access to roaches. He has the tools to defend. As we're getting into 7 gateways, I believe we can afford up to 8. Up to an 8 gate, 2 base all in. I say 2 just because I guess we are pulling workers over to the 3rd base, so it is being saturated. The reason why you can do this is because, remember, there's no gas income. You can see here, there's no income on those gas geysers in the main. There's no Forge, no +1, no Temple Archives, no Archons, no Storm, no nothing. It's just pure Zealot. And if Reynor's too greedy, this can kill him. Reynor's poking in. He doesn't see any Zealots yet. Reynor, he's in the dark. Zealots are banking up back at home. And Reynor, does he notice? He's going for the Spire. Now is not the time for mutas. He's making more lings. Right now we need roaches. He breaks in. He knows. Now he sees, what is this too late? Yeah, now he starts roach production, but he already sees the army is already on creep. And Reynor hasn't been caught with his pants down. Xian is pushing forward, pushing into the natural. The wall's going to be broken. And again, there's no roaches to defend. They only just began. Yeah, he needs those roaches. Reynor does pull away. Zelce busts into the natural. And the Lings, they can't quite engage yet. They're stuck behind the mineral line. Nice around here at the ramp. Okay. Better engage at the ramp. The Roach Warren itself is under fire. And Reynor, he hasn't lost any workers yet. Just now losing drones. And the Roach Warren goes down. Yeah, massive pig off. The Roach Warren goes down. No more roach production. What you see is what you get. There's 9 more roaches popping out. Where there are so many zealots. And GG gets called. Reynor, he is caught with his pants down. He failed to confirm the all-in. And Xian fights back. Whew. GG, well played. Xian, he does fight back. Again, Reynor, he didn't see the roaches, sorry, he didn't see the zealots, he did not confirm the all-in, he didn't go into the main base, didn't see the gateway explosion, didn't see the lack of gases. Reynor was playing blind, not just playing blind, but he was also going into muta play as well, so he was cutting his own corners. He did have the Roach Warren, but again, he only started making roaches when the army was on creep, when the army was already on creep, so late scout, late realization, late reaction, and with that, Xian takes game number 3. Let's go. And again, these are these kind of builds that can catch Reynor off guard. I was emphasizing Adept play and Glaive Adept play and how Showtime was really successful with that against Reynor. Here, not quite Adepts, but in a similar vein, we're going for hyper aggression, we're going for hidden tech, and our Reynor is going to be most likely a little bit safer coming into game 4. But we have a series. We have a back and forth. And Xian, can we force the ace match? Can we bring it all the way to game 5? That's what I'm hoping for. Regardless how this goes, give us a game 5, papi. Give us Lost Fantasy. That's what I really want. Oh god. As it looks like Reynor, he has asked for a break here. Okay, so we're going to be going on a break. The players, they need some time, so we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break here. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, Geranium Disruptor, massage your marine, because we'll be back soon with some more EWC. See you soon after the break. Hope. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew. After that very short break, we have returned here with the remainder of our first series of the broadcast. Again, Reynor versus Down, ZVP, our first series of the broadcast. We're halfway through, and we have a series. We have a back and forth. Thankfully, I was a little bit concerned that it was going to be a little bit more one-sided, but no, Reynor, he's up 2-1, but Down, he has begun that comeback. He has begun that comeback, and we'll see if he can bring us all the way to the ace match. Here we go. We're loading into Tokamak. Let's go. Let us go. This morning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Italian Zurich player, the red Zurich for Basilisk. It is Reynor, leading the series 2-1. And spawning in the one-hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player. It is Down for Team Vitality. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 4. So far, so good. Again, Down, he has been able to mix things up here, but we're going to Tokamak, and this is where I'm concerned for Down. Tokamak, you've heard me mention this before, but this is going to be Reynor's map. This is one of the more standard maps in the map pool. This is one of the more defensive maps as well, where you can stabilize on 3, 4, 5 bases. I would say it is easier to comfortably get into the mid game and get into a longer game here on Tokamak, and because of that, catching a player off guard with aggression can be more difficult on this map. So if we're getting into a more standard game, that's where I'm going to be favoring Reynor, but we'll see what Down has in mind. We'll see if he does try to catch Reynor off guard once again. Hey, it's worked once already, but can it work again? I don't expect to see the same build, even if Down does go for hyper aggression. I don't expect to see the same build, but I do expect to see something maybe a little bit different nonetheless. We'll see. We shall see. As we are getting into our next game. So far, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Reynor. Likewise, Gate Expanded to Cybercore out of Down, and there it is, Stargate Opener once again. So every game so far has gone for a Stargate Opener. We have been mixing in some Phoenix-based builds and some Phoenix-based openers as well, so we could go for that once again, just to deny vision, just to keep Reynor in the dark, and to keep him guessing. And even if you're not really planning on hiding anything, it can be worth it just to kind of shroud your opponents in that ambiguity and try to keep them guessing as to what's going on. We'll see. So far, yep, there it is. Once again, Phoenix opener. And once again, Overlords are going to be hunted down. Once again, Reynor, he will be in the dark, and it'll be that much more difficult to confirm what exactly is going on. No shot, we go for charge again. No shot. No shot. As here comes the second gateway. No third gateway yet. As from here, that's going to be a much faster Twilight Council. Okay, that is a Twilight Council before Expand. Now, we were talking, and I was almost convinced it was going to be Glaive Adepts in game number 3 in the last game. Instead, it was Charged, a Gateway Explosion. Here, we'll keep an eye on the gases. This does, once again, look like Glaives, but hey, last game was Charged instead. I would imagine that this time it should be Glaives from the side of Down. Regardless, Hyper Aggression out of our Protoss player, going for attack before the expansion. And again, because the first Overlord just went down, it makes it more difficult for Reynor to confirm this. He pokes in, he pulls away. Yet there it is, Glaive Adepts. Let's go. Again, this is what I had called last game, but then he just pulled out of gas. This time he stays in gas, is going into the Glaives. Now, remember, this is not an all-in. This is not an all-in. This is designed to maim. This is designed to maim the Zerg player, not to kill, but to cripple them and give you a lead coming into a longer mid-game, into a greater mid-game. So Adepts are going to be amassing. Reynor, he needs to be active with these lings, and if he can see the mass amount of adepts ahead of time, then he'll be notified to make roaches back at home. As you can see, the roach horn is on the way, but just like last game, even though he has the tech and even though he has the capacity to make roaches, he won't make them unless he sees a reason to make them. So scouting is still paramount here for Reynor. Otherwise, he'll be droning and he might be caught with his pants down again. So far, this is not a tell. He does spot 4 adepts. It is standard to have 5 adepts in this kind of game state. So this is not confirmation. Speaking of, yep, there we go. Those are the initial 5 adepts. That is standard. It's the rest that are being hidden. Once Reynor does spot additional, like a 6+ adept, and there we go. He knows. Yeah, he does see. This time he does scout. Roach production has begun, so a much better scout, much better response here from Reynor this time. Roaches are on the way, and Reynor should be walling up his natural. Yeah, speaking of, yep, there it is. There's that wall. But the drones are getting caught out. Yeah, drones are getting caught. Stage trap here at the part of the wall. Ooh, and drones are going down. And Reynor getting caught out. That's going to be 5, 6, 7 drones going to be falling. Roaches are just now trickling in. They're going to be able to eventually deal with this, but once again, more denied mining. 11 drone kills, 12. And 12 workers go down. And remember, this is not an all-in. This is not meant to kill. This is not meant to kill his opponent, but meant to cripple. And now Zaun behind this. He's building up, saturating his bases. He's not going into Immortals, going into Storm. Interesting. I would say it's more standard to go into Immortal production. The hatchery getting very low. Clutch transfuse. And there's a recall. There's a recall back home. Now, without roach speed, I don't really see Reynor counterattacking. So Reynor, he's stuck at home waiting for a +1 range, waiting for roach speed. He's redroning, resaturating. He lost, what, 12, 13 drones throughout the course of that aggression. Not a bad start here from Zaun. But Reynor has been redroning. He's been redroning, resaturating. Reynor is trying to recover. And we'll see if Zaun goes for a storm timing from here. Morphing in those High Templar. Now, if you remember, we did mention something at the start of this game, how specifically on Talker Map, this map is known for being able to defend and stabilize on 4 bases. So Zaun, he has a choice to make. Right now, he's dealt to make no damage. He's taking up. He's getting a 4th. He might just turtle into Sky Toss. That is a viable option here for Zaun. So we'll see what he goes for. Behind this, getting his upgrades. Storm is complete. Keeping tabs on the Roach Army to make sure he's aware of whether or not he's safe or not. Upon seeing all those roaches, yeah, he's focusing on his gateway composition. He's not taking up any further. He sees the army coming. Yeah, he does see him coming. He's getting ready. Zaun is getting ready for the defense. I appreciate the warping of Stalkers in the main base. Just in case it would be Drop Lord at the same time. Or Harass. Dealing with the Overseer. High Templar. Oh, they do pull away in time. Whew. Does pull away. And what I'm most curious by right now is the tech. There it is. Now we can see it. Hive. Hive is on the way. Lurkerton is on the way. This confirms to us, now that we can see the production tab, that Reynor, he had no intention of committing. He had no intention of committing to that 4th base, committing to the fight. He has been taking up into Lurkers this entire time. And I do favor Reynor's position here, just because he's getting into Lurkers. And Zaun is not getting into Sky Toss. That would have been his time. That would have been his moment. The problem is that Zaun didn't know. He didn't know how committed or how uncommitted Reynor was. He doesn't know yet that Reynor is already working into a hive. So Zaun is committing with a ground army. We'll see if he can catch Reynor before the lurkers are ready. True. Right now, Reynor, he is somewhat vulnerable. The lurkers are not ready for this. Zaun is moving in. Now is his time. Yeah, storms on the roaches, storms on the hydras. Oh, the 2 High Templar, 3 High Templar get targeted down. Very nice target firing there to Reynor. Ay, 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 that was crazy. And with that, I believe there's, yep, 1 storm. Only 1 storm left. Lurkers have morphed in. And as the lurker count gets higher, Reynor, he holds. Reynor does hold on. You can see the observer just pointed out the High Templar count. Again, Reynor, he intentionally did focus fire those High Templar. And Zaun, he fails to break Reynor. And now Reynor's getting out of hand. There's a storm. Lurkers moving in. The final High Templar just went down. As Lurkers are set up. Detection a little bit farther behind. Decent blink here on top of the Hydras. Hydras are going down, but these are still expensive losses here for Zaun. No! Yeah, you cannot afford to lose these Stalkers. Dives on the Lurkers. Bold dive here. Does focus them down. It gets 1, 2, 3 Lurkers do fall. Zaun, he's so committed, but he will lose everything. It does reinforce the Zealots, getting on top of the Hydras. A very intense fight here, but the longer this goes on, the better it is for Reynor. As Reynor still has a greater attack, does take the fight. We can see now Zaun is taking up into Skytoss, but this is late. It's a late switch into Skytoss. I mean, I say late. It would have been worth it if Zaun was able to break an expansion, but he didn't, right? He did not break the base, did not break the expansion. He lost too many High Templar too quickly. And Reynor, now he can max. Now he can max out on Ling Hydra Lurker. Upgrade's telling the real story. The tech is telling the real story. As we mentioned, like, the tech here is very far ahead for Reynor. Zaun, he needs time to build up his Tempest. He needs time to build up his Skytoss. And the problem here is that, again, Reynor, he's maxed. He's maxed, so now he can push. I can push, now I can move out. Now, as we mentioned at the start of the series, once again, at the start of this game, it is still difficult to break a defending player on 4 bases here. So Reynor, he may just have to contain on 4 and deny the 5th. We'll see. We'll see if Zaun can keep up. As Zaun has a turtle. At this point, like, the win condition for Zaun is just turtle until he maxes. Nice Zealot run by. Very nice. Actually, very nice run by. It's forcing back the entire army. Let's go. Does force him back. Meanwhile, Drop Lords are getting ready. There's still a lot of potential here with the Drop Lords. That is one of the only ways to break a Protoss player here on 4 bases, is without a Nidus play or Drop Lords. Oh no, he's in position. He shuts down the Drop Lords. Zaun, he holds. Zaun, he holds. Zaun, he will max out. Again, that was Reynor's moment. And Zaun, he's doing it. So from here, Zaun, he can look to max, and now the next big moment for Zaun is, can he get a 5th? Can he get a 5th expansion? It's going to be up to Reynor to fight for it. As we mentioned, like, he has to fight for the 5th base, and he has to contain the Protoss for as long as possible while Reynor gets his own 6th and 7th expansion. Oh boy. As there is 5th base is on the way for Zaun, this is a big moment for him. Throws down his Nexus. Can he get it up and running? And now he's posturing in the center, keeping Reynor busy. Does keep him busy. Zaun rotates over towards the center expansion. Denies mining at the gold. Does deny mining. The Timbers are exposed. Has to pull away. One more volley. Ooh, gets the expansion. Nice time for the hatchery. Both armies are now maxed. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Reynor does have a Spire, but he hasn't started up. There we go. Plus one air attack is on the way. I am concerned about the lack of bases and lack of creep here for Reynor. I mean, it's on Reynor. He was the one that did decide to go for the massive Doom Drop. He did decide to try to end the game earlier. And didn't quite work out. Zaun getting caught out there. Force a recall. Nidus into the natural. And Zaun, he does notice. Can he deny the Nidus? Oh, another Templar! No, 1, 2, 3 Templar going down. Once again. This keeps happening. Zaun, look after your Templar. That was 3 Templar falling, full of NG as well. Not like this. Meanwhile, the 5th base has yet to be saturated. There's some side defense. Ooh, Zhani's clumped up, but he will save the Nexus. And again, he's so close to getting it up and running, getting it saturated. Same time, Reynor going for a split push. Zhani's somewhat in position. With Zealots, though. Clutch Transfuse. Keeping the lurkers alive. Tempest have to respond. At the same time, nice Zealot run by. And again, we were emphasizing just how difficult it is to break a defending player here on Tokamak, and you can see that here and now. Ooh, oh god, that's gonna be all the high tempo going down the surround. Very nice surround here by Reynor. Oh my god. And once again, just out positioning Zan. Taking fights, taking trades that he should not be. But hey, he finds a way. And he finds a way, just out trading his opponents. Making sure that Zan, his bank is a little bit lackluster because of all these losses. Double Nidus into the main, into the natural. Yeah, we're getting chaotic here. Oh, picking up a Tempest. Tempest goes down. We're still lacking some of those Spire upgrades. Ooh, as this army will crumble from the side of Reynor. Yeah, he will lose the Lurkers, he will lose the Hydras. Reynor, he's also burning through his bank as well. And again, the economy is still a little bit lackluster for Reynor. I say the economy, his drone count is high, but the bases, that's what he's still working towards. Getting those fringe expansions up and running. I mean, this is also props to Zan for being as active as he is. Like, he's not resting on his laurels. He's not just turtling. He's being very active. Yeah, and Reynor, he's in trouble. In a head-on fight, I have to favor Zan. Reynor, he has no Tempest ready for this. He's still stuck on Hydra Lurker, no Spellcasters. Like, Reynor's army is designed to counterattack, and oh, he does force a recall. Speaking of, nice counterattack. Very nice. Oh no, not again. Protect your High Templar. But as we're seeing here, like, Reynor, he has to be as active as possible to keep Zan back at home, because if Zan ever pushes, like, that could just be game. Zan will steamroll the main army, but that's why Reynor's going for these split pushes. Lunges forward. Oh. Dives on the Tempest. Zan having a hard time splitting up his army. I storm on the Hydras. One Tempest goes down. And it looks like Reynor, he may just finally get an expansion here. It's still quite close. But the Nexus is finally going to go down. Gets the mineral line. Again, you can sense the frustrations here from Zan, because again, Zan, he's been able to win a fight for the past like 5 minutes. Like in a head-on fight, he can just A-move. But he's just been forced back home time and time and time again. And here he comes. For the second time. He's pushing across the map. Pushing into the expansions. Now, Reynor, he just lost a wave of lurkers, so his lurker count is very low. And I would want to see Zan keep pushing, but he backs off. He backs off. He pulls away. I do think that he had potential there to keep pushing forward, but it does pivot away instead. This is giving Reynor time to rebuild his lurkers. Cast a curse? I mean, I feel like I was validated. I mean, at the very start of the game, we spoke about how difficult it is to break 4 racing Protoss and how important it was that Zan go to 5th. We tried to emphasize those key moments during the cast. Did emphasize those moments. As Reynor dropping into the main. Once again, going for the Night Storms. He's been trying to get these Night Storms up and running the entire game. Once again, nice little run by. Double Nice into the main base, but Zhao all over this. Yeah, shuts down the Night Storms of Reynor. He cannot take this fight. He's getting caught out. Yeah, massive catch here. Reynor, he's cornered. He's going to trade as best he can. He does get one Eye Templar. Gets one Templar. He's going to get a second, maybe a third Templar, but he will lose the main army. And yeah, you can see the frustrations there. Reynor losing everything. And I do think that Zhao could have pushed earlier. We spoke about it, like he could have committed earlier to take down more bases. Now, once again, I don't think Reynor can stop Zhao. Like now is the time. Zhao, he can A move. he just send it. Keep going. Oh, Zhao, he turns around. Yeah, once again, Zhao has been so tentative, so scared. Pappy, there's nothing to be scared of. there's nothing there. You can send it, Pappy. Now, if given time, Reynor, he's rebuilding those lurkers. He's got 2 more lurkers just now finishing up. And I don't blame Zhao just because, I mean, he's down in the series. But we need some confidence, Pappy. As Reynor, he does go for the counterattack, does get under the Tempest. It's going to be one Tempest. Oh, not going down. And do we have any Storms? So far, 3 Eye Templar. Storms are available. Yeah, and GG gets called. As I mentioned, Zhao's main army could not be stopped. And with that, Zhao ties things up. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match here. Again, Reynor, he had a really strong start. He had a really strong start to this game, but as we were mentioning, Reynor, he had, I guess, 2 options there. After he gained a lead at the beginning here of game number 4, he could either try to counterattack and break his opponent, or try to mass expand and contain. And he chose to counterattack. He chose to, if you remember, go for the Doom Drop. He chose to go for the Doom Drop into the main base and try to attack the 3rd and 4th base at the same time. In the end, Zhao, his defensive prowess was put to the test, and Zhao, he did defend. He shut down the Doom Drop very hard, and once that Doom Drop went down, he was able to shut down at both attacks at his fringe bases. From there, he stabilized on 4, then took a 5th base. And again, that was on Reynor. He made the decision to commit as hard as he did, instead of backing off, calming down, mass expanding, and focusing on a slower kind of lead up into late game instead. I will say that that does go in line with what Reynor is known for in this matchup. He's known for being aggressive and more active here, but this did hurt him in the end, specifically on Tokamak. Once again, something that we try to emphasize throughout the course of this game is that specifically this map, it is very difficult to break a player on 4 bases. This map, more than any other, does have a more defensive 4-base setup, more so than Maganatha, than Incorporeal, than Leylines, than any other map in the current map pool. That's also why we see a lot of late game on Tokamak as well. But here we go. From here, we're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game number 5, and this is what we wanted. What's coming in game 5? Last Fantasy. Let's go, Pappy, let's go. Last Fantasy is going to be coming up next. The most vetoed map in the map pool, but somehow, some way, Last Fantasy made it through the vetoes. This is a 3-player spawn map, and there is a lot to get into in regards to Last Fantasy. We'll get there. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. Oh, Yimmy, don't be a clown in the chat. Reynor needs large roaches. True, he needs to have a smaller army with inefficient supply, with mass roach in the late game. Kappa. Here we go. We're getting to the next game. We're getting into Last Fantasy, the ace match of our first series. Let's go. We've made it. We rarely get to see the intro for it as well. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. And spawning in the bottom on the right side of Las Vegas, we have Sound for Team Vitality. Those intros are pretty cool. They are. It's really cool that they brought together those map intros. Is really cool. The one thing that I said this before, the one thing that's missing from the map intros, which I wish they did, was its own like stinger soundtrack. Sometimes the audio feels a little bit off that's playing while the intro is going, just because it's the same audio from like the previous scene. So it would be nice if there was some intro music for them as well. But outside of that, it's really sick. It is really sick. As welcome on to Last Fantasy. Last Fantasy being the first 3-player spawn map in the map pool in a very long time, in many years. It's been so long, and now they are back. And Last Fantasy is an interesting one as well. We have just a plethora of speed zones in the center of the map. I would say the Last Fantasy is... I want to say that it's one of the more defendable maps in the map pool. I don't know if you noticed this, but there are a lot of choke points. There are a lot of narrow ramps as well. There's not that many, or there's not that much kind of airspace in between the bases either, so it does feel like a map where you can turtle quite heavily on. I say feel like just because we haven't seen a lot of games on this map. The amount of games that we've had on Last Fantasy is very limited, so my perception of the map is a little bit limited as well in regards to what we've seen, what is effective, what isn't effective. So in my mind, I want to say that if Zan takes a bit of a slower approach here, that he could try to go for a similar game set as last game, where he can maybe be aggressive, then turtle up on 4 bases and max out and get into Sky Toss. But the rush distance by ground is shorter on this map, and because of that, we might see Reynor be more aggressive and successfully be more aggressive as well. So we'll keep an eye on our players. For now, Hatch Gas Pool into a 3rd base, standard build here by Reynor, and I believe Stargate opener from Zan. Here we go. So it is Stargate from the side of Zan. Opening up Phoenix once again. It's been very fond of these Phoenix openers. I know that Showtime is also very fond of it as well. Interesting to continue to see it. And both games so far, we have seen Zan be quite successful with early game aggression. As a reminder, what did we see? Game number 3, we saw Zan go for a very fast charge, go for a hidden all-in, essentially. He was able to catch Reynor with his pants down. Game 4, what did we see? We saw Glaive Adepts. We saw Glaive Adepts be able to do quite a lot of economic damage as well. From there, Zan, he was stuck at home. He was stuck defending back at home, and he was able to weather that storm and successfully defend. Once again, Twilight Council before Nexus. Once again, hyper aggression by Zan. So game 3 went charge, game 4 he went glaives. Game 5, is it going to be glaives once again, or do we go into a dark shrine instead? Ooh, that is going to be a 420 Roach Warren timing here by Reynor. So a bit of an earlier Roach Warren. But again, here comes the Gateway Explosion. This looks like Glaive Adepts. This looks like Glaive Adepts here from the side of Zan. As he's taking extra gases. No, never mind. He does take the gas geyser. He's going back into charge, back into the build that we saw on Persephone. So that means he's most likely pulling out of gas. As I would like to get a better eye on the main base, as he's still staying in. Oh. This is a little bit different. If he's staying in gas, he might decide to tech up a little bit further instead. Robo's on the way. That should be for the War Prism at least. Should be for the Prism. For the time being, getting up to 6 gateways. Yeah, he pulls. Okay, there we go. Does pull out. So he pulls out after he has enough for the Prism. So this is the same build that we saw on Persephone. But this time, remember, Reynor, he went for a 420 Roach Warren, and he's making Roaches much earlier. So earlier Warren, earlier Blind Roach production as well. Reynor playing very safe, despite not seeing what's going on, despite not knowing. That's a lot of Roaches. So this time he's not going to get caught out. He's not getting caught out. Roaches are massing. Yeah, that's 2 more gates. I think that's an 8-gate setup here from Xian. And you can see that Reynor is still making roaches. Like, Reynor, he should be fine. Like, he should have the tools to defend. I'd love to get an eye on the amount of roaches, but I want to say we have like 20 plus roaches at this point. Zealous can still try to overwhelm, but with good kiting, with good positioning, Reynor, he should be okay. Yeah, Zealots are revealed. Reynor, he knows. He's massing up roaches, and Xian is transitioning. Yeah, Xian is working towards Storm. Xian sees all the roaches, he backs off. And Reynor is in a much stronger position. Yeah, late forge, late upgrades. Reynor with the response, going for the German taxi. I do really like this. Basically, Reynor, he shuts down the aggression, he shuts down the charge lots. He doesn't kill anything, he doesn't get any major damage, but he has deflected, and now he's turning this defense into an offense, into an all-in. So 3 base all-in here from Reynor. Mass roach, German taxi. Loading up, overload speed is almost done, and Reynor's going to send everything across the map, and without Immortals to defend, it's going to be a tough hold for Xian. Yeah, Storm is not ready. Yeah, Storm is not ready. Reynor, he's snowballing out of control, dives on the High Templar. It's going to be 1, 2 High Templar falling already, 2 High Templar left. Needs 5 more seconds. And even with that, the roaches, they just get tickled by the storms. They do not care. Reynor, he has done it. He will snowball out of control. A crazy follow-up here. And again, a much more defensive setup out of Reynor. GG gets called. And Reynor, he will snowball and take the series and advance on to the playoffs. Whew. GG. He will take it again. A cheeky build out of Xian, but a cheekier build out of Reynor. Remember, blindly he went for the early roach warren. Blindly he was making roaches, and it all worked out well. It all lined up. He was able to deflect and able to punish Xian for rushing into charge. For rushing into that very committed build. We saw that Xian, after he saw the roaches, he tried to transition out of it into Storm, but again, he was being greedy. He was getting a 4th base, and Zealots, they're not ideal against roaches. That's why it was so important that roaches were on the way, that we're building up. And likewise, defensively, Zealots, they do nothing. They do nothing against the roach army. GG. GG, well played. I mean, shout to Xian for making a series out of that, but I'm not too fond of the idea of Xian going back into a previous build that he did indulge in game number 3. On top of that, especially on Last Fantasy, where again, I thought we were going to be going for a much more macro approach instead, but nah, not the case. GG, well played. Reynor, he brought it back, and it was a shaky series as well. Reynor had a strong start to the series, but did falter.
To start the day, Reynor, you managed to get like the first 2 games of the series, and then we saw your opponent bring it back to that 5th game, and then you went for that all-in finish at the end. Congratulations, one heck of a series, but honestly, I want to jump it back all the way to game 1. You saw that kind of cannon rush coming. How were you able to adapt to it and take that first game?
I feel like this sort of build is never that good in a high-stakes tournament like this, because I always feel like it's really easy to mess up, and if you consider the pressure and stuff, it's, I don't know, he just fell really hard, like really far behind, because he had 2 pylons and 3 cannons. I think it was a smooth game after that. I just went with the flow a little bit.
Now, the games that weren't really so smooth, game 3, game 4, specifically game 3, it felt like you were caught off guard by the army of Zealots.
He's got his rings back.
Was that the case? Were you expecting that kind of push?
Yeah, I was expecting it actually, but I feel like against that sort of opening, you gotta have a spire ready, but I really was smelling it, especially when he transferred the probes. It felt a bit, I don't know, sus, but I think I messed up my droning in that game because I was really far behind, so I don't know, I need to check it again.
And also, like, we kind of saw a similar thing in game 4. Were you also expecting him to double down with the Zealot rush as well?
Yeah, it seemed to work, the 1 Stargate unit, like the double Stargate unit into some sort of pressure, so I was expecting something like that. It's just really hard to scout against those players when they don't want you to see anything, you know, it's really hard.
Now, just speaking of your opponents, your next one it's a teammate. You're going up against Serral for a spot in the top 4.
Shot.
Walk me through it. How are you going to feel about that one? How are you going to prepare for such a matchup?
Well, it doesn't feel good because he's obviously a friend of mine and he's a teammate, so maybe it would have been better to meet in the finals, but gotta show no mercy, you know, I'll do my best.
Yeah, show no mercy indeed, because guess what? You get a chance to crush your first key, I believe, in this tournament, and what a key that's going to be to crush. But ladies and gentlemen, one series done. We still have 5 more throughout the 3rd day of competition here. Congratulations once again, Serral, or Reynor. Apologies for joining us, and we're gonna head over back to the studio.
Smooch, baby, smooch. But I do think it's important that he brought it up. I mean, we didn't fully get into it, but yes, when it comes to, he was referring to how difficult it is to scout and to confirm whether it's charge, whether it's glaze, whether what kind of aggression or aggression in general coming at you, especially when they open Phoenix. You are heavily reliant on your Lings seeing the warp in, and seeing if they are going to be warping in charge lots or adepts, because either one is a tell, as there should be stalkers in that kind of game state in a standard game. So again, it's on the Zerg players to try to confirm that, but it is difficult just because, of course, your opponent's going to be doing the best they can to zone away your Lings, to catch them out, and to even force your Lings back home as well. So it is not easy. It is not easy, and that is where Reynor did struggle the most. But again, he did have a different approach coming into Last Fantasy. I wish that he asked him about that, specifically the plan coming into Last Fantasy, because remember, Reynor, he went for a blind 420 Roach Warren very early on Last Fantasy, looking like he had already planned to go for an all-in to begin with there. So I'd love to know like that thought process, whether that was the plan, why even Last Fantasy made it through the veto process as well. There's definitely a lot that I would love to hear from Reynor about that series and about that final game. But regardless, GG, well played. Whew. And Reynor, he makes it through, Patrick makes it through. Zan put up a great fight. He did. Zan did well. I mean, I can see a world where Zan could claim that series as well. Last Fantasy was always going to be a weird one, just because of the map itself. So it was always going to be a weird one to get into. So I don't blame either player. The green wave hold. Where did this phrase come from? Does anyone know? Outside of I think it was day 1 or day 2, they were talking about this green wave. Like, is that like a meme on Reddit or something? Is that like like what? I understand that it's in reference to Protoss, but like I've never heard anyone say that. It feels almost manufactured, but like I don't, maybe people have been saying that like on like TL or something. I don't know, Pappy. I don't know. Well, let's hear from the boys.
Sandstorm.
Unfortunately, as he has now fallen out.
The emotions running high here at the B stage, where Shin just lost 3-2 against Solar. Shin
went to the ace match.
One of the best matches of the tournament. Obviously, it's always sad to go out, but how did you feel about the tournament overall and your preparation leading up to it?
일단 신희범 선수 일단 아쉽게
went to game 5.
오늘 경기 정말 명경기였고
Smooch.
위기의 순간에서도 빛을 발하시면서 정말 최고의 경기력을 보여줬다고 생각하는데 선수 본인께서는 좀 이번 경기에 대해서 어떻게 평가를 하시는지 궁금합니다.
사실 저그전이 제가 별로 자신이 너무 없어서 레이너전부터 시작해서 빌드 위주로 많이 준비를 했는데 근데 오늘 레이너전까지 포함하면 빌드를 쓴 게 4연패를 한 거예요.
I'm like trying to get a feel for the game state.
그때는 정말 운영으로 해서 지더라도 운영으로 하자 했는데
Trying.
그게 좀 잘 통했고 저를 좀 못 믿은 게 좀 아쉬운 것 같아. 그냥 계속 운영했으면은 좋았을 것 같아.
Yeah, I wasn't so confident on ZVZ, so I prepared a lot of builds against, even for Reynor and against Solar, but actually turning into macro, actually that helped me pretty much more because I failed on all of my 4 builds that I prepared. So my confidence was a little low, so I just regret that I should have just done more macro games.
All right, well, Shin, I'll let you go now. Just any final words that you want to throw out there. I think you're an incredible Zerg and one of the best players right now in the game. So congratulations, and I think this was a great run and one of the best series of the tournament so far.
이제 아쉽게 탈락하긴 했지만 그래도 정말 최고의 장면을 또 보여주시기도 했고 또
Unfortunately, this series happened off stream. Unfortunately,
이렇게 좀 퇴장하는 게 많이 아쉽긴 하지만 그래도 마지막으로
it happened on the B stream.
봐주신 팬분들과 또 시청자분들께 좀 마지막으로 한마디 인사해 주시죠.
이번에 다들 응원 많이 해주셔가지고 진짜 이기고 싶었는데 이렇게 경기에서 지고 이렇게 뭔가 너무 아쉬웠던 적이 진짜 오랜만인 것 같아요. 원래 경기 지더라도 다음이 있고 더 잘할 수 있다는 자신감이 있는데 물론 지금도 자신감이 있지만 오늘처럼 아쉬웠던 적은 진짜 오랜만이었던 것 같아서 이게 마지막이 아니니까 더 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
Yeah, it's been a long time that I've been frustrated after a loss because I always like thought of myself that it was going to be a next time, you know. But I'm still confident though. But I have been confident more this time. So this is a really bummer that I got out here. But that being said, this is not the end this is not the end for me. So thank you for supporting us, supporting me, and please keep watching.
감사합니다. Fighting.
Fighting, Pappy, fighting.
Of course, we say goodbye to.
I think what's a little bit sad about Shin going down here as well is that I'm sure a lot of people, myself included, wanted to see a rematch between Shin and Clem. Right, I would have loved to have seen a rematch between Shin and Clem, and would have seen specifically how Clem has been adapting or trying to adapt to Shin's style in ZVT. For those who do not know, Shin did eliminate Clem from DreamHack Dallas. This was like a month ago at this point, but it was a really intense series, and Shin, he was able to pioneer this kind of shift in the meta, I will say, which we saw from Solar as well in his series against Clem. This style of going roaches into infestors into ultras that has been kind of plaguing or has been rising in the meta of ZVT as of late, and it would have been nice to have seen that rematch, but won't happen. It won't happen, not here, not at EWC, as Solar does knock Shin out. Again, unfortunately, we didn't get to see those games. If you did, if you were maybe multi-streaming it up, I do hope that you can maybe illuminate us a little bit, but it does sound like Shin, he himself said that he had tried some specific cheeses and all-ins that did fail, and he wishes that he played more standard, so a bit of a shaky. Or it sounds like he was winning the games that did, you know, pan out into more standard games. So a back and forth there between Solar and Shin. My heart goes out to Shin for sure. Congratulations to Solar for making it through, for advancing on over Shin, as Solar does make it into the playoffs. Up next, we're going to be jumping into Rogue versus Cure, followed by Serral versus Reynor. So oh boy, we do have the final series of the group stage up next, Rogue versus Cure in a ZVT. I did see someone in the chat saying how I always love watching Rogue go Master Overseer Changeling in ZVT. That might be the case in this next series. We will get there. We'll get there. For now though, we're going to be going on a break. How has Solo performed up to EWC? Is he playing above his level at the moment? I would say he's playing at his level right now. Like, he's playing solid, playing really good. But yeah, we're going to be going on a break. We'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon.
Too much, but I know many of you have very specific settings that you can't really play without.
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty important, I think. So what I use for like army hotkeys.
Oh, you have a lot of weird hotkeys right away.
Okay, so that's because on the French keyboard. So it's kind of like just numbers, but it shows as some weird.
Oh, you use
weird
AZERTY?
signs. Yeah, I use AZERTY, the French keyboard. So like my A move, for example, is this one. It's like Q move for you. Which is, that kind of stuff. Otherwise,
do you use this button or that button for A move?
I use this one.
Oh,
like Q move kind of on the English keyboard. Yeah. Also, so like for my army hotkeys, I use this one, tilde.
Okay.
I use 1 and then 4. So I have like 3 army hotkeys.
Okay.
And it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
In between, I have production. So like this is my CCs, for example.
Yeah.
Command centers, and that's all my production, like racks, factories, teleports, all of that stuff.
Okay, so you actually like physically move your hand to the left all the time?
Yeah, I move a little bit.
Interesting. It seems like most people are like more stable.
Yeah, just how it works for me. Also to press control, I use my palm as well. I don't use like.
Oh.
Yeah, I just do like this.
You use like.
Yeah, I use like
part
the
of your
bone
hand to hit control.
Yeah.
What about shift?
I use the pinky. Yeah. I do like this, but I do like this.
And alt?
My thumb. Okay. I use alt a lot actually. It's one of my camera hotkeys.
Okay.
So I have like 6 camera hotkeys total. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 is like base 1, base 2, base 3, base 4. Right? That makes sense for now. Number 5 is my 5th space.
That's a camera hotkey?
That's a camera hotkey as well. And alt is a camera hotkey as well. That's my production. So like I camera hotkey my location where I want to run in a production.
Okay.
And then if I want to go back to my army that I just made, I press Alt, and then it goes back to like my, like my rally points, pretty much. I have a dump hotkey, so like 7 is a dump hotkey for me. So like if I want to remove units from my group, I press Control Z.
Okay.
It's kind of weird the way it works. I press Control.
So you just
like
click the minimap then if you want to get to those units?
No, so it's mostly like if I have like a group of army and I want to, let's say, split off one marine, I click on the marine and I press Control Z and it gets removed from my hotkey.
I see.
So that's kind of how I do it, or like any unit. And I also have this one, which is also really important for me. It's forward mouse button, and that removes army from a hotkey and adds to another one that I actually use.
Could you maybe like show us how you would start off a game?
Okay, I can do that. So game starts. I always play green. Usually I play lower settings, so I split off my SCVs, and then I need to set up my control cameras, right? So usually I use drag scroll for it as well.
Okay.
So then I go like Shift 1, then second base Shift 2, Shift Alt for this, Shift 3, Shift 4.
Shift Alt for the
number 5.
For choke point?
Yeah. So Alt is my rally point hotkey, right? So like choke points, and I use it at first at the ramp. So I do like this. I can spam my camera hotkeys to make sure everything works fine. So once I have my barracks and stuff, I go there and I just rally point. So usually I wall, right, as Terran.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have like depots there. Let's say against Zerg, I'm gonna rally point to like one of my depots. So then I'm gonna change my camera hotkey to go on one of the depots. Also, I also changed my gas hotkey to make a gas. I use G because it's very easy to make them fast, I feel like. If I use it that way, because I can select like SCVs and do like BG, like very fast like this.
Yeah.
Kind of nice to do. Also, when I play, usually I do like some mineral boosting. So like in the early game, because I have nothing really else to do, right? So I do like some stuff like this, just to make it mine a bit faster.
Yeah.
I also have a trick as well. If you want to make your SCVs go like really fast, if you do the mineral boost on both, it's gonna go like really fast. Boom. You see this one goes fast? It's like a little nice trick. I can do it again. Boom. This one goes kind of fast, And it's kind of nice sometimes to get more minerals in the early game. You do like the trick a couple times, and I can get them.
It's a couple minerals, for sure.
It's a couple of minerals, so sometimes I just do this in the early game, I do like some tricks like this to get a little bit more money.
So you like readjust your camera hotkeys when you actually put them
when I make a base, I just center by clicking on the portrait, and then I redo my camera hotkey. So it's like very centered.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it feels weird. Like some players I know don't do it, Like, they keep like some off-centered.
Yeah.
It drives me a bit insane, so I always center them.
Well, that's very interesting. You've actually changed a lot of the settings here then, yeah. All right, well, I think that's pretty much it. Thank you very much for all the information.
Yeah, of course. I hope that helps.
Yeah, good luck in the tournament.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Another key, another crush. The question is, will it blend? No, it's not. It's will it explode or will it? They're all exploding. I'm not going to ask it anymore. Joining me, State, as well as Wardy, to get going with this one. State, Reynor gets to crush his key. He looks excited for it.
Oh, that's a well-earned crush right there, Caleros.
Yeah,
that was one of the best PBZ series that I've seen in a very long time. I think Game 4 is Reynor. I think my favorite part of this, by the way, is just the little jump that basically everybody has.
Yeah.
I think Shin is maybe the only guy I've seen up there, or maybe it was somebody else that was just like totally stone cold killer. But yeah, for Reynor, big victory.
Well, let's focus on our next match here. Two players that feel like they're in the absolute similar place when it comes to skill right now. This could be a good one. We have our runner-up from a GSL 1 going up against a runner-up from a GSL 2. Both of these players looking for glory recently, just inches away from being able to take it. But in this moment, Wardy, one of them will be eliminated.
One of them will be eliminated. We've got Kure, who was the highest place in Korean Terran last year at EWC. We've got Rogue, who didn't make it last year, right? So it's really cool to see that these guys are here. I mean, it's great to see Rogue playing so well. I think we all expect Kure to show up. We expect Kure to be good at these events, but to see Rogue looking cool, calm, and collected, and I actually really wonder if this is a matchup which Kure is going to feel okay about.
Quick thought, States, before we go in.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of 8 racks coming in from Cure. I think his TVZ is superb right now, and honestly, I give him like a 3-1 edge in this. I feel like Cure is probably going to win.
Ooh.
Don't tell our Artosis.
Okay. I was going to say, we
got to scrub this VOD the moment this is done.
All right, well, let's get into it then. Thank you very much, gentlemen. A quick one for this one. We are going to this game. It's an exciting one. It is going to be Rogue going up against Cure.
Yeah.
Welcome back
We'll
to
get
the
into it. We'll get into it.
SMA
We'll get into it.
Arena. We have a very close match ahead of us, especially if you look at the stats, Sandstorm.
Well, the stats are irrelevant, Seltzer, because the stage will tell us who will make it to the top 8. 2 titans of the esports industry. It's Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. It's Cure versus Rogue.
Do they not like plan out their intro?
Master of mind games and mechanics. This former world champion returns with one goal: to dominate. Calm, cold-blooded, and calculated. This is Rogue.
After a win and then a loss against Protoss, Cure stands to flex a new set of skills against an old foe from GSL. We'll see if his Persephone parade can lead to another victory, or if he's headed to Hades. Let's send it on over to the casters and get this match underway.
What just like Seltzer's like, yeah, it's gonna be pretty close. If you look at the stats between the players, like it's gonna be a close one. He's like, I don't give a damn about your stats. It's like, oh my god. Okay, sure. I see you. All right, let's jump in. Bam. We're getting ready here for our second series of the World Cup. Only the second series, by the way, our second best of 5. When it comes to Rogue versus Cure, it's going to be an interesting one. If you recall, Stay was talking about how he expects to see a lot of 8-Raxes. I don't know if I expect that out of Cure. The reason why I say that is 8-Raxes were plaguing the meta a couple of months ago. That is true, but it's been a while since, we've really seen that meta come into full fruition. I don't know if Cure is still there. I don't know if he's still there. I do think that it's going to be very map dependent. Here we go. We have Incorporeal, Ultra Love, Leylines, Magnatha, and Persephone. When it comes to our maps of choice even, interesting lineup. We've gotten rid of a lot of the more extreme maps, but we have actually gotten rid of Tokamak. Tokamak is out, and instead Incorporeal is in. Ooh, with these vetoes coming in, I actually do favor Cure coming into Ultra Love especially. And here we go. Game 1 is going to be an Ultra Love. This map is known for aggression. This map is known for timing attacks. This map I do feel like is very strong for 8-Raxes. True. So this is a map where we can embrace and indulge in those earlier timings, in those strong timing attacks, even from the side of the Terran, and we'll see if he goes for it. Likewise, we're expecting Roaches out of Rogue. 100%. We're expecting Roach-based play, Roach-based openers, and we'll see if Rogue has been watching Shin and Solar and the rest of the other Zerg players. We'll see if he's one to embrace that Roach-based style into Ultras, or if he goes into what he does best, notoriously going into that Lurker style into Overseer. I don't expect to see that on Ultra Love, but here we go. We're jumping into our fresh best of 5. Let's go. I'm expecting Battle Mech more than ARAX. I don't know if I'd agree with that, but here we go. Spawning in the top right corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Zerg player. It is Rogue for Team Falcons. And spawning in the bottom right corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran. It is a Cure for Team Liquid. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our final qualifying match of the broadcast. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? I see a gasless opener. This is to be expected. Again, we're expecting these gasless openers. We're expecting these Roach openers out of Rogue. So Rogue is going to be opening up Roach, and we'll see if he commits and how hard he commits into Roach production. Meanwhile, standard opener out of Cure. Now, in regards to the comment in the chat regarding to Battle Mech, now we have already seen Cure embrace Battle Mech. That is already a thing that we've seen out of Cure. He has played mech before in this matchup. I'll be honest though, unlike Maru, I don't think Cure is going to rely as heavily on Battle Mech as Maru did. I do think that's more of what Maru's been doing as of late, less so Cure. As I mentioned before, especially coming into Ultra Level, I can see a lot of strengths when it comes to 8-Raxes on this map. When it comes to these smaller maps, I'm referring to Ultra Level, referring to Pylon, referring to even I might even lean towards Persephone as well. I do think that's where you can kind of make use of the map and be hyper aggressive. Incorporeal for sure as well. But we'll see. We'll see how Cure does get into our game. We'll see. Likewise, even though I don't expect to see too much battle mech out of Cure, I do expect to see it like once in the series, like once in the best of 5. We'll keep an eye on our players. For now, Reaper does poke in, does threaten the workers. And Rogue will hold on. He will deflect. Does deflect. You can see Cure is checking for a 3rd base, but remember, Rogue, he went for a gasless opener, so from here should be joining up on 2 bases. He should be going for a delayed 3rd, and he should be going for delayed link speed into roaches. I say that link speed is going to be on the way. He's staying in gas. Yeah, as you can see, he does stay in gas. That's a lot of gas income here for Rogue. I'm expecting roaches, but technically he could even do something crazy and go for a fast lair. Oh, he's doing it. Okay. I was expecting roaches, but no, that is insanely fast lair. Now, Cure, he saw the gas. He saw the gas income, so he knows that something is wrong. He knows the gas is being spent somewhere. He could deduce that it's going to be a faster lair. Now, with this faster lair, this could be 2-base Muta on Ultra Love. That sounds crazy, to be honest. It sounds crazy. There it is. There's that Roach Horn. But what's important is that it isn't just a Roach opener. Because of the fast lair, he can go into really fast Roach speed, and he can turn this into an all-in. So that is going to be in the back of Cure's mind, and that's going to be an available option here for Rogue. Meanwhile, behind this, so we do see a Cure opening up. 3rd hatchery now being taken, and we have our 1-1-1 setup here by Cure going into Hellion and Banshee. 3rd CC is already done. It was a 3rd CC before Starport. So economic opener out of Cure. Oh, the Reaper gets in. Oh, that should not have happened. Massive scout here. Cure, he confirms the fast lair. He's checking for spires. He's checking for any tech behind the bases. He's checking. Muta? No, Roach. So Roach speed is on the way. And again, Cure, he was just confirming. Overseer does zip in. Does confirm Cloak, does confirm the timing of the 3rd CC. Extra Rax is on the way. Again, Cure going into Bio, which again we expected on Ultra Love especially. Oh, early Infestation Bit. This is different. That's a 440-ish Infestation Bit timing, 430-ish even. Jesus, so early. With this fast Hive, we could see Rogue do something crazy and go into fast Swarm Host. That would be a wild follow-up. It'd be very gas intensive and very expensive. But roaches are building up quite heavily. Leaning towards the Hive, but again, technically could invest into a different direction. As that 7 roaches on the way. There we go, pit is done. You can see the observers looking for the Hive. Yeah, we're waiting for the Hive. The gas is ready. There's a scan, reveals infestation pits. Again, Cure is trying to figure out what's going on. It's rare to see a scan this early on, but Cure is just trying to get a read on Rogue. And he saw the pit. Now, because Rogue is being so greedy tech-wise, and he's going into +1 carapace, so this leans more and more towards a Hive and towards Ultras. And A-Ranks could just straight up kill Rogue. For now, the Roaches, they do hit the 3rd. Remember, he's joining up behind this. He's not all in, but he will deny mining at the mineral line. Does get 3 SCVs, not bad, and does take down some Marines. So a nice trade here for Rogue, very nice. Pokes in, pulls away. Yep, safety infestors, going into Hive, going into Ultras. So this build is very similar to what Shin goes for, very similar. So if you remember, I was curious, I posed a question, has Rogue been watching Shin? Has been watching a lot of the Korean meta currently, or the ZVT meta in recent months? The answer is yes, the answer is yes. There it is, link speed is on the way. This should lead eventually into Banelings, into Ultras. This just has been very trendy, very meta in recent times. As you can see, the switch into +1 melee. So again, we're done with roaches. Like, the purpose of opening a roach is just for a safe opener. Is just to keep you safe, just to keep you alive, to be able to get into Ling main Ultra. Cure throws down 3 more axes. 3 more axes are going to be on the way. Cure, I think he has taken his gases. So the gases at the third base are indicative that he is going to get a 4th CC and a 2nd factory. But I haven't really seen the saturation at the third. So, oh no, he's going for the infestors. He gets 1, he gets 1, he gets 2. Ay, 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 he gets 2, and he's going up to 3. Massive pickups. Ay, ay, ay. That is meant to keep him safe. Takes on 2 infestors. And now Cure, he can go for his timing. Force to throw down the Microbial Shroud means less fungals. Without fungal growth, there we go. 3 more infestors on the way. Rogue, he's in danger here. Yeah, as Cure is pulling Rogue apart. Again, what's Rogue doing right now? He's investing heavily into tech. Ultra Caverns on the way. Infestors on the way. +1, +2, Adrenal as well. And Cure is building up and getting ready for his move out. He's getting ready for his push. As he did take those gases at the third, if you recall, that I did point out, and it looks like those gases just from Marauder production. So he is not getting a 4th CC, he is not getting a 2nd factory. He's got 2-2 on the way on the horizon. He's pushing. He's pushing, he's committing. Now, thankfully, Rogue did remake those infestors, but he's in danger. Oh, 1 infestor goes down to 4. Yeah, 4 infestors left. Nice fungal. Tank Bully's going off. And again, the goal here for Cure was to try to break Rogue before Ultra Tech, but Ultras are on the way. And has Cure taken too long? Has he taken too long, or can he break his opponent here and now? Here comes our first Ultra. Nice time with the infestor. Another infestor goes down to 3 infestors. Yeah, 1 fungal does land. Lings a bust into the third. SCV's going to be falling. Yeah, and Cure's all in. Cure at this point is all in. It's all or nothing, as he will lose 18 SCVs back at home. Kindness plating is done. Kindness plating is complete. Rogue going for another run by. Ideally catching reinforcements. But that means that Rogue has that much less to defend. Does still have those 3 infestors. Still 3 infestors. Cure moving in. Fungal does graze the army. And it's still going to be close here. That's still what? 3, 4 ultras. Nice fungals. Yeah, fungals are connecting. Ultras are pushing through. Barely not there. Yeah, the ultras, they melt against the tanks. They melt against the bio. And Cure, he barely has enough. No more fungals. And without fungals, there's nothing to stop him. He stims and he wins. Yeah, you can see the reaction there. Rogue, he knows that he cannot hold on. GG gets called. And Cure, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a really nice setup there from Cure. I don't want to underestimate, I don't want to understate, I should say, the importance of the first snipes on the infestors. Like, for 2 infestors to go down that early on with the Banshee snipes was a huge moment here for Cure. Likewise, as we were emphasizing, we did expect an 8 racks here on this map. We were trying to emphasize how this map does favor aggression. The rush distance by ground is really short, so this was favoring Cure. It was very risky, very greedy of Rogue to rush into ultras the way that he did, and Cure saw everything. He was able to scan, able to confirm the infestation pits, likewise able to scan and scout the infestors, shut them down, and build up towards his push. There was a nice run by Rogue where he forced you all in when he killed the mineral line at the third base, but it didn't matter because he already had the army that he needed. He already had his force to work with. He broke through the ultras despite kindness plating, didn't even matter. Broke through. GG. GG, well played. With that, Cure does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Getting into game 2. Quickly checking here, what map are we loading into? Let's have a look here. Here vs Rogue. Game 2 is going to be on Incorporeal. Ooh, okay, interesting. Incorporeal, I do feel like is another strong map for something like an 8-Rax. Here we saw gases were taken from Cure, but it was only for Marauder production. Remember, it was only for the Marauders, so he was able to commit into the 3-base all-in. Here we could see something similar on Incorporeal. We'll see if Rogue goes for a similar build as well, though. Like, the problem is that right now it's been very common to go for Roaches into Ultras the way that Rogue attempted, and I expect to see more of that throughout the course of the series. And I'm concerned that there's no Tokamak. That's also a big concern here, is that Tokamak was vetoed. Here we go. As we are getting into game number 2 on Incorporeal. Now, Incorporeal is a large map of the map pool, that is true, but at the same time, a lot of the bases are a little bit more exposed. They're very spread out on Incorporeal. We have seen many players struggle to spread out and defend their fringe bases on this map. That may be a factor coming into this. Oh boy. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, it is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran. It is Cure. Here we go. Now, welcome to Incorporeal. First things first, this is a larger map of the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. So if we had a repeat of the last game, I would favor Rogue, because Rogue would have more time to react, to respond, to build up an army, and to pull off a defense as well. These committed pushes are a little bit weaker on this map just because it takes longer to reinforce and longer to push across the map. So on the one hand, because of that fact, I do lean towards Rogue a little bit more here on this map. But as I mentioned, if we do end up in a longer game state, this is where it can be more difficult to defend your fringe bases from drop play. This is where drop play can excel and can overwhelm. Likewise, as we load into Incorporeal, I would also say that I would not be opposed to seeing mech here. We mentioned before that I would not be surprised to see battle mech at least once in this series. There are certain maps where I could see that happening, like Maganatha or like Incorporeal. I do think that that would be more viable here, but it also depends on whether or not Rogue opens up Roach again. I'm sure that also plays a factor into how Cure would respond. As do you see what I see? Gasless. So once again, same opener. And I'll be honest, I would not be surprised if we see this same opener every game in this series. So Gasless open out of Rogue. So just like the last game, we're going into Roaches. So Rogue is going to be opening up Roach. And because he's opening up Roach in a lot of these games, and potentially every game, that might deter Cure from even touching mech. Might be deterred from getting into that at all. As Reaper does pick in. Threatens the mineral line, does pull away. Third base is being taken. And still 0 gas income from Rogue. Behind this, a third CC is on the way. Gas is now being taken. So again, Rogue, he's just playing Roach. Now, just because he's opening Roach doesn't mean that it has to be Roach into Ultra. Like, it is still viable to open up Roach and go Roach into Lurker tech, if Rogue is a little bit more comfortable with that sort of style. So he has options when he goes into his Hive. You can go for one or the other. Likewise, yep, there's that Roach Horn. You can also see that this time he's not rushing into a lair. Remember, last game it was a lair before Roach Horn. Here it's a Roach Horn before a lair. As we do have another gas being taken. Also, like, if you remember in game 1, Rogi stayed in the gas geyser. Here he pulled, or I should say even, he took an earlier gas in game 1. Here he delays his gas further in game number 2. So we're not rushing in, and there it is, Mech. Mech is on the way from Cure. If you recall, I did mention how because this map is larger, we could see Mech specifically on Incorporeal and Maganatha. But again, if this is in the back of our minds, it's going to be in the back of Rogue's mind as well. So Cure throws down extra factories and is going into Battle Mech. Now, because of Rogue's opener, he will already have Roaches to defend, so he's already going to have a decent defensive stance here coming into Incorporeal. But because of the later lair, he won't have an earlier Roach speed timing. So Cure should be quite comfortable. Should be very comfortable getting to his own Macville accelerators and cyclones. As Rogue, he's still trying to piece together what's going on. Now joining up. Gonna be saturating. Does throwing up, getting into 1-1 upgrades. I'm going to be a little bit concerned if he delays his Ling speed. Honestly, Zerglings, they play a big pivotal role when it comes to dealing with Battle Mech. Hellions going for the dive. Get the dive into the mineral line. 3-7 drones going down. Oof. Takes on 7 workers, pulls away. Hellions just survive. So far, a nice run by here by Cure. Very nice run by. As from here, we do see Rogue going into Roach Hydra as his composition, so it looks like he is working towards Lurker tech. I'll be honest, I'm not too convinced by this style going into Lurkers against Battle Mech, but we'll see if he can pull it off. I'm not convinced, but maybe Rogue can convince us. Assuming he can get there. As Cyclones, they have arrived. Now Rogue is pushing, with Hellions alongside Cyclone support. Denying creep, trying to bait the army out into the open. That's Rogue dancing with the army. Ooh, okay, going for Night Display. Barely out of vision, barely out of range of that scan, I believe. But that would be a way to get across the map. Would be a way to try to outposition the army here of Cure. So now Rogue is still trying to keep up, at the same time going for a counterattack. So far unscattered. Never mind. Cure is all over this. Does swap Rogue. Rogue behind this going into Technical Roaches. I mean, this is another way to try to be active with his Roaches across the map. Still concerned about the lack of Zerglings. But he's going for it. Here comes the Nidus. Nidus into the main base. Cure, he's otherwise distracted. He will shut it down there. Or will he? Nidus will finish. Roaches, they pop out. Roaches, they pop out in time. That's a lot of Roaches. They do file out. Nidus does fall. We have a backup Nidus on the way, and Curie's out of position. He's racing back home. So far, no major damage yet, but does force back the army. At the same time, Rogue, he does strike the third base, does force a lift. SCV's going to be going down, and Rogue is pulling Cure apart. Ooh, but there's Raven. Yeah, the Board Roaches don't really get much done. That is going to be 8 SCV kills. Good reactions by Cure. Really nice reaction. I feel like we all expected more worker damage, but no, only 8 SCVs. Cure holds. Cure, he holds nicely. He does defend. Really nice crisis management here out of Cure. Again, a lesser player would have just died then and there. That would have just been over. And Rogue, he is embracing his Hydra tech, so he's still going into Roach Hydra. I'm still not in love with Roach Hydra as a composition against mech, but he's going for it. Specifically, Roach Hydra struggles against a more tank-heavy composition. or Hellion Cyclone into tanks. But as you can see, Cure, he hasn't gotten into tanks yet. He's still purely on Hellion Cyclone. Catching on more roaches. I believe there's still, yeah, a couple of roaches in between the bases. How they will be cleaned up. The Tunneling Claws was a cute move, but no major damage yet, not, at least not from it. Now we can see herO taking into lurkers. Ling's getting caught out. Nice thing run by though. And we'll see if herO can survive this push out of Cure. He's cornering himself. He's cornering himself. There's not that many roaches though. Yeah, the Cyclones, they can take this fight. Roaches are going to melt. A little wasted DPS in the mineral line, not fighting with the main army. Lock-ons are popping off. Roaches, they melt. And I believe Cure, he should break through this. Yeah, he should break through. He cleans up all the Hydras, all the roaches. As you can see here in a head-on fight, he cannot take it. Oh, big reaction there by herO. GG gets called. And Cure, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Again, Roach Hydra cannot fight Battle Mech head-on like that. It's not really built for that. This is where Zerglings are so valuable. This was my big concern coming into this army setup from Rogue. Zerglings are so valuable. It's not necessarily like how robust they are or anything like that. They're so valuable when it comes to tanking lock-ons, right? To tanking lock-ons and also collapsing on top of the Cyclones as well, especially when there are no Hellions. When the Hellions and Hellbats get cleaned up, that's where Lings can thrive. If you remember, we showed that off with Maru versus Reynor, right? Reynor in his series, he was heavily reliant on those Lings, and every time he was able to bring them out, he was able to collapse and shut down the Battle Mech or the Standard Mech as well. Here with a Roach Hydra composition, it's just so expensive. It's such an expensive army gas-wise as well. It's also a very vulnerable army to Battle Mech, and again, as you saw in those head-on fights, it's just expensive losses for Rogue. GG. GG well played. Could not break through, and with that, Cure takes a 2-0 lead, and we're now getting into game number 3. And the series may just end here and now. Game 3 is going to be on where? Ley lines. Okay, so if you recall, I was mentioning earlier how depending on the maps, I do favor certain styles out of Cure. On smaller maps like Ultralove and Pylon, we were expecting Bio, which we did see. On larger maps like Magnatha or Incorporeal, I do expect Mech. Here we're loading into ley lines. This is the wrong intro, by the way. wrong intro, but we're gonna be loading into ley lines. Ley lines is a little bit more middle of the road, so I would say this is gonna be a bit of a harder one to call, but here we go. We're loading in. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the red Zerg. For Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom right corner, we have the South Korean Terran, it is Cure. For Team Liquid. Here we go. Oh, 2x Reaper. Okay. Now, a couple of things here. Because they're opening 2x Reaper, we expect the aftermath of this build to be a 2-1-1 stim follow-up, bio follow-up. That's what we expect. But I can no longer say that with certainty, because we've seen not just from Maru but from Gumiho as well. We have seen players, and from Bjorn, true, Bjorn also did this I believe in GSL, but we have seen players now more frequently open up 2x Reaper and then follow that up with Mech. Still go into a Mech follow-up after 2x Reaper, despite the 2 Raxes, to switch gears and go into a factory follow-up to use these Raxes as scouting tools instead, and still go into Mech, despite this. And this has been catching Zerg players off guard, because a lot of Zerg players, like myself included, will just assume, right? We just assume, oh, you open up 2 racks, it's gonna be bio, and then the Mech catches them off guard. So because of that shift in meta, because of that shift in styles in recent times, there is no longer like a certainty here of what this is going to be. Hello. That's not 2 racks Reaper. Okay. Huh. Yo, let him cook. Okay. Let him cook, baby, let him cook. 2x opener, 2x marine. This feels like a future build. We're hunting overlords, by the way. You can see Curie's moving out. He's hunting down overlords. This is an opener that that Future would whip out back when Future was in South Korea. This was maybe 2 years ago. Interesting. So this should lead into a 2-1-1 now. I was mentioning earlier that 2x Reaper can lead into mech potentially, but no, this should be bio. As Marines are moving out. SV alongside this. The goal here is to throw in a bunker and to get a kill on the third. To sneak up on the third base to get a kill is a very cheeky setup here. I say Future was doing this. I think Special started this. I think Special invented this, and a couple of the other Terrans kind of latched onto it. But this is a very cheeky setup here. The bunker is on the way, and Rogue has no idea. Lings, they get eyes on the wall. There's one Marine at home to defend. And now he sees. Yeah, now he does see the bunker. Marines are forced to reveal themselves. We see Rogue get forced to cancel. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Cure takes a lead. Cure, he got what he wanted. We have 16 Lings in production. That's a big investment. That's a big investment here from Rogue. Behind this, we have two more Maxes, so we have a 4-Max follow-up. Heavy stim, or heavy stim timing. And this could just end the game, to be honest. Is he going to force another cancel? No shot. Oh, good. Okay, thankfully we'll save it. We'll save the expansion. So winding it back here, basically what's happening in the follow-up, no factory, no starport. We have, the, as we're pointing out now with the Observer, 4 Raxes. 4 Raxes, stim, combat shields. This is a very strong stim timing that's going to be coming around the corner here. And if Rogue is too greedy, then he will just topple over. So we'll just kill him. Meanwhile, Rogue is going for an all-in. Oh, he's going for a Bane Bust. Now, suddenly, I favor Rogue. Because, hey, if there were Hellions behind this, if there was reactored Hellion production, the Hellions would completely shut this down. But there are no Hellions. There's no scouting. There's no Reaper on the map. Kira doesn't realize he needs bunkers. He needs bunkers desperately to wall up and to wall off. But he sees nothing. He sees nothing. He knows nothing. And Rogue, he can turn the tables and kill Kira here and now. Let's go. Let us go. As Bailey's going to be crashing in. From here, Curie can stim one forward. He can zone away the Lings. So far, he's holding on. Yeah, I mean, I was praising this here from Rogue, but he does not break through. See, I was told there would be an ARAX. State said that. We didn't say that. You've been lied to. It's fine. Don't worry about it. As Cure, he's going to be setting up here back at home. And, oh, Rogue, he's forced to drone. Ay, ay, ay. He's forced to drone up, forced to saturate. Not like this. And Rogue, he has identified that he can no longer break Cure. He can no longer break this 2-base setup. And Rogue is behind. Rogue, he falls behind. Really rough setup here from Rogue, and he has a lot of catching up to do. El Especial de Special, yes, yes. As I mentioned, this is a special build. Or was a special opener. From Juanito. Behind this, third CC is on the way. Cure just getting further ahead. Now, my big question mark here is Cure gonna risk pushing, or does he just macro from here? Like, he doesn't have to move out. He doesn't have to move out. If there wasn't Link Bane aggression, he would have pushed with Stim, but here he can just chill at home, get his third base, get saturated. And it looks like he's going to at least wait for Medivacs. Yes, here we go. Rogue's building up. Now, fun fact, the 8-Rax is brought up earlier. This would actually be a really good moment for Q to 8-Rax, by the way. Because he has momentum. Like, 8-Rax is just a really good way to break a Zerg player if they fall behind. So, getting a third base up and running and building up to 8-Rax is like, this would be his time to shine. And do you see what I see? I see 4 more Raxes on the way. Do you know how many that is? 8. Getting up to 8 Raxes. So here he can just cut gases. He can, of course, saturate his third base, build up, and then send it here and now. So I do really like the idea of going for an ARAX as a follow-up, just because Cure is ahead. And he has momentum. He has a lot of momentum here. As Rogue is still trying to stabilize. He has invested quite heavily here into Ling Bane, and now Curie has that much less to defend. He's coming for the surround. Marines, they trade well, but here come the Banelings. Oh my god! Does target fire just barely in time. But Lings, they still take down the Marines. They take down the tank as well. Whew. And Rogue, he's going for it. He's all in. Rogue, he's going for it before Cure can really get his ARAXs up and running. He's going for the kill. The wall is open. Banelings are walling in as well. Who needs Baneling speed? Who needs it? Barely gets the tank. But Cure makes it home. Yeah, he makes it back home. Again, specifically because Cure just moved out with that double drop, he had that much less to defend. And that was a nice attack here from Rogue, but look at the worker count. That's what's terrifying here. Cure, he has 57 SCVs. He still has the economic lead. Rogue he's all in. Like, he was all in here. He had to end the game. He fails to do so. And Rogue falls further behind. Oof. It was an explosive moment, but we needed more there. Like, Rogue, he had to get more damage. We can see he's working on +1. He's working towards Hive Tech. The infestation bit will help. He will have access to infestors. But here comes Cure. Oh boy. Oh, there are I believe there are bird banelings. Bird banelings in position. Oh, I think he's already gone past them though. Okay, Sims on forward. Cure, he actually keeps his main army back at home. Does not move out. Behind this 4 CC is on the way. He's not taking his gases. Going mass marine. And here comes the push. In that case, I'm pretty sure I saw bird banelings. I could be mistaken though. Oh yeah, there we are. As let's push forward. Again, behind this he has no tanks. It's just pure Marine Marauder. But he can still trade well. Pushing on the edge of creep. Rogue has to be so careful with how he commits. Bearing in mind he's down in upgrades. He does have those safety infestors. Bane's getting called out. We're building up for his third all-in game ending. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately, like, there's a reason why Cure is max and Rogue is down 50 supply. Unfortunately, the all-ins have been failing. That's why there's this supply disparity. As Rogue tries to trade against the army, he's heavily reliant on these infestors, on these fungals. Nice fungal. Okay. Does connect well, but he just tanks it. Yeah. He does just tank it, takes down all the Ling Bane, and from here, Cure, he will snowball out of control. He will take the series. He'll break through. There's barely any Ling Bane left. The queens are folding left and right. Breaks into the expansion. And again, it was a very chaotic game state here, and Rogue, he almost caught Cure with his pants down, almost, but it was not enough. And that's why Cure is comfortably just rallying across the map. Knocking down more bases. GG gets called, and Cure, he does take the series 3-0, advancing on to the playoffs. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations. A much shorter series here. Cure, he does claim it. Again, I was curious to see how Cure has been looking in recent times when it comes to his build, when it comes to his play. We expected not to see pure 8 Raxes, and hey, we got to see one game of mech, which again, I feel like is very much so map dependent, and it was really cool to see him go for something a little bit different, specifically game number 3, like the special build, right, the special opener, for him to go for the bunker across the map, to rally Marines across the map as well, was very unorthodox, very unique, not really seen too often at this level of play. So it was a really cheeky start from Cure, and he took a lead early on because of that. So it took a very nice lead, and honestly, Cure, he was in the driver's seat. Yes, we saw Rogue attempt to go for a couple of all-ins here in this final game, but every time he was falling short. Every time he was barely falling short. He barely didn't have enough to break Cure. Oh.
Rogue is such an impressive player, but you looked so strong against him, Cure. Did it all go as you practiced?
일단 김도욱 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 이병현 선수가 워낙에 이제 강력한 상대였음에도 불구하고 이렇게 좀 3대 0으로 압도적 승리를 거두셨는데 어떻게 좀 준비를 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 준비는 토스전 다음으로 제일 많이 했고, 이번에 병렬이가 히어로 마린 선수랑 먼저 해줘가지고 그 부분에서 제가 분석할 수 있었던 게 좀 컸던 것 같아요.
Yeah, as much as I prepare for PVT, I have also TVP. I also prepare for TVZ as well. So that being said, I have much more time to analyze because he had actually played against Hero Marine. So I think that went pretty much that helped pretty much.
Talk to me about your choice to bunker rush on ley lines and how you think that played out for you.
이제 3세트 때 레이라인스에서 마침 또
I appreciate that they're asking about this.
벙커러시를 하면서 또 많이 괴롭혔는데 그 플레이도 좀 한번 말씀 좀 해주시죠.
원래 처음에 감시군주가 앞마당 쪽으로 오면 그걸 잡고 이제 해처리를 깨러 가는 빌드인데 병렬이가 안아줘가지고 좀 상황이 안 좋았는데, 좀 상황이 그렇게 좋진 않았는데 그래도 링맹도 올인을 쳤던 걸로 아는데 그 덕분에 좀 유리하게 시작했던 것 같아요.
Actually, I was trying to snipe the Overlord coming into a third base and then trying to bunker rush, but he didn't actually send it. So I thought I was actually behind that, but actually he managed to do all-ins with Ling Banes. So that was a relief for me, and I think I defended pretty well. So I think that was lucky.
Well, thanks so much for those insights. Good luck to you moving forward in the tournament, and congratulations. Let's send it back to the studio.
Send it back to the boys. We'll get there. Huh. But yeah, much shorter series this time. Much shorter series here for the second best of 5.
Unfortunately for him, will be out, and Cure will move on into the round of 8. Joining me, I have State as well as
Yeah, and again, my condolences to Rogue, my condolences.
State. I mean, you thought it might go Cure's way, and you weren't bloody wrong.
Yeah, Cure, it feels like he took his best TVP player badge in the world and turned that in for the best TVZ, because going up against GSL finalist Rogue and just absolutely dominating him. Even in that game number 3 when the Baneling Buster's coming in, all the Marines get caught out, he still somehow finds a way to hang on, and he makes it look so easy.
Yeah,
I don't think I'd make as strong a statement of that, but sure.
Good in a variety of situations across the board. It was hard to really pick a fault with what he did. I mean, Rogue just wasn't it today against Cure. I mean, sometimes it's just like that in StarCraft 2, and I think this might have just been a good matchup versus a bad matchup as well, where Rogue has, funny enough, he looked so good against Hero Marine, but in general, do we like Rogue against a standard Terran like Cure? Yeah, maybe we don't so much if we really stop to think about it, because he didn't get to have any shenanigans.
Cure did not play standard.
Yeah, and that's how he feels about it.
Hooray, I did it.
GSL champion, yes.
Let's go Liquid. There you go. The Terran's Terran.
But yeah, it was really cool to see Cure kind of like adapt and kind of like bring some different kind of styles here into this series. Game 1, he just had really good scouting, really good reactions, really good punish on Ultra Love, if you remember, as he was able to break and punish Rogue before he could really get into his own Ultra tech, as he was rushing into Ultras. Game 2, they didn't even speak on it, but again, we saw mech out of Cure in game number 2 as well. Would have been nice to have heard his thoughts about game 2 on Incorporeal.
We saw that in
In game 3, we saw he had, again, a really quirky start. So again, not the most standard play out of Cure. It's always been really cool to see Cure's form adapt in recent times because he has been kind of exploring a little bit. He's been a little bit more exploratory in a lot of his builds and play in recent times. Especially in TVP, of course. And now in TVZ.
All the names that are going to move on into the round of 8, as we will also confirm the fact that unfortunately Showtime is out as well. So Classic will represent alongside herO as our Protoss moving forward into that round.
Yeah,
of
Classic 3-0's Showtime. That's a big win for Classic.
Here from Showtime and his exit interview here from the Esports World Cup.
I am here with the last German eliminated from the tournament. It is Mr. Sieber. I mean, Showtime, it's been a run for you, but ultimately you run into Classic, probably touted by many as the strongest Protoss out there. It didn't go your way, so what can you tell me about the games and about your run?
Yeah, like the games are very chaotic, lots of proxies. Last game we both went DTs. I had no detection, he had detection, so I don't know. It's not the type of games I really want, but that's how PvP is right now. It's a lot of proxies, lots of all-ins. I feel like like PvP usually goes well for me, but Classic obviously is a fantastic player. As I said, probably the best Protoss, at least in online performance. Can't doubt herO obviously, but yeah, he's very good and he played well. And just I feel like his execution was just better.
That's fair enough. Are you satisfied with your run here at EWC? Obviously, it's never feels good to lose, but how did your preparation go? And yeah, were you content coming into the tournament? And are you content with your placing?
I felt pretty confident coming to the tournament. I felt like practice went well. I liked like Terran practice because, you know, like all the Terrans fled to Korea, or Clem fled to Korea, and meant like only Gabe was left in Europe. I had a lot of PvZ practice with Serral, didn't get to show it, but what can you do? PvP was going well in practice, so I felt confident going in. I don't know if I'm satisfied, like I wanted more. I wanted top 8 at least, that was kind of my goal. But yeah, top 12 is okay. Like there's so many good players here. I lost to Kyo and Classic, you know, you can't really complain too much.
This is a tough one. Thank you, Tobias.
And with that, we confirm our 8 players moving into the round of 8.
Yeah, Heart goes out to Showtime. Heart goes out to him.
Cure, of course, herO, Solar, and Clem and Classic. Those are also the
we have our top 8.
Seeing throughout all of this as well. And we're going to get to talk about it, but Serral versus Reynor stage.
That's going to be a banger.
Is brutal for Basilisk.
Let's go.
I mean, silver lining, guaranteed top 4 for the team, but you don't want it to happen this way with a team kill in the round of 8, and it's honestly going to be a
so just setting up a lot of these matches. So we have 4 series left here tonight. It's going to be the quarterfinals.
A key there, as Mr. Showtime is indeed eliminated. Will he flinch?
Yeah, that's the better question now. No, Classic has nerves of steel.
He's going to flinch.
F for Basilisk. F for Basilisk. F.
Yeah, that's a big flinch there, Wardy.
I believed in him so much, man.
That's one of the biggest flinches we've had the entire tournament.
Yeah, your faith was misplaced.
He just wanted
So there's going to be herO versus Solar. Okay. Yo, we got Lambo and Serral. Oh, we got Coach Lambo. Let's go.
On the way, of course. Now, this is an important one as Serral is going.
Coach Lambo coming. Oh, wait. Wait. This is so sad.
And it's an exciting one.
So,
a team kill. One of these players will
couple of things here. If you remember, Lambo, he did say that he was going to be coaching Reynor and Serral, and I was curious who is Lambo going to be supporting in the ZVZ. Up next is Serral versus Reynor, of course. That's going to be our next matchup. But seeing Lambo walk in with Serral, I think we have the answer. I think like they've both been getting coaching from Lambo, and it looks like maybe for this series it's going to be Lambo in Serral's court. That's so sad. Like the betrayal. Reynor, he steps into the ring, he looks over and he sees his coach on the other side of the ring. He's like, what's going on? Oh no. So Serral, he might have that Lambo buff. Aye. Also, it looks like they might have Lambo on to cast. Like Lambo, he's got his blazer on. So either as an analyst or as a caster, I look forward to it. For sure. But feels bad, man. Believe in Reynor. I saw someone in the chat saying both players on Clem's side, I don't see Protoss going to the finals. I disagree quite hard there. If you haven't been watching StarCraft as late, you might not be familiar, but both Classic and herO have been taking maps and taking series off of Clem. So I can see them bringing him down. I still favor Clem for sure, but I can see them taking maps and taking series off of him for sure.
So what went wrong?
박한솔 선수 정말 2대0으로 몰린 상황에서도
for now, though, we're going on a break.
5세트까지 끌어오면서 역전까지 또 노려볼 만했는데 좀 아쉽게 5세트에서 좀 패배를 하면서 무릎을 꿇게 됐어요. 그래서 5세트에서 좀 뭐가 좀 잘못됐는지 좀 물어보고 싶네요.
원래 준비했던 거 했으면은 제가 자동 맞춤을 하는 건데 갑자기 땡겨가지고 질럿 러시를 했더니 제가 자동 맞춤을 당했네요.
Well, actually, I have prepared another build for Game 5, but if I stick to my plan, it would have been much better for me. But I instantly did Zealot Rush, Zealot All-In, so I think that was the failure.
All right, that is fair enough. You are one of the most improved players, I think, in the last few years especially, and ever since you came back from the military as well. So kind of, even though you are leaving this tournament, is this a good result for you that you can be proud of? And also, how did you get so good so fast?
지난 몇 년간 사실 가장 빠르게 발전한 선수 중 한 명으로서 박한솔 선수를 꼽고 싶은데 확실히 이렇게 좀 빠르게 또 특히나 군대를 또 갔다 와서 이렇게 경기력을 또 회복하고 또 탑급으로 다시 또 올라올 수 있게 된 계기가 무엇인지 궁금합니다.
일단 첫 번째로는 배울 선수들이 많았고 그래서 그걸 보고 따라 해가지고 좀 실력을 빨리 올린 게 아닌가 싶습니다.
I think there are a lot of, I would say, learning materials. There are all other good players I can learn from. Sorry. So I think that's why I could improve much faster than anybody else.
Thank you very much, Sound.
Thank you.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We watch one more key get crushed here, as unfortunately for Rogue, the Falcons embellished key will be destroyed here by good old Cure. And joining me, I have Rotterdam as well as State. But State, Cure made this look pretty simple.
Yeah, for my money, he's got arguably the best TVZ in the world right now. It's either him or Clem, all right? And if luck was on his side, I think Cure would basically only have Zergs on his path to an EWC championship. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the way the bracket shakes out.
I would disagree. I don't.
All right, a brutal bracket here for
I do think that Clem has the best TVZ in the world.
That is
but let's go.
Is etched with history. Two world champions will go head to head. It's Basilisk versus Basilisk. It's Italy going up against Finland. It is Phenom going up against the Italian Stallion. A best of 5 will determine who is going to be able to move through into the round of 4. Joining me, Rotterdam as well as State, to talk about this one. I've got no better person to talk about it than Rotterdam, because this is going to be personal.
You're giving me goosebumps with that intro over here, James. That is good.
But here we go. We are back with the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup. The beginning of the playoffs even. We are done with the group stage. We are done with the double elimination. We are here with a finalized bracket. We have 8 players remaining. The best 8 players in the world are going to be facing off here at the EWC. We have Serral, Reynor, and Solar as the top 3 Zergs. We have Maru, Cure, and Clem as the top 3 Terran. And we have herO and Classic as the top 2 Protoss. Here we go. So 3 Zerg, 3 Terran, 2 Protoss. All things balanced, pappy. Let's go. And up first, we have our ZVZ. You can see the bracket here before you. When it comes to the playoffs, as we're getting into this, we have been casting a lot of these matches ourselves in the group stage and leading into this day. But here for the playoffs, I do feel like it would be nice to take a step back and to have more of a reaction stream, I guess. We did this last year, if you remember. Keeping up and enjoying the main commentary, adding our own flavor and thoughts whenever we can.
The 2 best Zerg players in the world going head-to-head like this, 2 former world champions, both of them looking for another world championship. You couldn't ask for a more entertaining draw. I mean, my heart kind of breaks for Team Basilisk, of course. They would love to have this match in the finals. Instead, it's in the round of 8. I feel like it's impossible to predict. If I had to make a choice, I would say 3-2 Serral.
We have 2 minutes before we actually get into the game here, and now that you've made a prediction, I'd love to make Roddy make a prediction, but let's not get to that just
Sure,
yet.
make him make him predict. Make him predict back.
Let's not forget that Reynor, his opening match of this event was a best of 5 against Shin.
Yeah.
Of course, then you talk to your teammate, right, about ZVZ.
Yes.
You cook up a couple plans together, you share your ideas, one person will say what they're fond of, the other one there will be back and forth. They have discussed ZVZ for hours. Of course, Coach Lambo gets thrown in there as well as he hangs out with the boys. They know everything about each other, so there's going to be a lot of mind games. There's going to be a lot of trickery, and what is absolutely worth mentioning is that there was a period where obviously Serral was winning in the beginning. Then Reynor fought back. Reynor got a couple of crazy wins. Then Reynor had a few very solid wins.
Vita's a win.
In the last few years, it has definitely once again shifted towards Serral, but it's often been off the back of a very aggressive Serral. Serral is way more aggressive against Reynor than he is against any other Zerg on the planet, and I'm very curious if we're going to see that again today.
Was that a fair assessment?
I mean, Rotterdam's going to know better than anybody in the world, right? And it sounds about right to me. And ZVZ, we've seen like Solar in the past, like years ago when he had his peak in ZVZ, he was winning like 90% of his series, maybe even more for a stretch of like 6 months, a year. And he did it on the back of just non-stop aggression. ZVZ is such a fast-paced matchup. Yeah. Games can be over in like the blink of an eye.
And that is what makes this one so fun.
So I do like what Rory brought up, and I would probably echo that as well. If you maybe haven't been watching a lot of StarCraft recently, if you haven't been watching ZVZs with Serral, you might not be familiar. In years past, Serral, he was more of a defensive player, more of a reactive player in ZVZ, and as a result, he would struggle in the matchup quite heavily. I still would echo that I think his weakest matchup is ZVZ, but he does now have a different approach. If you've been watching Serral over the past year of StarCraft, you will know that he is now more hyper-aggressive. Serral is willing to go for all-ins, he's willing to cut corners, willing to cut workers, and be in your face in this matchup and go all in and be hyper-aggressive. So it's going to be a crazy ZVZ. Let's go.
World Championships between these next 2 teammates.
It's about to get personal. They're the 2 players who know each other best at this tournament. It's Basilisk Serral and Basilisk Reynor. After last year's second place finish at EWC, Serral has come roaring back this year with a 2-0
the bling is back.
victory over herO Marine and 3-0 over Classic. He faces an emotionally brutal battle now against his teammate.
With 3 back-to-back World's Finals appearances, and now he goes head-to-head with the one who shares his banner. His every move, his greatest challenge may come from within. 2 worlds collide. One makes it through. It's Zerg v Zerg. Who will the Swarm follow? Casters, over to you.
I feel like there was an opportunity for a joke there.
For our first quarterfinals match here at the
One world collides.
Esports World Cup.
It's a Basilisk world. Let's go.
Wardy for what should be a
Wardy's casting.
phenomenal Zerg versus Zerg, a best of 5 series. These two have been at the absolute top of their game for years now.
So I haven't. God, they got Wardy and Lurker. Okay.
It's an amazing matchup. Anytime these two play,
fine.
there are mind games, there is micro,
Let's go.
There is everything you can ask for in a StarCraft 2 match. Even it being ZVZ and a mirror, it's still amazing. That's
Not gonna lie,
a lot of the time.
I was hoping that Lambo would be casting. I don't know if you saw. I was mentioning it when the players were walking in. Lambo, he had his blazer on, like he was looking sharp. I was curious if they were going to drag him on as an analyst or a caster. I do think this would have been the best moment to bring Lambo on as a caster, specifically for these two, just because he knows so much about their play, so much about their practice, their preparation, and just all things Reynor and Serral. Like he would be the ideal here. So I do think it's a missed opportunity, but regardless, it's all good.
Playing a longer game of ZVZ, usually they are the ones deflecting the aggression from the opponents and then eventually overwhelming them. Now that doesn't mean that they're not going to be aggressive. I fully expect.
I will settle for Lambo coming on as an analyst outside of game.
We're gonna see one of those.
I'll settle for that.
Out macro games of ZVZ.
But it's a shame they didn't bring him on.
If it's gonna happen in any series, I feel like it would be between these two.
Yes, I mean, honestly, I think so too. And I think there's going to be some short games in here as well. But that's the beauty of ZVZ, right? You got 2 guys that are amazing in the macro game, but they will have to play tricks on their opponent. They're going to have to play those mind games, and that's going to lead to some very weird-looking games on top of everything else. And that just adds to the fun of watching these two play, because you don't really know what to expect. You don't really know what the next turn is going to be unless you're Lambo, who's talked to them both and figured it out. You know, like...
Yeah, if only he was around to ask.
Because there's so much going on in the minds of these two, and you know their plans may change as well, depending on how Game 1 goes, what happens in Game
So when it comes to ZVZ between these two players, we've seen a lot of early Eva Chambers, we've seen a lot of early Roach Warrens as well, so we'll be keeping an eye on the early tech of choice from our players when we get into the games. Eva Chamber timings, Roach Warren timings, third base timings as well. That's what we're mainly going to be looking at. We don't really expect to see like early gas or early pool timings. Not from Serral and Reynor, but I'm ready for it.
And historically, of course, right, Reynor going up against Serral was not that clear-cut of a victory for Serral.
Oh, we're jumping in. Let's go.
Historically, it was Reynor who managed to catch him off guard several times. There's a lot of history here. Not only are these two teammates, they're also good friends. We are loading into the very first game of our first quarterfinals, a best-of-5 series.
You know, it has gone back and forth, but the last 8 meetings for the last 2 years have all gone in Serral's favor, which is kind of crazy.
8 times?
8 times in a row, Serral has bested Reynor, and I mean, that is like a really kind of wild stance because you just don't... I think it should be more back and forth, right? But maybe that is just a case of how good Serral's ZVZ is at the moment. We are ready to go into this team kill as we begin the quarterfinals
not watching enough StarCraft
2 at the Esports World Cup. In the bottom right
gotta lock in.
we are going to be starting with the red Zerg from Basilisk. It is Serral.
His opponent in the top left in the blue, it's Reynor.
And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat.
Looking to see if they can get a third.
It's Gamba time.
A World Cup victory. Reynor, of course, has been hungry to lift that trophy for many years now. Serral, well, widely considered to be the greatest StarCraft 2 player ever, but still, he fell short last
coming into this, I do favor Serral coming into this. I mean, they just mentioned it, right? Serral, he has been the more dominant player between these two in ZVZ. I do, like, coming into this, they were kind of trying to paint the picture that, like, it's been very back and forth between them, but I do think that's only only that's maybe like quote unquote historical bias, like from what we've seen years ago. But again, in recent years, like it has been a much more dominant showing from Serral. But despite that, we often see, you know, close matches and a back and forth. And I do hope that we have a series here, and Reynor can bring Serral down as well. Has it in to do so. Let's go. Let's jump in.
It's absolutely going to be critical. A few
Standard
seconds
openers.
here and there can make all the difference. The pathing of the maps is going to change a lot of this as well, because being able to hide certain sets of units coming across the map for as long as possible as well could be a big deal. So things to watch for. But so far, nice, slow, and steady, and mirrored in the early moments here in Game 1.
Is anybody going to cut any corner? We've seen a lot of hidden Evo chambers in this matchup. We've seen quick Baneling nests. Generally speaking, it's followed up with roaches.
Yeah, as they're bringing up, we're also keeping our eyes open for early Evo Chamber, early Roach Warren, early Tech, early third, late third, any kind of big deviation.
We'll see. It's also one of those setups that I feel like you don't get to practice as much. If you're either of these two players, you know that the ultimate composition is Hydra, Lurker, Viper, but most of the time, like literally 99% of the games, the match ends before that point. And I wonder if we're going to be seeing some experimental gameplay as well if we do end up getting to that state. Either way, Reynor is going to get the slightly faster Baneling Nest, what I'm expecting here to see Serral planting one down as well in just a moment.
That's a hidden nest, by the way.
Unless he wants to try and just bypass that and go straight into
Like he's glossing over it, but that's a hidden nest. That's going to be a Bane bust. He's going for it.
That possibility could be there.
No
so
third.
We will see. A few lings coming up from Reynor as well. Will
Reynor, he's committing.
back at home in the wall, but yeah, he's making a few lings. So
He hides it.
To put some pressure on.
He hides. Do the casters notice?
And that means that Serral's going to be on.
He's going for the flood. He's going all in.
If he gets away with this, then
Do they
brilliant, but
notice?
The opportunity's definitely there for maybe Reynor to get a
We need to stop freaking out.
Reynor actually just sitting on 22 work.
Yeah, now he knows.
He is going to try and bring a ton of lings across.
They realized.
Roach Warren goes down right now. That Evo
Casters,
chamber at the
please.
front is very likely a fake. Serral has scouted the Evo
It is.
chamber
It's been a
timing. He's
fake for a
okay,
minute
great.
now.
Now he sees suddenly, though, a massive influx of units, and he is going to have to try and stay alive. I wonder if Reynor's going to jump to
Yeah, no
third,
Baneling
or if
defense.
he wants
True.
even more
He got faked
damage
out.
than that, 'cause I think he could just snipe it if he wants to.
We're going to see the Queens coming in for the wall off right here. Join it with the Lings. We are going to see the Lings.
Yeah,
have
no
to push
chance
the
to use
whole
either.
world.
True.
We're
Boys are being
going
pulled.
to pull drones, which is fine to lose a few of
Oh.
these. Of course, we just
Where are the
wanna make sure that
Bailings?
Roach Warren stays
Where are the
alive.
Bailings? They're
We
coming
use the
in.
drones for long, but there
The
are the Bailings
Bailings.
showing up, and Serral going to have to deal with this right now. That's a lot of
Oh
Bailings.
my
They're gonna
God.
come crashing in. Yes, goes to hitting the Queens, but as the Queens go down, it's then going to be Lane Bane versus just Lings. Extra Banes coming in from Reynor as Serral needs to find a defense, but Roaches should be in production
Oh,
now.
does get
and with
baited.
Roaches, he's going to be able to eventually clean this
Yeah,
up.
nice,
This is looking
nice.
dire for
Very
Serral.
nice.
He's got a 10-worker lead. If
Oh
only
my
he can
God.
stabilize, life
Serral.
is going to be phenomenal for him. And even though it looks very edgy,
Calm down. He denied all 3 Bailings. That was crazy.
Queens, yes, but he can rebuild them.
Yeah, the Queen's going down.
Wow.
Is scary, right? But you get them back up. The Roach count is here now.
Very impressive
If this
defense.
amount of Lings can get a good enough wrap on these Roaches.
Reynor, he's still all in, by the way. He's still all in. He's not stopping.
Getting caught is a big deal. Roach is going to try and get the Banes early, splitting a little bit, but splitting up gives the Lings
Very
a
nice
bonus round
blitz.
too. It's a good amount of Roaches. Is there enough Lings? It doesn't really look like it. The Roaches look like they are holding on for the moment. That Baneling gets turned away too. Now some extra Lings show up once again. We're still just streaming Lings from across the map.
Oh, they're surround.
Continue to defend very far forward as well, Loco. Continuing to be right out the front.
I think this is one of those classic Serral defenses so far. We've seen him do this time and time again where things look dire, but then ultimately, as the dust settles, he's gotten himself a 10-worker lead, which is absolutely massive.
Well, they look dire. A really important factor here was that the Bailings were late for Reynor, so we actually saw Serral kill a lot of Zerglings early on before the Bailings were really factoring in.
And in the end, I am loving this position right here for the player in the red. Yeah, he lost a lot, but
Reynor's still
going
in.
to do a big push. The additional Banelings
And of course the
get
target
spotted
firing
too,
as
and
well.
That's a big indicator to Serral that this is not
Like, the target firing was insane from Serral.
commence once more for Reynor. But, I mean, every minute that goes by right now, Serral is able to outgrow his opponent.
Yeah, this is amazing for Serral. Reynor is not even on a third hatchery, so he is completely committed. He's completely all in. The fact he's building drones now is already kind of a painful sight for him because it's not meant to be like that. He is getting another Evo chamber in underway as well, but now a Bane Nest comes up from Serral.
All in, the house, the dog, even my wife.
Hey, what if I just hit you with Roachling
no.
Bane in the face? Can you defend against that after doing this attack against me? I don't know if Reynor would be able to.
Serral has had several
The
minutes
answer's
here where
no.
he's mining like 50% more compared to his opponent, right? Give or take. And it's really going to allow him a lot more supply. You can see that reflected already he is looking to see if he can capitalize.
So from here, Serral, he's been enjoying a greater economy, a greater economic lead. You can see that Serral, he's not droning. Serral, he's not droning. He's going for a counter all-in. And on the one hand, yes, Reynor, he's now taking a worker lead. But the problem here is that Reynor is droning. He's not making army, which means this push from Serral is designed to kill. He's moving out to kill here and now.
Can be dealt with a little bit by some Balins though, right? If you can get 1 or 2 Banes just left at home and then you go across the map with everything else, it's going to make it so difficult for Reynor to find value with those Lings. He is taking his 3rd hatchery now. I mean, he has to do that, right? He has to go up to that at some point, but that's money investment that's not going to go into units or so right now. He sees the roach count.
Yeah.
I mean, Reynor is still building drones. It's tough because I don't even know what units he'd build right now to really help him out in the long term. Roach Warren's not done yet. Realistically, this is just...
And here comes Serral. So he's sending everything across the map. 2 base will end at Serral. The 3rd hatchery just for larva.
Reynor starting this game off with an all-in is now forcing his opponent into an all-in. Serral here needs to deal critical damage, but I like his chances way better than the chances that Reynor had.
I mean, Reynor was droning. That's the problem here. Reynor was droning. Reynor, he was macroing up. He's not ready for this.
Just a few Zerglings.
And he shouldn't be.
Split off is exactly right. He's got Banelings of his own. It's pretty much Lings for defense here. How in the world is Reynor going to be able to defend this?
Well, he just doesn't, does he? The Lings can try, but there's going to be Banelings to fall.
Oh, God.
Just in case we needed some extra help.
Calm down, Serral. Calm down.
The spines will do absolutely
He's
nothing.
your boy.
GG gets called. Serral with a killer attitude in game number 1.
Yeah, GG, well played. I really liked the builds of Reynor, by the way. He had a really quirky build. Winding it back, the reason why it was as close as it was is because Reynor, he hid the Baneless, as we pointed out. It took them a while to realize, but he hid the Baneless further back in his main base, so it made it look like he was playing 2-base Roach. That's why he had no 3rd base. That's why Reynor didn't have a defensive Baneless either, because he believed it was 2-base Roach back at home. We saw it was a late realization what was happening, but Serral had some crazy unit control despite having no Banelings to defend, despite losing his queens as well. He was able to buy enough time for his Roach Warren, buy enough time for his Roaches, and even before that, he was able to focus down those Banelings. I do think that Reynor was a little bit premature with his attack, either premature with the attack or he was late with his Banelings. Because if you remember, he fought with his Lings for quite some time before his Banelings were done morphing before they can really factor into the game. By the time they did, by then he had bled out a lot of Zerglings, he had bled out a lot of supply, and Serral, he was able to pull off that defense. That was still a crazy build there, and GG. GG.
Just a spot on defense, and Serral, like I say, just a stone cold win in game number 1 for him. Just solid. And I love the choice as well. He's just like, cool, that was such a good opening. I don't need to do anything fancy. I don't need to attack. I'm just going to spam units. And he just knew, wait. And at this point, there's no way you
All right,
can
game
force
2.
me to turn around
Persephone,
with Lings.
let's go.
I'm going, and I'm going to win.
Alrighty, next up, game number 2. It looks like we are loading up on Persephone. A very normal map, a map that's been very popular over the last few months, and usually quite a straightforward macro game, but there are some funny features with that healing shrine, the gold base at the 3 o'clock position. I'm not sure exactly if either player is going to be able to make much use out of those 2 features there, but spawning right here in the bottom left-hand corner, the man 1-0 up, we have Serral.
And in the upper left-hand side, the blue Zerg is going to be Reynor.
For Basilisk. For Basilisk. Now, once again, just like the previous game, we're looking for Evo Chamber timings, Baneless timings, Roach Warren timings. We're looking for that tech.
Go ahead and do so. Now, historically, Serral has always been very defensive, right? And historically, sometimes those mutas have given him trouble. But these days, with the way that the Hydralisk works out, a lot of Zerg players have been skipping mutas altogether, and it can be quite difficult to get up to that tech. I wonder if, like, the overall game plan for ZVZ is just leaning better into what Serral enjoys doing the most in this matchup. He enjoys defending and just protecting his bases as best to his abilities, and yeah, I think he's able to just kind of, he's got this aura, right, where he just kind of deflects everything you throw at him, and I think this matchup is no different these days.
I think what Loco is talking about here, it sounds very outdated. We mentioned earlier that if people start talking about how defensive and how macro-oriented Serral is in ZVZ, that's very like 2022, like 2023 era StarCraft. In recent years, I mean, we even saw it last game where, yes, Serral, he was the defender, but only because he got faked out, only because he didn't realize what was happening. And even then, Serral turned that defense into an offense and went for an all-in. Like, he went for a counter enter all in the last game. Maybe a Serral years ago wouldn't have done so, but here Serral, he's a little more decisive, a little more aggressive in this matchup, which is what we saw in that last game.
Every single game is exciting here because
Which is what we expect out of Serral.
Aggression switch is going to flick on for one of these players. Like, it's really open in ZVZ generally, and I really feel like both these guys can kind of flick the switch and be like, yep, you know what? It's time to build the roaches, build the lings, and we're just going without going for any further tackle.
Yeah, and you can hear Wardy, he's bringing it back, and he's also saying, he's being like, yeah, you know, with what you're saying, true, but also, like, both players are willing to be hyper-aggressive. So Wardy, he's trying to recenter it there, which is good.
Just kind of have that super high APM, and at this stage in the match, it is mostly just warm-up. There's obviously a lot of double-checking going on. At some point, you can't really be double-checking anything anymore, and you have to just rely on your
Third base for Reynor.
first action instead. But that is not to say that Serral is...
So this time, standard openers for both players.
Yeah, Link speed just coming up here from both, so you get to see the production tab again. This time you'll see a Baneling nest on both sides, so Serral not trying to skip past the Banelings here. And of course, Reynor already reaching drone heights, which he never found in the first 5 minutes of the last game. So we are going to have third hatches coming through. Everything is not exactly mirrored, but the general consensus is that they're doing the same thing for the moment. A couple lings on either side, they will get cleaned up. We'll wait to see again where, not just where the aggression switch kind of gets turned on, but if anyone kind of swerves away from doing what the other is not, right? So we'll see what the plan may be very soon. For now, lings back and forth. And game 2 of this quarter final continues on.
Serral going for a Baneling Nest this time around. I'm always curious to see those small little deviations. Why did we not go Baneling Nest in the previous game? And then in this one, even though everything looks mostly the same.
Loco's asking why we didn't see a Baneling Nest last game. If you remember, the reason why there was no Baneling Nest is because the Baneling Nest for Reynor was hidden, and it looked like Reynor was going 2-base Roach because there was no third. So there is an answer to that. Like there's the reason why Serral went for a Baneling Nest here is because it's a standard opener this time. This time it's a third base. So again, just as a reminder, just to on that point, last game Reynor faked 2-base Roach. That's why there was no Baneling Nest for Reynor. This time there's no fake out.
Baneling could be very annoying if it does manage to get through and get a good connection. Queen going to be surrounded for a second, but
nice target firing.
Going down, the lings are able to come back through. Defense made as the +1 missile starts from Reynor and Carapace from Serral. So two different choices at this stage. Carapace means you're going to play a little bit more link heavy as Serral, because you're then going to have Carapace on lings and roaches. That typically turns into a more timing-based play. +1 missiles is much more standard for just lair, roach speed, playing out that kind of roach ravager game into the mid game. So we'll see exactly what the next step is, but it does kind of feel like Serral may be the one who kind of picks up the aggression here.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with you. Serral also delayed.
Yeah, I'll just have to echo what Wardy just said. Because of Carapace, this feels like Ling Ravager, right? It feels like Ling Ravager out of Serral, which is a little more aggressive.
Really needs to get value early. There is a second Evo chamber for Serral. He could go double upgrades, but I think it's
nice scout.
Wall off. Although we'll have to see with the structure finishing if he decides to start up something.
Oh, it's a hidden Evo chamber.
He's really just denying.
He's going for it.
Skipping the lair, and he is going straight into what looks like a Roach Ling Bane push.
It should be Ling Ravager, but regardless.
It's his turn to get aggressive in this series, apparently. As the lair will finish from Reynor, he's stepping out on the map.
And again, this goes in line with what we said at the start of the series and at the start of this game. Serral's going all in. Serral's going all in, and again, this is what something that we expect more from Serral in recent years in ZVZ. Going for Mutas! He's crazy!
Right because that's so far away, and Serral's attack is coming in the next minute or so.
Yeah.
The Spire is not going to.
And yeah, there's a Ling Ravager. Ravager's morphing in.
Building.
The goal is the Lings surround the roaches and the Ravagers pile them down. Like this is straight up all in here by Serral. He hid the Eva chamber, and this is a big mystery here out of Reynor. He's throwing down spine crawlers.
Absolutely. Even when the roaches are already in your base, mutas are nice because they technically can't be attacked, but they're still just so slow at cleaning up this type of aggression.
Spines are halfway done.
Serral has decided to send everything that he's got towards the other
Reynor
side
needs
of the
more
map. He's
time.
dropping his gas on additional,
He needs time.
corrosive biles here in just a moment, right? With those Ravagers getting morphed in. Wouldn't be surprised to see additional
They're gonna
Banelings,
finish.
But this is Serral ready to go and to see if maybe he can obtain the victory right here, right now.
He's going to dive the Lings down the right side where there's going to be a lot less roaches. The Lings going to do that thing. There's a lot of spines that have come into play here. Corrosive biles, some friendly fire right there. We got to get those biles onto these spine crawlers, right? Otherwise, those spines are just going to do so much throughout this. Reynor making Serral run through this choke point, making him have to take a very slow access point here. And Serral is realizing this is not going to go very far. So he's starting up his +1 missiles. He's starting up a lair. He's starting up a future. There's still, grabs he can make. He gets rid of the Roach Warren, but he knows he's not going to win the game off of
he
this. And
canceled.
now Reynor throws the Spire down behind it, realizing he's going to have time to get that set up. And Serral, if he doesn't identify that, he's in trouble. He's already down on workers. He will start building a few now. But yeah, it's going to give Reynor a great opportunity to really just successfully get into Mutalisks.
Yeah, Serral, he's in a rough position. Serral is behind. Serral, the all-in has failed. He fails to break the bases. Really nice timing here with the Spine Coolers. Unfortunately, Reynor did cancel the Spire, but now he can get into it.
Here too. Those corrosive vials still need to be dodged. Man, he's got so many spines actually. There's 5 of them in total right now.
He's still going for it.
I think Reynor has this defense in the bag, and that means that very soon it is going to be his turn to be aggressive. The Roach Warren has been rebuilt. Mostly what I'm looking at right now, though, is the Spire. They're all hoping to get some lucky Baneling hits there on the mineral line, but that also gets deflected. So it's a very different attack than the one that we saw from the previous game. We even dodged the corrosive vials here in the middle of the map too. But as far as strategies go, as far as being the aggressor goes, both players are taking turns so far in this series.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Serral, the all-in has failed. He does scout the main base. He sees the Spire. He responds to the Hydra Den. Unfortunately, Reynor did have to cancel the Spire earlier. But Reynor, he's looking in a really strong position here. He's had more mining for longer, and now he's started meter production.
That is Reynor's lead going to be diminished, right? So that's something to watch on. Overlord's going down. Supply block is nice. Serral doing what he can with this army, which is with the map control, just taking what is out there. 4 meters coming up. Because it's been scouted, I don't think Reynor will ever go into many, but you always want to make a few because pushing back Overlord is going to be nice. The map control and forcing any kind of a reaction is always going to be a bonus.
Absolutely. Serral, though, has caught up in the worker count quite nicely, and he's now using that second evolution chamber as well. So despite the fact that Reynor has an advantage, it's not a very significant one, and it's sometimes easy to overestimate your spot, your position in the game right now. Keep in mind he made all those spines. The spines are great for defense, but you can't really use them aggressively here. He does grab the map control right now, so Serral is not going to be able to really move out as easily anymore. I like that.
Nice contamination.
I think the Overseer is going to go... No, apparently not. 5 HP is all you need. As long as it's above 0, that's all you need. But yeah, if he can get a council on a 4th, that would be big. So far, though, I mean, this is the type of game that can slip out of your finger.
He's saying that, again, there's a reason why Reynor's maxed. Reynor's maxed out. This shows the lead that Reynor's had throughout the course of this game after the failed all-in, and now it's time for Reynor to break through, to rally everything across the map and to break the third base. It's going to be a tough hold for Serral. Not impossible, but it's going to be a difficult defense nonetheless.
Just go into as many roaches as possible, and this +2 missile attack time.
It's go time.
It's going to be a little bit scary. There's a lot of units. Let's see if Serral can pull off a defense. A few links trying to hit elsewhere at the same time on the picture-in-picture. Corrosive Valve going to force Reynor to step forward, but those Valves do get a couple of connections at least. Now Serral eating some Valves as well, losing Hydras in the background, and you can just see that Reynor's army is standing strong. He's just going to keep on overwhelming on the left, on the right. He's winning every single fight, and he's winning this game to tie us up 1-1.
GG, well played. Again, this came down to the all-in from Serral. He went for +1 carapace. I did notice someone in the chat asking about it, about +1 carapace. That is the Solar all-in. If you've been watching Solar over the past couple of years, if you watch Solar versus Serral, for example, back in WTL, or even before that, Solar was very fond of this. He was very fond of this. I think the Europeans do call it like the Solar build or the Solar all-in. It's basically a Ling Ravager all-in, which, again, Serral did attempt. Thankfully, Reynor, he did scatter ahead of time, or he saw the aggression coming ahead of time, and he threw down 5 spine crawlers, and they finished up just in time. They finished up just in time for the defense. He also canceled the Spire just in case, just to afford extra units, and from there he snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. I don't blame Serral for going for it. It can be a very difficult build to defend against, and it has killed Serral many times in the past as well, in those Serral versus Solar matches.
To have to then potentially set up, deal with Mutalisks, get into the next step, and go from there as well, right? So, just very well played. Serral had a great defense game 1. Reynor has a good defense game 2. Defense winning this series so far.
Absolutely. It's one of those strategies, right? Very frequently, if you're going up against weaker opponents, you might be able to obtain the victory.
And to be honest, like, it looked like this all-in was going to work as well. If you remember, Reynor was being really greedy. You can see here he's almost up 20 workers. Like, he's heavily ahead in drones, but the spine crawlers were a big factor when it came to the defense. Not just spine crawlers, but when it comes to Ling Ravager, when it comes to this all-in, you want to fight out in the open. You want to surround the army. You want to lock it down. Because Reynor realized what was happening, he was able to fall back and actually have his defense with his side defense back at home to make sure he didn't get surrounded. What I'm getting at, he wasn't caught out in the open. He wasn't caught out in the open. He had that defender's advantage. He had his back against his hatcheries, back against the wall. GG.
At this stage in a game. How
Solid game.
exactly
Solid game.
are they setting up their structures? Do you notice that they are skipping some important researches? Is it possible for you to maybe abuse it in another match in this particular series? Maybe well, either
One
of them
solo
have picked
GSL,
up
yeah.
something important here, but there's no denying that these first two games have been very back and forth, and the defensive player has won 2 out of 2 times.
Indeed. I wonder
He was not caught with his pants down.
Had their turn kind of pulling out some
Crazy,
attack, right? Is it going to be a choice at this stage to say, hey, look, you know what we can do? Like maybe it's time where they do settle into some of those macro games, right? Where, you know, being the aggressor is not necessarily working out. So maybe it is time to settle down. Let these games go a little bit longer. Let that build on through as tensions rise here in the quarterfinals. Heading to a game 3, we are all tied up between 2 world champions of StarCraft 2. Serral, the 2-time Reynor, have 3 back-to-back finals. Really a lot of history with these guys. Only one of them can make it to the final.
Found someone in me selling in Coca-Cola. Let's go. Let's go.
Over the next few games. As Reynor is back in his seat, headphones are back on. Launching into this game 3, I imagine, very shortly.
Remind that this is also an elimination match, so the loser of the series is out of the tournament. It's a quarterfinals, so that means that everything matters right now, and every map is important, as we are now indeed loading onto the 3rd map of the series.
Yeah, Tokamak. Let's go.
Yes, we are coming on through. Very
One of the larger maps,
it's
more macro.
Intense, man. Like I'm sat here in the cast seat, I'm just like, I'm shaking a little bit for them. Like, you know how much is on the line, because either of these players have the
Shout out to the
potential
Moopies.
go through and win it all, right? Like at the end of the day, both of these guys are incredible. They could absolutely go the whole distance. This is just the first hurdle they have to jump through in the playoffs as we get into the top right-hand corner of Tokamak here for game 3 from Basilisk. It is Serral.
And his opponent, his teammate, and his friend in the bottom left, it's Reynor.
For Basilisk. The Italian Zerg. Let's go.
I wonder, for both of them, who their practice partners were going into this tournament, right? Because do you really want to be practicing with one of your main competitors? Yes, you're probably going to get your best practice off, but you also really don't want to.
They probably weren't. They weren't practicing with each other, most likely.
Right now.
It's definitely very interesting because there's not exactly a lot of top Zergs to practice with.
Especially in Europe, right? It's difficult to.
Well, Reynor was in Korea, so
Reynor was in Korea.
Some Zergs there, but like even then, it's like a very limited choice. Is one of the unique parts of this kind of later stage of StarCraft 2's life cycle, right? Where the player count is not as high as it used to be at the super high level. So getting that practice in is not easily found. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I remember the days of ZVZ when even there was a lot of Zergs in Europe and they were like, we don't practice ZVZ, we know which builds we can use, and we just kind of throw them at each other. Yeah, that was a big talking point way back when.
Absolutely. I'm sure Lambo has been helping him out quite a bit. But there's no denying that it's a difficult matchup, especially for late game. I really think early and mid game are really well figured out because it's just the type of game that we see quite frequently. But I'm hoping here, as a fan of StarCraft, we're going to see like a very long, drawn-out macro game too. And this might just be the map for it. It's not a very easy map to be hyper-aggressive on. Usually, this is a bit more of a laid-back approach.
Kind of. I mean, I agree in the general sense that Tokamak, we speak about this all the time, right? Like, this is the most macro map of the map pool. It's the most defensive map as well. But ZVZ is in a unique place where aggression and all-ins are very, very common. They're very common in this matchup, and it's very rare to see late-game ZVZ nowadays. We have seen them in map pools past, like Gressvan. Gressvan, we saw a lot of late-game ZVZ, but in current meta, it is very much so a rare sight. For those that are curious, late-game ZVZ is Lurker versus Lurker, Viper versus Viper, if we can ever get there.
Grabs the hatchery, and likewise here as well for Reynor, who grabs his own here too. We've come up on 50 gas for a Baneling Nest. We'll probably see at least one of them. There we go. Reynor planted
We should be seeing both.
a little bit greedy with that in the first game where he decided to skip it in favor of a faster Roach Warren. Technically, that sounds risky, but he showed us that you can still defend with just queens and then Zerglings initially, as you have a quicker follow-up into Roach.
Hoping he stops talking about game one about that, because there was reasoning for that. Like, there was reasoning for that. Serral is skipping Baneling's going for Ling Flood. Let's go.
Likely going to not be, well,
He's going for the Ling Flood. The observer notices.
16 Zerglings right now.
He is. This is pretty typical when you kind of go for the later Bane Nest, because if you can force aggression on the other side of the map, it doesn't let Banelings come across to you aggressively, right? So when you're not playing defensively, if you don't have Banes yourself, you don't want to be like pushed back in your natural, having to split away and pull back. Bane's running at your mineral line, so being the aggressor here is fine. He's going to drone behind this, and you're going to start seeing those drone counts kind of ping-pong back and forth. And we do see the Bane Nest obviously coming up from Serral eventually too. There's a good amount of Lings here, and Reynor has to be careful.
Baneling's finishing up.
Damage. He is losing some Banes as Lings
gets into the main
base as well. Cute little
okay.
bit from Serral. This little split up you don't see super often, so Serral going to be in two places, but Reynor's going to handle it very well. The Lings in the main do nothing. The Lings on the third are going to get turned around as well. Beautiful defense. Now Serral has a slight worker lead that Reynor will work on patching up as well. Serral will have to make a few defensive Banes and a couple extra Lings to make sure he can hold on as well.
Yeah, nice defense here by Reynor. As they were mentioning, Serral does force a reaction out of Reynor. Serral now is up in workers. Serral rushing to a faster Roach Warren as well. But now it's time for Reynor to counterattack.
Reynor though overmade defenses, which is usually how this tug of war goes in the matchup. He decides to now go in for the counter attack, and it does now give him.
Brutal connection. He gets in.
Actually put in a lot of work. He needs to be careful though. The body blocking there right there by Serral.
Oh my god.
Strong. Trying to get a good hit in with his own defensive Banelings. A couple of Lings in the natural mineral line there too. It looks like Serral is deflecting them quite well. A little bit of damage done, but really not nearly as much as it could have been.
That first Baneling shot just looked dangerous, didn't it? It felt like a lot went down all of a sudden.
Yeah, really nice damage there from Reynor. Oh,
but the Banes carry so much weight right now.
Trades well, catches up
on both sides. Serral building a few drones though, and Reynor is building only roaches. Serral obviously took a dip in his economy there, running a couple of drones away and having to deal with that attack. And now it's Reynor going all out on the offensive with the unit production. Lings and roaches on the way up. He will start +1 missiles behind it, but I mean, right now it feels like he's got an astounding amount of units to maybe go and poke early.
Yeah, as Wardy is mentioning here, we're cutting workers. Reynor, he's cutting workers, he's going for the all-in, he's flooding everything across the map.
This many units defensively would be way too many, so he's going to once more go across the map. Curious to see if we're going to see drones here for Reynor on the production tab as a follow-up, or if he really is hoping to maybe, well, get rid of his opponent right here, right now. It's a lot of Links, but those Banelings are used as zoning tools very nicely.
Yeah, doing a great job with the Banelings, and the Roach is just about getting rid of one finally here from Reynor. Serral obviously has the short reinforcing distance. These Lings need to get involved, otherwise it's just Roach on Roach, and Serral will get the advantage just because of reinforcing distance. Like, Reynor has a lot of Lings, and they're just not being that useful.
Yeah, he can't engage.
Defensively up in the main base, I believe that is for Serral, and yeah, he loses a few drones, but the defense was made. Reynor did start droning behind this. Serral just started up 2 layers. Need to fix that because that's some gas you could definitely spend elsewhere as the Roaches continue their defense, and Serral has held on for now. But yeah, that's a chunk of gas we could use elsewhere for sure.
Yeah, really impressive Baneling control there by Serral. As they were pointing out, Lings, they were trying to engage, they were trying to buffer for Reynor to collapse into the Roaches, but the Lings, they just could do nothing. The Banelings doing a great job here at zoning, and with that, Serral, he holds, he defends.
He's got that supply advantage. He managed to catch up in the worker count very well and is now even 15 workers up. Or sorry, no, he's even on workers. He's 15 supply up in army here over Serral. So I'm liking this position for Reynor a lot, but it's very difficult to actually capitalize on it, right? Like, you look at the game now and you know you've got a very good army compared to your opponent, but the defender's advantage here for Serral is just so nice.
Oh, going for the mutas.
Obviously a little bit unsure. He's
going for the Spire.
So he's not feeling 100% confident in defending. And the Spine's not exactly what he wants to be building when we can see that Reynor's going into the Spire again. A few Lings slip by, that Queen not getting into position, so panic stations for a couple of seconds. And Reynor has been great at just getting a little bit of damage done here and there with those Zerglings. Those Ling run-bys have been very effective, and he's going to continue it here. The Ling's going to try and hit the mineral line while the Roach Ravager pushes at the front, and it's another 5-6 drones. And this is a big deal. Like, Serral's down 20 workers all of a sudden, and while he spends time rebuilding workers, Reynor is setting up to throw Mutalisks into the mix, and I don't know if Serral's going to be set to deal with that.
No Hydra then, no Spore Crop.
Yeah, the problem here is that Serral, he just lost a bunch of workers. He's re-droning, so even though he is being active on the map, he's droning up behind this, so he has no intention of committing. And because he's not committing, that means that Reynor should get away with these mutas.
A move out like this is going to give him an opportunity to force out more Roaches out of the opponent. So that at least is some of the gas dumped, and that means that less mutas are going to pop up as soon as that Spire finishes. Good scout for Serral, actually. Very important scout, because it allows him to now respond to the potential Muta threat with a Hydralisk Den instead. And, well, I mean, this looks like a very similar situation as what we've had in the previous game. Reynor has had full map control here for a while already, and he's just slowly starting to outgrow his opponent.
Yeah, he is. He's beaten the advantage, right? He's had the worker leads at certain points. And I imagine it's going to be a similar vibe. The Spire gets scouted, so you make a few mutas, you force your opponent to respond, you force him to pull Overlords back, and then bam, you max out quickly on the Roaches, you take your eco advantage from earlier, and you just hit hard, and you can spam units where your opponent obviously has to...
Yeah, as he's pointing out, like, even though Serral, he saw the Spire, he's reacting really hard with Hydras. Meanwhile, Reynor, he only makes enough mutas to harass, to hunt down Overlords, and he's doubling down on mass Roach Ravager.
So it's a tough little scenario here. Can Serral find the defense that he wasn't able to make last time? This time the numbers are a lot closer together still. Reynor only made a couple of these mutas, and they're just going to
Reynor has momentum.
Hunting. I think that means that Serral will just go purely into the Roaches from here on out. You can see Reynor invest into the Bane speed. He had that started up earlier, cancelled it, starts to gain now, maybe expecting a few more Hydras. I don't know how effective it's going to be. Now, you can still use Banes against Roaches. If you max out with Roach Ravager Bane, your army in one big push is going to be more powerful than just a Roach Ravager force. But it does really have that explosive attitude to it where it's one big bang and after that it fizzles a bit.
You're absolutely right. Both players approaching a maxed out state. Reynor, however, getting there a little bit earlier, and that means that he can begin that bank a little bit quicker too. A lot of Spark Followers, by the way, coming up for Reynor, who may be predicting that the opponent is the one going for a big Mutalisk transition.
Oh no, he's going for the trick. Let's go.
Say, that seems odd. All of them in the natural expansion. He basically canceled them just to get some additional Zerglings out.
We have not seen that in a long time, but...
So, it's really important that Wardy brought up the Ling Bane Roach Ravager setup here, and because of that overmax, here it is, 34 Banelings on the way. It's going to be a massive army for Reynor. Reynor, he's going to just shut Serral down. That's 34 Banelings.
The Bane's had so much army value in this one attack.
So again, a really good read by Wardy ahead of time.
His army's just not going to be comparable, really. Now, of course, he still has a defense advantage. He's going to have to pre-split, and he just needs to be as spread out as possible. Here we go.
Oh, he's going for it.
Oh, no. He clumps up, and the Banelings are going to start crashing through. Has to pull back to defend against them. Bane's going to try and get some of the Ravages. You can just see Reynor's able to...
Yeah, he just overwhelms. He completely shuts us down.
Protofile's not landing just yet.
Oh, my God.
Taken down by that round of Banes, and Serral is retreating backwards as Reynor has won this fight for now.
Yeah, that was insane. Serral not expecting that whatsoever. Reynor suddenly shows up with a whole lot of Banelings on the other side of the map. He still has that defender's advantage though, and it's easy for Reynor to overextend, but Reynor is also sending a ton of his own units now. His reinforcements
oh, yeah, he does overextend.
the map, and they're going to be showing
Reynor's going to calm down.
Reynor forced to kite backwards for now. His reinforcements though are on the left of this fight.
Yeah, I think good job by Serral.
Yeah, and from here, Reynor, he now takes that massive supply lead. He took the big fight. He shut down all the Hydras. From here, he can just rally. He can just rally in. And it's going to be a tough hold for Serral. He should not be able to hold on here. He's down to a couple of Roaches, a couple of Queens. He has some Transfuse. He has the defender's advantage, but Reynor, he just has numbers on his side.
Having to use the Queens to defend as well. Can Serral pull off a defense here? He does have 2-1 to just +1 upgrades. That may be the changing difference if there is one, but right now, numbers are doing it.
Oh, the Muta.
Reynor is trying to see if he can potentially snowball this right now. These upgrades are nice, but when you don't have enough units to really benefit from it, you might not be able to get the value. Serral maybe just pulling off one of those miraculous...
Barely holding on. Serral.
Somehow, some way, despite being like 30-40 supply down during a lot
the
of
upgrades, the clutch transfuse. Okay.
Managed to hold on, Wardy.
He does indeed. The upgrade pulled in a big part
Yo,
of the...
that's crazy.
He had the Carapace upgrade he built earlier, and then he had that +2, which finished up sooner as well. Serral with a magnificent defense, and he will hold on. I know. I think it was honestly just the way he approached the fight. He pulled back. He took the slightly better concave. He did not let Vials connect, and he just pulled his Queens in to be any additional help that they could be. And it was just about enough in the end. He now gets to rebuild in this game from fairly similar setups. There is going to be one difference, and that's just a few extra drones in the favor of Reynor. Serral still has a Carapace upgrade on his side, but he's also going to have some Hydras mixed in here, which can be a really fun backline to add into all of it.
I think that's exactly right.
Like, the Hydras are going to be a big factor just because this time there are no Banelings, right? We saw Banelings completely shut down the Hydra army that we had previously, but that was only because Reynor was super maxed. Now he doesn't really have that available to him, and now these Hydras, they can actually be quite impactful in the next fight. Okay, we have a game.
Barely. Important right now, though, for Reynor to not overestimate his situation. I think he's still ahead, But I feel like this is one of those spots where you may just think, oh, I'm really far ahead. I mean, I've been winning every single engagement. That previous fight certainly looked like a win, but it doesn't really look like one if you look at the grand scheme of things right now. Serral, though, still not really in an opportunity or a position to really go across. Hydro then coming up here for Reynor. You know what? We may actually be going into some lurker playing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the natural next step, right? If you've got Hydras out, hit the lurkers, and fighting lurkers without lurkers is extremely difficult to do.
Yeah, the problem here, we can't see the production tab, but Serral, the correct move from him is to thread down the lurker den and to start taking towards lurkers and to get a greater army. And Reynor is behind in that form of tech.
Sees them going away, just attention paid, and that's the sort of thing you're looking for at this point of a game as well, right? Where just the little.
But we didn't see the production tab, so I don't think Serral has a roach. Sorry, a lurker den. I don't think.
Serral just getting a few drones here. Some of his own harass finally landing those roaches.
Wait, does he not have an infestation pit? Like Reynor, he's teching because he's trying to catch up. Okay.
Hive start at the same time as each other.
It's very fun to see the Hive starting up right now. Not yet a lurker den for Serral, but I'm expecting one here in just a moment. Alternatively, you can go into a whole lot of Vipers to try and abduct the opponent's lurkers. You can also try and corrosive ball them down with Massive Ravager. But generally, okay, there we go. Lurker dens indeed are countered by lurker dens. You need to go for a similar unit composition. Still though, the fights are not over yet. And as the roaches are still available now, I'm expecting to see them for a little bit longer, but at some point they'll probably get replaced with Mass Hydra instead.
Reynor out of position.
See it, right? Serral has been very liberal with just throwing these roaches across the map, and he's doing very well, right? To throw an array roach supply, again, a bunch of drones like this, mining time being lost, it's exactly what you want because it means that you're losing the supply and getting value out of it. Although he is actually building some roaches behind it too, and yeah, there's Hatch now in trouble.
That's a kill.
Play Hydra Lurker
It's a kill, not a cancel.
You really are aiming for at least 10 gas geysers, and getting the cancel or the kill on your opponent's 5th base like that is huge. Serral, in the meantime, trying to grab his own in the top left-hand corner. Reynor doesn't yet know of it. It's not particularly early, but it really does help if you have 10 gases, because then you can go not just for lurkers, but also for Vipers. +3/+3 upgrades, also super valuable, but it's difficult to really balance it all.
Yeah, it really is just so much you can spend your money on right now, figuring out what is best. We're also playing catch-up on upgrades, right?
Yeah, I think what's crazy here is, again, Serral, he's done such a really great job at recovering this game, pulling Reynor apart, closing that gap, catching up on the otherwise deficit that he had. Both players working towards 3-3, both players working towards lurkers. Saw some of the chat saying, like, oh, like, looking for, like, a 30-minute game. Nice contamination on +3, by the way. Very nice. Jesus. But we're not there yet. Like, we're working towards lurkers. As you can see, the armies are still being very active. There's still a lot of trades happening, still a lot of engagements, and the game still may end suddenly here, depending on the setup.
Still trying to chase those units down.
Collapsing in the army.
By the way, heal very quickly when they are underground.
Oh, here come the roaches.
Maybe he can get a bit of a wraparound on the opponent's army. Overseers, though, are going to show it off. Here's the corrosive balls on those lurkers. That's maybe why he decided to go adaptive talents first. It's way easier to dodge those corrosive biles. Serral trying to see if he can maybe get a repeat kill on the 4 or in the
Ooh, bleeding out a lot of roaches. That's a lot of roaches being thrown away.
Afraid of the counterattack that's coming across the map. He leaves a lot of roaches here in a losing fight, and Serral is kind of getting jumped on a little bit.
Reynor.
Reynor finding the better split of units. Can Serral punish this? Pulling back so much should allow him to do a lot. It's actually Reynor's supply that plummets. He is just not rebuilt yet. Hydra's now on the way as the replacements come through. Spinecrawler helping, but Serral will chase down. I was like, oh my god, I really felt like Serral could have had the 5th base, but he identified how important it was to come back and
Reynor is coming in. Is there anything in position? Oh, there is.
The danger of it.
Yeah, Serral actually going full into roaches again here for a little bit. I thought that the age of the roach was mostly over, but apparently we need to keep dancing. As long as the opponent is attacking like this, you can't really go...
Yeah, the problem is you can't make lurkers too heavily if your opponent's being aggressive like this. So you have to make the roaches. You have to commit to this kind of more mobile army. If your opponent backs off, if you have some breathing room, then you can morph in a wave of lurkers. And we can see there are 8 lurkers on the way for Reynor.
A lot of damage here. I like this position for Reynor better, though.
Just because the lurker count?
Yeah, the lurker count is looking really nice, and the upgrades as well.
I feel like Serral just likes all the abilities of attack he has
oh, God.
right now, right? I mean, he does already have that 5th base up if he wants to use it, but he's just not taking it.
I think he can go. I think Reynor has a window right now to potentially attack, and I think Serral also knows this. He decides to now be the aggressor, but he needs to be careful that he does not accidentally get trapped in the corner.
The round buys continue.
Working away on a mineral line, I believe that is in the bottom right-hand corner. He's also sending the other half of his units towards
Reynor out of position.
Third.
Oh, the lurkers!
Oh my god, he's
chasing
a huge chunk of the units of Serral in the top left.
Yeah, that Lurker group in the center was huge defensively. Serral has to get 20 new Hydras on the way out. He's going to have to turn and fight right here, but you mentioned it, right? It's going to be difficult. The Lurkers do manage to unburrow. Then he stepped back into the Corrosive Bile, unfortunately, but do we have detection? There's the Overseer showing up now. Having the Lurkers there is such a pain point because you can see all the splash damage those Roaches are taking from Serral, and Reynor was able to stand into this fight for a little bit longer. Does Serral have enough in the end? Looking to push through now. The Lurker will be chased away. More Lurkers showing up, though, and Serral right now does not have a good answer to that because we've not got any of the spellcasters in play.
Absolutely not. Not a whole lot of Vipers available yet, and that means that these units can just, well, really only run. Reynor does finally get the engagement on these units that he was hoping for a little while ago. Kills the 5th hatchery again, and he's going to try and see if he can continue pushing now. He's got the Lurker count advantage. He wants to continue sniping the opponent's Lurkers too. Corrosive Bombs
gets one. Oh, doesn't get it.
Because there's so much splash damage coming out of Serral's army.
Yeah, those couple of defensive Lurkers held in a huge way, and that is going to be Serral able to push Reynor back. It did come at the cost of his 5th base, however, and while Serral has been great at dealing damage to Reynor, that 5th base of his does stand with a slight worker lead. Reynor leads across the board right now, apart from the +3 carapace, which is on the way from Serral, but far from being done. He will retake the 5th base, and now 10 more Lurkers. It's kind of wild that he was so hesitant to go into Lurkers earlier, no?
Yeah, I think he was just under so much pressure that he didn't really have a chance to morph them in any.
Yeah, it's been impressive moves here by Reynor. As they mentioned before, I do really like that he did go for Adapted Talents first, just because he had a much more active or more mobile army to be able to get into the face of Serral, and he's been able to do so. He takes on the expansion, takes a worker lead. Reynor does have a slight lead over Serral. I say slightly, does have a lead over Serral, but now we're back into Lurker tech. So far, no one has been able to afford Vipers. I say that, as I say that, first Vipers on the way for Reynor. Big moment here for the Blue Zerg.
Very uncommon, even though it's the ultimate unit composition in this matchup. Generally speaking, there's not
Here come the
much more than
Vipers.
this. You're not really going to go into Brute Lords or Ultras or anything along those lines. Even though it's the best unit composition, we don't frequently see it.
He's so spy.
So funny.
Yeah, Burrow versus Burrow, and Serral's actually more than
You'd think they'd like bump into each other like under the ground. He gets in.
He's gonna lose a hatchery. Burrow just started to split up. At the same time, though, Serral in a good aggressive position in the bottom right, but he cannot.
Yeah, Serral out of position. Drone's gonna be going down. Nice Burrow.
Feels like an impossibility right now, especially in those kind of numbers. Lurker's gonna get back defensively here. They will start spreading out, and we will look to defend this. Honestly, I'm surprised Serral didn't lose more. I thought a hatch was gonna die at the very least, if not more. But it was a very good defense as Serral continues to play off of only 45 drones. Has got the 5th hatch up in the top left. Can he find the chance to just squeak a few drones in here and there? Because I feel like long term right now, he kind of needs to.
This is an incredibly chaotic match. There's action all over. Serral's heart rate hasn't really
Oh no! Oh my god.
Every programmer at this stage that we have seen.
As you can see, it's one of those things where Reynor, he takes a greater economic lead. He gets 8 more drone kills. Viper has arrived, so there we go. He can abduct. He gets 1 Lurker, can get another Lurker as well. Reynor is still looking more comfortable, but the Lurker count is still in favor of Serral. He can still take these fights as long as the Lurkers are in position, but the Viper does change things. And now we have a second Viper on the way as well.
Like Serral is the one whose Lurkers are just putting in work right now, but no Vipers of his own. I mean, it is kind of crazy. I mean, I get it. He's not super rich. He can't necessarily afford it, but it's going to be difficult for him to do anything apart from just defending. As that's the current situation of things. Gets a couple drones here himself. 44 to 54 when it comes to those workers. Serral has got a larger army up. But again, those Vipers are growing in numbers, and Reynor will use those to his advantage in these upcoming fights.
What are the Viper numbers at right now for both players? As we do see a nice abduction,
one.
that's exactly why they are so powerful. Okay, it's only 1 versus 2. The main problem with Vipers, of course, is that they are very gas-heavy, but both abductions as well as blinding clouds are phenomenal against these type of units, and sometimes even parasitic bomb if we do end up seeing a ton of overseers as a way of trying to get that detection down. But either way, this is a dangerous game.
Parasitic bombs can be useful against Viper versus Viper. If we get to the ultra late game, we should be getting up to like 12 Vipers apiece. That's only if we can get there, if we slow things down. So far, they're still looking for a way in. So he's maxed.
Still delicate. Very, very damage heavy, not a lot of hit points in general. It can still snowball out of control so quickly as Reynor now goes for the next line of attack. He decides to go into a Nidus network.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's really cool to
Gets
see
the expansion. Here come the deductions. He gets 1.
Super low, by the way. Vipers are coming in to try and help out. A couple of abducts so far. Serral is yet to be able to utilize his Viper effectively. That left hatchery will go down, though. Of course, Reynor has this blue gold base, but you can knock down the blue minerals here, which is a big factor as well. So that's something that Serral could maybe do. He's also just got an attack on this left side, and Reynor can't attack.
Reynor getting out positioned.
He was used on the right, so he doesn't have a lot of Viper energy.
Oh my god! Oh no! The roaches get caught.
Roaches and lurks
He was
just
so
dying.
close to that base that he ends up accidentally sniping some of the rocks and killing his own units because of it. I wonder if Reynor was the one getting the final hit there. It doesn't really matter though.
Nice
in the end, but
abductions.
He is going to be able to kill a whole lot of drones and then also a hatchery to boot, but that is something you have to be careful with.
So a couple of nice pickups here from Reynor, but again, he loses 2 bases. 2 expansions have gone down. Reynor, his economy is hurting. That's why Reynor can't max out. That's why Serral has that supply lead. He needs that money. He needs the bases.
Is big. Reynor has these gold minerals.
Yeah, he's so oversaturated.
Like a couple lurks behind them right now could absolutely just snipe those drones. And that's exactly what I think we're sort of setting up for. That's why we're already here with these lurkers from Reynor. Serral stepping into it. Needs to be careful. He does have the blinding clouds available though. All the abducts, what do you want to do? Double abduct. 2 lurkers go down. Add in another Viper as well. It's so weird because this is such a move on from what used to be like 5, 6, 7 Vipers. Like, it used to be like if you've got more Vipers, you win. So you'd see stupid Viper counts in these scenarios. Vipers abducting each other into the Hydras. But they are playing this with a super low Viper count, super low economies. Reynor trying to get that Nidus up, and that might buy him an opportunity to get in position. That right side base of Serral looks extremely vulnerable. That's probably just a give up right now.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. The economies are just so long.
Yeah, it does catch the hatchery. As I mentioned, I mean, there's no mining here. There's no economy. No resources, I should say.
Base, but it was already mined out because we are now at the 24-minute mark. Serral decides to see if he can maybe fight fire with fire as he goes in for the counter-attack too. A single lurker just as a distraction. Third base is going to get denied here once more. There is so much action still happening. The roaches over here.
Oh no, the move came in. Oh my god.
Losing those units for free.
Yeah, too much going on right
It's
now.
happened a couple of times here, but Reynor with some
This is
miscontrol.
not pretty. We do see a blinding cloud, but it doesn't really hit much. Serral will get a couple of his lurkers abducted in, but he's still leading heavily on the army supply. He has really done an amazing job of just taking the fights over the last few minutes. There was a point in this game where Serral was in so much trouble, and now it could not be any different. Another abduct from Serral as he marches across to the bases of Reynor that he needs to hold on to, and Reynor is recognizing that his time in this game may be coming to a close because Serral is taking down everything that Reynor needs to hang on in there. This base with 30 workers on it, that's nigh on all of the economy that Reynor owns in this game. So this is not looking pretty, and Serral might have just clawed his way to a Game 3 victory.
Yeah, it's been an impressive comeback here from Serral, as they were pointing out. Even though Serral was, I would say, taking some worse fights against Reynor, it was the economy, it was the bases that was still up and running for Serral. He was able to actually rebuild, remax. GG gets called, and Serral takes the next game, takes a lead in the series. Whew. Oh my god.
Gets the win here in the 3rd game of the series, but
Crazy, papi, crazy.
back and forth. So much chaos all over the map. So many little engagements all happening at the same time, and Serral is just ever so slightly better at navigating these super difficult engagements. I mean, if you look at any of the fights in isolation, on the whole, that just went slightly better for Serral, right? And it's a lot of little things happening all at the same moment.
Kind of, like
engagements that happen throughout a game. And
so winding it back, because I kind of glossing over the start of the game, Reynor took a lead. Reynor was ahead. If you remember, Reynor, he was able to get maxed out early on. He took a greater economic start, and Reynor went for a super maxed army with Banelings, and Reynor did win the fight. Remember, he did win the fight against Serral. He did dominate the start. You can see he's looking at the replay here, but it was Serral with the defensive edge with the slightly better upgrades, and it was only slightly better by a couple of seconds where Serral was able to actually survive and defend his third. That was like the pivotal moment for Serral, where he survived, he weathered the storm, and the game continued from there, and he was slowly able to claw his way back in. Just to re-emphasize again, like Reynor, he was in a way out positioning, getting a lot of damage done, but unfortunately for Reynor, he couldn't maintain his bases. Serral was being so active as well, catching out base after base, expansion after expansion. In the end, Reynor, he ran out of money, ran out of steam. GG, well played. Crazy comeback there out of Serral. Well done. Well done. And now the players are asking for a break. Again, we do expect this. I mean, I'm hoping that this goes all the way to the ace match, but Serral is 1 game away from claiming the series. The pressure is on Reynor. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with game number 4. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Players of all time, it's Rogue. I'm sorry you had to suffer the elimination at this stage. You lost to Cure. How did you feel about the games and what went wrong?
일단 이병현 선수 좀 많이 아쉽게 일단 탈락을 하게 됐는데 김독 선수의 대결에서 좀 어떤 게 좀 잘못된 것 같은지 일단 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
일단 제가 준비했던 빌드를 뭔가 다 막혀가지고 좀 아쉽고 뭔가 제가 연습을 되게 열심히 했는데 그 연습한 플레이를 많이 못해가지고 더 아쉬운 것 같아요.
So I think my build that I prepared actually failed pretty much in all of the series. So I think generally overall my execution was very wrong.
That's fair enough. How do you feel about the Zerg versus Terran meta right now and kind of what Terran brings to the table? It feels like a lot of Cyclone mech and 8 barracks attacks.
이제 좀 저태전 좀 구도에 대해서 사실 좀 여러 가지 또 말들도 있는데 이제 사이클론이라든가 사이클론 메카닉이라든가 아니면은 좀 8배럭 러시 같은 좀 그런 것들이 많다 보니까 좀 저태전에 대해서 좀 메타 좀 평을 해주신다면 좀 어떤 평이 있을까요?
일단 저태전에서 그 두 가지 빌드가 이기기 너무 힘들다고 생각을 하고 있고 저그가 이기려면은 2배를 더 잘해야 된다고 생각을 하기 때문에 아무래도 연습 때보다 대회 때 더 이기기가 힘든 것 같습니다.
Yeah, those two mentioned builds that is actually very hard to counter. So that being said, I think you need to bring twice as much as performance than the Terran opponent. So I think you have to bring more especially in the tournament.
Thank you very much, Rogue.
Welcome back to our first quarterfinals here at the StarCraft 2 Esports World Cup. We are just about to load into game number 4 between Serral and Reynor, two absolute fan favorites, two previous world champions of StarCraft 2, and two pro gamers that are hungry for another win. This series so far has been phenomenal.
It really has been. We've had a taste of aggression from both sides. We've had a taste of getting into the longer game on the back of aggression. I mean, the last game was also aggression that was just about held off, right? So there was some crazy defenses made. I would say Serral actually played a lot of that game from behind, but really came into his element later on. And again, just a vibe we didn't expect, like less Vipers than we thought there might be. Very fun stuff. We're heading into a game 4 right now between these two players, and it is going to be phenomenal to see
Let's
who's going
go.
to come out ahead of this one. Can Serral close it?
Again, I'm glad that Woody brought it back. He once again re-emphasized. He's like, yeah, so who's playing that from behind, so I appreciate that he once again re-centralized. But here we go, we're jumping in.
We have got Serral.
The Basilisk. Let's go.
And his opponent in the top right, Reynor.
Italian Zerg player. The team kill. Let's
All
go.
the matches in this tournament, it feels like, have been quite close. A lot of game 5s, and just in general, I feel like the playing
So I hope they start talking about the map itself. Well, no, Torches. Torches is also one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool, known for aggression, known for quirky builds, especially because of the gold bases. So definitely a lot worth discussing and a lot worth kind of theorizing.
I mean, going into this tournament,
Stepping into
I think
Torches.
most of us didn't really have one favorite going into it, right? I mean, we talked about the main contenders already during the show a lot, and I think there's like 6 names or so on the favorites list, which going into an 18-player tournament, that is not something that we normally see. Now, both of these players are, of course, on that list of favorite players to win the entire event, but the skill levels are insanely close right now, and I feel like the previous games are a perfect representation of exactly that. So much chaos, especially in the third game. So much action all over the map, and both players really trying to outsmart, out-strategize each other, but neither of them really getting an edge until, well, like 25 minutes or so into the game, which is just crazy.
Wow, hoping we get another kind of cool game like that, right? I always think back to that. I mentioned that World Championship finals between Reynor and Serral way back when. Game 7, Curious Minds. Reynor's running all around the map. Serral should have had a great spot. Reynor made it super close. Serral eked it out. That last game kind of had vibes of that, where similar kind of idea and just so much mobility. And that's what's so cool about these games, is that when it comes down to this later game ZVZ, it's just kind of boring, camp it out. Like, these guys are running around the map. They're using every avenue of attack. This map in general is just interesting as well, right?
I don't know if you noticed, but a couple of times so far in this cast, in game 1, game 2, and even here in between the games, Loco's been like portraying a certain narrative, and Wardy's been like he's been very gentle with it, but he has been pushing back against it, which I agree with Wardy, but he has been gently pushing back against it. It's happened multiple times so far.
It's so fun because I feel like both players, when they go and play ladder games or go up against weaker opponents, they win just because their multitasking is better. Across the board, they're just a little bit cleaner. But when they play against each other, you can't reliably win just on speed or macro or micro alone. You really have to be out-strategizing your opponent too, and playing a little bit of Reynor.
For now, though, welcome to Torches. So far, we have standard openers. At least it seems to be the case. We have the Bailey Nest from Reynor. I haven't quite seen the natural yet from Serral. Didn't quite notice.
The queen needs to go back to the creep here and put down a tumor. You don't really want to chase it too far.
No Bailey Nest once again, going for the early Ling Flood. Okay. So Serral, he's going for early Ling aggression. The goal here should be, oh, he's going to be skipping the nest entirely.
Initially, Reynor, Ling's coming up, Bayonet on the way. Ooh, he's going to go for the roach roar in the back, which immediately signifies something sneaky. So he's basically saying, hey, look, I'm just going kind of Ling Bane, but in reality, he's going to go roaches and try and probably hit fairly aggressively. Can Serral figure that out? Yes, he's got a roach roar, but you still need to know it's coming to stop droning in time.
Serral, though, once more going for a lot of Zerglings here, trying to see if maybe he can get some damage done on the other side of the map. And usually when you're on the other side of the map, you might also have a chance at scouting. Indeed, that Baneling Nest, though, is going to come in handy. Reynor is going to be able to grab a few Banelings, and that will help out against this type of aggression a lot. This is a difficult map, though, to push on, especially when the mineral fields, the golden wall is still up. It's difficult to really get your opponent's base broken open, because there's really only just this one ramp. Oh, there we go. That's exactly the ramp I was talking about. Serral ends up losing it.
Serral does take some minions to face. Now, just to reiterate what Wardy said in the previous game, when you go for this Ling Flood that Serral's been going for, the goal here is to keep Reynor busy while he can, while he's building up roaches. Remember, he's skipping Banelings, rushing to roaches, and Serral, he's not droning.
He's equal on drones. Reynor's going to start taking a slight drone lead here. I think Serral is fine. Like, yes, it would have been better for him to not take that Baneling kind of connection, but otherwise, he's looking okay. He's going to start taking this fight. Lings are going to be okay here with the Roach or 2 backing up. The Queen's there as well, and that is going to be Reynor's Lings deflected, and Serral may just be able to look at this as a chance to kind of get into a few more drones again now.
Yep.
Yeah, the question right now is Serral going to drone or is he going to commit? We have the answer. He's droning. He's droning, getting upgrades. Serral is going to try to stabilize and get into the mid game while skipping Banelings.
Banelings themselves are also not particularly cheap, so even though he does lose a lot of Zerglings, if right now...
Meanwhile, because of the worker production, because of the cut workers out of Serral, Reynor, he is enjoying a greater economy for longer. And even here's 9 mining time.
Now, just using some of those leftover Zerglings for scouting instead.
Those couple of Banes are real hit.
So overall, like, Reynor, he's in a slightly better position here.
They're going to pull back as you can see the Carapace coming up for Reynor, so that's going to be his choice versus the missiles of Serral. I was wondering if Serral might just kind of hold down the Roach Key and go with the +1, but he's been adding the drones in pretty consistently, although you'll have to replace a few of these drones now.
3 more drone kills.
They go down. Reynor utilizing the fact he still has those speedy Lings out on the map, counter-attacking in, finding some damage in the game.
Again, really rough start here for Serral. Down in workers, losing more workers, losing more mining time, still a worse economy.
You're absolutely right. Lair coming up right now as well for Serral, who is thinking about moving across. It's
That's
really
a fake
not
out.
his turn to be attacking, no, I don't think, because the +1 armor here is quite scary, and Reynor's army is still looking big. There's no Lair yet here for Reynor. He starts it up right now, not entirely convinced that he can really deal critical damage with this attack. We did see some of the units, by the way, on the left side of the map going to the healing shrine.
Ooh, he's forcing a reaction.
Themselves back up once again. Kind of a nice play. A lot of players tend to forget.
So this is something that happens very often in ZVZ. Reynor, he does push out across the map, but you can see here he has no intention to commit. He's revealing his army to the Overlords, and he's forcing Serral not to drone. That's why Serral is once again down in workers, because Serral is forced to make all these roaches.
He has a lot of units just ready to go. He has way more army than Reynor does right now.
He gets into the mineral line.
We might lose a couple
2
drones.
more.
Remember, Reynor, he's in a position where he's actually ahead on drones now, and Serral's going to be behind on the lair at the end of all of this. So Reynor kind of changing what he's doing, not fully committing. And now Serral is the one who looks like he might have been full committing, but he's now droning. His lair's back on the way. He's even going to start Overlord.
Yeah, Serral, he has some catching up to do. He's trying to re-drone, trying to resaturate. His lair is later. He's getting into his own upgrades as well, but like he has no pushing potential.
Decided to cancel his own, really maximizing the resources, going to that defense, and that means that Reynor actually grabs the small tech advantage. It's these little things, though, that add up over the course of a game. Overlord ends up going down too. Do you think we're going to see a Spire again? Reynor's gone for a Spire in the last few games, and this would be an opportunity for him to do something similar again.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. It's kind of one of the benefits of having Overlord speed from Serral. If he does go Spire, he can pull the Overlords back or reposition them back on the map as required.
Hydrogen, he's reading Spire play.
Like, it definitely feels like Serral
Yeah.
kind of thinks he might be going there.
It's the march of the Overlords right here as they're going out everywhere.
Yeah, he's going to get to see a lot with those, right? So good vision for him.
So this is really safe play from Serral getting into Overlord speed and getting into Hydras, but this is all resources not being spent on Roach production. So it's also hurting him. Reynor's going to be the first to max. In general here, Reynor, he has had the stronger mid or early game, early to mid game. Reynor, he's had a lead this entire time, and now he's pushing out, and we'll see if Serral can pull off a crazy incredible defense like he did previously on Tokamak.
Break this. He does have a numbers advantage, though. Main problem for him is that Serral's units just simply pop out of those cocoons and pretty much straight into the fight, whereas his will have to travel across the map if he does decide to be aggressive. Now he's maxed out, he needs to go and do something, but is there enough army for him to break this position here for Serral?
It's honestly a very good question. I'm not 100% sure. We attack on in. Reynor does have a carapace upgrade.
Does avoid the biles. Forcing his way through.
Can Serral get enough up? Having to pull back away from
he can push into the third.
Overrun on the left, but he does have a good number of units on the right. Can he fight this? It doesn't look good for him right now. As
He's getting into the mineral line. He wants that third base.
Through these forces. So much made from Serral that's just
can he get in? Nah, he will. Yeah, he will.
GG is called, and Reynor will tie us up to go to a game 5.
Yeah, GG well played again. Reynor, he was in the driver's seat that entire game. I was so impressed here with Reynor. He was doing such a great job at killing workers here and there, at forcing responses out of Serral, at forcing roaches, at delaying economy. Again, as we were trying to emphasize, the entire game, Reynor was up in workers, whether he was killing workers or forcing units out of his opponents. Likewise, we were also talking about the disadvantage of Serral playing safe. He invested into a Hydrogen, invested into into Overlord speed as well. All things that aren't roaches, all things that don't help in the defense. So this was, I would say, the strongest game out of Reynor. Really impressive.
Yeah, I think he was prepping for what he has seen Reynor kind of doing in the previous games, but the reality was Reynor just said no. Fewer units this time, and clearly had more than enough when it came to pushing in.
Yeah, when you're slightly behind and you invest in that Overlord speed and you invest into the high.
Yeah, now they're referring to
you
it.
assume that maybe your opponent is playing the same strategy again, and then you just get hit in the face with just straight roaches. You might just not have the numbers here, and that's exactly what happened. It was very small margins, but Reynor reading his opponent like a book, and maybe that's also why he decided to go for the Spire, right? In the previous games.
And again, it wasn't just as Serral, he over invested into further tech that didn't help in the defense, but also the fact that Reynor maintained that worker lead the entire game, and even extended that as well, which is why he was able to be the first to max out as well. Like there's just so much that came into that game. That was crazy.
Absolute chaos. I feel like Reynor was getting into some better positions the last couple of games into that mid game, because that was kind of true in game 3 as well. So that's nice. Obviously, he didn't close it out in game 3, so it doesn't mean it's going to win, but
and I mentioned before that Ward has been like very gentle, like Ward has been very gently pushing back. You can hear it here as well. Loco keeps saying like, oh, it's been a really intense, and really close margins here, but it's like, no, like even in the last game, like Reynor, he had a stronger early and mid game, which is what made it more impressive that Serral came back on Tokamak.
And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Serral.
In the top right, our Blue Zerg bringing us to this game 5. It is Reynor.
Let's go. Ace match.
Do you think Serral's heart rate has gone up yet? Oh, we're at 109. Okay, you went above 100. I feel like throughout these games, he rarely goes above any higher than like maybe 98, 99.
We have confirmation. Serral, his heart is beating. His heart is beating. He has a heart. Can confirm.
I mean, he's been sitting at like 140 the entire way through.
Yes, he has. He's been a high heart rate player all event. To be fair, this series getting your heart rate up. Both of these players can absolutely go on and win the whole thing, but one of their tournaments ends today. They will not advance to Championship Friday. As we have Hatch, Gas, and Pool on the way from both. Drones on the way. Again, we're once more looking for that kind of mirror.
Yeah, when it comes to Serral's play, he's been skipping Banelings quite a bit here. Even in the last game, as a reminder, he skipped his Baneling nest, went into a Link Flood early on. In the end, it was not worth it. In the end, that was the first big kind of moment where Serral did fall behind. This time, we're expecting something more standard out of Serral, but we'll see.
When it comes down to it now.
Yeah, such narrow margins, right? Like, even that previous game, even though it was a win for Reynor,
It
still required him to play really, really well, right? And then get a couple of small advantages, and then also Serral to commit to Overlord speed and the Hydra then. And that second part you don't really have any control over. You're just kind of hoping that your opponent may over-prepare. It's a difficult call to make. I don't know what sort of strategy you should be going for here. It would make sense, honestly, for the both of them to just try and play straight up macro. Maybe test the waters with some Zerglings here and there and some Roach pushes, but committing to like one full all-in, it sounds incredibly risky.
Of course it is, but sometimes that's what you need to win a world championship.
I would say that we've seen a lot of aggression so far in this series from both players. Even last game from Serral, for example, with Link Flood.
Still in sync with one another. It's, yeah. There's no break in the distance between them here just yet. Baneling goes down. Reynor has the gas for it. Does he delay it?
Serral has a pulse. Crazy. Baneling from both players.
Which one will then play the Ling Bane and which one will play the defender? And that's what we find out next. Or maybe we just get a game where they both just build a couple defensive Banes and they sit back and we really accelerate through to that mid stage without anything really happening.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all. When both players decide to play defensively, though, we can get very awkward games as well, right? If neither of them really wants to commit too much. Serral starts up his first batch of Zerglings here, like the first batch with Links.
Like he says, he wouldn't be surprised if we get into a more standard macro game. I mean, on the one hand, yes, but we haven't had a normal standard macro game at all this series. Like, it's been hyper aggression. There it is. Fast Roach Warren out of Serral.
Just a few more. Serral hides a Roach Warren.
Yeah, Serral does what Reynor set up to do last game. Serral ended up scouting it. You can see Serral is already playing the defensive scout right there. And there's the Roach Warren coming down from Reynor as well. So Reynor and Serral both Roach Warren in it up as we get into this. Now Reynor is just at the front. That's very obvious. He's not trying to hide anything.
Hidden Eva Chamber. Yeah, hidden chamber here by Reynor. We'll see if he goes into +1 carapace. +1 range.
If he wants to make a few and head across.
So really fast upgrades.
Reynor's starting to head into that upgrade, which does put the pressure on Serral to get something done here. Ling denied again, but we are going to have to pull away to the right side to deal with the rest of these Zerglings. Maybe that opens the door for a scout from Reynor.
Yep, it's very
now remember, because of the early Roach Warren out of Serral, he already has Roach production, and Serral, he may just turn this into an all-in. He can just send that across the map. We have 8 Roaches in production, and so far, no drones. No drones. He's down in workers, intentionally so. He's all in. Serral's all in.
Which I don't really love for him necessarily because Reynor's just a few drones ahead, but not too many. He does add a couple more now. He is also invested into that +1 missiles. Is that enough of an edge for Serral to successfully go across the map with these Roaches? I'm not sure if it's enough.
The Overlord does confirm the Roaches.
As we get these Roaches,
Reynor, how does he respond? Spine crawlers. Spines are on the way. He needs time. He needs time for the spines.
Show up. I think already Serral's going to realize, like, he's got Roaches. He's going to go back. He's going to start an upgrade.
How many spines does he have? We can only see one. I think he has at least 2.
That's why I was wondering, maybe he wants to use it defensively for the most part, because it's so difficult to get much done. Maybe the
just one.
can swoop in, and that exactly does happen.
Gets into the main.
Roaches, though, really used here as a distraction, which is not why they were originally made. Both players
does slip into the main base. Serral, he backs off, he drones. Now, these drones are late for Serral, so Reynor is in a better position coming into the mid game, but mining is being denied, so damage is being done.
Once again, because that's how you usually get the edge in a longer game of ZVZ. Lair starts up here for Reynor and decides to build it not inside of the main base, just to continuously keep the opponent guessing. Serral, in the meantime, though, decides to go into the +1 carry.
He cancelled. When he saw the all-in coming, he cancelled +1 range to pull off the defense. So that means that Reynor no longer has that upgrade lead, but he does have the Lair lead. Like, Lair is already halfway done for Reynor. He could even flirt with the idea of going into mutas.
In this game is wiped out because of him feeling the need to just get as many units up as possible, which was true, but Serral didn't commit in. Reynor starts a spine.
What are you talking about, the
he's
+1?
He's a little bit suspicious about where this is going, and so he should be. Without a Lair on the way from Serral, Like, he's sending this, and so Reynor is right now looking to set up correctly.
I think Reynor is indeed reading this correctly.
Good read.
It's still going to be a very scary...
So Serral, the first all-in failed. Here comes the second all-in. As they're pointing out, there is no lair because he has no intention of taking up into a lair for the game going any longer.
The Ravagers and the Queens, but the Lings and the Banes do not get that same advantage. So Serral is just about...
So this should be a Ling Ravager all-in out of Serral with +1 carapace.
2 Spine Crawlers available at the very least here for Reynor. He is going to have a lot of army as well, and I think he's got the setup.
2 spines.
Yeah, he's going to put them both between the natural and the third base.
Reynor, he's got a good setup, as they mentioned. Looking good.
All the Banelings wolfing in. That's going to be a big deal breaker, right? We saw how powerful they could be in a much larger situation earlier. Serral actually going to come to the right. Those spines, I love where they're at. They really give you some opportunity here, as we are going to see the first corrosive bile going down. Serral does not have that much of an army supply advantage. He does have the +1 carapace.
Banelings are coming from behind, going for the mineral line. I'm going for the army. Never mind.
Forcing the roaches back, trying to get a good cluster of them over there, but they are going down without honestly doing all too much.
Wow, nice splits. Very nice splits. Reynor, he's doing it.
Push Serral away here in this game 5.
Yep, Reynor does have an 8-worker advantage as well on the back of this, so Serral needs to continuously fight. Reynor's turn, though, is going to be now to try and be aggressive. I don't think Serral can really, hold on.
And remember, +1 range on the way. Roach speed is on the way. Lair is done. Reynor, he's up in workers, up in tech, up in upgrades. And Reynor, he's going to run away with this. He's snubbling out of control. And he can move out.
He decides to go back. I honestly don't mind this. I think you just sit back and you push as soon as roach speed is done.
As they're pointing out, he's calming down. He's waiting for his upgrades.
Serral is struggling. There's no way that those Zerglings are going to run in. Reynor is defending
he knows.
everything, and Serral believes that he may have just thrown it all away.
Yeah, his aggression, he knows it.
That's right.
He understands this game very well. Reynor made all the right choices, and Serral understands.
I would not phrase it in such a way. That's. But yeah, Serral, the all-in has failed. The all-in has failed. He has no further tech behind this. He's trying to set up defensively. You can see this thing run by. He's set up to try to punish and move out, but Reynor, he's in position. He's in position to fully wall off.
Gonna try and do something, but roaches are there, so Serral can't find that opportunity, and he just doesn't have that many roaches.
Wait, like there was no throw here. Like what? What are you talking about? What are you watching, Loco?
Probably not.
Can Serral have one of his miraculous holds once again? He's already done it earlier on in this particular series.
He's going to lose the game. He must have thrown.
Right now. Can he end up this series right here, right now?
The vials! Oh my god!
Those spines are helping out a lot too.
Serral?
Roaches and Ravagers here for Serral are trying his
That's a crazy fight.
to keep these units alive, and you know what, Wardy? Did he just pull off one of those miraculous defenses? There's no way.
This is actually next level defense, and I think so much of it comes down to Reynor, who's sprung too soon. So many of his reinforcements are back because they held off the Lings.
These Banelings, if those 2 Banelings that you can see with the army were with his main force, that would have been it. That would have been game. That would have been game. No shot.
Lives on. What a defense. That was not expected, and he is going to find himself with an opportunity still here in Riyadh to maybe blast to the top 4.
How in the world did Serral just do that? It felt to me like we were seconds away from Reynor jumping up out of his chair and celebrating a win, but we are not there just
yet. As what he said, Reynor was premature. He was premature, but I'd be like, Reynor, he had everything he needed, but he pushed with half his army, essentially. He pushed with half his army. He got surrounded with only half his army, and Serral pulled off a crazy defense there. Again, thankfully for Serral, Reynor, he was a little bit too excited, a little bit too cavalier, and Serral's back in this.
And this game resets into a very different state to when we've seen the Spire earlier. When we've seen the Spire earlier, Reynor's been a little bit ahead.
Ooh, Spire gets scouted.
Has had to respond and get himself stuck even further behind, and Reynor was able to pounce on that opportunity. This time it's not really the case, right? Like, Serral really had a good army count. He's got the chance to truly set up into his Hydras this time. Upgrades are not super far behind from either. He's now caught up on the roach speed. There's that overlord speed as well, as he just realizes exactly what...
I really couldn't see anything other than Clem's Serral final bracket. I think
that's why he was so perseverant.
You need to watch some more StarCraft.
Serral with a chance in this game. 4-meter startup from Reynor.
I responded to that earlier as well. Like, I can see certain players threatening Clem and Serral already in the bracket.
Big question from here.
You need to watch more StarCraft.
I can't believe we're in this position right now, as both players are ready to start mining a 4th base. Reynor's gonna have map control once again.
So winding it back here, again, Reynor, he doesn't kill Serral, he's still ahead. Reynor, he's still ahead, he still has a lead. He's claiming his 4th base, he's taking up into mutas. He doesn't over-invest into mutas. Thankfully, only enough mutas to harass. Reynor, he's the first to max. He still has a greater economy, but Serral is keeping up. Serral, he can pull off a defense.
Such a difficult game to read, though, from, well, either of these 2 players'
Better upgrade to Reynor.
How in the world do you know what the opponent has at this stage after, well, that previous fight?
Yeah, this is definitely tough. I mean, Reynor's going to get a chance to pounce forward a little bit here, but the mutas will not add too much to his army. The Biles will force Serral back, but he's in a defensive enough position. Like, this fight is absolutely fine for Serral. He's 1-1 against +2. It's a slight advantage for Reynor, but not too much. Couple corrosive Biles, got to be careful of those. Don't want to let those land in for no reason at all. And Serral's also not far away from finishing his own +2. He has Burrow and Tunneling Claws coming up behind this as well, and this starts to get to that phase of the game, which we liked a lot for Serral previously in that longer game that we saw. That could be a problem for Reynor, because Serral played great when the game went long.
Absolutely, this choke point is scary. Can you really commit here? Reynor may have
yeah, nice concave.
A little bit. Those Hydras now also adding in a ton of additional damage. They don't yet have their speed upgrade yet, though, so I don't think Serral can really chase this too far. But soon he will have the Tunneling Claws, and that is going to make this game a whole lot harder here for Reynor, who's now building up an infestation pit of his own. So maybe he's thinking about going into a hive.
Very scary for Reynor, because if Serral takes map control, Reynor has loads of overlords spread out right now that he's going to start losing, and that's a supply block in the making. He does not have any overlords on the way. Like, yes, right now he's maxed out, but it's just something to think on.
When it comes to the tech available, I don't think Serral set up. There we go. I was going to say, I don't think it's set up for a hive for Lurker tech. Pit is on the way into Lurkers, in towards Lurker tech once again from Serral. We can see Reynor's trying to get there as well.
To help reposition those overlords
Trying.
in this game a little bit. Serral matching Reynor on the infestation pit in the production tab. But Serral seems to think he can fight this, and I definitely
he can.
right now as he steps forward into it. Corrosive Biles start to land a little bit, but Serral will keep
Reynor
on
getting
chasing.
caught out.
Push Reynor back for the moment, and he's going to get a cancel on the right side.
Yeah, that is a big cancel for sure right there for Reynor, denying, or for Serral rather, denying the 5th base. He doesn't yet have one of his own, though, and those mutas, they don't know that the roaches are tunneling around underground. We have a Lurker Den coming up again here for Reynor, likewise as well, or sorry, for Serral, likewise as well, a Hydra Den for Reynor. So both players are preparing to play a late game once again.
Now, when it comes to the setup for the late game, when it comes to the setup for Lurkers, Serral has a lead here. Serral, even though he's been down in workers, down in economy, he does have the Hydra count already. He has the Hydra upgrades, denies the base. Reynor, he's in danger.
Himself, but he's absolutely doing a great job of denying Reynor's, as the mutas are maybe just going to give themselves up. I don't even know if I hate it if they die right now, right? Just free up supply for better units. Roach is going to hit the left side at the same time. Reynor might not be set up to deal with that. He does get some roaches there. He does have the Spore and the Overseer nearby. Serral still finding a chance to dive on forward. With Spines here, it feels very tough. At the same time, Serral
no! He miscontrols! No, like that's it! He breaks through!
Moves himself into trouble!
This is exactly what Serral was his entire way through. He's just looking for an opportunity to pounce.
Yeah, rough movement there from Reynor. He exposes the Ravagers.
And Ravagers there from Reynor. Those Hydras just make these fights so difficult right here for the Italian Zerg player, just because their damage is not to be underestimated. And again, look at the units lost right there in the top left. Serral just so good at taking the more efficient fights, despite the fact that they're mostly playing with the exact same units. Lurkers are going to be an opportunity here very soon, though. Seismic Spines coming up for Serral. Lurker Den just
we might not even need Lurkers, to be honest. Like, Reynor, he's barely holding on. If he loses this position, he will lose the Roach Warren. He will lose access to his natural.
The Tunneling Claws, but he will get it done here soon enough.
Very similar to that previous game, right, where Reynor was just a little behind in getting to it all. Seismic Spines from both here this time around. So you're going to see that Overseer being sniped down. Lurkers start to morph in from Serral. We get that ready to go, of course.
Yeah, they're referring to Tokamak.
Extremely important from here on out, because you need to see those burrowed Lurkers. That will be absolutely essential, as Serral has done a great job of maintaining map control, and because of that, he's going to push the left side, and Reynor just doesn't always see it coming, right? So he has to pull back. Does he have a good enough split here? He has less roaches, but he does have a spine, a couple of mutas. I think he should be okay. Reinforcements are going to show up, but maybe
Serral operates better with a lower heart rate. I mean, Serral, he's looking comfortable here. Like, Serral's in control. Like, it makes sense for the heart rate to go down for Serral. It's Reynor who's, like, trying to survive. For the past couple of minutes.
You can see the splash coming through, and Reynor can see it because his own Lurkers are not ready. He is in trouble as Serral breaches the natural.
And this is such a difficult position to break right now. That is basically the intersection where all of Reynor's units meet. He doesn't have any Vipers. He doesn't have an easy way of breaking. He needs to make sure he gets his own Lurkers out. That's exactly what he's doing right now, but he may lose the natural and the main base in the process. Instead, he decides to use that more mobile part of his army to go in for the counter attack, but he is losing so much at home.
Yeah, he's base trading off of a massive deficit, but he realizes he can't fight the army, so all
yeah,
he can
base
really
trade is
do
the best
just
chance
go
here
and
for
try and
Reynor,
make this
but
game awkward and hope Serral
even
makes
then,
mistakes in dealing with this. Serral's more than some lurkers. If they
it's
have
the one
good
chance he
defensively,
has.
That's going to be amazing for him, as we see the Roach is getting so many drones. Every hatchery of Reynor is under heavy fire right now. His final moments of this tournament may be coming up because Serral is in the main, and honestly, Reynor may just straight up face elimination soon. He only has 62 minerals.
Yeah, keep in mind the win condition in a game of StarCraft 2 is to destroy your opponent's structures. Ultimately, the units do not matter. If the structure tab in the top left-hand corner of your screen is empty, that means, well, one of those two players have lost the game, and Serral just has way more units, but he doesn't have as fast an army.
Reynor did make a few.
Yeah, he's got a ninja base here. He's got a base on the center of the map. You can see Serral is now starting to turn back around, knocking down more expansions. Reynor, he's getting some damage done. He's killing buildings, but
Coming up from Reynor on the other side of the map, as Serral does have
saves
some
the boys.
lurkers over there as well on the left side. So that defends the base and his drones. That is huge. That means Serral has a mine base available as he is looking. Reynor only has the hatchery building and the lurker den left.
Yeah, and I think Reynor now realizes that maybe this game has slipped out of his hands. He had a phenomenal opportunity about 5 minutes ago to place himself into the next round of the EWC, but I think in this position it is going to be extremely difficult.
GG.
And GG, well played, gets gold. Serral obtains the win in our first quarterfinals, and he does so in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. As they even mentioned themselves there, Reynor, he was in a commanding position. He was ahead. He was up in upgrades, up in army, up in economy. He was counterattacking. Reynor should have won that game. Everything was looking so good for him, but he did overextend. He got a little bit too excited, got a little bit cavalier. He was premature when it came to his attack. He only fought with half his army. He had reinforcements on the way. He was late to reinforce, and we might, we don't quite see the highlights here, but yeah, Reynor, he got too excited, attacked too soon, attacked with only half his force. He got surrounded, and Serral was able to pull off a crazy defense by fighting half an army at a time. Oh, crazy.
Got the GG, well played, and is going to be into the top 4 of the Esports World Cup 2025. Of course, was in the finals last year. Let's hear from the man himself on stage.
So many questions after that series, and don't worry, we're going to go through every single one of them. A sensational series between Serral and Reynor, with Serral coming out on top at the end of the day with 3-2 scoreline. First of all, congratulations, but a whirlwind of games back and forth. And I want to throw back to game number 1, a little bit of a weird aggressive build coming out from Reynor. How dead did you think you were at the beginning of that first game?
Well, I never really felt like I was dead. Well, I feel like the scariest moment when I actually saw the Banelings, because none of my overlords saw the Banelings, so I was thinking, is this just a Ling Flood? It would have been a really easy win, but then the Banelings come, and it's a bit scary because I don't really have anything for them besides the 3 queens. But I think he maybe used the Banelings a bit wastefully, and that ended up... After that, I feel like it was in my control the whole time. Maybe I should have thrown up a bit more at some point, but it was pretty comfortable after that.
Now, when it comes to, I believe, game number 2, you played very aggressive yourself with a +1 carapace build. Do you feel like you should have gone for that 3rd build instead of committing to the new, or the 3rd base instead of committing to the neutral?
Yeah, I think I should have probably got more Banelings as well, and just, like you said, push the, get him behind his natural, keep piling the only entrance out of his natural, and just pass the 3rd base with Banelings, and I think that was probably the best play there. He basically held it with 66 workers there, so after that, the build didn't really work out at all.
Now, and when it comes to that last game, it was so back and forth, but you very rarely go for an all-in at the beginning of the game. How in the world did you defend? How? It seemed impossible, but somehow from... I just don't know. I want to know. How were you able to defend yourself at the very end there?
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I was already side-in in the last game. I was pretty hopeless there after my all-in +1 carapace all-in failed again.
We already spoke about this, but
I was kind of dead there, but then I remembered Reynor actually played a game against Solar, and he made an insane comeback with made just ton of spines. So I mean, let's make 2 spines and 2 spine counter and counter all in, and then the links come from behind, and I get the hold there. I think it's still pretty hard after that, but I get the clutch scout on the spire. He doesn't even see it. I think so. It's all the stars aligned after the start for that game.
Now I want to tell you, did you know that when you were defending, when you were on your last legs in that moment, I gotta tell you guys, your heartbeat was sitting comfortably at 85. How do you stay so calm under
This is the best question so far. Best question.
Throughout the entire series,
I like
Reynor
this.
has been sitting from 125 to 150. The later the game goes on, your heartbeat slows down. I counted it in that last game specifically. You started minute 1 at 110 and ended at 82 by the end of the game. It's usually the other way around when it comes to these kinds of games. So walk us through it. How are you so calm in these situations?
Well, I don't know. I felt pretty nervous actually, especially.
Didn't look like it.
Yeah, I was pretty nervous. I think always I feel like Clem and Reynor are probably the people that I find it very scary. So I don't know what happened there. I guess late games are where I'm very comfortable at. So the longer the game goes, I usually just get calmer and calmer, and I should be able to take it there.
Yeah,
those numbers are pretty crazy, I have to say.
Don't worry, I'll show you the numbers once we're done. But ladies and gentlemen, what a series. The match of the day held up for sure. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations, Serral. A historic game against your teammate. We're going to head on over to the studio. And don't worry, I'll show you guys all the numbers. Boys, over to you.
I love the response. He's like, yo, your heart rate was like, it was so low. He's like, the best response was, my heart was beating faster than it's ever done before. It was crazy. Almost peaking at 110 or 110 even.
Let's talk about this one. Lambo, I want to come to you, man. What did we just watch?
I want to hear from Lambo.
I mean, I don't even know myself, to be entirely honest. When I was watching this, I said Serral is dead multiple times.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah.
when I saw him morphing in the banelings, when I saw him commit to the all-in in the last game, I thought he was dead.
Yeah.
He attacked, then I was sure he was dead. And then he all-in basically on the defense, gambling on Reynor attacking, and then somehow he clawed his way back. In the other 2 games he won. In this one, he was down 40 supply. And he managed to hold on, he managed to survive, he managed to come back. Even in the first game, I thought he was dead. Honestly, all 3 games. It's completely crazy, this guy.
It's just completely absurd.
This is why, like, again, the idea that like this was like very like as like a close towards the end or anything like that's not the case. Like for a lot of these games, and we were pointing out as well, like Serral was playing from behind. For a lot of these games, Serral was playing from behind. Referring to this game on Tokamak, referring to the game that we just had on ley lines as well. Like Reynor, he was in more commanding positions and more often in this series, and did slip through his fingers, slip by the wayside, maybe getting a little bit too excited at times. I could definitely sense the frustrations from Reynor as well. So my heart goes out to Reynor. You know, only one could make it through, but GG, well played. Impressive performance here from Serral when it comes to his ability not just to come back in these games, but his ability to just not give up, right? Not give up, to even if there's only a slim chance of surviving, of recovering, like would still go for it, and was able to claw his way back in multiple times. GG, well played. Something I was really curious by, actually, a little bit meta here. I'm curious if, so depending on the setup for the production team, I prefer it when the host is asking questions to the rest of the talent. Something that we did for ANZ Chance was like Fluke, whenever would be watching games, whenever he'd be getting ready for like an interview, would actually ask the talent about like what to ask about certain points and what to key in on, and kind of like the angle and the approach. I don't think that's happening here. At least it doesn't seem to be the case. It looks like Sandstorm is writing his own notes. I do think that I think I prefer it when he's having these more like fun questions that are a little bit more broad at times, or at times maybe even a little bit more memey. I understand that it's good to like ask about specific games, but I feel like it would be good to get like input from the rest of the talent. I don't know if he's watching with like Lambo and with Rotterdam and with these other guys. Hope he does, because it would be nice if he could get their input just like when it comes to like what to ask the players in certain instances. But I don't know the kind of setup that they have.
Like it's ultimate heartbreak when you feel like you've got it after such an epic series. Game 5.
Just because the verbiage for the first question was really weird. Where he's like, how dead did you think you were? It's like, I don't think he was ever. Like that's a strong statement that doesn't really align with how Serral felt at all, how the game state was.
Reynor, if he's able to survive those circumstances and come back against one of the best Zerg players in the world, a Reynor in top form at EWC, I don't know who's going to stop him.
Yeah, spectacular stuff. all of us came back into this room in a little bit of shock and awe. That was just, how else do you react?
That was
to a
crazy.
series
It was
like
crazy
that,
series.
Yeah, it's kind of like something really dramatic just happened. And in a way it did,
It
right?
did.
Because that Game 5 victory, but there is so much to talk about, and I know the show must go on for you. We have a lot of other epic best of fives to look forward to. But even that third game, it's not just the late game where Reynor was ahead for a bit. Even earlier, +2 missile attacks, like 95% done. He cancelled it after he made all those spores. I mean, if he has +2 with that first attack, knowing how close that already was, he probably wins it as well. This is a ZVZ best of 5 you could write a book about.
Yeah, I think even in the first game, the first game that Serral won, Reynor had the builder advantage.
Yeah, he did.
And then he fought a little bit too early with the Zerglings, and
He
then he
did.
blew up a couple too many banelings on the queens. I think otherwise he would have had that one too. I think even in that one, Serral also thought he was in a really bad spot. He tried to wall, but you cannot wall on pylon without the creep tumor. So he tried to make it last second. He couldn't get the wall up, and then he still somehow held.
But the beautiful thing is we can say the same about Game 2, because I kind of thought that Serral's attack in Game 2 was going to get it done. Like, I really liked it for Serral. And then it was Reynor who pulled off the miraculous defense.
Well, here's our playoff bracket, and unfortunately for Reynor, his tournament will come to an end. However, there is hope here for Basilisk, because Serral just looked almost invincible somehow, some way in that best of 5. And we now head over to what is
he's gonna crush the key.
Breaking key crush here, Roddy. Reynor will be done at the hands of Serral. Serral must crush the key.
Yeah, Serral already said in the beginning of the day, it's a very unfortunate draw. As I said before the series, these two have been friends for an incredibly long time, not just since they've been teammates on Basilisk, but in the early days it was often Serral and Reynor against the Koreans before Clem truly became the Terran player that he is in these days. This is obviously not what Serral wanted, but I'm sure he's incredibly happy that he has survived his
herO and Maru.
Draw on that bracket, but Serral now finds himself in the top 4 here at the
Got
World
the
Championship
boys.
of StarCraft 2. That said, though, there's going to be new names to be joining him here as well.
They're stepping in.
At that, we have our next players moving on to the stage as well. People that are looking for another World Championship, or their first World Championship under their belts here at the Esports World Cup. Join us after this break, where the round of 8 will continue, and we get ourselves Cure going up against Maru for our next one in this TVT.
We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. TVT's coming up next. When it comes to the TVT, I'll be honest, this is going to be a crazy one. I would say... I mean, we'll get into it. We'll get into it after the break. We'll see you guys soon in 6 minutes. There's a lot to discuss, a lot to get into. We'll see you soon for our next quarterfinals match. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon.
I don't know why they picked us. So I can't see it.
You can look now, but I'm not going to be able to draw it. What do these guys look like?
Don't worry about it. Like, if you think it can't be worse, then just wait until I draw.
This is such a disaster.
Writing something?
What else? I'm just, you know what? That's my drawing. That's it.
That's your drawing.
Yeah. Just say whatever comes to mind.
This looks like a fat zealot taking some notes.
A fat zealot? Dude, that is actually pretty close to the answer. It's Detective Zeratul.
Oh, Zeratul. Well, I mean, talking to someone that hasn't even finished the campaign in StarCraft 2, so...
Honestly, I think that's a win.
Yeah, it's a Dark Templar, but... Yeah, I'll take that one.
Close enough, close enough.
That's actually not bad. Oh my god.
I'm looking away.
I'm so nervous. Oh my god. All right.
I believe in you.
Trust me on this one. I'm trying to draw like 3D, you know.
I see. You're going to the next level. Is it like a grid? Okay.
Yeah, just wait.
Okay, okay. I'm letting you cook.
Just wait.
I'm letting you cook.
Let me cook.
Is that what's going on? A zealot at a disco party?
What? It's a Dark Templar.
A Dark Templar?
At a disco party, yeah.
A Dark Templar at a disco party.
A disco bar.
That was a good drawing. That was a good drawing.
Yeah, I was worried with the lines.
All right. I can't picture what this person looks like at all right now. I'm done reading it.
Dude.
Don't worry, keep it simple. Like, if it's a big unit, make it overweight. If it's a small unit, just draw like small.
Keep it simple, keep it simple.
A guitar, yeah.
And then we have...
That's a good one.
I think that's as good as it's gonna get, yeah.
Yes. It's Kerrigan holding a concert.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Kerrigan giving a pop concert.
A pop concert, yeah.
Nice.
Awesome. I'm already gonna go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
My hands are still shaking. Oh god, how do I don't think I can make the hat any better.
Okay, okay, okay.
It's embarrassing, I don't know how some units look in detail.
Something putting out a fire, but what is it? I don't know. High Templar putting out a fire.
No. It's a Hydralist.
Hydralist. Oh, okay, okay, okay.
I tried my best.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Take some colors.
Oh, yeah.
So we have this guy.
Looks like a sentry with a window in it.
Oh no, this is embarrassing. I know what I want to draw, but I can't think of what it is. The landmass.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Alright, I give up. I give up. That's my drawing.
A sentry climbs a mountain? I don't know.
It's a nexus in South Korea.
It's a nexus? Oh my god. This looks like a sentry.
My bad. It kind of does look like a sentry. This has been Estrella and Gabe playing Pictionary. Hope you guys enjoyed.
From two of the best Zergs to ever touch the game, now to the two of the best Terrans to ever touch the game, we have a Cure going up against the TVT god that was Maru, and we have now a best of 5 to determine who is going to be moving on to that round of 4. Joining me, Tasteless and Artosis, to talk about this one. Tasteless, we have a clash. Team Vitality, Team Liquid, both looking for club championship points, but most importantly here, for our players, a chance to stay alive and become the world champion.
It's a mere matchup madness over here. RDZVZ.TVT. This is going to be an exciting one. Yeah. Obviously, it's one I'm really familiar with, being in Korea with these two guys. I've seen them fight a million times.
True. We are back. We are back here with our TVT with the quarterfinals. We're here with the boys. Tasosis, take it away.
Obviously, still in great shape. Cure has really impressed me this year in the couple months that we had a StarCraft 2 in the lead up to EWC. Yeah. Should be an interesting match. Maybe slightly Cure favorite, but if Maru wins, I'm not too shocked.
Your thoughts, Artosis?
I would agree.
Pan over dramatically to you.
My thoughts are, it's
Cure favored? Like,
Yes.
what are we
No,
even
I agree.
talking about?
I'm the Artosis of this cast right now.
minute.
I'm the one with the contrarian position
Oh,
here.
man. Well, the thing is, you can never actually say that anyone's a favorite against Maru. Like, he is probably the best player ever to have played other than Serral. And, like, he's been the best TVT player forever. He's been the best forever. So I really think Maru's going to take it. Cure will take a game.
You think so?
Yeah.
So we all know that Artosis doesn't really watch much StarCraft. When it comes to TVT, I think most would agree that Gumiho has the best TVT in the world. We've seen a lot of Gumiho versus Maru, and Gumiho has had a stronger showing against Maru as of late as well. When it comes to Cure versus Maru, this is a harder one to call. I do think that they are closer in skill in regards to TVT. We've seen more success from Cure as of late. We've seen a lot of Cure versus Bjorn, Cure versus Bunny, Cure versus Gumiho. We saw a lot of Cure's TVT specifically at the EWC qualifiers. If you're watching the EWC Korean qualifiers, it was so TVT heavy. We had Bunny, Bjorn, Gumiho, Ryung, and Cure as well. We had so many TVTs there. It was very intense, very chaotic, but Cure came out on top. He came out on top through those qualifiers as well. So I would, I'm pretty sure I actually lean towards what Tasteless was saying in regards to leaning towards Cure here, but this can go either way, and TVT can be very difficult to keep up with and difficult to read because it can be hyper aggressive. All the mirror matchups can be, but let's catch up with the hosts.
Elimination match, this time between two GSL darlings known for tearing it up.
No, just no. Ladies and gentlemen, our next matchup, it's Liquid Cure and Vitality's Maru.
Maru, 8-time GSL champion and winner of this year's DreamHack Dallas. Ability so intimidating, he can lower your attack stat just by entering the battle.
He's been on fire at the EWC, dispatching opponents with clean builds and calm execution. One of the sharpest Terrans in the game today. Give it up for Cure.
The plays are guaranteed to be sick. I hope our casters can catch them all.
Maru versus Cure. How familiar is this? They face each other so often, whether it is in Korea or internationally. These two are familiar faces. Now duking it out in yet another best of 5 TVT.
It is going to be awesome. If it's half as good as Rachel's intro and Pokemon references, we are in for a banger because they were great, Rachel. Don't let anyone
They're doubling up?
This is going to be amazing. Last year, we've got history here, ZG. Last year, Cure beat Maru, right? To become the highest placing Korean Terran in EWC. Lost out to herO in that final matchup. Finished 5th place.
Yeah, as they're putting out Cure here to beat Maru last year as well in EWC.
Ready to play.
I mean, there's a reason why, like, I lean towards what Tasteless said, not Artosis. Yeah. But yeah, I lean towards Cure. But I'm curious when it comes to the history between each other. But something that caught me off guard is that Wardy's staying on. There's only 2 other series after this. They haven't had State cast yet. State, Tasteless, Artosis. I was hoping that maybe they'll get Lambo one as well, but that might not happen now. I don't know.
Hopefully he can come in here and be as well prepared versus Maru, who is still a TVT.
Just because typically they want all the casters to have a turn at least once during the broadcast.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. It is not often you get to see these two play because Maru does not play in a whole lot. So yeah, super exciting stuff. Getting ready for this opening game. Best of 5, and of course the winner gets to play tomorrow against Serral. That'll be a talk for another day. Who will get that opportunity to play the TVZ? Who will have their EWC Cup run come to an end here today in the quarterfinals? I am genuinely very excited for some TVT. It's our favorite matchup, right, CG?
I love it. I actually do love it.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite matchups.
Solid.
Has been for a while. Hasn't actually changed too much as far as the pacing goes, but we got some interesting developments to talk about in a second. In the bottom right of Pylon for game number 1, he is the Red Terran Cure.
In the top left, he's representing Vitality. It is Maru.
I just realized, I don't know if the people in the chat can actually hear the fanfare. I hope you can. I've been fanfaring
PBT remains
the
a constant
entire
as far
broadcast.
As that chess match.
Smooth,
We got ourselves
smooth.
strong early games, strong mid games, strong late games. As far as the Ravens, they can come or they cannot actually. And a couple more of the non-Raven openers.
Ooh,
from
double gas
other
openers.
turns, the likes
Okay.
Of Yun, always 8 raxing against Maru.
So when it comes to TVT has changed a lot over time. I think a lot of people that maybe don't watch a lot of StarCraft have that stereotype in their mind that TVT is a bit of a slower matchup, and you have like Siege Line versus Siege Line. That is not the case. Over the past couple of years, TVT has been very dynamic, very aggressive. We see a lot of all-ins, we see a lot of timing attacks, we see a lot of assertive plays, a lot of outpositioning your opponent, of course, and being very aggressive. There's a reason why Clem no longer plays TVT. It can be, I don't know if I want to say a coin flip, but it can be a little bit coin flippy. It can be very intense, and Clem, he's just had enough. He's just done with TVT. He's like, I'm done with all of this, with all of your aggressive openers, with all the variety as well. I would say that TVT alongside TVP has a lot of variety, a lot of options when it comes to your early game and early to mid game as well.
Kira's looking for some inspiration very quickly. You know, he didn't have much time to prep for this, but he could.
Also, my apology. It's Gamba time. True.
You know, everyone looks at how it
Predictions are open. Place your bets. Place your bets.
And see what Gumiho was able to do. It felt like a lot of the time.
The fanfare is muted. Oh, okay.
Guard really made
I do apologize. I've been fanfaring for the entire EWC broadcast.
For Maru as you would expect. And we are a little
I've been fanfaring the entire time, but I guess
where it didn't matter what
unfortunately
happened to Maru,
hasn't been
he
showing.
Inevitably won TVT. If you do get
Feels
him
bad, man.
hamstrung
Feels bad.
in the early game, then you do have some more openings.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to kind of push forward and kind of take a little bit of advantage in TVT now if you have that edge, whereas, like you say, in the past, Maru was known for this matchup because even if it went badly, he could just force you to the late game where he is the absolute king of Terran versus Terran. So it's a little bit, like you say, detached from that time period. But of course, Maru's defense is still going to be freaking good. So if you are going to attack him, you better make sure you've got a reason to be doing so. And you're very careful about the fights you pick. SQ starts up here, but will not get much done. Tried for the SCV. Maru is there with mirrored set of units. He's going to get that Widow Mine out and then another Hellion of his own. Still producing units where we do see Kyo taking a bit more of a turn towards add-on focuses on the structures.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The Widow Mine is going to be able to contribute. And just also a bit of a heads-up scout for the...
When it comes to openers here, we're looking for the add-ons. We're looking for the tech labs. It is going to be faster tank production out of Cure. Meanwhile, we have continued Hellion into drop play from Maru, going for a much later tech lab.
That is, he sees now equal amount of units, so there's no reason to really go.
So we have a drop out of Maru. We have, I would say, a bit of a more defensive, but really fast tank start out of Cure.
But Cure did not dedicate that much to it. He was adding on add-ons, and he is already going into a tank. It is going to be Raven from him. I mean, the medevac actually very popular as an opener, and then you do go into Ravens, I would say most of the time still on TVT. But this is only going to be Maru's medevac flying across the map right now, going to be looking for some harassment. Meanwhile, Kira actually went tank first into Cyclone. It's an interesting change-up.
Yeah, you almost always see the Cyclone first because of its value as an early game kind of get on the map unit, right? It can really trade well with the initial forces that are out there. It has mobility. You don't typically need the tank this quickly either, unless you want to kind of put it in a medevac and take it across the map. So yeah, it is kind of intriguing. I wonder if he just feels like he still wants the Cyclone for a moment like this, right? Help deal with this medevac, you lock onto that. And
yeah, so far as in position.
Away, especially if you're not expecting the
Does
Cyclone
keep up.
to be here, that Widow Mine will go down before it fires. And this is a good solid defense out of Q. Maru finds nothing with this drop. And
can he get the medevac?
And yeah, this is going to be Maru in some trouble. He's just going to lose that.
Nice catch.
I saw a little bit of a reaction there, Wardy. I did. He was definitely disappointed as soon as that lock-on happened. Unfortunately,
Yeah, solid start here by Cure. So Cure, he has a tank lead. He has the early advantage as he shuts down the early drop. He has the Raven lead as well. So Cure so far in a better position. Second starport from both players. 2-port 2 base all in.
Really wanted
That's
to know
crazy.
what Kira was doing. If he was really afraid of something different, like
Oh
a
my
two-base
God.
middle, or okay, like this, 2 starports. It's also versus 2 starports.
Yeah.
Then a scan is going to have to be used. But I love that. I was initially confused watching the observer hovering around 4 starports. I was like, wait, but no, it's going to be 2 starport versus 2 starport.
Yeah, so
Happen that often, but the 2 starport build can be a very cheeky way to get a win when it actually clashes. It can do one of those things where it's like, oh, we're both in the same thing. I guess we both also macro, right? Or
yeah, so this is going to be a really odd game state. So going for a 2-port 2 base all in, basically both players are going Mass Viking. They're going Mass Viking for air control, then they go into a Liberator to gain control of the ground as well. But because both players are doing the same build, then as Zombigo was saying, typically this means they will deflect against each other. I believe, but it's going to get kind of quirky.
But if the other guy has just the same amount of air control, then it comes down to the fight, and because you're typically being the aggressor with double star,
Oh, they miss each other.
Players are going to move out
Oh.
and yet things happen.
Curious
And in
first.
this case, they're going to go around each other. So Kira's on the map, Maru's on the map. Now they kind of
Oh my
see
God.
each other's units here. Maru realizes
Never
it
mind.
as well, so they are now both in the know. Now Kira's in a little bit more of an aggressive position still. Will he push the issue, or will he pull it back? He's looking as though he wants to try and make this happen, but I think he wants to step away.
It's so nerve-wracking. I mean, really, the big
Third
difference
CC.
here, we had the tank count being different from between the two. We
Third
also
base here from Maru. I believe Curie should be expanding soon as well.
where Cure did
No
go
expansion
for
yet out of
two
Cure.
Ravens. Now, 2 Ravens can be excellent, but only if they actually get their spells off, which the 6 Vikings are basically looking to make sure that never happens. Now, Cure obviously is caught up, as well as actually forcing to the front lines, and it looks like Maru is now making the decision to try and tango. Meanwhile, a couple of
Reapers, they get
going
into
to
the
Maru's
middle
back
line.
killing a decent amount of SCVs, something that was necessary because Maru had actually gotten up to even an 8-worker
Ooh,
lead
this is
at
getting
one
out of
point.
hand. 7
Now
SCV
that
kills.
is disappearing. Still 4-worker lead for Maru.
Yep, he still has that lead, but this is very good for Cure because this could have been obviously so much better for Maru than it has been. As now we have this Reaper just about trying to get away. Will this last guy get out of here with all the units?
Yeah, so nice damage here by Curie does get out. So we do have a third CC on location. Maru's third base is that much faster from his side. Likewise, Maru actually has a Viking lead as well.
Behind in workers, and we do just now reset as third CC's a build.
So very
Maru's a
tense.
little bit faster that third CC, but Cure's is on location, so a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, it actually might work out to be same as far as the saturation of the minerals, but still that 4-worker difference. Maru once again looking for damage, getting aggressive.
Oh, gets into the main.
Vikings on the high ground.
Not bad.
I mean, Vikings definitely not bad, but if you do sacrifice them, it could be a lot of trouble in the future. Once again, as Maru moves in, Cure uses those harassment tools back on Maru's side of the base to grab yet
He
another
trades.
6 SCVs, perhaps more, as Cure responds to the main base threat rather well. Maru, every time he moves forward, Cure's got something stabbing him in the back, and now even looking for the fight. Lock onto a tank, trying to help out right now. We got the full fight in action. Both of them trying to land their Vikings. Tanks firing every which way. Who is going to come out on top? It looks like Maru. Actually, the Reaper came from behind and blocked some of the tank fire. And that is going to result
it's so
in Cure
close.
holding the line.
He
Very similar
holds.
in army
He
supply.
lands. He wants the
Maru is
tanks.
gonna have to disengage the Vikings.
Oh my God.
It's not quite going to be enough to get that last tank, but what a sequence of events that just happened right there.
That was absolutely crazy. Maru, he got rid of both Ravens and they didn't spellcast, and then it felt like that because of that he was going to take a better fight, but then his tanks start firing the other direction. It's not as good as it should have been, and we actually end up in a really even position. Army supplies similar, work accounts similar, but we have got
Third starport mech. Okay.
going mech, Cure going bio.
Yeah, mech versus bio. Let's go.
I mean, Maru's even doing well.
So from here, the game is slowing down. The game is slowing down.
On the factory, but he also adds on a third starport. If this is mech versus mech, it does make sense for both of them to basically be like, yeah, we're kind of skipping like the factory-based part, and we're going right to the skies. But I'm not sure if that is the best idea. I just have you don't
So
see this that often.
what Maru's doing is very Maru. Maru, he's known for rushing into purely tank Viking. As Zoria was saying, this is risky. It's risky because this means that without that extra factory, you have less support for your tanks. You have less Hellions for your tanks. So this is a very kind of greedy style, going almost pure tank Viking.
Enough of a bio army in time.
Yeah, I think that's my issue, is that Maru already has a really good tank count, right? So he's really solid on the ground already, and right now it's 4 Marines from Q. It really isn't much bio at all, so in this given moment, Maru feels, I would say, pretty okay, but we're a long way off. We'll see what this fight brings, because it does look like Maru is heading across. Q sees it coming once again. Ideally, Maru uses those libs to try and unsiege the tanks and push forward, but there's just so many Vikings on the other side. I don't know if we can really justify doing that. I like it from Maru. Take map control and expand behind it. Do what you can to take advantage of this position.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting development. Maru trying to get into a very
here come the Liberators.
Siege up those Liberators, trying to go over to Cure's third base. Cure was tracking the army, does react, and Maru thinks that's not going to be the way to go, which means... By the way, Cure gets a scan, notices that it is going to be basically only 2 factories, also kind of maybe gives him a hint that it's going to be more on those starports, whereas, of course, that scan sees very much that it's bio. Yeah, most importantly for Cure, he needed that time to build up an actual bio count, because, yeah, 10 Marines ain't nothing. But suddenly you get to 50 bio units, and now the Terran player with the slow mech army has to be very careful about how they maneuver.
But it's very scary when the mech player is kind of up on your side of the map and in your face, right? Like, if you find a counterattack and get across the other side, it's pretty great. We're going to see the air fight here forced by these Liberators sieging up and going after the tanks, but that gives
Nice
Maru
snipes.
the edge in the Viking wall because he gets some shots off, and Marines will help out, of course. Maru looking to see, can he edge forward here? Pushing into that tank line is so very difficult.
As they're pointing out, like specifically, like mech on pylon is different because the map is so small, right? You can already see Maru's being so active, so aggressive. Typically, this army is a lot slower. Typically, it takes a lot more to get across the map, but already into the main once again.
But actually Maru's Vikings once again hitting that main base, going after the tech lab, does not stop. It was concussive shells, and he will not quite get those buildings either. Meanwhile, the Vikings having to lift and leave do take some
that's
shots.
so many
There's
Vikings.
So many of them in the sky from Maru. Yeah, Cure's Vikings, absolutely no chance. They cannot tackle this, but Cure
The power of the triple starports. Oh, he gets across the map. Let's go.
Army runs into Maru's third base. Maru, not much back at home, is forced to lift and leave. 21 SCV is going down,
Oof.
but Cure leading out tanks unguarded. The Vikings of Maru land. He sees the opening, he scans the natural. He's going to get siege tanks right in Cure's production line.
He's going to recognize the opportunity. If you've thrown all your bio across the map at me, I can throw my mech in your face. He's going to do exactly that. There's only one siege tank here from Cure right now.
And Maru, he's going for the kill, but he's pushing it towards the main.
Back, but can you really walk into 7 siege tanks right now?
Oh,
Cure
no,
says,
he
yes,
tries to
I'm
stim.
gonna give it a go. In we go.
Oh,
Bio
God.
getting absolutely blasted. The SCVs are here to help. The right side of this fight's going a little bit better from Cure, and that will enable
He breaks
him to
out.
break through. He gets the tanks, but at heavy losses, he loses 17 SCVs and a whole bunch of bio to boot.
Yeah, and Maru's fourth base is done. It's finished. It's been mining. Cure's fourth has to actually transfer over. He has to replenish the bio count, which is going to take a little while, but he knows this is...
Yeah, it's one of those things where both players have been losing workers, but again, Maru, he's up 16, up almost 20 workers here at this point.
To defend all of
Maru
these
has a greater
bases,
economy,
then perhaps
has the mech
Cure can
army.
once again catch up in the economy, but it is a large gap, 20 SCV difference.
Oof.
His potential drop, I don't know what that was the intended, but it was scanned. He's still going to go away with it to the right side. Is Maru's fourth base a planetary? Because a double drop ain't going to break that. It's not. Oh, that's an opening.
Yeah, it really is, right? Since Tower's going to have to put in some work, right? You're going to have to be super aware, maybe even have some tanks just preemptively there at all times, but then obviously you get dropped on. Yeah, just going a little bit greedy. I mean, I understand that you've had a lot of map control in the game. Maybe you don't feel like that's a necessity, but as the game goes on, it's going to be a vulnerability that maybe Cure can latch onto and do something about. Cure being on 1-1 a long time, finally getting the armory to open up the opportunity of 2-2. He's also adding on the fusion core alongside Maru, so that later game kind of lip range and so becomes an option from both as well.
There are a couple of defensive units, though, so that is not going to be as free as one would like. You know, trying to just get behind the mineral line makes you, sacrifice for all those Vikings.
Yeah, from here, Maru, he's going to secure himself. He's up 20 workers. What's important about TVT, bear this in mind, is that you can be down in supply, but you can still outposition your opponents. I mean, that's what's so intense about TVT, is that if you're able to siege up first, if you're able to land some disables as well with your Ravens, then you can still take a better fight. Likewise, drop play is still available for Cure. He can still go for drop play either into the 4th, the 3rd, or even into the main.
Do have to just match that air energy. That's going to be a tough task for Cure, who is so
BC production, though.
Wow, Maru. I saw the fusion cores, but I kind of figured just lib range, right? But it is going to be right into battle cruisers.
Yeah, I was thinking lib range as well, like no doubt about it, but weapon refit starts up on the production. Battle cruisers are on the way, and we get to go into what is going to be a very, very fun kind of later game situation. BC is obviously very
Yeah, this is the preferred style out of Maru. If you were watching, for example, Maru versus Ryung, that was Maru versus Ryung at Home Story Cup. We saw this same setup as well. Maru is very fond of mech and TVT, and if he can get away with mass BC, he will dive into it.
Point of view for a couple of moments here.
That's also why he went for the faster 3rd starport as well.
And of course, especially in a mech setup, you always want to be, if you're not on the map yourself, very preemptively defensive in a lot of different places.
Yeah. I'm going to siege up some Liberated harassment too, which also gets a little bit of scouting done. And that is also a scout on all the drops that are about to occur. He saw the right side, he now sees the left side, little clever missile turret placement just in case they weren't paying attention. They might get a medevac. I do like it.
You can see here, right now, Maru's just pure defensive mode
base, which I
while he gets into BCs.
Medevacs are going to go over the tanks, however, so maybe Cure can at least delay this for a little bit. Maybe trade out those
oh, nice catch.
well, but
very nice.
Drop those medevacs. Yeah, they just didn't unload, so that is not going to be the way that Cure saw that going. He was supposed to be the one with the double-pronged attack, and it really turned around on him.
Yeah, that was cute micro from Maru as well, not overshooting with the Vikings and making sure you got both those medevacs, absolutely. And yeah, he really dealt with that very, very nicely. Look at Cure's supply coming out of this point of view, 144 to the 180. That was a disastrous effort, losing medevacs on the right, bio going down on the left. And Kira really felt like he was at the head of this game, right? He felt like he was the one making the moves, and clearly that was not the case. Maru deflects, and he is going to put himself in a prime spot, taking a 5th base to a 4th base bio player.
The triple scan doesn't really feel good.
Well, I mean, the brutal part about this position here is, again, Maru, he's been turtling, defending, to do what? To build up ECs. And once he maxes, then he pushes. Then he's going to push out. Kira, he has been on the back foot ever since he lost that mineral line, ever since he was down 20 workers. He had to get some damage done with those drops, and as we saw, he fails to get damage done. So he falls further behind here, losing both drops, and Maru is about to snowball out of control with that mech, with that BC, which has yet to be revealed.
They're allowed to grow to a decent count. They're also going to be good against the ground army, and yeah, that's just something that Kira can't really do anymore. The 2-2 upgrades that he got, not really gonna, I think, affect this game, and I don't know how he's gonna pull off a victory in the skies against what Maru has.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult in this guy. I mean, he is just massing up Vikings.
Here they come,
but the BCs.
The BCs.
Are just so good in this scenario, having that vehicle plating as well, going to help him be that little bit tankier. Going to find the base here. I mean, this is rough if Kira loses it. Got some libs that are going to show up. We're going to have the Vikings behind, so these BCs probably just want to teleport the heck out of here. They're going to go for the Yamato.
Gets one.
That's going to be -1 BC for a few liberators in return. And again, they just teleport on out, returning home. Kira going to take this as a chance to maybe step forward, but I'm not sure this ground army really has that much value right now.
Yeah, again, unfortunately, it's like, well, okay, maybe the ground army can jump on top of the tanks, and there aren't that many tanks right now, but then they have battle cruisers in the sky, and Marauders definitely don't shoot up. So that is a problem. You know, Kira trying to really wrap his head around ways to recover. I feel like for Maru, it is.
This is why, like, Maru, his setup here and how he typically sets up in TVT is so brutal, because so early on he was going for earlier starports. He maintains air control. Early on he's going into mech, so he's already getting Viking and BC upgrades from the beginning as well, and it snowballs into this ideal game state for him with the battlecruiser, with the Sky Terran.
They're pretty much the ultimate late game.
They really are. That's so good, the deeper that we go in these games.
Which, as I said, is the ultimate late game.
BCs looking to step forward against our Yamato, and the Vikings are going to look to fight each other. The Liberators will go down very quickly, so they don't do much in terms of gaining ground for Kira. As Maru, I think, has the Vikings to easily keep pushing this back. Remember, he does have a better upgrade on those as well, and more upgrades coming through. Yeah, for now, Kira has to just back away. He's going to work back around to the left-hand side. He's going to aim for this base over here, which Maru is in position just to rotate to defensively. This one, Marine, is not the scout you want to be.
Glad I didn't have that job. It is going to be another base taken for Maru very soon. I guess Kira will scout that, but it's difficult because also as soon as you let up on the pressure against Maru can come across the map again, and that is awfully
Gets a BC. Okay.
scary. It looks like the battle is going to happen. Kira decides to go for it. The Viking numbers very, very similar. They jumped on top of the battle cruisers without the Viking support for them, so that was a moment for Kira. But Maru also has a Thor. I think he lost another Thor actually, but he does have some ground help against the skies too. I think Kira, if he keeps on finding engagements like that, the battle cruisers getting sniped before the rest of the Vikings can come and cover them, yeah, that is a path forward. Kira going to try and stay the course himself, you know, to expand. Maru is going to get his
One of the other big ways you can try to counter this as well, which they've yet to touch on, which we've yet to see, is with Raven support. If you can get like a handful of Ravens, I mean, ideally you do want mass Raven, but a couple of Ravens to get an anti-armor missile on the main army can really swing the air fight in your favor. You can be down in Vikings, but if you can strip the armor away from your opponent's Vikings because they're prone to stacking, then you can still take a fight that way as well. For now though, we're just going brute force, just mass Viking.
I think a ton of Tech Lab starports. I think it might be Raven time, right?
Oh yeah, I think so. You're right about that.
Yeah, we just spoke about Ravens. Now they're bringing it up.
Would be very fun if you could actually get to that many Ravens and again get their spells off before they are gunned down in some fashion by the Vikings of Maru. Obviously.
Like mass Raven is the ideal late game.
That is important.
If we can get there.
Matrix taking the battle cruisers, their Yamato away, but then also their jump, so that they can't survive and then just continue stacking up in numbers. And you know, the both players have not started a big bank.
There it is. Raven production begins from Maru though.
But also because a lot of it's going into that infrastructure investment. I feel like we're around that time that a bank will start to accrue, but how many second battle cruiser armies, of course, can you make? How many second Raven armies can you make as Kira begins his Raven transition? Maru also starting to add them on.
Yeah, realizing maybe the need for it. You can see Maru try and push stack defense forward here. Kira so far catching this, but the general idea is that Maru is going to push forward slowly and methodically. And that's what his army does best, right? He doesn't want to kind of rush around the map and split up everywhere, but if he can take very solid defensive positions, he is going to go exactly for that and try and make that work in his favor. There's still a lot of bio on that left side from Kira. His Vikings pulling to the right side. He's going to take a chance to step through. A lot of the times a bit further to the right.
Oh, that's going to be the teleport spent on the BCs.
The right side, The tanks go down, Yamato's on the medivacs as well. That's a double kill, and that is an easy defense for Maru. He still has a little bit of issue on the top right.
He's building up.
Yeah, well, Kira is about to be pushed by the looks of things. Maru wants to gun forward. Ravens have not had a lot of time to build up that energy.
Yeah, he needs more time for the NG.
Competing on through. Yes, he does not have teleport. That could be an overcommittal perhaps, but Kira, you can see, really not prepared to take the fight as of yet. He's going to buy time.
Oh, he's going to counterattack.
Try and go for an attack over to Maru's side of the map to pull him back, and that's where the BCs will not be able to support, or maybe they'll just be able to run back. It seems like that is going to be the case. Kira not going to find an opening on a command center, but is going to take this fight.
Yeah, anti-missile does go up.
Missile down, so he's going to even that up at least, and he is going to be still the one getting chased away, though. He has got less Vikings and the BCs, of course. If they aren't Matrix, they are just going to add so much damage if they ever get in range, or if they have Yamatos left over as well. And I think that's why Kyo's unsure about continuing committing. He's going to throw down an auto turret, do what he can, pulling SCVs forward as well. He just doesn't have a lot. There's even Maru units on the left-hand side of this, as Kyo is just getting absolutely obliterated. And Maru showing his prowess in the later stages of TVT as GG will be called. Maru takes the opening game of the quarterfinals.
What a fun game that was.
GG, well played. I mean, again, this is a real strength of Maru's style, is it because so early on he starts investing into those upgrades, he starts investing into the starports. Like, the whole point of the opener of Maru is designed to have the best setup to get into the late game, to get into this kind of game state where you have that air dominance. And air dominance, air control is so important in TVT. More so than tanks, more so than bio. It's all about the Vikings, all about the Sky Terran. Typically, it's Viking into Liberator, here Viking into BC.
Actually got to that point that does feel not exactly unbeatable, but the other Terran player, Cure in this case, just has to make so many difficult decisions that work out perfectly to really be able to respond to a Sky Mech player who already has those BCs.
Yeah, it was definitely... It was interesting that Q just went into...
So Maru going to play mech each game? I think so. Maru, he prefers to play mech for standard games. There's depending on the map, right? Depending on the map, I do kind of expect that. But as is being said in the chat, talking about proxy raxes, it is very common to proxy rax and to mix that in at some point in the series. So we'll most likely be seeing that at some point, but we're going to be loading into Tokamak. And I feel like Tokamak does favor these longer, later games, does favor Maru going into mech. Let's go.
Wasn't meant to be here. As Maru takes the opening game, and we head to a second map as Maru looks to continue his World Championship run.
Well, game 2 is going to be on Tokamak in the top right, losing that first game. He is the Red Terran for Team Liquid, Cure.
And in the bottom left, representing Vitality and trying to reinforce their club standing position at the top of the tables, this is Maru.
Okay, now you should be hearing the fanfares. I do apologize. I've been pressing the fanfare every game over the past couple of days, but apparently you haven't been hearing it.
One of them might try it again in the overall
Still
best
apologize.
of 5, just to have the mirroring of that is very unlikely. But as far as the overall setup, which is, yes, that Maru goes defensive, goes for, you know, either bio or mech play, sure, but defensive, and Cure tries to find the aggression. I do believe Cure is one of the guys who has stood toe to, has been good against Maru's late game, but a lot of their history is actually just saying, okay, well, Cure's doing excellent, wonderful job, amazing stuff, and okay, Maru still kind of won that one, so.
Yeah, it is kind of the story tale of these two, right?
I would push back against the narrative they're showcasing. Once again, just to reemphasize what happened that last game, because from the very beginning, Maru, he was just setting up towards that air superiority and air control. Like, he just had such a strong setup coming into a longer game from the very beginning. So that was like his big advantage coming into that. We'll see how things change as we have a double gas opener out of Cure, single gas by Maru, economic opener out of our blue Terran, much more tech heavy out of our red Terran player. But what I do agree with what they said is that Maru is going to be the defender. He's going to be the defender for the most part here. The other big part about that last game was Pylon. Because the map is so small, you can be hyper aggressive even with a slower mech army. Here, that is not the case. We're loading into Tokamak, a much larger map. I would say here it's going to be more difficult for Maru to be active if he does play mech.
Generally, when these builds unfold, I would say that the factory expand player does eventually catch up on the economy. They kind of like are able to find some amount of damage. But theoretically, if Maru takes 0, then he should have a 3-worker lead.
Yeah, no, that's kind of how it works out usually. So yeah, nice little advantage for sure. But it is about defending against what Q can come up with, and that starport goes down as well. So it's not just the factory timing that's later, the starport as well, right? It does have that knock-on effect for tech for quite some time. But yeah, you get a few SCVs in your pocket in favor, and that's always very nice. The fuel will also drop a little bit sooner too. You can see Maru is doing exactly what Q is doing in terms of the tech lab, and then the starport just a few seconds later.
Reapers are thinking about it. Yeah, they saw one Marine, one Reaper. Or was paying attention though, so it doesn't take unnecessary damage to the grenade. So no freebie scouting for Cure. Again, one of the first things you're going to want to scout is if it is going to be a second starport. Third CC, much more common, but also the timing of that. Sometimes there are still fairly fast 3CC builds. This is not one of those games. Now we're just going to wait for the decisions to be made.
Banshee.
Banshees are going to make an appearance for Cure.
Oh, never mind.
Even more
Okay.
interesting than Cloak. We're going to have Speed coming out first. Interesting, Wardy. I feel like I'm trying to remember the last time I saw that come out first and foremost, and I'm struggling.
Well, yeah,
A couple of months ago. So a couple of months ago. So basically, this is something that has been a little bit more prevalent amongst the Korean Terrans. We actually saw this in the EWC Korean qualifiers here. This is a really nice way to make use of these Banshees. You don't want to commit to additional Banshee production to keep them alive, to harass across the map, to have a presence here across the map as well.
Starport and the Tech Lab research, and you presume Cloak a lot of the time. Speed is definitely a mix-up that could throw you for a little bit of a loop.
I want to say someone did this.
Yeah, I remember it recently, but like one game, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly. You know, was it Cure? Was it Gumiho? Was it Yun?
It was EWC qualifiers.
Yeah, interesting. Obviously, that was just presumed to be Cloak. Well, or it could have been Raven interference mages, I guess, really fast. You didn't see the Banshee. Right?
They're trying to remember the players. To be fair, there were a lot of TBTs during the EWC Korean qualifiers. Specifically, who did this? I want to say this was Gumiho versus Bunny. I think it was Gumiho versus Bunny, and Gumiho went for this, if I'm not mistaken.
The Banshee seem a little
Otherwise, it could have been
Gumiho
Gumiho versus Cure.
Cyclones. A Raven is also going to be made by Maru. So you look at the Banshees, they really have to find Maru
Mech out of Cure.
without his units in position, which is possible.
Okay.
But once his units gets in position,
Mech versus
that's
Mech.
where that speed for the Banshee really needs to help out and get them the heck out of that lock-on range.
Absolutely, as you see the Marine trying to get some early info heading over that right-hand side, but the Banshee's already down.
In Mass Viking, can mines play a larger role to counter? Typically not, just because you do, when it comes to like Mass Viking, it's typically Viking with tank support on the ground. Widow mines do not actually assist with you with that.
And of course, the main thing is you can get away, and you should never lose these Banshees. Cyclone's going to do a lot, though.
Jesus. Oh no, he gets a Banshee!
God, it died.
That should not have happened.
Terrible. You invested into the speed upgrade, and it did not save you.
Yeah.
Cyclones are pretty good.
Cyclone did, man. What about this thing?
Cyclones are pretty darn good. They're even important there for the vision as well. This Banshee's like, oh, I don't have a buddy anymore. I'm straight back in there. As he loops back in. Gets two more workers. There's a low HP one there as well. That's one tappable, but it looks like we're just going to go too deep. Looking to set up the exit on the other side.
At least Cure gets a full scout, but he will lose both Banshees.
Yeah, he just realized it and just decided to stack it. So got a couple extra SCVs. If he had run away, it would have been 5. Now it's 7. Now Maxilic Subhitter is done, by the way, so the Cyclone's gotten even better. Here is going into his own mech. Very important to note, which kind of predicted off of the opener for the Banshees. It's quite unfortunate, though, the Banshees are not alive, and they didn't deal catastrophic damage with their investment either. Either, 15 SCVs, or they're alive and just constantly being that reminder, you know, every time Maru moves out, or just is trying to protect his
I agree with what they're saying here. Like, it's a really rough start for Cure because he invested so hard into the Banshees. And again, Banshees, they typically do play a really nice role in TBT if you're able to keep them alive and preserve them over time and go back in and get more damage.
Maru was actually still building Cyclones, and I wonder if we are going to get some Cyclone v Cyclone.
So Cyclone and committing to Cyclone is actually really good against mech. Cyclones with their Hellion support, Hellions they tank the first tank shot, and Cyclones they can actually break through a siege line. Gumiho actually had an interview about this during, I think it was during the EWC qualifiers as well, where he was interviewed and he did discuss and he did speak on this build.
Have an opportunity to have something to say there, maybe shut down some tanks and give these Cyclones an option. But it's already 6 siege tanks. Let's see what we can do as Q sets up. Defense, and Maru comes in from the side, gonna auto turret it to begin with.
Yeah, okay. Still has a couple interference matrix if he really wanted to try and bust that. I was seeing an
Maru,
opportunity to maybe get the interference matrix on the front tanks and then, you know, try and do something with the Cyclones.
Rotating over.
But that's kind of counterintuitive to what Cyclones want to do. They don't want to lock themselves into a natural.
We just see Cure late to respond.
More opportunities that still have an escape, like this attack on the third. Kills 6 SCVs. Maru holding on to a 2-worker lead because of that, actually, so they're kind of recovering. And then just good old-fashioned mech versus mech is turning into Cyclone versus Cyclone. I actually did bury this one. I thought this was dead and gone. I thought we were done with it.
I know.
Apparently not.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of Cyclone versus Cyclone. Bearing in mind that Cure, he has a tank line to support his army, so it tells me that he has like an anchor point. He has that defensive line that should not be easily broken.
Finish in a moment. The Cyclone count is growing. I mean, to be fair, it is nice to have the Cyclones for yourself as Cure because you're fighting mobility with mobility, right? Instead of always having to be in that perfect position, the Cyclones of your own can get through. They can go back and forth as well. And honestly, I do wonder how much the Maru Cyclones kind of benefit from being so
I think this is a better comparison to Phoenix Wars in TBT, where if you're playing mech and if you see Cyclones from your opponents, you do have to get into your own Cyclones, because if you're stuck blindly making more tanks, like, your army is vulnerable and it is hard to keep up with these rotations, as they're pointing out. So Cure, he's kind of forced into his own Cyclone production.
This happened in, like, you know, previous meta as well, like 7 years ago. Cyclone versus Cyclone had to come out first, right? Because you couldn't be the one to stop building Cyclones to build tanks, which are very good against them. But what happened in Atlanta was that once you got into the Cyclone mass battle versus mass battle, a couple of tanks, like 2, 3, 4, anchoring any of those battles made a world of difference. Just taking down the Cyclones, 2-shotting them, and then, as you said,
yeah, what Zarmagov is bringing up is what we just mentioned, how Cure, unlike Maru, has that backbone of tanks, right? Has those tanks in the back line to support his army, to take better fights defensively. Not offensively, as he's stuck at home, but again, he should be fine.
If he wants to move out, I mean, he kind of can't with the Cyclone count just being so drastically lower. And Ravens too, which 5 Ravens now on the way.
He wants to break through.
They are going to impact this battle 100%.
Oh my god.
Tanks taken out of the equation right away, and the lock onto the commander, that's gone. It's gone. Yeah, the SCV repair is not going to work, but it is giving time for Cure to try and get some lock-ons of his own to at least win the battle. His tanks do get re-sieged, and he is actually getting a lot of damage done. Maru actually goes for the command center, loses the overall battle, and is going to be forced to reinforce back at home because every one of these Cyclones looks to be going down. Maru takes a supply cap. It's only 10, surprisingly.
Yeah,
there's a lot of factories at home pumping out those Cyclones.
I was about to say, Cyclone, Maru, he will lose the fight, but he got the base. He got the base, and he has enough to defend back at home now, but he's down in tanks.
But the SCV's putting some work in that, enabled Cure to kind of get some
Cure,
kills.
he's going to go. He has to counterattack.
Because those tanks are going to show up on his side of the map.
He has to send it.
Talked about anchoring positions. If these tanks are anchoring into Maru's bases, how is he meant to pull off the defense? This is extremely tough, and you can see Cure does not respect a single tank defense here. This base just has to lift off, and Maru is likely going to lose this base off his own straight away, and maybe even more. There's not much stopping Cure from going further.
True.
Look at all these Hellbats being made.
He just keep pushing. He's got those tanks.
For Maru, and
he can keep going.
Hellbats, how are they going to help out? They very rarely get that close. They will tank a decent amount from the Cyclones, but there's also there's just so much firepower coming out for Cure that will always impact Maru's army. Hellbats, I'm not sure they actually get any damage done. Maru decides to go for...
Now, on the one hand, Maru can't engage, except he has all his he has all the Ravens, right? He has all the Ravens. He's building up energy as we speak, and if he's given enough time, he can break through this. He can disable. He's going for it.
Cure trying to pull back to make this a more solidified fight because he has more tanks to the left. The Ravens get matrixes off, but we do lose some of those Ravens as well, and they're going to be expensive to replace if we ever get that chance. Right now, the tanks are going to do a lot. Cyclones are going to get blasted, and Maru has to type GG as Cure shows us he can fight back in the TBT to bring us to 1-1.
The decisive moments. It was all about Maru targeting that command center, not killing it perhaps as quickly as he thought either, and then trying to retreat against Cyclones, that basically just doesn't work no matter what you are. So loses everything. His supply, I was surprised it looked so steady after what looked to be a really bad battle, but it was obviously tied up in production, and then it was Hellbats also being added in, which I wonder if that it was just desperation, like anything on the front line, right? Anything to try and buy time. Maybe you don't pay attention as you start getting every which base, and then the Hellbats actually even do damage. But yeah, that was actually kind of false advertising. Maru losing the game with the command center decision.
what Zumbergub's trying to say is the soup does lie. It's true. The soup does lie. We say that all the time, but when it came to that last game, we were emphasizing a lot about the tank count of Cure, how that was his big advantage, and we were also trying to emphasize that even though he had that tank count, he couldn't really use it offensively because of the high cyclone count of his opponent. But once Maru committed to that fight, once he threw away all of his cyclones, suddenly there was no map control for Maru anymore. Suddenly Cure could actually be active with those tanks, could unsiege, could move out, and with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Maru, he overextended, he lost far too much in that dive into the base, and now we have it back and forth. We're going to game 3. Let's go.
Here played a great game. I mean, the Banshees didn't work out as expected, but as I was saying, I did like his composition because he was already up to so many tanks, and he already had a nice 3-base setup going on to 4, but, you know, could have been outpositioned. That's what Maru was looking for. Wasn't. Do we have another attempt to have a Cyclone versus Cyclone? That's what we're here to find out on Maganatha. Very, very large map. In the bottom right, now tying up the series, he is the Red Terran team, Liquid's Cure.
In the top left-hand corner, our blue Terran player from Vitality is Maru.
Get 3 tanks out of the equation due to your interference matrix. You lock on with a bunch of Cyclones to Command Center. You think you got it. You got it and you can run away. But that was also the beauty of Cure's decision to go into Cyclones himself. He maybe could have just played into tanks. We have seen that and just positioned them well. But by doing so, he wouldn't be able to really respond as fast in case some tank line was broken. In that case, it ended up being a very, very good combination of units and great decision to go for the immediate counter.
You know what we need?
You have a 2 racks. It's in base.
Yeah, so 2 racks cheap out of Cure. You know what we need? We need like an average, and we need a comparison of Cure's heart rate and Serral's heart rate. Because Cure, he's been on a steady 81, and Cure is also one of those players that is very stoic, and I don't think his heart rate ever really does jump up too high either. we need to compare. Who is more dead inside? Oh no. Oh no.
You've just got extra time to prep as the 2 barracks player, which is typically one of the biggest issues with any sort of biocentric game.
Get some numbers on that.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's can be a little scary to go up against this. You know, very rarely does the at-home 2 racks end any games, but sometimes, depending on how the build order of the defender works out and they do lose that first Reaper, it actually can get very bad very fast.
Yeah, when it comes to the build of choice, of course, with 2-Rax Reaper, the goal here is you're hoping that your opponent went for an economic start, which is true. Maru, he went for a Rax Expand, so Maru, he went for a more greedy opener here, and we'll see if Cure can catch Maru with his pants down.
We'll see if the factory actually does produce a Hellion, or if it goes to trying to Cyclone, which requires the Tech Lab, then the Cyclone takes a long time, all while Cure continues to build. Oh, he's going to swap.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually okay. Yeah, for sure. That definitely means he won't die, but he could still take some damage maybe right now.
Yeah, but Q is playing very interesting. He went factory. You don't typically go factory this quickly, so he's going to have Hellion production starting up as well.
No CC.
And he's going to keep building Reapers. Like, you don't
no
usually
CC.
go for this much. So
he's crazy.
One SCV right away. Hellions are producing, but they're not here yet. We will realize this as
he's busting in.
Information, but he will still dive in and still look for some more SCVs as quickly as possible. So
like Cure, he's hyper aggressive here.
Let's get out. And again, he's going to have so many Reapers soon that Reactor Hellions are not as scary as you think.
That is actually a very good point. I think you play very conservatively with those Hellions. They will eventually get to 4, and I think, you know, unless it's one heck of a concave from Cure, that should do the trick, but that is the fear. The Reapers in a concave with the grenades, micro, it still actually beat out Hellions. Maru knows what his opponent's build was. That was too many Reapers to be just off of 1 rack, so he is going to be playing very safely. He might lose some SCVs. Okay, 4 Hellions are available. He's going to go after it. If Cure's lined up, the Hellions will do great.
Yep, it's all about how those Reapers
are nice movement, pulls away.
Dives
in.
Tries to take the fight.
Gets one.
Attacking in. Grenade is really good. Buys you some time. 2 Hellions go down. Still a good amount of Reapers kept alive, so Q may be able to keep on poking because he resets that Hellion number just a little bit. Great kills so far.
And what's important here behind this, even though Cure CC is delayed, he's denying any kind of mining here from Maru.
He's not deterred by these Hellions, you know. In fact, he's even going to go in on them once again. He loves the position he can find on that right side of the command center. Such a nice concave, and Maru is struggling a little bit to ensure the natural is going to actually be saturated.
He commits.
The Hellions are going down, so are the Reapers.
Oh my god.
But the SCVs also fall in this fight. 6 of them end up dying, giving Cure that 5-worker lead.
Not bad.
5-worker lead, but a lot of unit investment early has now been killed off. And that gives Maru maybe some openings to come across. I guess he doesn't really have many units that can go across the map easily, but he did make one Banshee. He still has some Hellions, so there is a little bit of
a couple of things here.
Maybe he gets some worker damage in return to even.
What's important here is that Cure, he scattered. He scattered the Banshee. He saw the Banshee coming out. Second starport on the way. Once again, 2-port, 2-base play out of Maru, just like game number 1. Meanwhile, Cure is going into Bio.
He also is grabbing a handful of Ravens, Interference Matrix as well. He might not actually discover it's a 2-starport play until it comes to his front door. One of the worst situations he could have been in, but not unbeatable given a relatively normal opener. Because Maru did have the command center finished and producing, he did actually reduce that worker lead for Cure down to just 2. Now Cure's is also done though, and they have double production. But a lot about this game is going to come down to the 2-starport.
Double Liberator?
Maybe
Wait, what?
not the map you would expect it either, right, from Cure, because it is so large. Going to take that little extra time
Typically
to get
go Mass
over,
Viking first, but okay.
That could be a reason that it actually works. Cure just not going to be emphasizing the scouts on that. Going to be
Crazy.
locked into his own choke. Well, Banshee harassment. Lock-on's pretty good. Look at the kill again. Yes.
Jesus, that is insane. What the hell?
A little.
That Cyclone from across the map just sniped the Banshee. That's crazy.
Quickly just kind of setting up with this. I mean,
Oh my god.
honestly.
It is in trouble. Double Cyclone. I mean, that's the only
Yeah,
thing
getting
they
on top
want.
of the tank, you can't
That's what
escape.
they're gonna get.
No
the
shot.
Hellions want them to stop. Stop it, please.
Oh, the
stop.
tank, no!
The tank's still going
No,
down.
it's
It
within
is
range.
still locked
Oh my
on, and that is
God.
not the start
The
that Maru was looking for.
Cyclones.
Another thing I wanted
The
to note is that Cure, he did
Cyclones,
add on
Pappy.
a 3rd command center at some point
Takes
in
down the
between all of
tank.
his production facilities. Now he is adding it on.
Maru,
but
he's
only after
hurting.
he had a good amount of production underway.
Now, what's crazy is Maru, instead of defending back at home, he moves out with the Liberators. Liberators didn't move out across the map. Massive stable on the tank. He's going for the kill.
Attack interference, Matrix couple auto turrets as well.
Stim is
Already
down.
a lot of SCVs going down. This is the exact opposite scenario that Maru wanted to be in.
We do have Liberators across the map, though, I believe, so they should be putting in some work soon. There they are, but they're getting chased by Marines, so they're not going to do too much. And it is Cure that's going to get away with dealing damage and not taking any himself just yet. He's
Oh,
gonna
don't
get
die on us, Wardy.
Marines again, to keep those libs busy, and
It's okay.
Maru just got chased right on back. Considering he's meant to be that aggressive player, he kind of got punished hard. He was just on the map way too soon.
Wow,
Now these libs go down
both
as well.
Liberators
So
go
much of the pushing
down.
power gone. Maru is in a world of trouble because
He
he's still a
is.
2-base Terran that has to push in this game.
Maru, he's making 3
Cure's
Liberators at a
30C
time.
is done, so we can lift out of the way, which Cure would do if he really needed to defend. But just by basically being on the map this
He's
entire
up an entire
time, Maru's
expansion.
effectiveness of his push has been
Cure, he's landing his 3rd CC. Maru's just now starting his own. Cure is miles ahead. He's got a higher base count, better economy. He's got a larger army. Maru has to make something happen. Now, what does Maru have? He has the 3rd starport. 3rd starport, he has the air control. He has more Vikings. He has to somehow make use of that, though.
taking that forward position around his 3rd. He might have to temporarily give up the 3rd, but even again, making this push start way out here is good.
Nicely
for Cure.
done.
Yeah, that Liberator is scary. We Matrix it. The Cyclone lock on. It had it, but then the Cyclone goes down, I believe, as this tank does pull back out of reach. The Cure got a couple shots off initially. Those 2 tanks are going to edge on forward. Of course, air control is there in favor of Maru. Right now, Cure does not have a
True,
lot
the air
of damage on
control.
Ravens either, which is one problem. Good on sieging, but he's going to have to give up this 3rd location. That's fine, because Maru's on 2 bases. You're not in a rush to take and hold a 3rd base here. Yes, Maru is expanding behind it. Let's make sure we don't lose this CC first.
Yeah, one SCV might not do the trick.
Yeah, CC
all right.
taking a lot of damage.
Get
Oh,
back
God.
the command center. The command center. Hello, the command center.
Oh,
the SCVs.
no.
Hello, go repair.
Can he save it?
All right, he is going to be able
Oh
to
my
save
God.
it. Meanwhile, also looking to take the fight
breaks
as
through.
interference will just come down once again. The Marines on the front line with Stim and combat shields do prioritize the Liberator. Do not end up grabbing any of the tanks, and that is a little bit worse than I was expecting. Cure, he is in some trouble at this point. This is getting dangerously close to his natural choke, and he's losing and bleeding out a lot of units.
Yeah, Maru's pretty cute. Like, he's pretty all in. Like, he's going for the kill here. He does catch out both tanks.
Well, nicely done
Both
by
tanks
Maru
go
as he
down.
finds his way forward. Cure, it's scary because those tanks are set up in a great place.
He pulls the
Lifting us up
boys.
as well. Do we have anything to really get rid of these easily? The Vikings are going to land as well as Maru looks to make the defense on the ground. Tanks get to do a lot here, but they do focus on those SCVs. A couple Marauders putting the work in
Oh
as
my
well.
God.
The libs will be taken out at the end of
He
this,
holds.
and it is going to be Cure to get a defense. But he's down a lot of economy in a game where Maru did expand behind this. maybe Kyo just wants to run across the map and stop that third base from taking place.
Yeah, which he might have an opportunity to do so. If not that, he is going to have the more mobile army. And this time he's going to have a lot of time to actually use it, unlike that first game. His
also just realized, Kyo, he has too many medevacs.
And eventually catch up in the economy, but right now we need to do some counter damage, keep Maru a little more suppressed. The army supply now double for Kyo, but Kyo is he's got to deal with a tank, the SCV pool, the Vikings land as well. A second tank comes out. This is going to be a loss of SCVs for sure, but on the other side of the map, Liberator also doing some counter damage. It's more about Kyo trying to take out these tanks, trying to really open up this third base, which he will not be able to do. Maru holds on to his third, he holds on to his fourth, even grabs the Raven as Kyo retreats.
Crazy that Kyo just has so many medevacs, that's so much of his army supplies, so Maru is able to make a hold.
Yeah, they're putting it out here as well. Like here, he overmade medevacs that could have been 2, 3, 4 Vikings, which would have been huge, even to land and even to keep pushing on the ground.
Across the map, and he will try to go in again, which he might just need to. I mean, Maru's unit count is 6 Vikings and 2 tanks, and this might be the play to just work around the map because there's not a lot of units to split apart here for Maru. Armory in some trouble. We'll see what else Kyo can get.
Yeah, the Armory does look to be going down here. No upgrades from
Not
Maru
bad.
here.
It's going to be one way though.
Closer to that 1-1 upgrade. He's going to try and take whatever he can get before he is forced to, well, die actually, as the medevac does go down. 9 more SCVs fall. Maru, he's still ahead in SCV.
Oh, jumping in the tanks.
Unit count is the biggest problem.
Let's
Kyo
go.
picking up whatever was left over in the medevacs.
Gets one. Can he get 2?
Tanks on top of both
Oh,
of
he
them.
can.
Gets both as well.
Oh
the
my
Vikings
God.
are forced to land once again. Kyo does not have a lot of bio left over, so this will not be the death point for Maru, but Kyo is really finding everything he needs right now, and it feels like if Maru can't get that tank count up just a little bit higher, you know, like more like 4 or 5 tanks, he will not be able to defend his own base.
It's difficult. He's only producing 1 tank right now as you see Kyo trying to set up at the front here. Medevac's getting shot down though, so the bio's going to be low on healing. This base might just need to relocate. He is landing the base to the left-hand side, so he's got somewhere to send those SCVs, and he does have air control, so maybe he can just slow this game down and truly get some of those tanks up that we need to hold these positions, defend this game, and just bring this back under control, because right now it's slipping away from him. The Vikings moving into the main, but they're a little shy to get rid of this medevac, and the unload will happen. SCVs immediately start chasing in. The Vikings will land to help clean this up, but it's more SCV damage taken, and Maru is now
8 more SCVs, Jesus.
One thing that Kyo has done great at resetting in this game.
Yes, indeed. He wants to keep stopping that tank.
Again, you don't see it too often, but Kyo, he has been pulling Maru apart. It's been insane to see Kyo's multiple aggression, making use of those Vikings dropping non-stop, and that's going to be 17 SCVs.
Also losing out on that unit count now, so that's going to also open up more opportunities for drops in the future. Kyo just continuing to rally every unit forward. It's not a lot, but it's more than what Maru has.
It's barely
Going
enough.
after the tanks
He's doing it.
Liberator not helping out a whole lot on that left side. Kyo is looking for game number 3, and he might just be inches away from getting it.
He is getting very, very close. Came in from the south and the right side at the same time there. Did a very good job of it. Gets a 4th base up back at home. Looks like he'll rotate to this left side orbital, which is vulnerable.
Yeah, that third base is so vulnerable. There's nothing there. There's no tank.
Is open to attack. The Liberator sets up here, but I'm not sure that's going to do enough. It's not in the right position. Tank will get sieged, but the SCVs have to start pulling away. They're actually going to go repair the CC up. Kyo has position. He can probably just dive this. I don't think that one lift's going to do much. Super low HP.
The army's overstimmed.
But they will get rid of it. The SCVs are falling. This base is broken down, and this one will die.
Yeah, Maru's going to lose a base. His third is reestablished, but that is also going to be in a whole heck of a lot of trouble. Kyo's army is weak. Medevac count was reduced. Maru scans. He's trying to figure out, does he have a chance in this game? But it's not where the 4th base was actually positioned. The 4th is over to the right, happily mining here on 69 SCVs. Kyo knew that if he gave too much time to Maru, things would have settled. There would have been a 4-base mech Terran that he would then have to really try a lot harder to take down. Instead, he kept the pressure up. He kept on deleting the tanks. Eventually started to delete the Vikings. And now Kyo should be confident in his chances of victory.
He really should be. The only downside, some of these units are low HP. It's scary to keep stimming them in, but there's just not that much. There's a couple of tanks here as Kyo sits on the edge, loses a couple of Marines, has another single drop into the natural. Because it's such a scrappy game, just one medevac here and there is doing so much. We have seen many a time they've dropped into the main, drop here and there, just finding value, getting SCVs and pulling Maru further out of position, given the opening to the larger attack elsewhere, and that is exactly what Kyo continues to go for here. Even going to get a siege tank in the main base, that's massive considering the situation.
Again, the drop play just keeps pulling Maru apart. He's trading so inefficiently. He's trying to keep up. He just doesn't have the supply to work with. 13 more SCVs going down, and at this point, the writing is on the wall. The writing is on the wall. Cure, he will look to take a lead in this series. He's trying to break the third, but this is where Maru's army is centralized.
50
Got a lot of Vikings.
difference as yet another drop just swoops right on in. Nothing's going to stop it. This
dropping.
will always be a weak point for Maru. He's on his last breaths here. Cure, so happy on his home base. His macro is going off well. He's getting all of his upgrades. And there you have it. Maru finally forced to admit defeat, is now on his last life at the EWC.
Oh yes, he is, and Cure is looking at making another amazing run
Oh my
here.
god, GG, well played. And even though we favored Cure coming into this, these have been some really close games. Like, these have been really close games and really clutch series here so far between Cure and Maru. Very intense, very chaotic. I mean, even here, Cure, he had a really strong start, then he lost his lead, if you recall, when he lost his map control when Maru was pushing at the third base, when Maru was going for the 2-base all-in, if you remember, when he was pushing towards the third. Like, things are looking dire for Cure. That was when he had to pull the boys. He lost like 20 SCVs in the defense. He was down heavily, and he tried to counterattack, and that's when we were smudging. We were like, oh, he's got like 8 medevacs. Like, he doesn't really have much of an army to work with, but he dropped like crazy. He had a crazy comeback in that game. GG.
Cure did end up winning. We are going to be going into game number 4 very soon, guys. But first, let's head to a break. When we come back, it's more TBT.
Break time, papi, break time. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Take care. Take care.
The series of the whole event, probably you were the only one to make Clem bleed this year. Tough series against Maru, but very close. It felt like it was within grasp. And now Serral, a series that was not only one of the best of the tournament, but it also, not only did it feel within grasp, but it felt like maybe you even had it towards the last game, and so it must be very difficult. And yeah, I mean, some words about that.
I don't know exactly what to say. I had 5 minutes to process my loss, but yeah, it sucks because I threw 2 games very hard, and yeah, I definitely had it. So yeah.
Yeah. So that last game, obviously in particular, were you surprised that Serral went for kind of an all-in as he did, and then you held brilliantly against the Banelings. The splits were great, but you didn't really expose your roaches in the process, and it was a great hold. Did you feel like you had to go for the counterattack, and is that a regret that you hold now, or looking back in retrospect, was there something that you feel you could have done different on the execution?
Well, yeah, of course, I should have just waited for my roach to group up. I probably had to go for the counterattack, but yeah, I could have waited a little longer, probably.
Well, in any case, Ricardo, yeah, I won't keep you for much longer. I just want to say thank you on behalf of all the StarCraft fans. I think your games were the best, as per usual, and even though you didn't win this time, you really showed that you are of the highest caliber of players here.
Thank you.
And we're back with Maru versus Cure. TVT that is delivering, and it is in Cure's favor after so many years not being able to outperform Maru in the TVT on a consistent basis. Is he going to do it here on one of the biggest stages?
I mean, it would be amazing if he could. We've said it throughout the tournament, right? Kyo always shows up to these big events, and he
I like
always
how
impresses. And
she had to add the caveats of consistent basis because again, Cure he has been looking more in form in TVT, but like in general, I think a lot of people. It's something that we speak a lot about when it comes to Cure is that Cure he doesn't really have as much star power as someone like Byun or Maru. He doesn't really, unfortunately, he doesn't really have as much charisma. So not a lot of people look to him. I feel like he falls by the wayside, even though I would say he's been looking better and stronger in recent times. Of course, that hasn't really translated into like big tournament wins and big like world championships, but he's gotten close. As I even mentioned, last year at EWC, he outperformed Maru. He did outperform him. He did have a stronger showing, but still a lot of people, you know, look to players like Maru, look to players like Byun, look to other Terrans out there.
Based on histories. But for now, we are here in this quarterfinal. Let's see if he can finish off what he started before the break. Up 2-1 in the bottom left from Team Liquid. It is Cure.
And on his last life at EWC in the top right for Team Vitality, he is Maru.
Double gas. Oh, okay.
Well, we're going to switch the roles around a little bit.
Yeah, glad that Bordy brought it up.
Cure this time, well, the double gas comes up on Maru's side of the map on ultra low.
Yeah, as a reminder, last game was Cure that went double gas and Maru that went for the economic opener. Now the roles have been reversed.
That does happen, but then for Cure to just continue being the bigger bully with all of those Reapers, Maru was really forced to make some difficult decisions, honestly, you know, like how quickly does he try to saturate his natural? Does he actually go down with the Hellions? Can he take the fight? Should he produce more Hellions, which is also delaying some other key units, like maybe a Cyclone, which is obviously better, or another tank, which really would have helped.
Yeah, I'm glad they bring it up just because, again, Cure, he had a stronger start last game with the 2x Reaper. He was able to achieve a lot of economic damage. Despite that, Maru, he almost caught him out. Like, again, like that was a really intense back and forth between Maru and Cure. Very intense, very close, very clutch. We'll see how things change here as Maru's going to be the aggressor this time.
He did such a good job of abusing that as well, where just that drop in the main base, like one medevac repeatedly was such an issue. And it's like, you know, you ask, why does Maru let one medevac do so much? But it's because he was in such a tough spot that for one time only, he actually had a chance to do so much with one medevac on repeat. So, really good identification of the game state from Cure. Very well played. Can he keep his nerves together in this fourth match?
I think my feedback this year will be they need to remove the losers interviews. I think it was worse last year. Last year they had losers interviews as well. I mentioned this yesterday. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I appreciate Paolo because I appreciate how he's been handling the losers interviews this time. I still don't like them, but I do think that he has been posing better questions and he's been approaching them in a better way than last year. I think last year was really bad. If you remember, Katz, he was, because he didn't even know that that they were going to be happening, he was very apologetic. He didn't really come in too prepared when it comes to what to ask them, just because it seems like he didn't even know that that's what they wanted. Like, he didn't know that the producers wanted losers interviews, so he himself also came in a little bit like almost starstruck, like asking players when they're like crying, like how they feel and you know what they're thinking and all that. I do think that he's had better tact so far when it comes to like trying to put a better spin on things or trying to approach certain questions in a bit of a better light. More often than not, like asking about like the future and you know what comes next for them. And like I think a good example of that is the Cyan interview where he was talking about, you know, the fans that came for him, that were cheering for him as well. Like I think there was, I think he's handled the interviews better than last year. But I agree overall, I don't really enjoy them.
Last time he did this, it really didn't work out very well. It immediately got destroyed, which affected that rest of the games. I believe that was game 2. Hopefully this one does go better for him as Kira goes for some Cyclone plus Raven Interference Matrix. He has chosen a very standard form of TVT.
Yeah, getting that on the go.
The Cyclone is just going to come through. Obviously, it's a good defensive unit early. Going to get the lock on here. That Hellion will die no matter
Nice
what.
shot down. Takes down the Hellion.
He's got the medevac for a little bit micro as well, but he's heavily outnumbered.
Yeah.
Has to lift up to get rid of that lock on. And he
Solid defense by Cure.
Maru, he locked onto the Reaper first, and then Cure made sure that his Cyclone would lock onto something like the Cyclone, or even the medevac could have been the target. But yep, Maru is forced to disengage. He goes into the main base, maybe playing with fire a little bit. The Cyclone's injured even more so as that tank popped out at a very opportune moment. He is going to be forced to flee. At least this time, the medevac lives, could come in at a later date and actually still affect this game. But you can, yep, there you go. Excellent choice on the shots. Maru was still not happy with how that opener went down.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He wanted a little bit more out of this, he knows.
So winding it back, remember, Maru, he went for an inefficient start. He went for a double gas opener. That is why Maru's behind. Like, Maru, he's behind right now. He had to do damage, and he fails to get anything done across the map. Maru is in a rough position.
Start cranking out some Vikings, and this could maybe open the door for going across the map and setting up one of those positions we were talking about.
Yeah, I think you're spot on bringing that one up. The difference is that Maru might eventually find it later down the line with his build, just going to the bio, getting stim, third command center.
So Maru's playing bio, is going to stim. He's getting a much faster third CC. This is a way for Maru to recover economically.
The natural as well, and there's no chance that Cure is interrupted on his way across the map because that medevac doesn't have anything flying over as well. Like, this is just going to be kind of free movement, if you will. And for
Oh no!
Good, that's so useful. You can do so much with
like
them.
this.
Ravens are massive here. The interference matrix ability has a lot of value to be had. Those Vikings are going to try and lead in from Cure and try and poke forward to see
The
what he
feed
can
is
set up
dirty.
for. It was so important that medevac
Show
was
us the
going to
game.
side, because if he did not see this and Cure gets in position straight away, that would be brutal. We are going to see only one tank sieging up, and that's a mistake, I believe, from Cure. He's going to Matrix now. He will get the Matrixes down, but the reverse Matrixes come down as well. That's going to make it tough, as that tank will survive, and
Nice
the tank
repair.
from Maru will get the killing blow before Cure can do much else. He'll try and siege up another tank right now. I'm not sure he's got enough of an advantage. He gets the other Matrix off, though.
Love the repair right there, just making sure that takes
Barely
another 3
moving
tank shots
within
to
range.
actually kill it. You know, as long as Cure, he can hold this position for a very long time before he really has to feel threatened that he will be broken. Does take down Maru's tank, looking for the second one
he
as
bullied
well.
the Ravens.
But holding might be like the least that he can do. He might actually be able to push in here, maybe even win the game off of this. He does have quite the lead in the worker count as well as currently in the army. He would be behind in the bio, but that is so far away, it feels like. It's all
What's
about
also important here is that, remember, Cure is expanding. Even though Maru had a faster third CC, he's contained on 2 bases, and Cure, he takes his own third, maintaining his lead. A massive lead.
You have to pull the SCVs in to make sure that doesn't happen, but you're already behind on workers. Like, Maru has just ended up in an impossible situation. It feels like this position is absolutely brutal, and Cure just holding tight, taking his lead, third in location already. He's in no rush. If he just sits here and holds his position, I'm fine with it. Maru at this point might need to just get some medevacs and go drop some Marines across the map, because sitting here and trying to break out on its own, I don't think is going to do it.
He's coming in from behind.
Flank with the Ravens, though.
He's got a lot of energy.
Yeah, I think we just saw that with Cure. I think we just saw it.
Yeah,
he
it
saw.
looks like it. He's getting his units in position. You're right, the options are limited. You know, either he gets one heck of a bust with the Ravens.
He's breaking out. He pulls the boys.
Is going to be the choice. Ravens come on through, try and grab as many tanks as they possibly can. Every one of Cure's tanks is disabled. The Marines with Stim allowed to go down and tackle those tanks, take them all out. And Cure says, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Gotta retreat, and he does retreat with a large portion of his non-tank army, but what is his tank count out now as Maru looks for the counter?
Yeah, beautiful breakout in the end. He's only got 1 siege tank at home, so yeah, Maru counterattacking.
Oh, he's going. He's super still in.
Bringing the boys. Oh my goodness, CG.
That is big. There is a third command center, but Maru's not thinking long term. He's thinking right now. Can he get the damage
He does
done?
hold the boys.
He's got combat shields. He's got 1-1, and he's got Cure with only 1
pulls his
tank.
own.
That is actually even on siege. An auto turret's not going to help out. The other tank was a little farther behind, but it's not going to be enough. Cure is going to lose access to his third. He's going to lose 20 SCVs, and Maru is looking for more.
What a beautiful counterattack as the SCVs help you to get in position.
Yeah, Maru, he commits. Cure, he did not land his own Vikings. He has no tank behind this either, and Maru, he can just end the game.
So close to
He's
finishing.
sending
Maru
it.
struck at the perfect moment, and you can see the Cure thing is realizing, he's like, oh man, I really felt like this was good for me, and it was great. But Maru executed a perfect breakout into a beautiful counterattack. And he is looking good now suddenly in this game 4 to tie it up. What a way to turn around a super difficult position.
I love that he's sending the SCVs
Yeah, he pulls them back.
He's done so much damage. He could actually win the macro game if he left, but of course, why would you? He's got tanks containing Cure on a single base. Cure is even supply blocked as well. And this is now a very much big reversal of the last couple of minutes. Maru now should absolutely feel like he's got this one. Gonna go after the Liberator. That will not help delete the tank count. Cure, how does he break out of this?
I don't think he does. I mean, I was down Maru's ability breakout before, but he had Ravens at least. There was a chance of hope, and he used it. One Raven, one Matrix. That's going to be all
Trying
we
to
get.
break out.
The Marines do get a little bit stuck.
He will be able to.
So many tanks. Even as Cure breaks out, the cost is extremely high. Maru evacuates with a few units, but he's got a 20 worker lead. Cure doesn't have the army advantage that Maru had to do a similar counterattack.
He doesn't, but that is his hope, is that maybe he can get some counter damage done.
Can't get the tank.
That third CC from being able to land. Nice hot
it.
pickup to save that one tank, so he at least has two. Might even get a repair going on that one. And we got ourselves a game where Maru is now 19 workers ahead. Yes, he might be delayed in grabbing his third CC, but it does feel like it is assured. Here, how does he try and find more damage? You know, the Viking count is higher for him. You know, Maru's going to have to use scans. Maybe there's an opportunity with that, although now one less. But Kira's not even building SCVs at this point, by the way. So in the same way, like Maru pulled his SCVs, Kira's also all inning. He's going to pull back, start up 2-2, and, you know, I guess start building SCVs. But
yeah, so Kira's going to try to macro out of this. He realizes he does not have enough to push out across the map. Of course, Maru still has, I mean, the army's actually quite close. They're quite neck and neck. But Maru, he's up 20 workers, up 20 SCVs.
Start building SCVs. He just doesn't see the opportunity, which I don't disagree with. Just, it's tough, right? And maybe you can get an edge on 2-2. Maybe you take that advantage, and maybe it gives you a chance further down the line. Right now, that's what you're playing for is Cure. You're rolling the dice and hoping you end up on sixes a minute or two from now because, yeah, he's really in a tough spot. Maru starts his own 2-2. Just that 20 worker lead is going to be very dominant. And while the game may settle for a little bit, it is Maru who is in the drive seat of the game 4.
Yep. He has only one disadvantage, and that is a very, very slight army. Lead for Cure. His 2-2 also is leading for Cure, so there's something there, but by that point, I really feel like Maru's economy is going to give him such a drastic lead in the army that the upgrades aren't going to matter. Yeah, Cure's going to try and hold on to the map control as long as possible, but that is also very limited time.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's been getting his Marines kind of stuck there. Yeah, this is looking very grim. The supplies might not look grim overall, but Maru should skyrocket ahead very soon.
Yeah, no, this when you've been on this worker advantage.
I mean, there is going to be a window in time where upgrades are going to be in favor of Cure, so you can maybe make use of that window, but it's a really small window, and it's not the biggest of deals. Like, he'll be ahead when it comes to the bio upgrades, but what matters here is the tanks, right? The tank count, the tank positioning, the tank setup.
Cure gets a couple libs on the way, which I do like the idea of. And he is catching up on SCVs. Maru starts at 4th base. The numbers overall start looking closer than you might expect.
Yeah, I do wonder if he's going to be able to get any 2-2 timings, but a 30 maybe something second difference. Faster second factory coming down right now for Maru, as well as that faster 4th command center.
Upgrades are about to finish up.
Still need 7 more SCVs to actually match up, and this is where Maru has been really getting ahead on an income graph. Yeah, it's not absolutely impossible, but it is going to require some very, very good movement and prediction and aggression.
If maybe Cure can push in as Maru's out of position, then maybe.
But Maru in a very prime position to be the calm defensive Terran that maxes out sooner.
Getting ready for a counterattack.
Engagement. He is actually kind of moving across
Tanks
the map
are
with Marines
exposed.
at the same time that Cure tries to siege up, realizing he had that Viking advantage. He's also going to grab some Liberators, which is an excellent choice.
And Cure's already back at home.
And those tanks of Maru are forced to unsiege and run away.
Has a tank,
some
but
limited reinforcements trying to
boys.
hold on to Maru's counterattack. SCVs having to be pulled once again as well. 9 of them do go down. I mean, I would say it is more important that Cure doesn't get overwhelmed right there, so I loved that SCV pull.
Absolutely. Like, if you let those Marines obviously run in and everything, like, that's terrible for you. But now, you know, this is good because Maru was hoping that was going to do a whole lot more.
The lives are popping up.
To push back, some of them dying off as well, and Cure's giving himself a real good go of this. Pushing forward right now, he's going to stem in as well. Sees that one tank as a weakness on the right side, and this engagement starts up. We are going to be pulling in the tanks now as Maru, and Cure is taking a fantastic fight. The flank from Maru will get some of the tanks.
Oh my God, Cure
Marines
he breaks through.
Cure pulls it off, gets it done from a really tough position. He makes it happen and defeats Maru to move to the top 4.
That was an extraordinarily difficult position, but he made all the right moves. He still had a somewhat even.
The casters were questioning Cure backing off and macroing up. I was questioning it as well, just because he was behind. Cure, he was in a worse position. He had a smaller army, had a lower tank count, but with those Liberators, he just bullied Maru back.
dominant battle towards the end. It looked grim. It looked grim for both players, actually. A real wild back and forth. But Cure makes the moves at the time that he needs
Like
to.
here, even though Maru's up in tanks, you can see there are 3 tanks that aren't a part of the fight. You can see they're in the top left, in the top left-hand corner of the screen. There are 3 tanks that are doing nothing in this engagement because of those Liberators, and Maru just caught out of position.
Beautiful breakout earlier. He just could not repeat the same thing again here.
Crazy.
And Cure gets the upset 3-1 into
Again,
the
that was
top
3 tanks not doing anything. The 4th tank as well was further back. Likewise, Maru, remember he had a bunch of his bio army across the map that was racing back home as well. The stars aligned. GG.
Thank you so much. I'm down here with Cure, and my first question for you is how? How did you just do that?
일단 김도욱 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 방금 경기 정말
Lost the house? I mean, Cure was favored, so if you were going for Maru, like that was a big gamble. The gamba.
성주한테 그런 게임 하도 역전을 많이 당해서 좀 오히려 익숙했어가지고 좀 더 침착하게 할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, I was really ahead, and that being said, I had a lot of games with Maru that being ahead of mine and then losing it to Maru. So I got used to that experience, so I think that reversely helped for me.
Well, we saw another incredible response from you on Maganatha. He tried to push into your base. He was nearly down, but you decided to push back. Perfect timing, excellent decision making. Walk me through that.
이제 3세트 마가나타에서도 진짜 조성주 선수가 거의 극한으로 이제 밀어붙이셨는데 그걸 또 맞고 바로 또 역공을 가셔서 또 역전을 해내셨단 말이죠. 그때도 좀 어떻게 이 경기를 풀어 나가셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 처음에 더블인데 제가 좀 늦게 찔러가지고 아차 싶었는데 그래도 사신으로 이득을 좀 많이 본 상태였고 저도 투베이스에서 찌르려고 했는데 와줘가지고 좀 맞물렸던 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really expect the CCs, so I didn't really expect that, so I was a little behind. But that being said, I think I got pretty good push with the Reaper, so I got ahead there. And also, Maru tried to push it with the two bases, and I was also on the 2 base, so I think that was kind of lucky for me.
Well, you've done wonderful in this tournament so far. Cure, you get the opportunity now to crush a key. Are you prepared?
What is that, 2 years in a row where Cure beats Maru?
이렇게 부수게 됐는데 준비되셨나요?
솔직히 지금도 믿기지가 않는데 저도 우승하려고 왔기 때문에 어쩔 수 없는 것 같고 이번에 느낌이 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's still unbelievable that I get to crush Maru's key, and that being said, I came here to win it, so yeah, I'm excited for it.
Well, you are well on your way. We'll let you get to it, and we'll send it back to the desk for a closer look at the games.
Cure dispensers of one of the greatest of all time as Maru is done here at the Esports World Cup. Congratulations to Cure. I guess Time Bones looked into the future and saw the mysterious result here. I've got Tasteless as well as Artosis. What do you make of that, Tasteless?
Wait.
What?
So, Cure was the Red Terran? Oh my God.
I mean, I'll say this. I think any other year, I would have easily picked Maru, but Cure looked so strong in the GSL matches that I casted, the RSL matches I casted. I had to go with him this time.
Like, there's a reason why we were backing Tasteless when he said that he favors Cure here. We favor him as well. We're in a weird kind of era in StarCraft where Tasteless is more knowledgeable about StarCraft than Artosis. Like, just because like he's covering StarCraft, like he's covering GSL, he's covering RSL. Like we've seen Cure's current form compared to Maru.
Fantastic series. Like honestly, he's
so yeah, that was logic behind that.
Tournament. He definitely has some real potential here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this last game, right, as Maru all of a sudden goes across to the other side with the boys, I'm thinking to myself, Maru's going to take it. It's going to be 2-2. We're going to go to a 5th game again. But no, Cure turns it around after weathering that kind of storm. It's just very impressive player for him here on such a high-octane stage.
And let's point out as well, I mean, this is a big moment here for Cure. This is obviously the biggest tournament of the whole year.
Predictions crushed?
To the point of getting a StarCraft 2 world champion here for the Esports World Cup. And throughout most of StarCraft 2's history, it has been Cure always playing second fiddle to Maru.
Yeah, it has felt that way. I mean,
been.
obviously, it's undisputable, really, Tosis, that someone like Maru is always in that conversation for greatest of all time. It's a shame to lose him here in this round of 8 because it would have been a glorious moment if Maru had been able to get to a final and maybe take a world championship. Finally,
I think
it's not going to materialize.
the biggest unfortunate thing.
Yeah, and it seems that this is just like a pattern for him, right? Like this is my reason why I don't even put Maru into the GOAT conversation because he doesn't have a world championship yet. I think you have to get this to even be in that conversation. He just.
I think it's one of those things where the biggest thing that's sad for me. I was hoping for one thing out of EWC this year. I was hoping for Clem versus Maru. Like I wanted that TVP. That's all I wanted. We didn't get that Star Zagora because Maru didn't go, and I was looking forward to it here as well. But we're just not gonna get it. We're not gonna get it. Smurge. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to perform as well overseas. You're totally right.
But Cure, likewise, does perform pretty well overseas, right? We keep seeing him in finals. Obviously, Cure here in Riyadh has been able to perform well in the past as well, Artosis. The question is how far can he go? Because it'll be a tough one now with the next opponent, probably.
Yeah. I mean, the bracket is getting pretty ridiculous at this point. I actually don't think Cure is favored against like basically anyone that's going to be in the top 4. You know, we're going to have like strong
in the top 4?
players. We're going to have Serral, and we're going to look at that bracket. So I mean, Serral, the games that we've seen from him, he is just so strong. He's in such good shape. But the one thing that I actually find really interesting between those two is Cure and Serral have by far the lowest heart rates.
Yeah,
they do. We spoke about that.
It's fascinating, right?
And they're still beating everybody, like in positions they shouldn't too.
Crazy stuff. All right, it's time to watch Maru's key. Unfortunately, big crush for him. One of the very best is eliminated here from the Esports World Cup at the house.
Does he have a soul?
This is gonna break. Oh, never mind.
Definitely a flinch again.
Every time that little edge pops off.
All right, we're going to a break. When we return, we have got more coming here from the round of 8 at the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2.
Oh, catching up. When is the Clem versus Maru CranKy Ducklings show? That's true. Smurge. But when it comes to the comments about not favoring Cure against the other players, I disagree with that. I think that Cure has some of the best TVP in the world. I say somewhat because I do think that Clem's TVP is better, but Cure has some killer TVP, and I do think he has a really strong chance, and he can have a really strong showing against both herO and against Classic as well. We even saw Cure have a really intense series against herO earlier in the group stage. So if he can get into those players, then I think he can perform well, even against Clem. True. How could I forget? So again, if put Cure against Classic, herO, Clem, he can threaten them, he can bring them down. But unfortunately, he's up against not a Protoss, he's up against a Zerg player, up against Serral. We have seen Cure defeat Serral before. I think that was in Masters Coliseum like a year ago. But despite that, in current StarCraft, this is where I do lean towards Serral. I do feel like Serral is going to be the stronger player in those in that semi. So it's an unfortunate position on the bracket for Cure. Does really well in TVT and TVP. I would say that Cure's weakest matchup is TVZ. I know that State had a comment saying that he was like he thinks that Cure has the best TVC in the world. I think he said that because Cure took down Rogue. I disagree. Do disagree with that. I feel like it's his weakest matchup currently. But, we'll get into that in the semis. Until then, though, we are getting ready for our next quarterfinals match. Up next is going to be a best of 5 between herO and Solar. I believe that is up next. So, oh boy. Yeah, it's going to be herO versus Solar. Then it's going to be Classic versus Clem. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon.
100% Dark Templar. Next one.
Barracks. Yeah, barracks.
It is a floating barracks. What is that?
Zergling? Yeah, I think Zergling as well. Yeah, Zergling.
Good job. Yeah. How about that one?
Maybe Hellion? Dragon from StarCraft 1, I guess? Dragon.
Dragoon?
Yeah, Dragoon, yeah. Is there even StarCraft 1 in here? Is that, not allowed?
Well, it doesn't have to be StarCraft 2, I guess.
Yeah, Dragon. It's Dragon. Okay. I never played StarCraft 1.
It's actually a bit of a trick They included it like just to throw you guys off. Terra coded though.
Helen.
Helen kind of works though. All right.
Sentry.
Wow, you guys got that so quickly. All right, these guys were way too good and too fast at this, so we're gonna play another round of pixel games and see if this trips them up a little bit more. First one. Come on.
Overlord.
It is an Overlord. That's the easy one though, trust me. It gets harder.
Oh, yeah, it's hard. I think this one might be the trick one, like the sub. Like
It's the middle of Last Fantasy. Trigger is correct.
Oh. How did you know it?
Banshee.
Banshee.
Correct.
What is it? Ultra risk.
You should know this.
I know this. It's ultra risk.
Okay, I agree then.
Ultra risk.
It was Queen.
It's Queen. I told you. I told you. It's ultra risk. It's one.
This one's very difficult.
Want me to get this
It's
one?
a StarCraft unit.
It's StarCraft unit?
It is.
Better not be StarCraft 1.
It's not.
Okay.
It exists in both.
Oh, that's a hint.
Terran?
It's got a little red on it.
I mean,
so.
it's looking like Zerg, but
Zerg?
I feel like it's a dead Zergling or something.
This one's extraordinarily tough.
Maybe borrowed base?
That shape is...
I have no idea about it.
That shape is giving me some Muta vibes.
Mutas?
You are right. It is Muta. The only one who's gotten that one at all. How about this one?
What is this?
Could be Stalker, like the face of a Stalker, but I don't know.
It's StarCraft related, but it's not a unit.
Not a unit?
Well, what is there other than units?
A simulator?
It could be like a mineral patch, maybe.
It's a bit of a tricky one. It's going to be the Esports World Cup trophy.
That was not impossible.
That one's difficult, but you got, I think, the most difficult, or well, if they weren't trick ones, which is the Muta. So, good job. These guys still pretty darn good at it, and yeah, still pretty fast actually. But thanks for playing, Solar and Trigger, and thanks for watching, everyone. Keep enjoying the EWC.
도저히 프로토스로 우승할 수 있는 희망이 안 보이더라고요. 우승이 김유진에서 끊긴 거에서 너무 굉장히 아쉬운 마음이 크고요. 프로토스들이 그래도 뭐 지금 프로토스가 이제 EWC 우승 종족으로는 오히려 프로토스가 제일 약한 것 같고요. 그래도
Ballsy strategy to do this. It has not paid off. herO can't believe it. GG!
그냥 장난반도 이제 진단반으로 적으로 바꿀까 뭐 그냥 그런 말을 선수들한테 대충 그냥 농담반 진단반으로 하긴 했습니다. 네, 아무래도 작년이랑 비교했을 때는 그래도 프로토스의 에너지를 채워주는 게 그 스킬이 생긴 게 굉장히 크다라고 생각을 하고
좋은 쪽으로 패치가 됐을 때 그 시너지가 더 발휘됐던 것 같고요. 그 부분이 제일 컸던 것 같습니다.
herO has just wiped the floor with his Terran army. He is going to the GSL Codes Finals.
There's definitely a shift happening in 2025 so far. I mean, Protoss players are looking better than really they have in all of Legacy of the Void, which is like a decade at this point. It's been a very long time since SOS's win. So yeah, I think Protoss has a very real shot at this year's EWC.
또 우승을 할 수 있겠다. 밸런스가 어느 정도 맞는 것 같아가지고 지금 메타가 좀 저랑 잘 맞는 것 같고
절치부심해서 이번엔 꼭 우승해야 된다고 생각해야 되는 적기라고 생각하는 게 패치 방향도 좋았고 많은 선수들이 올라왔기 때문에
He's going to push out. He's going to close this out.
Whatever happens this year, we'll have probably the most even playing field among the races, which I'm excited to see what all the players have been cooking up.
GG Classic is your GSL Codes champion.
프로토스들이 힘내서 이번에 10년 만에 우승을 했으면 좋겠네요.
이번엔 꼭 제가 아니더라도 프로토스가 우승했으면 좋겠습니다.
프로토스가 충분히 우승할 수 있다라고 생각하고
Absolutely incredible. He came to BlizzCon as an underdog. He took home the World Championship and the World Championship Series. SOS!
And with that, we now have our next round of 8 match. herO here, the hope of Aya, is going to go up against Solar as the Zerg looks to wash over the green wave. Is it time for Protoss to make it through into the round of 4? Or will
what is this
Solar
green
have
wave?
something else to say about that one? Because it's going to be Falcons going up against Twisted Minds here.
I still don't know where that
Saudi
started.
Derby. Joining me, I have Loco as well as Tasteley to talk about this one. Loco, herO is looking cool. Solar is also looking cool.
Both of them are looking really
We'll see what they have to
cool.
say. I
Well,
have
what
my own
happens when you
thoughts,
have
of
two
course.
cool guys playing against each other, right? In a best of 5 series. I mean, looking at their results in 2025 so far, especially against each other, it seems that across the board,
I hope they bring up herO's recent form.
versus Zerg is just on another level right now. In general, everybody seems to be struggling quite a bit. I also kind of feel like Solar's playstyle, he likes to all in a lot.
He does.
I feel like it works
True.
really well, especially against, well, for herO, right? Like, it works well in favor of herO there.
Very short thought, Tasteless. We're almost ready.
Oh.
These two guys are so evenly matched. I think it could go either way. herO does not play as much of that withdrawn kind of macro style. I think he's capable of doing it. His games are a little bit more explosive. Solar with a lot of range. I think it's probably going to go to game 5.
It's time for the round of 8 here. herO goes up against Solar in our next match.
Take it away, hosts.
One spot in the top 4 up for grabs. We've seen 2 teammates take on each other in a heartbreaking personal matchup. But this next one, it's all business.
A clash of Saudi home teams, this matchup has extra stakes for the local fans, and they've shown up in force. So give it up for Twisted Minds herO and Falcons Solar. Some heroes thrive under a yellow sun. Will that be the case for our Protoss Superman today? Or will his fate and his key be on the line?
Or will the solar power be unleashed here in Riyadh? You best not call him a villain if he takes down a hero. Casters,
God damn it.
Our next game is ready. Let's get down to business.
Shaking my head.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Artosis here alongside State, and this is going to be an excellent and probably pretty aggressive Protoss Berserk match.
Oh, yeah. I mean, anytime you have herO in a
So very quickly here, I'm gonna echo some of what was said on the casting couch earlier. Solar has been very cheesy, very aggressive in PvZ. He's been hyper aggressive and he's been avoiding the late game like a plague. Many Zerg players have. That goes for Solar, Rogue, and Shin. A lot of the Korean Zerg players have been hyper cheesy. Meanwhile, what I wanted someone to bring up, which has yet to happen, is that herO has been very inactive. herO has been very inactive as of late. There's been very limited matches available in recent months for herO because he has been intentionally hiding builds in preparation for EWC. Now, one of the last times you saw herO on the big stage in this matchup was GSL, and they should bring up GSL Season 2 semifinals when herO played against Rogue, and what happened in that series, Rogue cheesed the hell out of herO and cheesed herO out of GSL. So this aggression, this aggressive nature that Solar is known for as well, not just Rogue, not just Shin, but Solar as well, we've already seen this work already in GSL versus herO. Could work again. We'll see how herO's been getting ready.
I think 3-1, 3-2 herO.
All right. Well, of course, as always, I have to disagree with you, State. I think you guys are mostly right about herO in the other two matchups, especially where his micro plays a bigger role. Obviously, there's a lot of micro in PvZ as well, but I kind of feel like, the styles, the metagame shifts that we're seeing, like aggressive Zerg should work pretty well, but also, yeah, herO should be a little bit aggressive. The thing is, as long as Solar doesn't, like, throw it attacking into him, I'm picking Solar for this. But we are starting the game now. Down here in the bottom left, we have herO.
And spawning in the top left, representing Team Falcons, the blue Zerg, he is Solar.
And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series.
In the meta, that is when herO shines the most.
Like, it's been that way. There's been this rotation of it.
Oh,
for, like,
let's
the
go.
Past, like 8 years or so, where when...
Are we going proxy Stargate?
Easier for sure, like a one-base orc.
2-gate opener.
But, yeah,
2-gate opener back at home. Proxy across the map. herO, he's crazy. He's cheesing.
The metagame gets good for Protoss. That's because defensive
Stop freaking out. He's
and
crazy.
That's when he normally falls, right?
He's
Because
staying on
just
one
always
base.
aggressive.
One
He
base
just
all
kinda
in.
Never turns it off, and you can see that here.
Yeah, complete wall off at the natural. 2 gateways and a Cybernetic squad. The ramp to the natural, I should say, is we're going to have some one-base play here in PvZ. You don't see this all that
Again,
often.
based on its location, it's either a proxy Robo for Prism or a proxy Stargate for the Oracle, or even the Void Ray, but I'm leaning more towards Oracle here.
Stargate, but
yeah. I would be shocked if this wasn't a proxy Stargate.
It should be Stargate.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could send this up there and make like a gateway or something, or
like a Robo maybe.
Yeah, yeah. There's something about Robo here that doesn't click in my head. I do think it's going to be the Stargate, but we'll see in a second.
There it is.
And the Stargate does get started. The Overlord flying in and seeing double gateway.
Yeah, and Solar's probably scratching his head because
Solar, now you know something's wrong.
Never see this in the current meta of PvZ. I feel like this is kind of a blast from the past. Like I'm ready for some shield batteries to get thrown down here for a Void Ray push or something.
Oh my gosh, that would be...
So Solar, he pulls out a gas, is getting link speed. You can see he's fanning out. He's searching for the proxy. He knows something's wrong.
But I mean, again, with a full wall in, I feel like it can't be Oracle.
Could it be a
right?
Tempest?
Wait, do you get to build the Nexus and energy recharge Oracles in the front line?
Oh, he's
crazy. What this is?
Maybe.
Let's go.
Oh, herO has cooked up something dirty here for game one.
Is there any way this could be a Tempest build? No. Okay, Oracle to open.
Do we go
Energy
Oracle into
recharge
Fleet
on the
Beacon,
front line.
into Shield Battery with
He
Tempest?
could even continue building probes if he wanted to and recall them to that base.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so
some
cool.
Potential there. Yeah, this is really weird. This is like some SOS level stuff. And to be fair, SOS 2-time world champ. Like,
yeah, there is. He's running the
He
Tempest.
called it. Look at
Let's
that.
go.
Going down.
Well,
oh, this is so cool.
Proxy
herO right now coming
Tempest.
into the main base. Evolution Chamber is thrown down, so no drone's going to fall.
Send it, Pappy. Send it.
Right. I actually, this is super cool. Okay, so he flies in with the Oracle and actually doesn't really turn it on. Takes quite a bit of damage there, and he will get like a little bit of damage, kind of keeping him on the back foot. Right, shield battery goes down here.
Where are the adepts?
Uh-oh. This isn't very good. I'm a little bit nervous for him right now. He needs to get this Oracle over here.
It's got 40 energy,
yeah,
so
not
it
very
can
much.
be used for a bit. That Nexus is finishing up, so energy recharge is going to be on the table. The Fleet Beacon also proxied here, by the way. So Solar knows immediately what is up.
Does hold the Ogre, there's a recall.
Probes, it is.
Oh, dude, I love it. I absolutely love it. Next level proxy. All right, turns on that Oracle after charging it up, and we'll be able to clear these lanes.
Yeah, nice defense. So it is
How do you deal with
Tempest.
this in theory as Solar? Like, probably Queens non-stop, and... Wait, he's walking the Queens down?
Oh my god, he's being hyper-aggressive.
It's a queen walk, man. He did this to take down Zound.
I like this if he can get on top of the natural before the Tempest comes out, but the Tempest is almost done.
The shield battery not yet done. Warp Gate, by the way, was delayed during all of this for the Stargate, for the Fleet Beacon. No
Can he break
units being
through?
warped in. I don't know if hero's gonna be able to hold on.
He's breaking through.
This is looking pretty decent right now.
He's
with all
doing
these
it.
Zerglings coming in and going after the probes.
The
really
Oracle-
hurting his economy. Here
Oh my
come
God.
those Queens now. trying to go after that Oracle. The Oracle's super, super low at the moment. Does get pulled back.
Does
He's
get a queen.
microing very well. I love that he made a little building wall here to kind of slow it down.
Yeah, but he will get the
But
base.
more
He
lanes
should get the
coming out.
expansion.
Yeah, then Nexus most likely going to be going down. The Tempest just slowly chipping away at these queens. Eventually, that Oracle's going to be able to get something done if it can't recharge its energy. But with the Nexus going down, it does complicate things quite a bit.
Yeah.
If
I
you
think solo
lose that
holds.
pylon, man, and you don't get a second Tempest out here and you don't get the upgrade, this is looking grim right now for herO. Looks like
But the upgrade is
going to
be denied.
This Tempest, so the second one comes out.
What a bizarre opening here by herO. Twilight Council coming
There's
in.
nothing
back
in
at
him. There's
home.
no warp
Still
gate.
No warp
No
gate done.
shot. So hard. He shuts this down. He's popping over across the map, and he will break through.
I don't even know if herO knows what he's doing
Or
right
will
now.
he?
Twilight Council, to be completely honest with you.
Kill the spores with the Tempest, and you warp in the DT. Let's go.
I mean, it's the best sounding strat I have for this situation. This is
you
kind
gotta
of
do
crazy.
something wild, right? Like this is not looking very good.
Yeah, the Oracle defends.
The Oracle
Twilight
back at
Council.
home to
Glaive
clear
it
out
up.
some of those lings. The Queens obviously coming
One
forward and
base
trying to put some
Glaives.
damage on. No shield batteries to heal these up on.
It's still only 29
See,
drones.
this is StarCraft. Okay, none of this like a classic versus Serral, 45-minute game. No. On Persephone.
For Zerg, the Tempest are getting a lot of damage done.
We want ninja base proxy Tempest into one base Glaive Adepts. This is StarCraft.
I'm wondering, with that gas coming in, if we get
Serral and Classic, take
Aspire,
notes.
even the Lings are almost taunting the Oracle here. It can barely get anything done against that number.
So yeah, we'll teach him how to play some
Tempest are actually
StarCraft.
doing so much
We'll get
work
herO
right now
and
for
Solo to
herO.
teach him.
This is kind of crazy to watch because like when you lose all your proxy stuff and you don't even get like the damage upgrade, I mean you got to look at it and say, okay, this is very, very bad. And then the
Hero
Tempest
heart rate,
is
I didn't
doing
get it.
so
Well,
much
right
work. Obviously,
now,
that Oracle defending
there's
him
no
at
reason
home
for the heart rate to be
forever.
up.
It's
Like,
been wild.
things are looking bleak.
Yeah,
Like,
but one of those Tempests, it looks like it's just barely going to go down. No, the Queen can't get the final hit off. 3 HP Tempest. The power level of 2 Tempest versus 1 is
this is looking really rough for herO. Like, there's, I don't know if there's much excitement going on right now, but I appreciate the build nonetheless.
It's more than double.
I mean, he's continuing to chip away. The supplies somehow are equalizing. Glaive's nearing
That's a lot
completion
of
right now.
queens.
I wonder how many gateways do we actually have behind this?
I think he has 4.
We're gonna have 4 gate
Okay,
Glaives.
4 gates.
So 4 gate Glaives. He's still microing the Tempest like his life is on the line, which in a way it is. It is ridiculous how much he's doing with these Tempests, by the way.
Yeah, he's getting damage done. Gets a
Solar, by the
queen.
way, was going for a Hydralisk then. I think that got canceled in favor of
did it get
Rotorn and
canceled?
Aspire because I believe he's
Okay.
afraid of Glaives. I think he can see basically everything with those things on the
yeah,
front.
that makes sense. That makes
Adepts,
sense.
they're busting
oh my
in.
gosh, and the Glaive Adepts
Where's the
come up,
support?
starting
Where are the
to target down
roaches?
some of these queens.
He's going for the queens.
Oh my gosh, that Tempest gets so low once again. The Lings
Oh my
coming up
God.
to try to deal with these Adepts, but of course, with the Glaives,
The
they can do a
Tempest.
great job.
Yeah, the Glaive Adepts now going into the third
Tempest
base
is
here.
so low.
Sword.
One Tempest
of the
goes down.
Will fall finally does get taken out. Roaches are joining
One
the fray
Tempest left.
here. Mineral line, it does get evacuated. Not a lot of workers going down. I feel like this is starting to peter out a little bit here for herO. 2 more gateways coming online. Are we going to have 6 gateways on one base here for Protoss? What is this game?
Yeah, well, he does have 23 probes, so no issues there.
Ah, he
man.
gets
He's
the
gonna be able
Tempest.
to
There
make
we
a
go. Final
lot
Tempest
of Adepts.
falls.
Finally, the second
Adepts are getting
Tempest
damage
ends
done.
up going
Okay.
down. The Spire is up, so at this point, like
10
any
drones.
amount of Mutalisks can, force a lot of defensive warp-ins of Stalkers and whatnot.
But how many mutas can you make on 19 drones? This is such an insane situation right now. I mean, the answer is literally
Yeah.
1.
Well, he could make a second one, actually, and he does. So, see, I have this little trick as a longtime caster where when you ask how many mutas he can make, I look at the gas and minerals.
Yeah, that's 3 now. That's good.
Yeah, dude.
I'm
look
going to
at
steal
this.
that for my next
It's
GSL
very,
cast.
Dude, it's very steady. Very steady Mutalisk production here. Yeah, but there's really no anti-air at home, right? Like, I guess you can make like a battery or something. You're trying to kill him with these Adepts. Obviously, there's a lot of roaches here, so I don't think the Adepts can do much as long as he sits back somewhat defensively.
herO still on one base back at home. I think still fully walled in at that natural
Yeah,
ramp.
coming into this game state, I mean, herO, he can maybe kill an expansion, but I mean, the mutas are revealed. We get the zoom in on hero's face.
Really, the options here as Protoss are very limited. Some Stalkers are going to get warped in. It's basically
The
a
trumpets
one-base
call the
eco versus a
Tempest.
one-base
True,
eco
true.
because Solar is hardly mining from any of these expansions.
But definitely, you know, he can always
Yeah,
start mining.
GG gets
called.
called.
And Solar takes a crazy game number 1.
Yeah, Solo with a really, really nice reaction. He scattered, he shut it down. Like this, as fun as this game was, like it was shut down really early on. That's why I don't really agree with the comment in the chat. Entire world is on fire. herO, he's like, this is fine. I mean, I'm pretty sure his heart sank at the beginning of the game. Like with the death of the Nexus, with the death of the proxy, like things were looking really, really rough there. So. Yeah, it was a rough follow-up, rough execution. Had a lot of potential, of course, but Solar, he was so quick to get on top of the proxy, so quick to scout it, to shut it down, and to deal with it. GG. GG.
Damage done. If he was just able to keep that Nexus alive, say the first shield battery doesn't get canceled, maybe then he's able to build some momentum. The Queen Walk, if we had 2 oracles for it with the shield battery, I feel like he's probably safe.
Yeah.
One of the most creative builds I have seen a player deploy here at EWC, which is saying a lot because nobody is holding back.
That was such a cool.
See the heart rate didn't press 100. Solo's heart rate showed up to 130. Yeah, but that makes sense.
And
like that.
Solar leads 1-0.
Like Solo, he was more excited, more uncertain.
You're gonna want to pick a game up here pretty quickly.
Yeah, game 2 gonna be loading up.
herO was smurging. He was smurging.
I'm imagining we're gonna see a little bit more standard play coming in from herO, but he absolutely cooked in prep.
Here we go. Getting to our next game.
I'm still just completely smitten by that build. That is something that I'm gonna be thinking about the entire flight back to Korea. And I'm gonna get home and fire up a game on the ladder and lose in an even more embarrassing fashion. Anyway, spawning here in the top left, deployed one of the coolest builds we've seen at EWC. Let's see if he can come back here in game number 2. It is herO.
His opponent shutting down the cheese in game number 1. It's Solar.
Okay. After having a crazy game 1, we're calming down. This time we do have a standard opener out of herO, hatch gas pool out of Solar, where we're done with the craziness, at least for now. And I'm curious to see how herO has been adjusting in his play during his downtime.
I mean, you can't keep doing one base
during his
builds.
time away from StarCraft, or during his time away from
you know, he can't
the
have
public
had
eye.
a better one base build than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
It's
perfect.
not like you use your second best one base build in game number 1 and your best in game number 2. That's not a thing, right? Like they're already going to be more on the defensive looking for that.
All right, well, game number 2 here on Incorporeal. herO going for just a standard 20 Nexus expansion. Likely going to be more of the tried and true Stargate play coming out from him. I'm curious to see, I think this is the first PvZ, maybe even the first game that I've casted from herO so far in the CWC, how he's going to be approaching this matchup, because one of the things that was very curious to me is that both Zaun and Classic kind of switched up the way they were approaching Stargate PvZ in preparation for EWC. They were opening with Phoenix out of the Stargate before those Oracles, which obviously when you're playing series with this much on the line and you're not holding back in terms of builds, you want to keep your opponent in the dark as much as possible. But you know, herO's been one of these guys that has thrown caution to the wind for so long and to such a degree that I'm not even sure if he's worried about his opponent knowing what's coming. I mean, look back at game number 1. He could have built that fleet beacon in his base if he wanted to. He just didn't. He used it to wall in the pylon of the Stargate. Like, come on.
Well, I appreciate that.
It's an interesting thing that State brings up, I suppose, in regards to the frequency of Phoenix openers that we've seen from Zaun and Classic. I think that's true. I think that's a good observation. As they were kind of alluding to, I don't know if heroes really want to really do that. We have seen him mix in Phoenix or Voider openers every now and then, but I don't think we're going to be seeing it anywhere near as frequently. But we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, there's value in opening up double and triple Oracle when it comes to gaining map control, when it comes to preserving your bases and shutting down Ling aggression.
And then you get, you know,
especially if you're relieved your opponent's going for an all-in.
There isn't really a weakness there, but everyone else, you know, their strength is their weakness.
Solar opting to go for that Oracle first, following up with Stalker. Actually, a little bit interesting there. Usually see a lot more adept play here as Solar with that Overlord able to scout basically everything. One of these drones going to get caught, making the transition over to that third base. One of the benefits of the overly probe scout that herO had is that he's able to push that natural expansion or the second expansion all the way over to that 7 o'clock position. And we'll see what he's able to get done with these Oracles.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so far it's the standard opener here out of herO, just going for an Oracle into a third base. Our eyes are going to be on herO when it comes to the timing of his Twilight Council, the timing of his Forge as well, so we'll see if he does have any kind of big deviation. If you remember, in the lead up to this series, we spoke about how we expect all-ins out of Solar, and I'm still stand by that as well. Typically, Solar goes for 3-base all-ins, where he drones up to 3-base saturation, gets a 4th base just for Lava, and then commits, so we'll keep an eye on Solar's worker count and his saturation.
Somehow he actually got 16 drones over to third base. I don't know when that happened, but in any case, it's actually herO going up to 4 gases relatively quickly here with that Forge, with the Twilight Council. So it's like we're going to have Blink +1 play coming in from him.
Yeah, really does look that way. I do wonder when Solar is going to turn on the unit production. Because that's the thing about Solar, like, because he is kind of a more aggressive Zerg in general, I always feel like a player like herO is going to have a hard time, because herO's style, I think, is best at catching like optimizer Zergs that are trying to squeeze out every drone and go towards Hive. Whereas a player like Solar, actually, you spoke really well about Solar in the past like that as well.
This is looking like it might be a queen drop over the third base. And I know I'm calling that very early, but he stopped at exactly the same number of drones versus Down, 53. The lair timing very similar. Okay, he is queuing a couple more up. But with that extra gas, with a Roach Warren coming in, there is a lot of aggressive potential here for Solar. We have to keep our eyes on whether or not...
Yeah, what State is getting at here, a lot of it is kind of dictated on whether or not he does actually invest into Roach production. He has the Roach Warren for safety, he's taking a lot of gases. I'm leaning more towards Ling Hydra. It's going to be a later Eva Chamber. Because Eva Chamber is so late, there's a higher chance it's going to be +1 range, not +1 melee, into a heavy Hydra composition. I don't really see him going too heavily into Roaches, but we'll keep an eye on his production.
He does start warping a few in, still going around with those Oracles a little bit, keeping tabs on how quick all the bases are and everything like that.
Yeah, and he's just developing quite rapidly back up at home. Wondering whether he's going to be taking that 5th and 6th gas soon as the Templar Archives does come online. And with these Oracles, he's getting a lot of scouting information about exactly where Solar is.
Yeah, so if I just really standard play out of herO,
it's kind of a tricky proposition.
Blink in towards eventually
like
splash damage.
herO being such an aggressive player and Solar also being so aggressive in this matchup, because there's a little bit of a question of who's going to attack first, and you don't usually say that in a herO game.
Yeah.
I really want to see what the upgrade is for the Eva Chamber.
I think, like, not attacking first is the right way to do it. It's like, make your units, right? Don't just keep expanding because you know that your aggression might not work.
We're seeing this with such limited information.
Because if they attack,
I'm still trying to get a read here. Solar does take his gases at his third.
You kind of like, you don't pull the trigger too quickly.
Which I didn't see saturation.
You're going to be in a good spot.
I think it's no drones yet. Why we see Solar opting for a little bit
is.
more
He's going for the all-in. Let's go
for Overlord speed, but I feel like the timing window has passed. Where if he was
he's going for it.
Although I say that, and we have an Overlord morphing in.
Yeah,
right
again,
now.
like you don't go for Overlord speed unless you're going for the all-in. So he's going for the Drop Lord all-in, Queens and Roaches. Let's go.
Down, but still, there's
0 upgrades on the Eva Chamber. It was a fake. Okay.
Well,
what's a fake out?
Those tagged queens up all the way into that front.
So basically, this is a lair-based all-in. No Hydras, no upgrades, nothing on the Eva Chamber, just purely Ling, Roach Queen, and Ravager.
Yeah. I am honestly a little bit thrown off by this timing. I wonder if herO is going to be 2. You kind of
he already scouted it. Like herO knows.
But Storm is going to be done by the time this one hits Artosis.
Yeah, which makes me think it's not destined to end up working out. Like if your opponent has a few defensive storms here, a few shield batteries, you know, the Blink Stalkers get home. It seems like something like this would be very difficult to pull off. But here he comes in here with those Roaches, drops the Queens out immediately here, pushing the Oracles
Some
back.
OK Storms.
Yeah, Storm's not really getting too much done because it's heavily on the Ravagers on the right side, of course, with their large
Roaches
size.
busting into the natural there. He's breaking in.
Coming through now. Solar breaching
getting
into
some of the
natural
Stalkers.
Expansion, getting a lot of damage done there. Shield battery going to be charging up those Zealots as they warp in, and man, this push is absolutely working. It hit later than the same timing attack he used versus
He does it. He breaks through.
Storm was done, but Solar hardly cares.
Yeah, this is a little bit rough right now here.
Yeah, with that, we get some storms on the Zerglings. With Solar, he's already broken into natural. He's broken into naturals, pushing in towards that third base as well. We have a desperation warp in towards the end here, trying to hold on, but the natural is broken. We're getting into the Robo, and Solar, he is running away with this.
Stalkers, 2
He's sending it.
Solar just waiting for these reinforcements to come across map. Now here they are on the creep. and he is inching
And again, we
closer
expected
and
all-ins
closer
out
to
of
a
Solar
game to
here. He
win.
was not
Those
ready for this
Archons having
specific
to move around.
roach-based
That
all-in.
gas guys are on the left side. It's harder for them to find a good angle onto those roaches. Yes, we do have a shield battery, but for now it's out of energy. And Artosis, I think that Solar's doing this, man.
Looks like it. He warps in some more zealots here, but there's just so many roaches and ravagers. The creep being spread over in herO's base. 20 probes have fallen right now, and Solar is very close to picking up a 2-0 lead.
herO, try as he might with his small number of stalkers, Micro can only give you so much as GG is called. And for herO now, it's going to take a miracle. You need a reverse sweep against a Solar who is looking so locked in ZVP.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about this current game state here is that it's been such a short series. It feels like we just started. I feel feels like we just got out of breakback. We just got out. But again, game one, it was a really cheeky, really quirky build. It fell on its face, and with that, herO already on the back foot. Here coming into Incorporeal, we have our 3-base all-in out of Solar. I was leaning more towards something more Hydra-based, but as we saw, he committed into Roach production, into a Roach drop across the map, and this is designed to punish something like a Storm follow-up. Again, Storms, they can connect, and they did connect with Ravagers, but they tickle Roach Ravagers. They're more ideal against Ling Hydra. Against Roach Ravager-based all-ins, that is where Storm does struggle the most, and that is where herO was not quite ready. He wasn't set up. GG. GG, well played.
A little bit spread thin in that window there is herO. Solar exposing that weakness, really pulling him apart, and now just one map win away from a berth in the round of 4.
So a really good read here out of Solar, a really solid build of choice as well. And I can't quite recall the vetoes, but oh, okay, we're loading into Maganatha.
Just a moment.
They're not taking any breaks. They're just getting right back into
Jumping right in.
I thought for a moment, I was wondering, is herO going to ask for just 1 or 2 minutes to try and reset himself?
I would pretend that I have to go to the bathroom right now, try to reset.
I literally made a new pot of tea, and it's not even cold enough to drink. Again, it's been really short. It's been really short.
At EWC, nothing but elimination matches coming your way today. As spawning here in the bottom right, he needs your energy if you want him to come back in this series. Down 0-2, it is the Protoss legend himself, herO.
And his opponent in the top left with a quick 2-0 lead. It's Solar.
What is happening here? First Maru, now herO. I mean, as we said at least, as we tried to clarify, like Cure was favored against Maru, at least in my eyes. Here, I would say that herO is favored against Solar, but if you remember, I did say something at the start of the series that kind of leans towards this as well.
Against herO here, who's a great player, but he's a very
is herO versus Rogue. If you remember, herO versus Rogue GSL, the reason why we brought it up is because what happened in GSL Season 2, if you were watching, we casted it here on the channel, Rogue also cheesed the hell out of herO. He did nothing but all-ins, and he knocked herO out of GSL. But that's also why I was posing the question, how has herO been preparing? How has he been adapting, changing, and trying to adjust his own play in that period between GSL and now? Just because we've been seeing a lot less from herO as of late. I feel like we haven't really been able to see that though. Like we haven't gotten into our games.
Of course, Solar did have a very close series with
herO hasn't had the opportunity to really show off what he's made of, not yet.
Either of those are just going to be really a gargantuan task.
Meanwhile, we're expecting another all-in out of Solar. Again, if you know anything about Solar's ZVP, we've been talking about it. He has been going for purely all-ins, like hyper-aggression.
He's choosing the right time to turn it on. There's no question.
Not necessarily the same kind of all-ins or the same build.
Your life is on the line.
There are different variations he goes for.
Aggressive Zerg. You yourself are an aggressive Protoss player. What do you do? Where do you go with your build? Do you play a really defensive classic-esque game? Do you try another attack? Do you do something funky?
I mean, just like you said, his strength is his weakness too, right? It's hard for herO to turn it off. I think we're going to see more of the same.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see pretty much the same development that we saw from
I agree with State there.
Game number 2 and game number 3, should he decide to take that third base and go for the macro game?
Like, I think the best approach against Solar and where Solar struggles is defensive Protoss players, but I don't know if herO is really the kind of player to play very, very safe and very standard and very defensive.
Storm, adding in 1 or 2 extra oracles, making a ton more Blink Stalkers than just slowly teching into Storm being a way of just kind of stabilizing and normalizing in the mid game. Is it a little bit suboptimal in theory? Yes, but if a timing attack like that one that Solar did comes into, say, 7 gateways, the +1 Blink Stalkers in mass, with the Templar Archives coming in a little bit later, the gas income coming in a little bit later, so the army's a bit beefier. I like herO in that situation.
I 100% agree with you. Very, very well said there, State. It's, you know, sometimes people rely too much on the theory or what's optimal and that type of thing, where it's like, you can turn that stuff on its head. You know, you really can. You make this little risk, and it can turn into a game win very quickly.
Of course, we'll have to wait and see exactly what it is herO is going to do. As I've said many times before, this is my favorite shot that we've had so far at the EWC. Just being able to see both players, their perspectives, their expressions as they navigate some of the most important games of their lives.
Yeah. It's got my grandma's keyboard there with all the big capital letters. Love to see it.
Look at that.
Yeah.
You see some players, they play with no keycaps at all, or you can't read them, but herO's the opposite. Not only does he have the big glasses, but when he takes them off, he needs the extremely large keys. That's great.
To be fair, herO cheese first. Don't play him solo for counter cheesing. Solo, I wouldn't say the counter cheese just because I think he was going to do that anyway. Like, it's just how he plays.
Base, of course, is going up right now for herO. Making an additional Oracle.
But welcome to Maganatha. Maganatha is a larger map in the map pool. All-ins are less favored on this map, so I do lean towards herO in his ability to get into a longer game, but we'll see. Faster Eva Chamber. Faster +1 melee this time. Because of the Eva Chamber, because of what I'm assuming is +1 melee, this, instead of going into Roaches, this looks like Ling Hydra.
The gateway units pre-storm here in this match.
Yeah, the Storm Rush has been pretty trendy, you know. Definitely we've seen a lot of Protosses going for that.
Yeah, there's melee, so this should be Ling Hydra.
He's adding in this probe in the wall.
Yeah.
So often he doesn't do this. And the run-bys have just been so detrimental, but I think even herO, it's like, okay.
Because Solo's not going into Roaches, I like the idea of herO rushing into Storm earlier this time.
Stayed up these 5 Adepts onto the high ground. I think from this high ground, they might be able to barely hit some of those drones on the low ground. I'm not quite sure, but in any case, he is now heading into this main mineral line. Going to get at least 2 drones. Third one going to fall. Can he get a 4th? Yes. No Spine Crawler or Spore Crawler thrown down from that. As now these Oracles are going to be looking for some damage here. The natural expansion. No Spore Crawler. So he's able to catch a queen.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get the drone counts I'd like to have seen, but I do like the queen pick off there. A couple more gates on the way back at home during all of this as well.
I would love to see him double at the back and also take down that creep timber, and indeed he does. Just make that queen loss a little bit more painful in terms of energy right there for Solar, as we have extra gateways coming in, and he cancels Blink and goes Glaives.
Oh, wow.
He canceled.
That was scary. Yeah.
Okay.
Seriously was. Glaives, though, you're right. Glaives on the way, so definitely a very aggressive game still coming out of herO. Has plenty of Adepts there, and when I see that many Adepts, I'm like, what are we looking at? And a Baneling Nest gets started. Perfect here from Solar.
I think it's a very smart move from Solar. He saw those Adepts
really good read
at the natural expansion from herO, and in kind of a reflexive moment, you might see that as like, oh, okay, well, he's really worried about these Lings getting into my natural.
So what they're getting at here is that often you skip Banelings. You skip the Baneling Nest, you go purely Ling Hydra. The Baneling Nest is a reaction to seeing all those Adepts, so Solar, he will have the tools to defend.
It's going to be Glaives, but you can expect a lot of Adepts coming to your side of the map in the next couple of minutes.
Well, I think with the Baneling Nest, he should have a good chance of holding it off. You know, we've seen that a lot where the shades start to go in, the Banelings start to fall, and you're like, well, I have to cancel. Like, I'm not going to throw these away. But here they come, and the Banelings are not ready as of yet.
True, he hasn't morphed them in. He hasn't seen the move outs.
Banelings now morphing in. Actually make that 10. Double digits here for Solar as the first shade is going to position these Adepts right at the junction between the second, third, and fourth base. He's going to shade now into the natural expansion towards that main base ramp. He sees the Banelings. He cancels that. Glaives is done. Evolution Chamber does get thrown down here to kind of block the path at this third base. How many workers are actually going to go down?
Yeah, hard to say. Now, he is sending that shade, which of course he does have to cancel, so he's going to back off. Only a couple drones killed so far. Storm, Blink, Armor, Second Forge, all in the way here for herO.
Yeah, I like this transition coming in right now. Also being very safe with these shades in. Cancels them the third. The moment he sees those Banelings, these Adepts, they do get caught out here on the fourth, but honestly, I don't mind it too much. He's buying time to get Storm back at home, and he's also creating an opening here. Shade does get canceled. 3 more drones going down. Recall's going to connect, I think, before the Banelings can find a good connection. Yeah, Solar could have used a couple of them there, but I think he wanted the big kills, not just damage.
Okay, I feel like he should have maybe. I think he could have gotten 2 hits, which would have damaged like 4 of them and killed 1. So I would have preferred that, but okay, save those for now. He is going for like a Hydra Ling Bane at the moment. It's going to take a minute because we don't have Baneling's speed yet. But again, kind of a trendy play. We've seen it from Rogue. We've seen it from Serral so far.
So we're in a kind of interesting kind of game state here. On the one hand, herO, he didn't do any game-winning damage with the Adepts. He got some drone kills, but remember, this delays Storm, this delays the upgrades, it delays Blink. A lot of the tech is delayed here for herO. And now the ball is in Solar's court. What does he go for? He's droning. He isn't taking up yet. He is getting up to around 80 workers. He's focusing on Ling Bane Hydra. He has no Hive, and if we don't start working towards an infestation bit soon, he may just max out on Ling Bane Hydra.
Shading around, clearing out a few Lings on the map. The triple Oracle going to hit this space, and yeah, it does force that cancel. Very, very nice. Baneling's coming up to chase them away, I guess. They will tag it and just kind of rotate through. He's done a really good job to keep these alive. He hasn't gotten as much damage
I don't see any tech.
He might with some of these early attacks and getting the Queen
yeah,
and everything,
maxing.
but still, just keeping them alive.
So this is going to be a 3-base all-in here from Solar. He's like, I say all-in. He's droning up to 76, but he's not taking into an infestation bit, not taking into Hive, not taking into Lurkers. It's purely a max out on Ling Bane Hydra. It's like a layer-based all-in. Maybe that's a better way of phrasing it instead. And the goal here is to break herO.
Down shield batteries as well as the attack is about to commence. Templars, I think, are closer to the natural expansion right now. Baneling's actually coming in to the third base while Solar hits the fourth simultaneously. 11 workers going down here.
Not bad.
This Nexus likely going to be canceled.
Oh man, that is a lot of Hydralisks right there. herO in a bit of trouble. He comes down. He does have a lot of Psystorm. So he forces this back, but it did get canceled.
Behind this, Solar's still not taking. Still not taking, still not droning, he's still all in.
45 supply lead.
Yeah, and I think for Solar, mission accomplished right there. You took down double-digit workers at that third base. You got to cancel on the fourth Nexus, which herO, by the way, still has not remade. Instead, he is going
Can he get on top of the High Templar?
Gas, no brakes, just pushing in to the side of the map of Solar. A really ambitious move, and actually, there are stasis traps in position. Solar identifies them. All the traps are defused, and now the attack commencing here.
A lot of Psystorms going down as the Zerglings charge in
he
here.
wants High Templar.
The Hydra's just trying to move through and target down some High Templars. A ridiculous surround comes up here from Solar, and the Stalkers just barely not caught in the center.
Oh, that surround was perfectly by the book. 360 degrees for Solar with Hydra Ling Bane coming in.
And that's it. That was every High Templar going down. 0 storms.
Momentarily, but there's no fourth base to fall back to. He retreats to the stasis trap, but it only catches 4 Lings.
Solar's not subbing. Like he's still just rallying pure Ling Hydra.
This is looking really good for Solar right now. The fact that he's up on 5 bases, getting some drones up to that top right base. He's crushed a lot of the High Templars that were in the army. So what does herO
And again, the Glaive Up build wasn't worth it. It didn't do enough damage. Didn't kill enough across the map. herO heals on the back foot, stuck at home.
The next attack, but this is looking grim for herO.
Oh, he's sitting at only 3 bases right now as Solar continues to push in. 5 bases and 77
Again,
drone
who needs a Hive? Who needs Lurkers? Who needs any of that? Just Ling Bane
standing
Hydra.
as strong as they possibly can, but they're also forming a trap here for the Templar who have to morph into an Archon. No storms left here for herO and Solar. Are you going to 3-0? One of the Protoss favorites here in EWC.
Yeah, it really does look that way right now. The Hydras continue to rally down. You can see the look on herO's face as he micros as best he can. But with so few units, micro is not what's going to end up making the difference. These Hydras in a concave around his third base. Solar knows he's got this game. herO with his final Warpins coming up, but I think we're about to see
Let's go.
Third base goes down. Solar with a look of satisfaction as GG is called. And Team Falcons is going to be represented by Solar in the round of 4, trouncing herO in a 3-0 win.
Just beautiful play there from Solar, showing that his aggressive style can absolutely match up favorably against herO. You know, I love some of the plays that herO brought to us, you know, not just today, but in the past year. Unfortunately, he is not going to get that top 4. He is not going to be the Protoss champion that we've been looking for.
He said in many interviews leading into this EWC that now is the time, not just for him, but for Protoss as a whole.
I think I'm a little bit dissatisfied because, as I was mentioning, herO, he was intentionally hiding a lot of his play, hiding a lot of his builds for this tournament, and I don't think I got to see any of it. Like, I didn't, we never really got to experience what it was that herO had to offer outside of Game 1. Like, Game 1 was crazy, and it does feel like maybe that's one of those builds that he was working on, but I feel like Game 1 was also maybe a bit of a tell of things to come. Like, Like momentum did fall heavily in favor of Solar from there, and to lose a map in a best of 5 like that was brutal. Already putting herO on the back foot, and he never got into his game. Like, I'll be honest, like in this series we never really got to see what herO was made of. GG. GG.
Top 4, you will be there in the finals. Well, the semifinals, that's for sure.
Like
Congratulations.
herO not to get, he never got to play any StarCraft.
Game number 1. What was that? What was going on? What happened?
Yeah, I was pretty confused because it's like never used strategy, so it's repair on burst. But like, I played it when I was in the other team. When I played Team League, I played against this build, so I know how to defend it. Just kill the Nexus and just not letting Protoss have more Tempest. So yeah, so my experience worked. Yeah.
Yeah, your experience definitely shined there, and it definitely helped you out in the first game. Now, I want to ask you, historically, I want to say over the past 4 or 5 times that you have met herO, the record hasn't been in your favor, and finally you managed to break it, and especially here at EWC, and getting yourself into the top 4. What was the preparation that you did coming into this series?
You know, when I was Korea, I know I'm very bad against Protoss. Also, herO is really the best Protoss as well. Yeah, you know, as you know. So I know he's really good. So when I'm in Korea, I practice a lot in PBCs. Like, even though I lose, I try to find answer myself like in my way, like not like Serral, like Reynor, just like Solar. So I find how to play against Protoss. So I was pretty confident. So that's the Solar way.
Yeah, that is the Solar way. And when it came to that third game, you canceled his 4th, and I want to ask you, were you expecting the counter in that situation?
Yeah, actually, like his early game was not good. So after that, I got the defense against Clem's adepts. So I already know I was pretty ahead. So I think game was almost over, but I just a bit using a lot micro and macro. Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, you managed to get a clean 3-0 sweep. Congratulations, and thank you very much for joining us, Solar. Boys and girls, the first 3-0 of the day, a sensational way to end our 5th game. We still have 1 more series to wrap up our 3rd day of competition for StarCraft here at the Esports World Cup. Let's head on over to the studio.
To the casters. Oh, sorry, it's the casting couch. GG. But again, yeah, my heart goes out to herO. I feel like he just didn't really get to show off his play here. He was denied that. We expected that out of Solar, though, in the sense that if you remember, we were kind of harping on it. Even the other casters, they were aware of it as well. Like, Solar is very cheesy and very aggressive in ZVP. That's just how he always plays, or how he has been playing it over the past year, over the past maybe like 9 months or so. We had more expectations for herO, I should say, but here he was called out. Here on Incorporeal, he was being greedy, going into Storm up against a Roach all-in, not a Ling Hydra all-in, and here in game number 3, we had herO going into Glaive Adepts, where as Solar stated himself, like the Glaives did not do enough damage. Solar fell, or herO fell behind after the failed Glaive Adept aggression. Solar took a lead and snowballed from there. GG. GG.
This guy who was able to get into Zerg's face and kind of break them and punish them if they were very growth focused. Now we're really in the era of players like Classic, where Classic kind of stays back. He's almost like a Zerg himself. He's that macro, growth-oriented Protoss. It just kind of wants, very stats-like, very much like the old Reign when he was playing StarCraft 2 before he switched to StarCraft 1.
They have a lot of expectations.
And,
well, I mean, again, it's one of those things where
almost symbolic of
expectations, but it's not like herO played poorly. He just never got into his games. Some rough decision making, maybe some rough decision making going into Glaives, or in game 2 misreading and assuming that Solar was going to play Ling Hydra. Like winding it back again, that was everything that he was expecting in Incorporeal. Was what we saw in game number 3 from Solar. He was expecting Ling Hydra, not a Roach all-in, which is what shut him down.
Those weak spots, those weak components, and he did run rings around herO in this series.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, oftentimes I feel like Solar does get overshadowed a little bit. This has been the case for years, where everybody's always talking about those other Zergs, like for example Serral, like for example Reynor, Dark before he went off to the military, but Solar has always quietly been there, right? Like, he's always been one of the very best players in the world, and
we got
it's
next
nice
set.
to see him perform at this level now.
Clem Classic.
Well, we have one more round of 8 match left here, and
the
it's an
double
important
Protoss.
one, because either we get our current reigning defending world champion into the round of 4, or we get our last remaining Protoss able to get himself to the top 4 as well. Join us right after this. It's an important one. It's Classic versus Clem.
This is going to be an interesting one. Now that hero's been dealt with, I do think that herO was the biggest threat to Clem. Now that hero's out, I do think that Clem is going to have a much clearer road to those finals. Clem is going to be going against Classic. I do think that Classic, actually, I was going to say that I think Classic has the best shot against Clem. I think I want to walk that back actually. Solar, he has been studying a lot and he's been playing a lot of Ling into Ultra and Ling Roach into Ultra as well. So we'll get into that potentially later on. But yeah, Classic versus Clem, final series of the broadcast. It's going to be an interesting one here. Classic, his PvT is by no longer as weak, but it is a little bit more unique in that sense. We'll get into it, but similarly to how he approaches PvZ, Classic, he very often does go to the late game. He very often does play things out, and if he ever sees an opportunity, he will go into Stargate, into a Fleet Beacon, into Sky Toss, or into a longer, or into just a higher base count, into a longer game. Let's go.
I casted League of Legends for 12 years, but I wanted to ask a couple philosophical questions about real-time strategy because I've been a huge fan for a long time. You're about 10 years younger than I am, but I grew up with real-time strategy games. What was it like growing up, and how did you decide to play StarCraft 2? Because it's surprising to me.
Actually, that's a very long story because I started all the way in 2008, and when I started, there was ESL hosting the German tournaments back then, and that was the main thing, like Warcraft 3 tournaments and Counter-Strike tournaments. I wasn't able to go there because I wasn't 16 yet, but that's basically when I started picking up on those games because I thought it was really cool.
I mean, that's awesome because one of the things I noticed from probably when you were too young, from the early 2000s to 2010, there were games like Emperor, Battle for Dune, Dawn of War from Warhammer, Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Like, there were so many more RTSs. Have you noticed that there's less and less real-time strategy games coming out, and I think less and less players?
Yeah, actually, I don't know any of the games that you just named.
That's how old I am.
Yeah. But yeah, for sure. I feel like nowadays there's a lot of shooters.
Yeah.
That's like the main thing.
Yeah. Now, what does that mean for you and StarCraft 2 being at a tournament like this, next to the biggest games in the world?
To me, RTS is nowadays more like a niche thing. Yeah. Like the community, it's like a very old community, and we all know each other very well. It doesn't really grow that much anymore, but it also doesn't really get smaller.
I have to congratulate you. As again, you're about 27 years old to be in this level of play when I know there are some people that have been playing for maybe as long as you've been alive. It's crazy. Okay, if you could give one piece of advice to aspiring StarCraft or RTS players, what would you advise the next generation of stars?
I would, in general, like my approach, and I tell that everybody, I think it's very important that you start doing it. You obviously have a goal, you want to become a pro, but you mainly do it for fun. And if you're doing something for fun, especially when you're young, that's when you can get like really good at it. Like nowadays, I feel like now that I'm older, there's like so much going on in my life. Wow. So it's crazy noise here.
Yeah, it's so loud. We're on the boulevard as well.
So it's very hard for me to pick up on new things, but when you're really young and you enjoy doing something, and you have the talent, which you don't know, like if you have talent or not, that's what you're gonna have to find out. That's how people like become pros, basically.
I love that. Thank you so much, herO Marine. Thank you for taking the time to chat to me. Love what you do and keep practicing. versus Classic. Now I'm going to ask you to pick one of the players, and then you have to spin this. Whichever one of us gets the higher prize will represent that player. So, which player do you think is going to win that you're going to represent in the luck today?
I want Clem to win, so I'm going to pick Classic.
Oh, okay, so that means you think I'm going to have more luck than you. All right, so he wants Clem to win. All right, let's give this a spin, and let's see what you come up with. All right, let's go.
Strong spin.
Hey, whatever you think's going to help out here. All right, we're going for the spin. We're going for the spin. Oh, look at those biceps. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Are you nervous?
No, not really. I always lose.
Oh, better luck next time. So you pick Classic, which means if I win a prize, Clem is favored. That means it's my turn. It's my turn. Let's give this a spin. I'm going for a much smaller spin. I have to get more than better luck next time. Oh, we got another loss. Okay, because that's a terrible prediction. Who's actually going to win and why?
Clem, because I think he's just mechanically the better player than Classic, and yeah, even though Classic is a Protoss. And
what's the score going to be? 4-1, 4-0, 4-0, 4-1, or 4-2?
It's best of 5.
Best of 5. I thought it was best of. Oh, today's best of 5. Thank you. So, who's going to win? What scoreline? 3-1, 3-0, 3-1, or 3-2?
I think it's Clem 3-1.
Clem 3-1. That's the prediction.
All right, it is time to crush another key, and unfortunately, it will be herO's at the hand of Solar. We will get a flinch again. It's a guarantee. We'll get an explosion again. It's a guarantee. We've got Artosis and ZG here as well to talk about this, as well as the next match to come, Artosis.
Yo.
Look. Oh. Bam. Ooh. A very small flinch there. But anyway, let's now talk about the final series of the day, and it is a huge one, of course, because it is a rematch of the RSL Grand Finals where Classic was able to make a god bleed. Yes, the world champion Clem is going to be going up against him this time around, but it's on a completely different stage. It's his stage, most importantly, as it will be a best of 5 to determine who moves forward into the round of 4. Zombie Grub, talk to me about the matchup.
Obviously, everyone's excited about this one. I mean, I think these are the best players of their respective races going at each other, especially with the results so far. It's kind of crazy that before some of the 2 victories from Classic, Clem was on a 20-series win streak. Isn't that insane?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I was looking it up.
That's pretty good.
I was like, wait a minute, I keep scrolling like last time that Classic actually won against this guy. So it's a very recent development that Classic has been able to take series off of Clem. So, that is something I think worth considering. Yes, Classic may be favored because of recent results, very important, but overall, maybe bigger stages, more consistency, that goes to Clem.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you're...
I think actually Classic's going to take this one down. I think he's got the right style. Yes, Clem is...
If you haven't been watching StarCraft, then one, I would say, where have you been, Pat? We caught StarCraft on a daily basis here, and Classic, he has been beating Clem in recent times. That's why, if you recall, I was talking about how Classic players like herO can be threatening to Clem, especially in the PvT matchup. So we have seen that already, but as they're bringing up here on the casting couch, a lot of it comes down to, nerves, comes down to offline presence here as well. Yes, sure, Classic may have been beating Clem in online tournaments, but what about in offline events? What about here when it matters most? What about here after all this preparation, all this setup? I do expect a back and forth. I do not expect a 3-0 in either direction, and I still lean towards Clem here, but I would not be surprised if Classic can take it to Clem either, just because of recent results, just because of recent performances.
Let's have a tantalizing taste as we get into Classic versus Clem.
Clem taking this game by the horns, and GG.
What are we watching?
You see the happiness in that young
Anything that
man.
herO can throw at Clem, Clem has an answer for it, and it is
The
Clem.
king of the StarCraft 2 world, he is Clem.
And Serral's army is evaporating. GG.
We have never seen dominant performance like that ever in StarCraft 2.
What? The production team, they're having fun.
Clem, of course, won the World Championship last year, and I think his tournament run was phenomenal.
Clem is your world champion, defeating Serral 5-0.
And that was super exciting for me. Yeah, also I think the way that happened and the score lines and everything, that was just insane to me, and I couldn't really believe that happened.
And that is it. It's over.
I had
to do a lot of thinking after the final series against Clem, thinking how to improve, how to get up from that.
I think it's extremely likely that we could see Clem as a back-to-back champion this year, picking up another win here at EWC.
Well, I'll do my best for that to happen for sure. Yeah, I'll try to have a performance like the one I had last year.
I think Clem is still the best Terran player in the world right now, and if I had to pick a favorite, it would probably be either Serral or Clem again for 2025's EWC finals as well.
Clem has always been a very hard opponent, and if he's playing his best and I'm not playing my absolute best, it's always going to be hard.
Well, having a performance like the one I had in Dallas is definitely not great for my confidence, but I don't think it impacts it that much because at that tournament, like in my matches, I knew what I did wrong, I knew what went wrong, what I need to like fix, and it was, I think, pretty easy stuff mostly. And also winning Star Zagora kind of boosted up again. We're going to see a replay of last year's Clem.
The question is, will Clem be able to defend his championship, Artosis?
I honestly, like, I love him, but I hope not, because if he does, there's no Protoss in the round of 4, and all of our story building is thrown away.
True. That is a good point here, as we have our maps, as we will be starting on Ultra Love, Persephone, and then Pylon, Topmac, and ley lines if we need it. I'm hoping it goes to all 5 games. I would love to see that, but now it is time to head over to the stage. It is time for our final best of 5 of the day. Classic goes up against Clem, PVT. It is going to be a banger.
Let's go to the rematch.
Thank you so much. Our last match of today in the SMB Esports Arena is Grand Finals quality. Unfortunately, in a perfect world, they would make it to tomorrow, but we don't live in that perfect world. And unfortunately, fate had other plans.
That it did, because history is about to be written. The last bastion of Protoss versus the reigning champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Liquid's Classic and Virtus Pro's Classic, rather, and Liquid's Clem.
These intros.
The hopes of a race on the line. Can he protect the legacy of Protoss and defend the integrity of his key?
And Liquid Clem, the best defense to a good offense. Wow, it's late, guys. Offense is the best defense, and Clem had no option other than to choose violence this morning when he woke up. Something casters, take it away from us. It's getting away.
Yeah. Everyone's falling apart.
What is up, everybody? Tasteless in Rotterdam here to bring you an exciting match between Clem and Classic. Roddy, how you doing?
I am doing great. It is the final best of 5 of the day. We have seen a ridiculous day of StarCraft 2. Lots of emotions, lots of heartbreak, seeing the disappointment and pain on herO's face in the previous series as well. It hurts. We know how much time, blood, sweat, and tears these guys pour into their craft. Now, obviously, that makes it awesome for us to watch, but also tough from time to time. But here we are. It is our final best of 5. It is Classic versus Clem, a rematch of your RSL finals, Tasteless.
Yeah, and in that finals, it was interesting. Classic flexed his macro Protoss style so hard. I thought Clem came in with a lot of interesting ideas, but at the end of the day, Classic was a wall that could not be passed. He basically doesn't really ever rush or cheese. Instead, he just tries to grow. And he'll grow, he'll take more bases, he'll get more tech, and eventually it just doesn't feel like there's a lot that Terran can do. Now, hopefully from that RSL finals, Clem has figured out that puzzle. He's solved that riddle. He knows how to play. Is that to be more aggressive? Is it maybe there's some way to macro against the Protoss? Are you going to harass so much that you don't have to worry so much about your whole army in a push getting stormed or blown up by Colossus? I don't know, but he's got to bring that answer here right now.
Storm was definitely the story of that best of 7, and they also had a best of 5 earlier in the upper bracket. That too went in favor of Classic.
I think this is probably the best duo that could cast this series. For people that don't know, for people that again haven't been watching or keeping up with a lot of these games, Classic has had the better record against Clem as of late. That's why they're hyping Classic up so much. He beat Clem in a best of 5, and he beat him in a best of 7 as well. And going on lines of what we have been saying, Classic over the the past couple of years of play when it comes to his PvT, he has always been the more defensive player to build up into that late game. That is typically how he's been approaching things, even more so in the most recent patch as well, where if he sees an opportunity, he will go for a long range, he will be more defensive, and he will snowball out of control. That's where Classic thrives. It's very similar to his PvZ, which is also quite similar, where he thrives in the late game. Same with PvT as well. It almost feels like Classic is like the new Shield of Fire, the new stats, if you will. The new defensive Protoss player at the highest level of play. I say almost because that is not the case for PvP, and Classic still has some aggressive tendencies to him, but I would say he's probably the most defensive Protoss player in South Korea.
So aggressive against Classic in a couple of those recent encounters, and guess what? He ran into a storm, infinite amount of storms. Storms all over again. Classic obviously doesn't just warp in 1 or 2 High Templars if he has access to that tech.
We also know that Clem, he does like his storms because he stands in everything. True.
It is going to be a longer series than their previous matches.
In the top right, in the red, he is Classic.
Representing Virtus Pro, the only player in this tournament that represented Virtus Pro. In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base with the man who already saw his teammate earlier today advance into the Final Four. Can this man keep his dreams alive of defending his World Championship title? It's Clem.
And so we go into this first match. We were talking about Clem being pretty aggressive, and you know, one of the issues about being very aggressive early on is if it backfires, you're so behind, right? So if it
all right, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. When it comes to what I feel, ooh, 2-gate opener at a Classic. When it comes to how I feel, even though Classic has had a winning record against Clem, even though a lot of people are favoring Classic against Clem, I still lean towards Clem, but that is mainly just because I believe that Clem, after those series, after those games, is one to take from that, to learn, to adapt, and to adjust. That's my assumption, but I also assumed that from herO when it came to GSL, and turns out that wasn't really the case. So we'll see. We'll see.
Some time to block an additional Nexus, but at this point there is no Nexus yet, and Clem might think like, oh, this has gone perfect so far.
Yeah, 2-gate opener. Remember,
him to expand elsewhere, but what Clem really needs to do is get into that main base of Classic, because Classic is going to have double the amount of units that you normally have in these early stages of a PvT.
This is such an interesting opener because it's been played masterfully here by Classic. You're totally right, Roddy. He identified that Clem wants to do a control style play by basically putting an eBay there to block the entrance, and because the SCV is chasing that probe around, it's not scouting the main. That's the big secret, is that double adepts coming out of the main. He's still searching the map. Is there any hidden, anything here?
And it's a double chrono as well. And Clem might even go for a proxy starport. I was gonna talk about the fact that Clem in big series, when it's for all the marbles, will always go at least once for a Hellion drop. He loves this build when it's for all the marbles, but Classic is
the problem here is that Hellions, what are they going to do to defend against Adept Stalker?
Are really not going to do very good
They're
against
going to do nothing.
Adepts. And then on top of that, we've got 2 Stalkers as a follow-up.
This is a crazy start for Classic. Classic has momentum, Classic has control, Classic is moving out, and Clem is in danger. He's in trouble. Things are looking rough for Clem.
Clem's face when he sees it's not 1 Adept, but it's 2 Adepts, and Classic actually is still hiding it. He's still hiding the fact that it's not 1 but 2, and now Clem is probably like, huh? You've got 2 Adepts over here. In what universe can you have 2 Adepts already?
Yeah, the Marines gets taken out. 1 Hellion gets jettisoned outside the base, the other to be repaired inside. The starport is done and a medevac is being made, but the Stalker is going to kill the 1 Hellion out on the map.
Stalkers are coming in.
The pressure is really building here at the entrance for Clem.
It is smart to get a Widow Mine, because Widow Mines can obviously just burrow and get a guaranteed kill on one of these units, and these units are very important. But right now, this is not a fight that Clem really enjoys. It's a couple of Hellions and just a single Marine, buying time for that Widow Mine to come out. And let's not forget that we have a proxy starport. He has still gone, by the way, for the medevac, which I find a tiny bit surprising. I thought that perhaps going for a Liberator here, or even a Viking that can land and do something on the other side of the map, would be more impactful, because are you really going to fly that medevac all the way home to heal 2 Marines? Like, that doesn't seem like much of a play.
Yeah, I mean, right now the medevac can't really do anything, right? It's just floating out here on the map. We saw the starport lifted. The Widowmine's going to come down. He does not manage to snipe it. The command center, of course, can't land over here until the 4-Stalker contain is denied. The wind is really taken out of the sails here for the proxy starport. carport. This is going to have to be relocated.
Yeah, when it comes to setup, I mean, as Rotterdam did mention, because of the Widowmine, it means that Clem, he saves the main base, he does defend, Classic expanding, taking his natural, building up from here.
Classic does not know about this medevac that's already out, and this medevac has taken a pretty sneaky route towards the main base of Clem. Clem is immediately going to load up these 4 Hellions, and this could be the play for Clem, as Clem will keep the medevac at home, but he's still going to send 4 Hellions to the other side of the map.
I love this move for Clem.
And that is going to be incredibly surprising to Classic, who is moving the Stalkers home, but he needs to recall them. He has energy for a recall. We need a recall here, Tasteless.
Yeah, he's got to bunch them up over here, but be careful because if that Hellion damage spikes on top of this, he's going to lose all these workers as well. Instead, the Stalker's going to come in over here. They're going to try to hit on those Hellions. They're going to be able to take out 1. 2 more going to come in the main. Enough Stalkers here at the ramp for the block.
Wow, that is a lot of Stalkers, by the way, for Classic. That double gate production has really been up and running from the very beginning of the game. And I'm actually a little bit worried for Clem if Classic decides to be aggressive here with a War Prism, because Clem has built a bunch of Hellions, then built a Widowmine. None of these things are very useful in dealing with a bunch of Stalkers.
Yeah, 0 tanks.
That is the very first siege tank that Clem has been producing. Clem does have a lot of potential in this little drop, because Classic just used recall, so Clem can actually just attack this main.
Classic's moving out. If Classic gets high ground vision with Blink, he can break into the main. And even then, he's pushing into the natural.
Important shield battery for Classic, because it's going to buy a lot of time.
Yeah, we can see the pickup over here with the medevac. And the Stalkers are just going to kick in the front door, starting to take these SCVs out one by one. There's really not a lot to defend here. There's no Widowmine. The raw strength of the Stalkers, especially when spread out like so, can do so much damage. The tank's going to siege up. We have a drop occurring in the main over here. And he's got to blink these Stalkers just out of range. And there's not a siege tank that right now that can actually hit these Stalkers if they're tucked back far enough.
Classic is playing an excellent game. Great defense against that 1 medevac with the Cyclone and a couple of the Marines. And great offense here as well. Sure, he has lost a Stalker or 2, but he is piling on the pressure. Clem is already 11 workers behind. Does not have Stim on the way. Does not have Combat Shield on the way. He is about to get his hands on the 2nd tank. That's pretty nice. Classic has multiple choices now. Is he going to try to
He could dive. He's going for it. He's going for the dive. Gets 1.
He's going to get the first tank. No, he doesn't get it immediately. Lost a few more units here than he's supposed to, but he should be able to continue just to kill a couple of extra SUVs to make this still okay. This wasn't pretty because he didn't know about the 2nd tank, but I still think it's all right for Classic.
I think it's still okay for Classic. The drop's going to come in here, which means the Stalkers are going to warp in. Remember that every piece of damage on the Marines is permanent. They can't heal without any medevacs over there. The Stalkers will clean this up. The shield battery drained of energy is not going to be able to protect too many more probes. We already have 10 workers killed here for Classic.
That is a pretty impressive, by the way, by Clem, that he managed to get 10 workers there in the end. That medevac was very low on HP. At first, it looked like Classic properly defended his main, then Classic properly defended the 3rd base. So for Clem, in the end, to get 10 workers is definitely a little bonus, but Clem definitely knows that he's still in trouble as well.
Yeah, as I was saying, like, it's something. Like, thankfully, because of that economic damage that Clem just dealt, he's still in this game. He's still in this game. He's not completely out of this yet. It's still a rough position. Stim is still not yet done. Stalkers have high ground vision. He can go into the main base. He can dive on the tanks. Oh, does avoid.
Tanks out of position. Could he
cancel? No, Stim!
No! The Stim is being upgraded right over here. That's huge. An already very late Stim, because of the unusual nature of this game, is now going to be denied the tank shot down as well. He might be able to dip in for 1 more.
It's a sick game so far by Classic. Perhaps the best game he has played all tournament. He still has that shield battery in the main base that has been the absolute MVP. Now he's using these Stalkers to hunt down this medevac. And if Clem loses this medevac as well, things will go really bad. Clem knows that Classic is looking for it, and it seems like the boost will be able to bring this medevac to safety for now. But what an incredibly impressive game this has been coming out of Classic. If you're talking about preparation, this right here has been textbook. Knowing Clem likes to eBay block, knowing Clem will follow that probe towards the 3rd base to block the Nexus further, never entering the main base, being completely unaware of the fact this was a double gate opening. Incredibly cool and impressive stuff coming out of Classic.
Yeah, Classic playing a world-class game right now. We're going to see if
he's
the
playing
medevac
Clem,
can get anything
basically.
done.
Like
Classic is aware a bit on the periphery. And it looks like he might be able to jump into the blind spot. The Stalker harass is over. But most importantly, with the Stim denied, and by the way,
and again, Classic, he's big chilling. He's on 80 heart rates.
We're almost 9 minutes into this game, so this is a very late Stim. And without Stim
basically can't do that much as far as pushing.
Go lower.
I do think it's a good decision by Clem to drop a third command center, because 2-base all-in just wouldn't cut it anymore. You're going to run into storms, and that is something we saw over and over again in those RSL games these guys played against each other. It makes no sense to pull the SCVs and go for an all-out 2-base all-in when you know Classic doesn't have 1 or 2 storms, but probably has 8 storms to work with. So Clem probably not happy about having to drop that third command center this late and being this outmined, but it absolutely is his best choice from all the rough choices.
Oh, he's going for the storm drop as well. Jesus.
So Classic is starting to play the game that he wanted to play. Okay, nice storm drop here, beautifully done. You know, one of the things, that's actually a lot of kills there. Sometimes
he's going to make it up!
Oh my God.
He comes back too soon.
18. It's 18 there. I didn't realize he had a pocketed storm.
Oh, God.
So that's huge.
Does catch the Prism.
Warp Prism's going to be killed off, but it's. I mean, it would always be better to keep it alive, right?
But I mean, this still means more for Classic. Like, again, Classic has a massive. He has double the worker counts.
He's going to be macroing up. He's going to be ready for pushes. Probably not that interested in any kind of full-on attack, and he wants to grow. And that means that Clem wants to try to push out and end the game.
And
Clem
there's like, what, 5 High Templar?
Or the odds of him making this game a win are so slim.
There's only one world where this will work for Clem, and that is if he's able to siege these tanks up in a very gnarly spot, but they are not sieged up yet. Or perhaps if Classic makes a terrible blink, Clem is still trying to distract the Protoss a little bit with that Marine drop in the main base. He's trying to get something done. There is a new Warp Prism. We are always going to have a couple of good storms here, and all that Classic needs to do to win this game is hold here. He is going to storm everything. Does lose the Warp Prism. He's blinking into Marauders, and he's blinking into tanks, but he has so much that he can get away with it.
Oh my man, I mean, the damage is just insane. The army wiped out. The third base could be vulnerable. We've got a small drop over here, but it doesn't matter because Clem saw the writing on the wall. The counterattack from Classic would have ended that game. Clem gonna save his stamina, save that APM, and try to go into game 2 here in this best
It's a fake push. No,
what
it's
a cool
real.
way to start his best of 5.
It's very real.
The opening, I'm just fascinated by it. Classic reading Clem like a book.
Yeah, GG, well played. As they're kind of nerding out about it, I am as well. Like, really solid opener out of Classic to be able to get a hard read on Clem. I think what I really love about this first game is that, as we were mentioning, Classic is known for a certain style in PvT. He's known for being more defensive. He's known for building up into a longer game. And I'm sure Clem was getting ready for that. I'm sure that's why Clem wanted to be aggressive at the start of this game as well. Clem wanted to try to hard counter or wanted to try to break Classic early on. Little did he know that Classic read that, and instead of going for what he's known for, he was able to punish Clem by going for the 2-gate opener, by going unscattered, by punishing the proxy starport as well. Just a really solid start there from Classic, and from there he just snowballs out of control. Crazy.
Make for some of the most exciting games. I think that game illustrates that exactly. We had Clem go for the proxy starport.
Classic just hard reading Clem.
Classic's opener basically worked. He knew that the eBay at the natural expansion would come down, and so a lot of times what you're trying to do with the SCV instead of scouting the main is to try to figure out where that third base is. Maybe you denied that too if you get in the way. And because of that, he didn't realize that there was a double gate early on. The pressure was hitting. It was pretty chaotic, but ultimately Classic got to the position where he's just starting to macro. The game in some ways becomes boring from the Protoss' perspective. You're kind of just like storm dropping and growing on the map. And he got to that point where Clem couldn't catch up. Also, let's remember that Stim was denied there.
Yeah.
I mean, the Stim was so deep in the main, but the Stalkers got in. I think it was a little bit of a preemptive siege there on the second or third tank. And without Stim, you just don't have any legs in the matchup as things pick up. You can't really do anything to force the situation.
I'm not sure if any Protoss ever got tired or bored of storm dropping though. Like if we're ahead and we're killing 18 SCVs with a couple storms,
no.
I think we're loving life.
In the top left, in the red, he is Classic.
And that of course means that in the bottom left side of Persephone, we are taking a look at the main base of the reigning defending world champion of StarCraft 2. It's Clem.
Okay, this map is an unusual one. You spawn both on the left side of the map. Obviously Clem in the bottom, Classic in the top. There are speed zones on the right, which, you know, when I first saw this.
So here, Classic is scouting for proxies here on his side of the map, but Clem this time is not going for the eBay block. We're calming down.
We saw this specifically with Classic and Clem in RSL, is Classic preempted Clem's drops. Drops on this map, they come in a very predictable angle because it's north to south or south to north.
I would imagine Clem has learned from that. He's going to be a lot more cautious in games like this because there's more than enough land everywhere that you can't really sneak or hide a drop anywhere when it's en route. But yeah, let's see what kind of openers we're going to have here. This time around, it's an immediate scout into the main for Classic.
Economic open out of Clem.
Going to be moving out here for Clem.
Out of all the maps, though, this is a map where I do kind of like macro-oriented Terran play. And I know a lot of Terrans are very afraid to play those 3, 4, 5-base scenarios against Protoss right now.
Clem is not afraid.
Can just explode out on the map. That's a lovely little mental victory there for Clem.
Very nice.
Classic, obviously, a tiny bit annoyed there by the missed micro of his probe. That's not supposed to happen. Probes and SCVs move at the same pace, so you're not supposed to lose your worker like that. Not the biggest of deals, but it's definitely very annoying. And that's going to help Clem a little bit to just shake off the frustration of Game 1. Because losing the game 1 in a best of 5 is obviously always annoying. But the way that it happened is probably like, man, how the hell does this guy just know what I'm going to do in the first 2.5, 3 minutes of the game for him to go for that bizarre build order? Like, what kind of a weird soul read is that? Like, is he staring straight through me? How did he know? Well, you know, now you can shake it off. You're like, I got the probe. I never lose a game when I kill a probe with my SCVs.
So in this game, we've got what looks like the 1-1-1 coming. Bunker here at the entrance. Everything
no
is
engagement
very
there from
right
Tasteless.
Now.
God
you don't
damn
have
it.
any twists or turns here. One thing about Classic that I've really liked about his play is he goes for Storm probably faster than any other Protoss player in the world, really. Look at this. He's going to come out here and try to fight this Adept.
It's actually a very nice play here by Clem, because normally you don't bring these Marines
really
up,
nice.
but I guess Clem truly expected Classic to go very far forward with the Adept, and he thought perhaps...
Basically, Classic had a bit of a late reaction with the Adept, so it was a nice catch. Doesn't kill the Adept, does get a little hull damage.
By Clem, as Clem did not...
Twilight Counter opener out of Classic.
To the other side of the map yet. It's like, just in case this guy is double gating again, which is absolutely not common in this matchup. I want to make sure I have an early bunker, and I actually get to play this at TVP.
This Reaper is going to bounce right back out of the main. Could be intercepted here by this Stalker from Classic. Nice nade there. Actually chucks the Stalker to the side. And so, yeah, we're going to see if we get that vast storm that I was mentioning earlier. In this case, it's going to be Blink right away. I have seen Classic go for Storm and then a third gate and then get a Storm, then get the third Nexus. But seeing the probe out here, it's going to be more of the standard build order where you have 2 gates, then the Nexus with Blink. And, you know, honestly, I feel like an opening like this, maybe there is a world where Clem could get a little bit aggressive.
Yep, a very macro-oriented opening here.
I would not say this is standard from Classic. I would say this is greedy, especially in current meta. In current meta, it is a lot more common to go for a Robo before Nexus. This is a Nexus before Robo. So Classic is cutting corners and Classic is being greedy here.
On the minimap. Clem didn't get anything with his Reaper, probably a little bit frustrated, was very close to getting a single worker, but it's all good. It is a lot more important for Clem that he gets something done with this Widowmine drop. The hallucinated Phoenix will tell Classic everything he needs to know. Clem, I think, is faking Cloaked Banshee as he's researching Interference Matrix. The Medevac is already very low on HP. One Stalker did die, and now it is a probe that's going to go down, but this is really not that bad for Classic. He loses a bunch of workers in the natural, but it's all acceptable because the biggest victory here for Classic is that he doesn't have to worry about the second wave or the third wave of that Medevac showing up because the Medevac died, the Widowmines died, so it was a one and done coming out of Clem. That's not what you're looking for as a Terran Tasteless. You're waiting for that thing to pick up the mines, come back a little bit later when there is a fight happening to potentially find a lot more damage. Classic is going to be more than happy with that, even though he lost the Stalker. And
yeah, as Roddy's saying, like, this is a stronger start for Classic, so he gets away with a fast third base, he gets away with a late Robo, he gets away with it, and he shuts down the initial drop plays, so stronger start for Classic. Right now, the pressure is going to be on Clem to try to recover. He does have some Raven Harass coming out, and he's working towards a heavy bio setup with Stim, Combat Shields. I believe the tank count is very low here for Clem, and we'll see how hard he can embrace these upgrades, as we have Storm on the horizon.
Some turrets here probably in the worker line and then try to get back out. Important that he doesn't lose this Raven because that's extremely important when those pushes come.
What is actually quite nice for Classic is that he's so fond of the Templar Archives as a real tech opener that he's going to have very quick access to High Templars, and High Templars can just drop a feedback on that Raven, so that Raven can't just stay idle between those bases forever, because that will allow Classic to land the feedback, and then that Raven is going to A, take damage, and B, won't have any auto turrets for a while. We also saw earlier that Classic did drop a shield battery in the main base, I believe, once more. That shield battery in the previous game, by the way, truly saved this game, because there were 2 moments where Clem could have put potentially found a lot of damage, but he didn't find any damage because of that shield battery. And that reminds me a little bit of like how Zest used to play, and I was such a big fan of that, because if you're that far ahead, just spend those 100 minerals.
So behind this, I should have emphasized this a little bit more. I was touching on the fact that there are no tanks. There's actually earlier sim than normal, so really early sim. Clem, he sneaks out on left-hand side. The observer does not spot this. The army doesn't spot this. Clem trying to sneak up on those stalkers.
Looking for a cool play where he's going to try to force these stalkers to blink back and try to intercept them.
He gets him.
They've already blinked Tasteless. That is bad news for Classic.
That was so perfect, because Classic does this every game. He basically has stalkers out there to kill anything that's going to scout and see for a push coming. So Classic comes in, traps them with a sandwich, and as they blinked back,
he's rallying. He's setting it.
And now the push is inbound.
But Storm is not in time.
Every unit is so important to try to hold that push off. Losing those few stalkers is huge. Storm finishes at the second. The question is now, will this attack still work?
Yeah, first Storm is not that great. It's going to push the army away a little bit. Clem is obviously worried about the fact that it is there, and most of the time Classic has infinite amount of storms. Classic did use a feedback, by the way, on the Raven. That's what the observer was showcasing us. That's why the Raven took some damage and had absolutely no energy. There was a Widowmine left behind there. I was worried for Classic after losing those stalkers, but I think that first Storm was almost like a bit of a bluff, where it's like, hey, you sure you want to do this? It's Classic, I have a lot of these. And Clem immediately decided to disengage and split up his army, and he is getting ready for the next phase of this game with the Ghost Academy, which does obviously mean that Classic, for now, is enjoying a nice economic lead. 67 growth over only 54 SCVs.
I really respect the caution here from Clem. He lost previous games by being, kind of crashing into the army too much and basically losing everything. He set up a little bit of a good position.
So talking about the PTSD that Clem has in his previous series, we spoke about it, but Clem took a lot of storms to the face in his previous series against Classic. So he's
Supplies are about
scarred a little bit.
Right now, Classic is teching into the next phase, which is going to be Colossus tech.
Yep, but we do have that War Prism in the bottom left side. It is 2 Zealots and a High Templar. I think the High Templar will come as a bit of a surprise. It is going to be Zealots first. The SCV is going to be cloaked up, and here is that High Templar.
Oh, the second storm! Oh my god!
17 SCVs. Classic is playing like a man on fire. And Clem knows that he is in a bit of trouble, especially because we can see, Tasteless, that Classic is already getting ready for the other transition. The second Robo and
he was so patient with that second storm as well. He was waiting for the army to stack up, for the workers to stack up.
Yeah, that storm drop, like the amount of value you got with one Templar is absurd. That was 17 kills. We see a small counterattacker from Classic. Maybe he's going a little bit too hard.
You can see why Clem has PTSD from Storm.
And now we've got the fourth base. I've always noticed this with Classic.
He's not stopping.
Base instead of in the very top right corner. Instead, kind of
he's not
on the outside here. And there's a huge medevac drop coming here. If Clem can do damage,
Classic
it has
out of
to be
position.
right now.
True.
Yep, he needs big damage here because he continues to take damage at home. He lost a couple SCVs to the Zealots. That is not enough. Classic needs a lot more, but he does have High Templar. Drops the Storm immediately.
You see Clem pushing on the right-hand side.
In the main base. Doesn't
he's waiting for the
seem to be the case. 2 Stalkers nowhere near enough. Clem right now is on the offense. He's all over Classic. Classic is going to be forced, I think, to cancel this base. Apparently doesn't want to. He's got a bunch of Zealots here. Has a Guardian Shield. Does cancel it in the end. I mean, Classic could slow the game down a little bit because he is seconds away from having 2 Colossus. And having 2 Colossus will make his army so much better against an incredibly marine-heavy Clem. Because Clem is kind of poor. You don't have money to afford a lot of Marauders. So by nature, you're going to go back to building more and more Marines because you don't want battle units. Colossus, needless to say, are fantastic against Marines.
Yeah, these Zealots doing a decent job right now. Clem going to come back and drive this way. I think
basically what Roddy just said is the soup lies. True, the soup does lie. As I mentioned, Clem is very marine heavy just because he has been behind economically.
Another storm drop. I think there might be Zealots in here as well. Let's actually find out. Hold on.
It's 3 Zealots and 1 High Templar.
Yeah, perfect. So he comes in, doesn't get any kind of storm off.
He's back with the storms.
But it's going to be a nuisance. This may force Clem to go back. Remember that Classic's on 3 bases and so is Clem. That 4th base was denied, so Classic's going to remake it in this really far out corner here in the top right. Very hard to actually push into. It's the furthest walking distance from the Terran starting point on the map.
Clem has a few Widow Mines that are just scattered around the map. Would be nice for Clem there if it found a connection with the War Prism, but that's not quite working out. I agree with you that Clem is becoming more and more like solid in this game as we're getting an armory. We've got a pretty big army, but at this point I'm still a bit worried for Clem because he's not that rich. I mean, when you only have 4 Vikings, 4 Vikings against 4 Colossus is never enough. And let's not forget that Classic is also working with double Forge. So right now the upgrades favor Clem. Soon the upgrades will favor Classic. And it's going to be incredibly difficult for the men from Team Liquid to deal with this kind of a Protoss army. Infinite amount of storms, 4 Colossus. Honestly, I'm worried for Clem.
Yeah. I see the army here from Classic, and it looks really healthy.
It's
hard
terrifying.
when I even see it to
It's
imagine
what, like,
how
6 or 7
Clem
High
would come
Templar?
in and stim and do the damage without between
Alongside the
Storm,
Colossus, alongside the fact there are less
Thermal
Vikings.
Lance. The damage has got to be insane. And the push
Classic's
is going
army
to
is
come in. Now,
terrible.
Classic doesn't normally push in games like
Gets a
this,
free
but this
ghost.
appears to be a moment he thinks he can just take the third. And there's no counterattack yet here from Clem.
I don't hate it. Clem does have a lot of units, perhaps on the top side, so there is a world where Clem can surround this army and collapse on it from 2 different angles. But there's also a world where he can
Very nice
EMP on 6 High Templars at once, and Clem thinks that this is the moment to take that fight. It's a beautiful concave of Vikings as well.
It looks like he takes out the Colossus, and there's only one more yet. Classic doesn't juggle it into the Warp Prism. This means it's only Archons and Starklers left over.
He still has too much.
That was one of the greatest EMPs that Clem is ever going to drop, but it is still going to be tough for the man from
I mean,
Liquid,
again, that was
as
the
he is
best
about
fight that
to
Clem
fall
could have hoped
behind
for.
in
The
those
best
upgrades.
fight he could have gone
Classic has
for.
+2, a dream fight for Clem, because if those High Templars were properly spread, there were way more storms there for Classic to work with. Classic is immediately rebuilding those Colossus he lost. He immediately added 5 High Templars as well. I think he's looking for a feedback on the Raven here. Does manage to get that feedback off, and with a single blink should be able to finally get that Raven. Perhaps, yes, there we go. That is a nice one for Classic. I mean, Classic probably kicking himself a little bit there, though, because there was more potential in that army than he managed to get out of that fight.
I mean, it was impressive by Clem because, as you're alluding to, Classic was about to end the game. Like, Classic, he was about to take the game, he was about to end it then and there, but we had a crazy surround, more importantly, a crazy EMP on the High Templar, so Clem, the stars aligned, the best fight he could have hoped for, he survives, and he's back in this. He's back in this game.
So for now, it's going to be Classic.
We have it back and forth.
Clem basically staying out, roaming. He's trying to keep his army very well spread out so that if he sees another push, he can try to surround it once more.
The most painful thing for Clem about that previous fight is that he lost pretty much all of his Vikings. And Vikings are expensive. He is working with double starport now, and he's obviously starting to have a much better economy than he had earlier. It's so important to keep these Vikings alive as one High Templar gets split
that's
off.
so a lot of Templar.
Storm clips a couple of these Terran units. Clem did manage to get his 2-2 upgrades online, so that's obviously nice. High Templars
nice
are
EMP,
once
again.
more clumped up, and that's another great EMP by Clem. Classic is going to have to do a better job in spreading out those High Templars. A single EMP is not supposed to connect with 4 or 5 High Templars at once.
So Clem decides to back off. I think identifying that right now, Classic.
Yeah, as I'm mentioning, right now in this game, the MVPs for Clem are the EMPs. They have been the EMPs time and time again for these fights, as he just keeps connecting with every single High Templar. They just keep clumping up.
Or even 8 bases, and then the income is so insane.
He got a split back.
Huge amount of gateways laid out, and it's a little bit like watching how a Zerg plays, where they, fight in with their whole army and then remake it in the blink of an eye and close the game out.
Clem definitely is feeling the pressure of this moment as he's moving around in his share a little bit. Our observer is showing us that Classic, his gateway count is pretty damn low for this phase of the game. We're 15 minutes in and he only has 8 gateways. He's adding 4 more right now. Of course, the Classic's defense, he did go for relatively early double robo
double expanding
after the Templar Archives, and he's playing
triple expanding
even. He's been rich, but he has also not been that rich that he could have been on 20 gates already, but it makes a lot of sense for Classic to add in a few more gateways. We are going up to 14 at this point. I think that's a very reasonable number for the state of the game.
We've got a Warp Prism that's going to come through here. Classic laying down these 3 bases at once is starting to look scary. Clem hasn't moved. I wouldn't call this paralyzed, but if he lets Classic get this big, if he doesn't drop in several locations or figure out how to win with a push, which of course
Prism into the main.
hard at this phase of the game, he's going to be in
Clem
trouble.
this time he's more or less in position. Oh, that's a kill!
Great. He shuts down the gold base. He's going to zip up north through the speed thingamajigs, and then he's going to come up there and hit that top right base.
That was a kill, by the way, on the Nexus. That Nexus did not get cancelled. Classic thought that's just a couple of Marines. These Marines, by the way, are absolute heroes as they're still going all the way to the top right side. So they got a Nexus and 5
big Gabe out there sniping bases.
Willing to lose his Marines as Clem was maxed out, and Clem is looking for that power spike that Terran has with +2 ship weapons and a bunch of Liberators. And then ideally we get that upgrade out of the Fusion Core as well for the advanced ballistics. Like, that is an incredibly important one. Liberators with +2, especially combined with a bunch of EMPs, that is a very gnarly combo for Protoss to deal with, unless Protoss is working with a bunch of Tempest, but Classic doesn't even have a Stargate yet.
That's right. No Stargate yet. Scans come down here. We're seeing a little bit of sharking around here from Classic. Classic has some deep pockets, 2.2K, nearly 2K
once again, like
gas.
Classic has a little potential with this main army, with the main fights.
Set up as
Only if he doesn't clump up his units.
Towards the center right on his side of the map. And, okay, beautiful EMP takes that first Templar out. Nice EMPs blanketing those units.
A little bit worried for Clem though, because at this point the Liberator count is not that high and there are so many High Templars in the back and they are looking to drop a few more Storms, but so far so good. Classic is going to put those 16 gateways to very good use. So Clem definitely handled that fight beautifully. It looked like the Libs were going to be a bit exposed and they did manage to go down in the end. But obviously Classic was looking for a little bit more. Did manage to save at least one of those Colossus. A lot of High Templars left in this army. Not a lot of Ghosts left. Not a lot of EMPs to work with.
You see the Storm go down. It hits both the Vikings and the units on the ground. Is there enough?
Yeah, the Storms are brutal. Here come the Chargers. Classic is going for it.
And Clem's army,
he's going
it looks
for the
weak.
kill.
He's going to have to kite in 2 different directions at once.
That is difficult, even for Clem, to micro this army to perfection, all the way back to the bottom left, all the way on the right side. He's kind of doing it though, and that's why he's the world champ, but there are still so many Archons, and the Immortals, they really pack a punch as well. That War Prism is still sitting pretty. One Liberator flies in, it dies. The Vikings are dying. Clem's in all sorts of trouble.
There's just so much, and he's on top of a decent amount of the infrastructure here for Terran. We have a little bottleneck over here that's going to slow these Zealots down. Clem explodes back out. However, this third base is under so much pressure, I don't know if Clem can recover it.
It doesn't look like it. GG gets called. Classic from Virtus Pro takes the 2-0 lead over the reigning world champ. That is
he broke
Clem.
the camera.
And then you keep in the back of your mind as well that Classic won the last 2 series that these guys have played. A 4-2, a 3-1. Classic just has a read right now on Clem as he keeps on having absolutely marvelous starts to these games, which forces Clem to play from very far behind.
I'll say this, I think the first half of that game was some of the best I've ever seen Clem play. I loved what he did, even coming out and fighting the Adept immediately on the map. I liked how he came around and hit the Stalkers from behind. I liked the EMP that hit like something like 4 or 5 Templars and shut that down. But at the end of the day, it's not enough to shut down Classic. And Classic basically always gets
it's one of those things where when it came to the engagements, when it came to the EMPs, that was keeping Clem in it because he was behind. Like he was clawing his way back into the game, but he was not able to really slow down Classic's own economy. He was never able to really break through the main army either. GG. Like a strong start here from Classic. Continues his reign here. We mentioned earlier how Classic has been on a win streak against Clem. Classic has been, I mean, the last 2 series, Classic beat Clem in a best of 7 and a best of 5. Now here he's up 2-0. Classic's been looking very dominant. I was saying how I was, expecting to see Clem take a different approach here to Classic, but we're seeing something different. This isn't like the hyper defensive, turtly macro Classic that was laying waste to Clem in series past. Very different instead. Here, much more earlier aggression out of Classic here with his Stalkers, with his even 2-gate opener in game 1 as well. So a very different approach here in Classic. It's really catching Clem off guard.
To work with. This, of course, was a monstrous moment for Classic as well. Just revealing the 2
because I would say this is not the Classic that we saw at RSL. Not exactly.
Templar hops out of the prism. 17 SCVs in that phase of the game is massive.
It's funny because the Terran is trying to push
Yo,
out.
Shout out to Jason. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
This was another moment I thought was beautiful here.
Yeah, this was crazy, this fight.
I mean, he basically got a great EMP off here. He took out all the Colossus.
But as Roddy said,
but then
even though Clem fights the best he can here, he gets the best engagement possible, he still loses all the Vikings, and he still is down in workers, still down in economy. He had what, 54 SCVs? Like this was still like Clem struggling to survive, more so like taking a dominant fight sort of thing.
Classic is playing some incredibly impressive PvT. Still needs to get one more on the board though for a top 4 finish here at the Esports World Cup.
Give us a game 4 though.
Would, of course,
give us an ace match.
Champion as well, but we ain't there yet.
Take
Clem
us all the way.
Comeback kid. He has made some great comebacks throughout his entire career. I remember at WCS Europe Finals where he was down 0-3 against Reynor, turned it around, still became the champ 4-3. So let's not count out the champ just yet.
In the bottom right, up 2-0. He is Classic.
in the top left side, the kid knows that he's gonna have to bring something incredibly special. He is still the reigning world champion of StarCraft 2, representing Team Liquid, looking to join Cure in those semi-finals. Needs to win 3 games in a row. It's Clem.
That's an intro.
We've had people come back 3-0 before, although that look on Clem's face didn't give me a lot of confidence. I think it's a overwhelming feeling, right? You know, the way that Classic plays is so basically risk off. He's very good at defending. He's even fine playing from behind. As long as he gets all the pieces on the board, he can play whatever kind of game he wants.
I think for the first time this series, double gas opener by Clem, faster factory, delayed CC.
But this is the stage that I can shine on. I've done it before. I'm going to do it again. You can shake off those RSL defeats and try to learn from them. I think that first game, it really sets the tone for the series, where Clem thinks like, hey, I get the eBay block down. That's awesome. Hey, I'm even able to delay the natural a little bit longer, and suddenly, surprise, your opponent has gone for a very unusual double gateway opening, 2 adepts into 2 stalkers. It really set the tone. From there on out, it just kind of feels that Classic is in Clem's head.
You know, Roddy, I wouldn't even mind seeing the Hidden Star port again. I felt like if that game 1 wasn't so weird, maybe that would have done a little bit more. It's probably more important to try to make the game chaotic early, right? The earlier you can do that, the harder it is for Classic to add every following building block to the point where he's unstoppable. But we'll see. I mean, Clem definitely is going to come in here with some kind of plan. It's going to be the best plan he's ever had on this map, on this matchup, because otherwise he is going to lose this best of 5.
Yep, this is it. We have gone for a double Reaper opening, so it could be triple Reaper into double Hellion, but we'll keep a close eye on it. There's a chance that Clem will just show something, but actually switch it up and try to make Classic to be the guessing guy once in this best of 5. We will see. Again, a very early shield battery in the main base. You can see first-person view of both
Yeah, really
players.
safe play there by Classic.
That is definitely worth mentioning. Like, the man is building double battery before I think he has dropped a tech building. That is not standard Tasteless, but perhaps he is anticipating Clem to look for some of that early damage. And these batteries, they do really help you with it.
You know, there's something about the way this series goes. I mean, it's always tough to predict StarCraft games. And we can always kind of, he actually gets a nice, snipes that 1 Reaper. You can see a frustrated smile there.
No, Clem, you saw the reaction shot. That was brutal. Remember, a couple of things. This was a double gas opener. This is meant to be Reaper Hellion. This is meant to be aggressive for the first Reaper to go down. For there to be 2 shield batteries already done as well. Classic, he is really well set up.
But it is so much less likely for them to get anything done if you lose one of those key units early. The only thing that Clem can hope for right now is just to delay that 3rd base a little bit. I don't think Classic is truly looking to rush into it. Classic is going to send a hallucinated Phoenix to the other side of the map, and he is going to spot that natural of Clem is obviously a little bit later than it is with many of the other builds, and he should be able to see the Cyclone as well.
And it's going 3-gate blink.
And back in the near future. With that shield battery in the main, with a shield battery in the natural, I'm not expecting Classic to really struggle with the opening that Clem has gone for here.
Yeah, as they're referencing, it is going to be a Cyclone drop follow-up here out of Clem. We get a full scat as well. He does get eyes on Cyclone. He gets eyes on Medevac. Classic knows exactly what's coming his way, and he has a really strong defensive setup against that. We see it's going to be an add-on swap into Cloak Banshee.
Cyclone drop with infantry, followed up with Banshee with Cloak.
Hallucination should confirm.
Right now, Classic has been
Hallucination
very
does confirm
at defending. I mean, he seems to have a very good sense of where the drop, whatever it may be, is coming, how he splits his stalkers accordingly. I think he's really the best in the whole world at this with Protoss.
And he's making his life easy by staying on 2 bases a little bit later, longer, right? Like, if he would have already gone up to 3 bases, you have to worry about that pylon that pros players will very often...
Yeah, we spoke about this, remember, on Persephone. On Persephone, Classic went for a 3rd base before Robo. Here, Robo before 3rd. This is a much, much safer play by Classic.
But incredibly solid approach, and this is risky by Clem because we are 10 seconds away from Blink finishing up. And what is also very cool, by the way, on Clem's side, I do want to mention that, is that Clem is telling a bit of a story. Last game, he used that tech lab on the starport to boost up Interference Matrix by like, hey, I'm playing Cloak Banshees, but he wasn't playing Cloak Banshees. This time he does want to play Cloak Banshees, but we said it, Blink is close to finishing up. Classic finds the Medevac, and things are just going from bad to worse for the man from Team Liquid.
This is looking brutal. I mean, we saw the Reaper go down. That was a bad sign. Losing the Medevac you made with everything in it is even worse. The Stalkers are going to come in here in the front and the harass in the back.
Was that the first
not going to kill enough workers.
The tank dying
Yeah,
is an
the tank
absolute
went
disaster.
down.
Clem doesn't have a bunk here, only has a
I was gonna say this looks like the beginning of a two-base win from Clem, but he already lost a tank.
Where are you gonna put that tank? That tank could get picked up as well. The Reapers and
The
the Hellions
Cyclone.
didn't get much done on the other side of the map. This is a horrible
Is this game?
scenario for
Is this
Clem.
how it ends?
The champ is in all
3-0?
sorts of trouble.
No shot.
Tank on sieges. He's going to need to move in a little bit further. Classic guy has to be careful, of course, and not overextend. These are very bruised stalkers. You know, you can see Clem muttering to himself here. He knows how impossible the situation is. Everything that happens in a StarCraft game ripples into the next few minutes, and losing that many workers is so painful. But here come the Banshees. If he can recover now, that would be huge. He's got to get a lot of worker kills, and he has to avoid this Observer.
Yep, the Observer is going to get on top of the Banshees, but getting a High Templar is already something. Maybe getting out of range of these Stalkers is big as well. This is exactly what Clem needs to have a little bit of hope to make something of this game 3. Being down 0-2 in this series, that was big. Getting 11 workers, seeing that your opponent is not always perfect, even sniping one of those High Templars, that is absolutely what's going to give Clem a little bit of hope that he's still alive and there is a world where he can still turn things around. We have already seen a few miraculous comebacks today. We saw it in the ZBZ, we saw it in the TVT, and I'm sure that Clem at this point thinks as well, why not me? If they can do it, why not the champ?
Yeah, this is the beginning of the comeback here. This was very necessary damage. Getting a High Templar, getting 11 workers. Behind this, third TC is on the way, so Clem is not going for the all-in. He is not pulling the boys. He is getting ready to try to stabilize and get into a longer game. Now, Clem is still behind. Like, Clem, he's still in a rough position, but this is a good start here, a good way back into this.
48-48. But what we need to watch out for is the tech from Protoss. And if Protoss ends up getting enough, by the way, Banshee goes down. Does Protoss get enough Psystorm? Does it get enough the Colossuses? Now,
He's
the
going
fact
for a move out.
there is a Warp Prism, I assume this is for a drop.
He went for delayed Forge, delayed +1, early Storm, into an early Prism. He's moving out.
Can go multiple ways. I believe Classic's gateway count is quite high, but I am sure that Clem just... Wow, that went so much better. Our man lost his only tank, had no bunker in the natural, was forced to pull the SCVs. We lost that medevac in the center of the map. This game looked almost unplayable for Clem. Now Clem actually has a army supply lead. Clem is very close in the working count. He is starting to add in some
a decent defensive setup.
for his Vikings on the production tab, which I
Now,
really like.
Classic doesn't have to push into this. He doesn't have to push into Clem. I don't think he needs to.
Classic, I think, is going to try to end the game here.
He's going for
Classic
it.
might just think, you know what? I'm just going for it. I know you don't have Ghost out yet. With the way that this game has gone, it is impossible for you to have Ghost, and that's where High Templars, of course, shine the brightest when that Ghost Academy is done, but the Ghosts are not quite out yet.
Okay, the Warp Prism's going to be driven back here. Does not use his 2 Templars. He's going to try to pair that in with an attack.
Sees the tank, he wants it.
He's going to come in here with the Zealots. The Stalkers blink on top of the tanks. The Storms need to come down on top of the workers, and they don't quite get that many.
Very good micro on the side of Classic against those Widow Mines. He even picked up a couple of units. He keeps on dodging them. The Storms have been quite good. He needs to morph those Templars into Archons immediately. Drops his final Storm. He has the ability to get 2 Archons here, and he's going to warp in a couple of extra
he defends. Clem is holding.
Forward is going to go down. One of the Archons is going to get the second one as well. Where are those Zealots Classic is waiting for?
He's going to pull the SCVs. He's going to try to go for a dive and push through where the warp in is. The Zealots get in time. It's a tug of war here in the middle of the map. Wow. Clem has to be extremely careful not to overextend. He snipes the Observer, and he survives that huge attack.
What a hold there by Clem. That was not easy. Did not have any Ghost out yet. And I actually thought Classic executed incredibly well in the beginning. Split up some units.
And as you mentioned, Classic, he didn't have to go there. He did not have to push in, but now Clem, he holds, he survives. We have a game.
But Clem was able to keep it together, brought the boys to the fight on the right moment as well.
We have a game.
Clem is now enjoying a 27 supply lead, at least in the army, and he's got +1 to work with as well. Classic is going to try to slow this game down a little bit by going up to 4 bases and going double robo.
Spots the army.
Clem is having none of that. This would be another miraculous comeback here today, because Clem was in an immense amount of trouble.
Looks like Clem's going to try to come in here for the dive. He gets a nice EMP, taking a lot of the energy out from those Templars. The Zealots are not high in numbers. The tanks are going to siege up, and this army is once again going to be thinned out.
Nice,
that was beautiful by Clem as well. It's like, all right, nice job with the Warp Prism and the High Templar drops. What if I do the same thing, boosting the medevac forward, dropping a Ghost, landing a good EMP? Classic right now is praying Clem goes back because he wants time to get those Colossus online. He made a big investment, double Robo, the Robo base, starting to research extended thermal lens as well. At this point, Classic not capable of fighting Clem's army, but in a minute, he's obviously going to be a lot more capable when he gets some of these high-tech Protoss units online.
Okay, we've got Classic pushed back. I have to say, it's kind of insane how well this game is going. I mean, remember how this started?
It was a disaster.
It was a disaster. I mean, I thought we were going to be in the game for just a few more minutes. Once I saw that medevac shot, I thought, okay, there's no way Clem recovers. But here we are, Clem with a larger army. He's way up in supply. He's going to come in with his push. Ooh. The question is, can he make it work, or will he overextend, as has happened so many times in the past?
That is a great run by Classic, though. The doors are wide open. 12 SCVs.
4 CC as well.
And Classic can potentially get a Kenzo as well in this commentator. There are a few Marines and Marauders.
Clem is racing up the tanks. He's getting
Clem forgets about a tank in the center of the map. These are big moments for Classic, where the last 2 minutes went pretty freaking good for Clem. And Clem pulled off a fantastic hold. It is now once more Classic who is dictating the pace of this game and has been able to buy so much time for himself. Colossus number 3 and 4 are on the way. He's got double forge, extended thermal lens is about to finish up, and it's difficult for Clem to pump out a lot of Vikings because he's simply not that rich.
So what he wants to do is pick up a huge number of units and drop into the main. He'll then try to push into maybe the 4th, possibly the 3rd or the 2nd. Classic knows that this push is on the map somewhere because there's nothing back here.
Is moving out. He hasn't noticed the drop.
Bringing Zealots into here is the right idea. He wants to kill as many workers as possible. Classic,
drop into the main.
Maybe the positional master of defense here at PvT is going to have to try to deal with this huge attack coming in here from Clem.
We're 10 seconds away from +1 armor finishing up. That is absolutely not something that Classic
the Colossus exposed. He gets one.
Get shot down. The recall is massive. That's a lot of Colossus. All of them survived. At the same time, though, Clem is going to be able to take out the 3rd base. That is nice. He's going to be able to find all these probes as well that were hiding in the corner. So big plays here by Clem, but it obviously wasn't for free. He did lose a lot of supply, and he's going to lose one of the medevacs as well that still had some cargo. 30 probes in the end. That's a serious number.
This is crazy. I mean, he took out... I mean, positionally, Clem is so ahead now. The bases are so much higher. Protoss has basically been forced all the way back here to defend. I like the storms here on these medevacs. Do whatever you can to get rid of these, because as long as these are back here, they can always just drop into your main. And I think Clem's happy to sit here and throw these versus storms. By the way, those are storms that can't be used in the next minute or so here when you spend it on that medevac.
Yeah, it seems like Classic is looking for a devastating counter because he's not rebuilding any workers. This is it, Tasteless. Classic is going to try to get Clem out of this game and get the W in this best of 5. But Clem's got
the army supply is in favor of Classic. That's true. He's holding on to a lot of storms. Once again, just like the last game, comes down to the EMPs. Comes down to those EMPs. Can Clem deny these storms?
Clem had no choice. Clem had to choose medevacs or Vikings. Without Vikings, he stands no chance, so he needed to invest. Classic is now thinking about maybe... I don't know what he's actually thinking about. Like, he turned around there for just a couple of Marines. If we're not rebuilding workers, we gotta go, Classic.
I don't know what he's thinking, Bobby. I don't know.
He's gotta go.
Yeah, he's gotta go. I think he wants these 2 Archons to finish, and basically he's not gonna try to recover. He's gonna try to have a counter punch that's so strong that it might just kill Clem in one blow. He's gonna come up here to the top, and the planetary makes it a very undesirable position to attack into.
Yep, you probably prefer the natural, the 3rd, or somewhere in between. Classic has now warped in a Nexus on the right side, has still not rebuilt a single worker, is getting another pylon as well, so it seems like he truly wants to max out. The armies are massive on both sides. We're looking at 130 supply. It's gonna come down to the storms. It's gonna have to come down to Warp Prism Micro. Can we save
first storm
that
turns?
Colossus? No, we lose the Prism immediately, and it's hard to end the game without a Warp Prism.
Okay, some storms go down, but Clem's basically willing to ditch the base. I think he realizes the situation he's in. That storm hit hard here. Another nice EMP takes some energy off of the Templars. Some snipes come in here and take out these Templars as well. Clem's going to try to push in, and now Classic's going to swing back.
Not a lot of EMPs left. Clem has already fired a lot of those EMPs forward. I think we're looking at 1 or 2 additional EMPs. There are still a lot of High Templars in the mix. And even though Clem's got a supply lead, he is looking incredibly unhappy because he does not have enough energy to heal up his bio. The Vikings have already been better than Bruce. It is going to be difficult for the kid to win this fight. He's going to try to chase his army down. He did manage to gun down that Prism, and that's why Classic is slowing down a little bit. Classic does not want to take a game-deciding fight without any reinforcements, but Clem knows there are so many Storms left, and there are very few EMPs to work with on his side.
And now Classic is making probes. He's expanding again. So he basically hit hard, and then he threw down some bases. He's starting to develop again.
Straight?
And he's going to try to keep
Clem
Clem
is
on
pushing down the right-hand side.
If Clem counterattacks, there's a very high chance Classic just runs into the natural to the main. I've seen this so many times before with these two.
Clem is going to split off a couple of units to put some pressure on that new 4th base for Classic, but Classic is going to invite himself into the natural of Clem as the doors are wide open, and that problem with the low energy ghost is still there.
Goes down.
The better than Bruce Vikings are still in trouble. They can't even get close. I don't know how Clem is possibly going to deal with this Protoss army.
And I think the counterattack is inconsequential. Now Clem has to try to hang on here. He's lost his natural.
Gets a Prism again.
He's got his army out here. The Colossus are so strong here. Anytime he attacks, and remember, the Medivacs have no energy. There's no way to heal.
And the Vikings are so low on HP. If these Archons can get in range, one shot and most of those Vikings will fall. There are still a lot of Storms left to work with.
Vikings are going down. Plenty of Storms.
Is not able to connect, or we didn't even manage to fire one.
Crazy game. Crazy comeback here by Clem.
It just seems like there is a little too much Protoss to deal with.
Oh, God.
Nice storm over there on that infantry. We see some regrouping here from Classic. Now, Classic knows he's so close to closing this out. Clem is going to fight with every iota of his being to stay in this game, but the damage is slowly chipping away.
Yep, that is a very low HP bio army.
Yeah, he's down to almost nothing. Here comes the Storms.
They still have no energy. Another Storm lands, and Classic has so many additional Storms to work with. A couple of Zealots come in as well from the bottom right side. Clem is hoping that Classic is willing to take a really bad fight near that planetary, but Classic wasn't born last night. He's not doing that. One EMP does connect on 2 of those High Templars, but look at this Protoss army, Tasteless. It is still large. It is still very serious.
And he could just wedge himself in between these 2 bases.
Yeah, hands off the keyboard.
Clem taking his hands off the mice. I think he's starting to realize just how impossible this is. We have another attack coming in here. Remember, the Classic is just growing behind us on the map.
We have never had a back-to-back world champion in StarCraft 2, and it seems like that will stay, as unfortunately the champ of 2024 is eliminated by a fantastic Classic.
Crazy.
3-0.
Incredible play here from Clem, or Classic, excuse me. Clem, you know, I think he had some amazing games inside those matches, but he was never able to solve the problem of Classic's late game. He did damage, he did near fatal blows, but as long as Classic was able to recover, accumulate bases, get those 2 key techs, the Storm, as well as the Thermal Lance for the Colossus, and of course having enough Colossus in numbers, there just wasn't that much that Clem could do.
No, momentum is a real thing in StarCraft 2. We often talk about it, and Classic was able to win.
I mean, they're talking about momentum. Remember, this was a really rough game for Clem. Like, the beginning of the game was disastrous. If you remember, we called it, like, what, 8 minutes in? When the medevac went down, when the tank went down, like, everything was on fire. Everything was looking dire for Clem. Classic got such a strong start, and we were all insanely impressed by how well Clem clawed his way back into that game. Even at moments where he was ahead in army supply, never had the better economy, but he was able to build up an army instead, and he almost brought it back. We almost had a series there, almost.
Impressive win over the reigning champ here at EWC. Now, in an interview after your last victory, they asked you who you would rather face, Maru or Clem. You asked for both. You seemed quite confident about Clem as an opponent. So where does that PVT confidence come from?
일단 김도우 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 이전 승리 이후에 인터뷰에서 사실 푸테전에 자신감이 있고 그래서 조성주 선수나 클렘 선수를 만나고 싶다라고 하셨는데 좀 그런 자신감의 배경이 좀 어디서 나왔는지 좀 궁금합니다.
연습하는 과정에서 테란전 승률이 좀 괜찮았고 온라인 대회 같은 데서도 테란전 승률이 잘 나오더라고요. 또 그 RSL에서 클렘 선수 잡고 일단 온라인 대회에서 클렘 선수를 이겨봐서 테란전 자신감이 굉장히 있었던 상태입니다.
Well, my confidence came from the win rates from the previous matches and previous practices. And that being said, I won against Clem in RSL, so I think that gave me a confidence boost.
Well, you certainly seem to have a great read on him.
I think we're hoping for something a little bit more detailed, but sure.
Talk to me a little bit about that against Clem and why you decided to open with that build in particular.
일단 이번에 클렘 선수 상대로 혹시 두 번째 세트 오프닝 전략에 대해서 좀 말씀해 주신다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
몇 번째 세트요?
Was it?
2 game, that one.
Yeah.
Game 1, 2-gate opener.
그냥 딱히 너무 무난하게만 하면 좀 클렘 선수를 이기기 쉽지 않을 것 같아가지고 제 나름대로의 전략을 준비했고 그게 상대 선수의 빌드를 좀 예측해가지고 그게 잘 맞물려서 잘 통했던 것 같습니다.
So I didn't want to open normally because I think Clem is very good at macro. So I tried to expose his weakness, and I think that build came out from that research.
It came out in a big way. You did a wonderful job there. 3-0 now. We've had a lot of keys crushed on this stage so far, but no key like this one. Are you prepared to don the mantle of Champion Slayer should you go all the way? Are you prepared to crush Clem's key?
일단 지금까지 많은 키가 부서지긴 했지만 이제 또 남다른 키가 또 부서질 거거든요. 챔피언의 키가 부서질 거기 때문에 김도호 선수가 마침 또 그걸 부수시게 됐는데 부술 준비 되셨는지?
네, 부술 준비됐고 챔피언의 저걸 제가 부수니까 제가 새로운 챔피언이 되도록 하겠습니다.
I think he said Serral.
Yeah, given that I have defeated and I'm crushing the champion's key, now it's time to be the new champion, and it's gotta be me.
I love that confidence.
Let's go.
Let's see him crush that key. Let's send it back to the desk. We'll be right back with that action.
Classic goes 3-0 against the title defender here at the Esports World Cup. That is unbelievable. I cannot believe it. 3-0 against the world champion, and now he has eliminated Clem
like,
here.
Again, even though everyone was like on the classic hype train, even then, like 3-0, I don't think is what people were thinking of in regards to that.
No one was really predicting this one. Yeah, we gave Classic the edge, but to 3-0, that is seriously impressive. He clearly came prepared from the first game, and then his execution in this matchup seems to be unrivaled.
Yeah, Classic just looks completely fantastic. I mean, here he is in the round of 4, a Protoss player. Can he do it? This is the storyline, right? Like, obviously, we love Clem and want to see him do well, but we need a Protoss.
What is the storyline?
If Protoss doesn't make at least a top 4, we're going to need another patch to buff him again.
Maybe. I mean, he seemed confident in the interview, right? He's saying, okay, he's defeated the world champion here, ZG. It's now time for him to claim it. There are still some big threats, obviously, for him to try and overcome. But the fact that he has knocked out our world champion in the round of 8, that is a big deal. We now guarantee a new world champion. There will be no back-to-back Clem.
Yeah, that's very true. Serral, Cure, Solar, or Classic. Those are now the options. So David Kim, by the way, once again wins.
Yeah.
He does it every time.
He does it every time.
How does he do it? How does he do it?
How amazing is that? But yeah, I mean, it's of course going to still be a very difficult road for Classic. But if he was viewing that as one of the the toughest opponents, then I think everyone would understand. And now it could be maybe even
Texas in shambles.
I love it. Protoss hopes are alive. Apparently, he's now the. Oh, Texas is in shambles?
Whoa.
Oh, okay. I thought Serral was Texan.
Delete that bottom bit. Artosis was right. No, stop, please.
As always, come on.
There's so many things I could say to that, but
yes and 100%.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I've always said
You're
it.
right.
Dan the man. Yeah, thanks.
No, stop. But one thing's for sure here, huge ramifications, of course, Artosis. Classic moves through. It's not quite the green wave. It's a green tide. It's at the moment, right? But fantastic to see that Classic has been able to prevail. We do have one in the round of 4.
Yeah, and again, that is really important. Like, we want to see that racial diversity in the top 4, and we do have that, and we have 4 players that are playing like completely different styles from each other as well. I think it's really diverse. I think all the matches are going to be really nice tomorrow, really fun.
Yeah, for sure, of course. As Serral, the one remaining non-Korean, will be trying to claim himself yet another world championship. But one thing's for sure is actually that when you look back at our world championships here, ZG, over the last 4 years, 5 years or so, oftentimes, actually, non-Koreans are representing quite well, quite favorably. But just Serral now here, the Koreans finally fighting back. There is a great chance for them to try and put themselves a world championship on the board.
Yeah, there's only one world championship in which there was, more non-Koreans than Koreans actually in the top 4, and that was a few years ago. Maybe we thought it was going to be a trend. Nope, the Koreans basically they struck back. There's some Star Wars in there.
Yep. True.
And now it seems like they continue to do that, but there is always that one problem. It's kind of nice though to think that we're kind of back to maybe 2018, where Serral was often the only hope left against the Koreans. And then he does often win, even in that situation, as tough as his opponents are going to be.
Yeah, I mean, what a magical finals that was, of course, over at BlizzCon. You guys were casting that. We were all losing our mind as everything was going on. So we're kind of rewinding the times to that moment there and seeing how it's going to go potentially.
Yeah. I mean, he's not there yet, but I favor Serral. I think he probably has the highest percentage chance to win, but I could see Classic taking it down. If Solar somehow takes out Classic, he's dangerous as well. And Kira's been playing pretty out of his mind.
This is one thing actually that has maybe knock-on effects, right, ZG? Because Serral may be watching that series just now and salivating effectively. Clem, one of the people that really does give him a potential problem, like last year's championship, is now gone.
Yeah, I mean, it would not be that much of a stretch to say really.
I would agree with what they're getting at. Based on what the top 4 is looking like now, Serral is the heavy favorite. In my mind, when it comes to the top 3 players here outside of Serral, Cure, Classic, and Solar, I do think that Solar has the best chance against Serral. Solar, he's beaten Serral plenty of times in the past, and even in this tournament, or in the lead up to this tournament, they went to the ace match with each other. DreamHack Dallas, the ZVZ between Solar and Serral was crazy. So that is probably the biggest chance to bring Serral down. Outside of that, though, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Classic and Cure.
For StarCraft 2, are going to go to our exit interview of our previous world champion, Clem.
Let's hear from Clem.
The night continues surprise as Classic has defeated the reigning world champion and the favorite, probably going into the tournament to win the whole thing. I know you're looking for the back-to-back, Clem, so how are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling pretty disappointed, of course. It really sucks to lose in the round of 8, but it is how it is sometimes.
That's fair enough. What can you tell me about the games? I mean, there were some insane moments where it looked like you took really good fights, surrounded with, with half of your army, impede all the High Templars, and still it felt like it wasn't enough. Towards the tail end of the 3rd game, it felt like it was looking hopeless, and then your Banshee killed so many probes, and it felt like you had a second win and took a really good engagement towards the end. But again, it felt like it wasn't enough, so I guess what happened?
Well, I think I just had worse starts like every game, and if you have a bad start, is pretty much over usually. And yeah, some of these fights honestly kind of shocked me. I feel like I took perfect fights. I had the flanking EMPs on all of his High Templars, but I still lost the fight. It was very surprising, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Are you gonna start practicing PvP for next year?
Maybe I should. Maybe I should get to it.
Oh no!
Maybe you should. Thank you.
Not the PvP.
Pin Clem there here.
He's gonna fall into the darkness.
Shifty Protoss moves there for a second. But he will be the one who takes the glory, Artosis, and crushes the key here of Clem.
Yeah.
Not like this.
Well deserved. I'm sure that that key will be.
But yeah, Clem, he mentioned something that we do harp on quite often in regards to TVP. It is very much so momentum based. It's very momentum based, and when you have a really rough start, it can be difficult to recover. I would say that Clem did recover in that last game, but it was still a very chaotic and very messy back and forth in Game 3. But yes, to echo his sentiments, Classic did have a stronger start Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3.
It really has a strong chance of doing so. You can always say that he took out the reigning world champion. So yeah, good performance from Classic. We had high hopes for him coming into the tournament, and so far he's delivering.
Classic clean on the day, goes 3-0 against Showtime prior as well. Here are all the results coming in from day number 3 of our StarCraft 2 World Championship. And that means then we moved on into our last games of the day, and Classic was able to get that 3-0 against Clem, if you're just tuning in right now. Meanwhile, there were other amazing situations going on. Solar 3-0 against herO. That's a big scalp to take and a big statement to make, Dan.
Yeah. I think stylistically, like I was saying in the cast, he actually goes really well against herO. So I think the opposite, unfortunately for him, is going to be true against Classic.
I would
Classic
agree
is
with that.
Just an amazing defensive Protoss. So while Solar's had an insanely good run, I think a top 4 is a great result for Solar. I don't think he's going further than that.
Classic's looking brilliant, and it does make me wonder, right? Of course, if Classic beats Clem in the RSL, he beats him here as well. It makes me very excited for when they next meet, I suppose. Who knows when that may be, ZG, but I'm looking forward to whatever that may come.
Things might be very different by that time.
Maybe.
In fact, Clem might be playing Protoss.
Apparently.
So, apparently, exactly. That's why I brought it up. So,
Smart.
yeah, I think that would be an epic one to rewatch. But yeah, Classic clearly has begun to get his number right now. 3 series in a row for him after the loss.
But yeah, talking about what they mentioned here, like even though if you recall, I was harping on currently the best challenger or the strongest challenger against Serral would be Solar. I don't know if he can reach him. I don't know if he can get there, just because echoing what Artosis has said, because I do agree with that statement. That Classic, he is much more turtly, much more defensive, much more long or late game oriented, specifically in PvZ, and this is what Solar struggles against for sure. He's a very different kind of player compared to herO. Classic is much more turly, much more defensive. He's the new Shield of Ire in a sense. He's taking that mantle from stats in PvZ at least, and that is where Solar can have a hard time. So Solar, he's gonna have to get to the drawing board here. He's gonna have to come up with some kind of prepared setup, or just take a completely different approach coming into his series against Classic. So best of luck to Solar. He is very preparation based. We'll see what he cooks up.
Dead against Reynor, and Reynor just kind of overcommitted, and Serral was able to take that back. So I think heartbreaking moments for both of them.
We take a look on towards the TVT as well here as Maru is dispatched by Cure, and I was so impressed by how Cure is able to dismantle Maru.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I go online, I see what people are saying, and everyone was just completely flabbergasted by this one. I mean, the fact that Cure, could have won even in Game 5 was very possible. Everyone would acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But then to get himself back into a great position and still end up losing it, very heartbreaking for many Maru fans.
We moved on. Here it is. We've just witnessed it, and we have witnessed destruction of our world champion. Classic has got all the hallmarks currently of a potentially great run within him, and if he does have to take out the world champion on the way to winning a world champion himself, that's amazing.
Yeah, he's not really losing very many games. He's putting out some great strats. He's defending perfectly. His control is great. His macro, he's on top of everything. He's really dialed in. Honestly, before we started the tournament, a lot of us casters were talking to each other like Classic's one of the favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 100%. I had him predicted in the top 4. I also had herO, though, but herO played, I guess herO style, actually, which is very fun, but Solar took care of it. But yeah, it's an unexpected top 4, but the 2 that I think people would be like, yeah, no, okay. It is Serral and Classic.
All right. Well, let's take a look at who was able to take the MVP spot for the day, and there are so many names that could have taken this.
Be Classic.
It will be Classic, as he has, of course, defeated the world champion here, brought to you by Sony for our daily MVP. Is there too much surprise? I mean, you could make the argument that Serral looked crazy after being able to recover, or Cure being able to take out Maru, but Classic takes it against Clem.
Yeah, I mean, if you beat the defending world champion, that's as good as you can really do, right?
Yes, correct.
He is, by definition, the guy to beat this year. So I guess you got to give it to Classic.
Yeah, he was more the guy to beat, too, just because of, everything coming up to it. This isn't one of those situations where someone won a world championship. It's like, that might be a one-off. He really has to prove himself. Everyone is looking at Clem for every single tournament, actually, across the last year, and he couldn't quite get it, but the EWC was very possible, and Classic was just a brick wall he couldn't go through.
You're laughing, Dan. What's up?
Yeah, no, I heard the Oliveira slight, but that's okay. Yeah. He was a one-off, that's for sure.
That's not who I was thinking of. But
oh, really?
Okay.
Okay. Well, either way, Clem is a killer. I'm sure he'll be back next year and in that running once again.
Yeah, you'd suspect so. Congratulations to Classic, I should say, but also Virtus Pro as well. Obviously, right? He's the only player representing Virtus Pro here for for StarCraft 2. So this is going to mean, for club championship points, very important that they get them on the box. I know Virtus Pro is representing in quite a few games.
Yeah, absolutely. But then I was thinking, Solar as well, and Team Falcons, obviously want him to help them out, as they're not doing as well so far. But then also Cure comes out as the leading star for Team Liquid, which was not what we were expecting. Clem really helped to get to that second place last year, and now their hopes for getting even higher on that point board go to Cure.
And even Basilisk, I believe, is also representing in chess, in the LCQs that are going to be going on as well. So, yeah, I'm sure at some point we can take a look at the club championship points and see what is going on with all of that, because it's very important here. But let's head over to QuickShot, actually, who has a little bit of an update on those club championship points.
StarCraft 2 quarterfinals have wrapped up today, and the biggest story coming out of the quarterfinals is the fact that Team Vitality have been eliminated. The fact that they can no longer get points means that with Team Liquid and Team Falcon still in the semi-finals, they have a massive chance to close the gap between the current #2 team in the EWC Club Championship. Now, because the show's over, it means I get to have some fun. So remember, kids, when you're driving, seatbelt on, VR headset on, and then we're going to try drive this. I have been warned. We're going to go this side. Okay, I'm getting geared up, and I'm going to keep the microphone. Remember, kids, when driving at home, put the microphone down. Right. Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm as ready as I'm going to be. I can only shift up. Okay, shift up and go. Okay. Whoa, this is terrifying. Okay. Okay, foot down. Okay. Oh my word, there's actual rear view mirrors. I can't downshift. Ah! Oh no! This is awesome. If you're here at the Boulevard, you absolutely have to come check this out. Oh my word. Change gear. Whoop! Ah! 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 This is terrifying. Ah! Okay, I'm going to focus on this. You guys enjoy the night.
Someone get QuickShot off and stop telling kids to drive, all right? Go away. Anyway, let's take a look at those points coming in, of course.
I'll say, what happened to what's his name? Sandstorm, that's it. Sandstorm and Cats. For whatever reason, because they typically held that segment for the previous couple of days and for the first half of this day. For the second half of the day, we had Trick Shot. Interesting that they made that switch.
Yeah, definitely. Just being able to leap.
Just something that I noticed.
After a brilliant win for them and another title, of course. So congratulations to them.
What happened to Paolo?
Looking at how this all plays out, now those points for Club Championship start getting really big. Once you've made the top 4, and of course we will have a third place match as well tomorrow here at ZG. So there's a lot to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, third place actually more important than I think than basically any other StarCraft 2 tournament where we had actually not had them as often, but like $20,000 difference in the prize pool, big club championships to deliver as well. So unlike some other tournaments, even if you get knocked out and it's going to be hard.
That is something to bear in mind, is that for the first time in years, if you know in the chat, let us know, when was the last time a Premier Tournament had a third place match? Specifically, third place match. That's a crazy change here to tournament formats that we typically have.
Like they probably just want to split the money. They don't want to still play, but when you're playing for those extra club points, when you're playing for that much extra money, that is a huge amount of prize money. So, I mean, that's actually still going to be an excellent match.
There's a lot on the line. And you guys at home, there's a lot on the line when it comes to your feedback as well here for the Esports World Cup, as we want to hear from you about what has been going on here for StarCraft 2, for Esports World Cup, and everything going on. So scan the QR code, go and fill in the survey, and tell us what you think about the good old video games.
Tell them to get rid of the losers' interviews.
Meanwhile, though, we can take a look at the schedule that is going to be coming your way for tomorrow, because we have a set of 4 very important games. The round of 4,
there it is,
our third place match, and that grand finals. Now, do bear in mind, it's rare we do this in StarCraft 2. We did it last year. We're doing it again. Our grand finals is a best of 9. There is no trial like it, ZG. We did see maybe quite a one-sided one last year, but if we go all 9 maps, I'll lose my mind.
And once again, this is going to be another testament to any Zerg player who makes it through, by the way. The maps are not exactly catered towards Zerg, which they weren't last year, and we saw Zerg still tackle so many other people despite that.
Yeah.
And it once again will be a story here. If Serral or Solar get through, that's going to be another uphill climb, but it just makes the victory all the sweeter.
Everything else is going to be best of 7s. It's going to be a marathon of awesome StarCraft 2 spectacle.
Oh man, we could have 30 games tomorrow. that would be just completely awesome. I do hope it goes really long like that. Honestly, we've had a few one-sided matches, but my pattern recognition in my brain is telling me when we have like really one-sided matches leading towards the final eight, generally we have a really good, solid final day.
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I know you guys are looking forward to it as well, and I know you at home are as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for day number 3 of StarCraft 2 here at the Esports World Cup. Tomorrow, we are back, same time, same place. We have best of 7s into best of 9 for that grand final, and we will guarantee crown a new world champion here for StarCraft 2. You do not want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion.
The introduction of EWC and the ever-declining trend of S2 is hilariously ironic. What do you mean by that? I don't know if there's overproduction? Question mark? Also, I think I could be mistaken. I think thankfully we got some crowd shots earlier, some crowd shots. Really cool to see players or people traveling to the event. I'll give a link in the chat. Yeah, gotcha. Thank you. But yes, if you do have some feedback for EWC, then the link is in the chat. And I believe we will be having, I think, an EWC After Dark. I think there's like a little bit of a segment after this. We'll see. But otherwise, a crazy night. It's a crazy night of StarCraft here. Again, a little bit more laid back for us. We were casting the beginning of the first couple of final matches of the group stage, but when it came to the quarterfinals, we did take a step back. We did have more of a reaction stream, enjoying the broadcast. Personally, when it comes to the broadcast itself, I was very satisfied, and I did enjoy the duo that they had for Clem versus Classic. Rotterdam versus Tasteless. I think that was probably the perfect duo that they could have had for that series, just because Tasteless has been, he was of course covering RSL, so he was actually very well familiar with Clem versus Classic because of those RSL matches, so I think that was probably the best series for him to cover. And Roddy was really, of course, when it comes to his Protoss knowledge and his Protoss and PvT especially, like I think he complemented Tasteless really well. So I think that was probably the best cast out of all the matches. I will say that I did enjoy ZG versus Wardy for Maru versus Cure. For whatever reason, I think some casters are not very fond of TVT, and I think that Zombergub carried that cast with her excitement, like her legitimate excitement and hype for it, which I think is well deserved for that series for Maru versus Cure. So that was a close second for me. Close second was Maru versus Cure when it comes to the casting. The other two, but I think Clem versus Classic and Maru versus Cure, I think they were done well. I think they were done justice when it comes to the casting that they had and when it comes to the production that they had. Likewise, as always, Seltzer and Sandstorm, they were having fun on stage with the lines that they had in regards to the player intros and their setup. We got to see a little bit of Paolo. Of course, shout out to those at the B stream. We didn't really get to see any of the B stream games, but the B stream did wrap up today, and they will not be taking part tomorrow. Hopefully, they can make use of the talent, bearing in mind that DeMuslim, Fear Dragon, and Steadfast are at the event. Oh, and here we go.
And
Speaking of it, there he is, Steadfast.
Full of surprises today for StarCraft 2. Quarterfinals, let's start there. We can't really wrap up the entire show today. There's just been too much going on, but Serral, Reynor.
I mean, it was amazing. Obviously, hello, everybody. Huge StarCraft fan. I was hoping for Protoss to step up. And as far as the Protoss players qualifying for the quarterfinals, not surprised with the two that made it here. I'm surprised with the final result, which I'll get to in a little bit. But I think Serral, Reynor starting the day, insane 5-game series. I expected Serral to look better. And I think Reynor has probably had one of the best tournaments in recent memory as far as the ZVZ was concerned. Still happy to see Serral going through, especially because that game 5, there were some hairy points where it really looked like Reynor could have picked up that game 5.
Reynor almost won,
Absolutely,
for sure.
And he's always confident that he always shows up big for these tournaments, Reynor. He's always a threat, but this time around, not good enough. And heartbreak for the Italian. What can you tell me about Maru Cure?
I mean, Maru Cure was it was a great series. Honestly, two titans of TVT. We're used to Maru having the upper hand in that series. This time, though, Cure showed up in a big way.
It's 2 years in a row.
Obviously, each
Cure
of the
beats
games
Maru.
were pretty crazy. But that game 4, I think we're going to be talking about that one for a long time. The SCV pull for Maru was so clutch from such a bad position, put him into an almost completely won position, and then Cure just somehow, through force of will, just managed to claw it back and rip it right out of Maru's hands. And yeah,
huge surprise.
Yeah.
There's also the ramifications that with Team Vitality being eliminated, Liquid and Falcons having representatives still now in the tournament. Club championship points is massive. Falcons and Liquid haven't won a tournament yet, so that's huge for the race.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you consider how close StarCraft got Liquid to winning last year, or at least they bumped them from like 5th or 6th to 2nd place. So that
it could be trick shot. Yeah, I don't know the guy's name.
Now herO versus Solar. I mean, that was another huge surprise.
Yeah. I don't think too many people are crazy surprised by the result itself. I think Solar's definitely
I'm pretty
fair enough. I think Solar's capable of taking down herO, but to 3-0 him in the way that he did, that was unexpected. That first game build from herO, a couple of things could have gone differently, and I think it's a very different series from then on out. But game 2, it seems like he just wasn't ready, and then all of a sudden he's down 2-0. Solar just comes in with a big hydroling bait. I think it was one of those things where, you know, you don't really know what to think of it. And I kind of want to piggyback off the Liquid points, because a lot of people would have expected Liquid to still be in the points at this point, but I don't think that it would have been Cure that they were expecting.
I mean, listen, with Clem in that final series, defending champion, looking pretty good. I felt watching this tournament, and bearing in mind I'm a bit more of a casual viewer, the competition has felt significantly closer in a lot of matches. I like that you guys are nodding. Yes. Seeing how Clem was kind of taken out, and especially in that third game where he was up in supply, he was up in army count, and I'm like, yes, we're going to game 4, and then just storm after storm. I love Protoss. I'm sad Clem lost, so we'll see. I just want Protoss to run the bracket now and surprise everybody. I'm a bit of a DT Rush fanboy. I know we don't see it. That's how long I've been watching, so I'm all in for Protoss.
Absolutely, and I mean, it really has been crazy. You expect a couple of upsets here and there, or maybe one upset here, but it felt like 3 huge upsets, maybe barring the Serral series, who most people, I guess, expected Serral to win, but the other 3 were actually massive. So finally, just quickly, favorite series of the day.
Oh, it's gotta be Serral Reynor. That game 5 ending, I would say that game in and of itself was an upset. Just how it flipped from a completely dead Serral. Serral was practically getting up out of his chair.
Yeah.
And he comes back from purely dead and just resurrects and comes back.
Has Serral got the most total game time this tournament? Like, how many of his games have run long? Like, legitimate, if we run those numbers, I think, not only with total games, I think the length of each map, he's probably got total, longest game time.
And that is actually by design, but that is just the way that Serral actually approaches the game. He has always approached the game building up to, I am the best player in the world, come fight me. And that's what he showed today. He showed up, and we'll see if he can continue tomorrow.
There we go. But I appreciate that they have a little wrap up segment after the show. It's nice. It's nice. For feedback, I appreciate that at least. But GG well played with that. We're wrapping up here with day number 3 of EWC, the Esports World Cup. We have one final day tomorrow. Again, we have our top 4 players and some crazy results coming in as well. Clem is out, herO is out, Maru is out, Reynor is out as well. We do have 2 Zergs, 1 Terran, 1 Protoss remaining. Serral, Solar, Classic, and Cure. It is going to be a crazy set of finals. Coming into it, it feels like, at least in my mind, it's going to be Serral versus Classic in the finals, but we'll see. I never want to count out Solar or Cure. They both have time to prepare for their matches as well. We have seen Cure take down Serral in the past, so he could try to do it again. It's going to be definitely a tough ask and a mountain to climb, especially in a best of 7. Remember, these are going to be best of 7s tonight and a best of 9 grand finals. So best of 9 finals, best of 7 semifinals, and of course the 3rd place match as well. third place match. But otherwise, thanks for watching. A bit of a shorter broadcast today. Yesterday was 10 hours here, just under 9 hours, which means we get more sleep, pappy, more sleep. Beautiful. I'm gonna force myself to stay up a little bit longer and try to make sure I get a solid 8 or so hours sleep before tomorrow's cast. But we're almost wrapped up with EWC, bearing in mind that a lot of these players are going to be traveling for the FEL over the weekend as well. That's going to be the next offline event happening in Poland, and we're going to be covering that event in English as well. So plenty of StarCraft on the horizon. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the final day of the Esports World Cup. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.